Chapter 1. The Heroic Spirit Simulation System. Is this for real? I was just burning the midnight oil writing a novel, and now I've crossed over. In a dilapidated rented room, Subai stood before the mirror, gazing at his noticeably youthful visage, his lips twitching involuntarily. After splashing cold water on his face, Subai quickly assimilated the memories flooding his mind. The original owner of this body had a life strikingly similar to his own, even sharing the same name. At the tender age of 8, he lost his parents in an unfortunate accident, leaving him with a considerable inheritance. Just yesterday, the original owner had undergone the most pivotal event of his life, the contracting of a heroic spirit. A heroic spirit is a figure whose legendary exploits are celebrated during their lifetime, allowing them to ascend to a state of heroism after death. The world Subai inhabited, known as Blue Star, is remarkably unique, possessing relics from heroic spirits across countless realms. Each year, the nation gathers all youths who have turned 18 for an awakening ceremony, by earning the approval of a heroic spirit through their relics. Individuals can form a contract and become spirit masters. However, the original owner failed to gain the approval of any heroic spirit from the relics provided by the school. The relics available could only summon the lowest tier heroic spirits, and the original owner was unable to secure even that, effectively severing any hope of becoming a spirit master. This was a devastating blow for someone who had excelled academically and harbored ambitious dreams of becoming a great spirit master. Consequently, the original owner succumbed to despair and took his own life, leading to Subai's unexpected transmigration, inheriting all of the original owner's memories. This is quite the predicament, Subai mused, his brows furrowed. In a world dominated by heroic spirits and spirit masters, failing to contract a heroic spirit would spell the end of his aspirations. Just then, a notification resonated within his mind. Ding! Heroic Spirit Simulation System successfully bound. Suddenly, a stream of information regarding the system appeared in Subai's consciousness. In essence, the Heroic Spirit Simulation System would allow him to simulate the experiences of heroic spirits during their lifetimes through their relics, enabling him to forge his own legends. The simulations were limitless, meaning that as long as Subai wished, he could infinitely restart the process, ultimately creating the most powerful heroic spirit. By engraving the legends of these heroic spirits, Subai could directly contract one through the relics. With this newfound knowledge, he began devising a strategy. He needed only to acquire a single relic to turn his fortunes around. Even the lowest quality relic would suffice, as unlimited restarts would permit him to discover the perfect timeline to craft an immortal legend. However, relics in the world of spirit masters, even the lowest tier ones, were not easily obtainable. The low-tier relics encountered at school represented a unique opportunity for many, often the only chance they would have in their lifetimes. Subai swiftly calculated his assets and whether they could procure a low-tier relic. The cost of living in Blue Star was similar to that of his previous life. His parents had left him with approximately $500,000 in assets and a house valued at around $800,000. Yet, the price for a low-tier relic typically exceeded $1 million. Without hesitation, Subai opened his computer and contacted a real estate agent, swiftly selling his house for $700,000. The real estate agent proved efficient after confirming that the house met all requirements and was listed at $100,000 below market value. The funds appeared in Subai's bank account within mere hours. At 10 p.m. in a hotel room, Subai opened his laptop and began scouring a relic marketplace. The world of spirit masters was extraordinarily unique, featuring relics from myriad realms. While it was said to encompass countless worlds, the actual number discovered was quite limited. The Tianxian continent, a lower-tier world, primarily adhered to a martial arts system, with warfare being the dominant theme. Numerous nations were perpetually embroiled in conflict. The summoned heroic spirits predominantly consisted of renowned generals and legendary heroes from this realm. Within the realm of spirit masters, over half of the relics originated from the Tianxian continent, especially among the lower-tier heroic spirits, with 8 out of 10 hailing from this world. Naturally, Subai sought to procure a low-tier relic from the Tianxian continent. What he truly desired were relics from the Taishu Xiuxian realm, or perhaps artifact from the green magic world. However, relics from these two realms, even of the lowest tier, commanded prices exceeding 5,000 far beyond Subai's means. After browsing the relic marketplace for a while, Subai soon set his sights on a relic, a rusted spearhead. The numerous scratches on the spearhead indicated that its previous owner had endured many arduous battles. In the realm of Tianxian, heroic spirits could be classified into two main categories: wandering heroes and military generals. This spearhead most likely belonged to a soldier, which aligned perfectly with Su Bei's inclinations that, in terms of potential, military generals generally surpassed wandering heroes significantly. While the latter might slay dozens or even hundreds, a top-tier general could potentially decimate tens of thousands of enemy soldiers in a single battle. Moreover, Su Bai preferred the notion of leading a band of brothers into battle, clashing with enemy generals and celebrating their victories with hearty revelry, rather than merely intervening in acts of heroism for the sake of righteousness. The price for the spearhead was set at 1,200,000, and fortuitously, Su Bai had exactly that amount. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to expend his entire fortune to acquire the relic. The delivery system in the realm of spirit masters appeared remarkably advanced. Within 2 hours of his purchase, the relic was delivered to his doorstep. Upon opening the wooden box, he was greeted by the very spearhead depicted in the image, as though the physical object exuded an even more profound aura. Despite its dilapidated state, Su Bai could still sense an oppressive atmosphere emanating from the spearhead. He placed his hand upon the spearhead and activated the system. Detected relic from the chosen world. Initiate anchor point binding for simulation? Yes. The binding process commenced and was swiftly completed. Anchor point world, Tianxian continent. Time, year 673 of the Chu calendar. Location, village on the border of the Chu kingdom. Year 673 of the Chu calendar. How fortunate, Su Bai murmured, gazing at the time displayed by the system. The Tianxian continent boasted an extensive history of nearly 10,000 years. The further back one delved into history, the greater the overall strength of heroic spirits. It is not that earlier spirits were inherently stronger, but rather that time allowed for the cultivation of their legends, that a heroic spirit must endure centuries or even millennia of sedimentation after crafting an epic tale for it to evolve into a legend and eventually into myth. Chapter 2. Encountering Catastrophe. Heroic spirits are categorized into 6 qualities, ranging from the obscure to the mythical: unsung, brave, epic, legendary, immortal, and mythical. It is crucial to note that a higher quality does not necessarily equate to greater strength. The potency of a heroic spirit is derived from 2 primary factors: the spirit's inherent strength and its renown, which reflects how widely its legends have been disseminated. Quality serves as an analog to character tiers in a game within the same level. A 3-star character acquired through luck cannot possibly contend with a 5-star character. Certainly, this is limited to the heroic spirits of the same world. The power disparity among heroic spirits from different realms is vast. For instance, a legendary spirit from the Tianxian world, even if its quality approaches that of an immortal spirit, may still find itself unable to defeat a hero-level spirit from the Xiocian world, where the upper limits of power are exceedingly high and destruction can be wrought with ease. That a general who achieves immortal fame in the chosen world might find their prowess only marginally superior to that of a common fodder in the Xiocian realm. In the year 672 of the Chulu calendar, a time when the world was still in its nascent stages, Su Bai, with commendable performance and a few epic deeds, might very well ascend to legendary status after a few millennia of fermentation. Commence simulation. Without hesitation, Su Bai initiated the simulation. Chili year 672, the aged emperor of Chu faces the decline of the state, unable to maintain its status as the hegemon of the realm. The Ming, Su, and Qing states unite, amassing forces at the borders, with Chu on the brink of collapse. Chili year 673, you were born in a small village at the border of Chu, named Lu Chun by your parents. Chulu year 676, at the age of 3, you are notably more robust and perceptive than your peers. Chulu year 682, at 9, a onsen decades drought besets the kingdom, prompting your family to flee. The drought stretches for miles, with millions of refugees resorting to eating their own children, gnawing on trees, and consuming earth scenes that were once mere historical accounts, now manifest before you. You gaze vacantly at a father, emaciated and hollow, who, in his desperation, exchanges his deceased daughter with another similarly famished father. Even when one's reason is nearly extinguished by hunger, a normal person cannot bear to consume their own child, yet the prospect of devouring a stranger's child becomes a grim alternative, a heart-wrenching reality of a year of desolation. Liu Chun, however, is somewhat fortunate. At the age of 9, he possesses a semblance of self-preservation, thus avoiding the fate of being secretly slain by other starving refugees. His father, still in his 30s, is capable of safeguarding his wife and child. Chile year 683, you are now 10 years old, and despite the passage of a year, the drought persists. The Emperor of Chu, in his incompetence, has issued some relief grain, yet after a year of wandering, Lu Chen's family has seen naught of it, evidently pilfered by others. Reflecting on the history of Chu, he recalls that it was once the first hegemon of the Tianxian world, laying the foundation for unity among subsequent nations and the flourishing of Tianxian civilization. However, even the most prosperous of dynasties ultimately succumb to corruption and decay. After over 6 centuries of prosperity, Chu has become irredeemably corrupt. According to the original historical trajectory, the kingdom shall face utter annihilation in the year 703 of the Chulu calendar, plunging the Tianxian world into nearly 2 centuries of chaos, until a new hegemon emerges 2 centuries hence. Su Bai had anticipated that his arrival in Chu would allow him to exert his influence, to prop up the crumbling edifice, and to forge his immortal legend. Yet reality delivered a harsh blow. He is yet to engage in battle and is on the verge of starvation. At the age of 10, your mother falls gravely ill. In her final moments, she clutches your hand tightly, too weak to speak, yet Lu Chun perceives a multitude of emotions in her eyes: regret, release, and an overwhelming sense of attachment. With reddened and swollen eyes, he trembles, for although this world is but a simulation, the love is undeniably real. Confronted with his mother's demise, he is powerless, his only recourse to stifle his tears and maintain composure. As he gazes upon her body, wrapped in a makeshift shroud, an immense silence envelopes him and his father. He observes that his father appears to have aged a decade. In an instant, a man once unyielding in hunger now bows under the weight of grief. Let's sell her. After what seems an eternity, his father finally speaks, his voice hoarse, barely escaping his lips. Liu Chen's eyes widen in disbelief. He opens his mouth to protest, but finds no words to refuse the grim suggestion. They are both on the brink of starvation, and with the drought showing no signs of abating, survival necessitates the sale of his mother's body for sustenance. To refuse would mean their own demise, and more poignantly, his mother had often implored him to ensure her body was sold should she perish. As he watches his father depart with his mother's remains, Lu Chun feels enveloped by an overwhelming sorrow, a suffocating weight upon his chest. The moment his father leaves, he senses the presence of several greedy gazes surrounding him. "Get away from me." Lu Chun grips the rusted iron knife at his waist, his voice fierce. Gradually, the avaricious stares recede as they recognize the weapon in his hand. In the dead of night, his father returns, one hand bearing a bag of grain, the other cradling a sleeping young girl. Liu Chen's expression momentarily falters instinctively. He assumes his father has rescued a girl, but soon realizes that in these dire times, a young girl is a rare and coveted delicacy, not something easily acquired. A harsh reality lays bare before him. The girl is one of the commodities exchanged for food by his father. In a concealed cave, the two sit in silence, a battered iron pot bubbling with coarse grain before them. They gaze at the young girl, and once again, silence envelopes them. Normally, they would have slaughtered the girl, cooking her flesh alongside the grain. Yet his father hesitates, the knife unmoving. Liu Chun understands that his father, a simple farmer before the calamity, cannot bring himself to commit such an atrocity against an innocent child. Perhaps, when starvation is imminent, he might find the resolve, but not in this moment. Chapter 3. Cultivating the body. As the atmosphere grew increasingly somber, the little girl finally awoke. She looked at Lu Chun and timidly spoke. Gazing into the depths of her extraordinarily pure eyes, Lu Chun found himself unable to take action. While he could accept the notion of consuming human flesh, it was only under the condition that it was procured from others, not from his own hands. Moreover, how young was this little girl? If he truly resorted to violence, what would distinguish him from a beast? "Father," We should still have enough food for a while. Why don't we keep her with us for the time being? Lu Chun suggested, casting a glance at his father, his tone somber. His father remained silent, seemingly in a state of indecision. However, upon seeing the girl's innocent eyes, he finally nodded. Hunger and suffering had not crushed this kind-hearted, simple farmer. "What is your name?" Lu Chun inquired, gently ruffling the girl's hair with a smile. "My name is Gu Qingmei," she replied, narrowing her eyes and grinning. The refugees were predominantly illiterate, yet this girl possessed a name as melodious as Gu Qingmei. Clearly a name born from her parents' earnest affection, a name conjured after much contemplation by her uneducated parents in desperate times. In a year of great calamity, her devoted parents, driven by love, were forced to sell her to secure the survival of another beloved. Such was the nature of disaster. In the year 684 of the Chu calendar, you are 11 years old. The drought finally shows signs of abating. During this time, you and your father have fought desperately for a morsel of food. Fortunately, your father is in the prime of his life, and you still possess some strength. Through sheer determination, you manage to snatch a little food from the hands of villains. This experience has fundamentally shaped you, liberating you from your past weakness. In the year 685 of the Chu calendar, at the age of 12, a spring rain signals the end of the drought. You, your father, and the little girl Qingmei have finally survived this turbulent era. With the disaster subsiding, your father prepares to return to your original village to resume a humble life. Yet, you choose not to accompany him back to the village, for you have seen the conscription notice posted at the city gate. You have not forgotten the purpose of your simulation, to practice martial arts, join the army, and carve an immortal legend on the battlefield. Go ahead. I had hoped you would marry Qingmei and live a good life in the village. However, you are a man of strong will, and I support your decision, your father said, instantly discerning your thoughts after years of living together. He did not hinder you, but spoke with a hint of weariness. "Brother, will you come back? Will you still marry me?" Gu Qingmei suddenly embraced Lu Chun, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at him. Witnessing this, Lu Chun felt a flicker of uncertainty within. Returning to the village, supporting his father, marrying Qingmei, and leading a simple life of farming and weaving. Such a life seemed infinitely more comfortable than the tumult of martial practice and warfare. Qingmei was an exceptionally obedient little girl, and her father was aging, nearing the point of requiring care. However, Lu Chun swiftly reaffirmed his resolve. A true man aspires to distant horizons. A tranquil life, while beautiful, was not his desire. "Once I achieve success and renown, I will definitely marry you," Lu Chun said, ruffling Qingmei's hair once more with a smile. "Father, take care. I will visit you often," Lu Chun said, bowing respectfully to his father before walking determinedly towards the city. In the year 685 of the Chu calendar, at the age of 12, you joined the Imperial Army, starting your physical training and practicing martial arts. The essence of the Chu kingdom is embodied in the Hongyuan technique, characterized by a vigorous and unyielding inner power, while the Benlei spear technique emphasizes speed akin to thunder. You embarked on an exceptionally arduous training regimen, distinguishing yourself as the most diligent among all recruits. You only allowed yourself rest after pushing your body to its limits, for the hardships of the past 3 years had made you acutely aware of the significance of strength. In the year 690 of the Chu calendar, at the age of 17, after 5 years of relentless training, your physical speed has significantly improved, and you have mastered the silver spear technique to a minor degree. In the barracks, before dawn breaks, Lu Chun is already present in the training ground, wielding his spear and commencing another day of rigorous practice. After completing a full set of movements, the other soldiers begin to arrive, bustling about as they prepare for their training. Following their drills, breakfast consists of steaming buns, primarily filled with cabbage and vermicelli, with only a hint of meat. Lu Chun devours 10 buns in one sitting, satisfied after letting out a hearty belch. Fortunately, although the Chu kingdom has become corrupt, they do not excessively withhold supplies from the military. Hence, while the food may not be exquisite, it is sufficient to fill their bellies. After 5 years, you have finally discerned who commands your unit. It is the preparatory force of the third prince of the Chu kingdom, General Chu Tian. According to your understanding, Chu Tian is one of the few conscientious princes in the kingdom, the only one among the many who leads troops into battle personally. Regrettably, his power is too feeble. Despite his continuous efforts to alter the fate of the Chu kingdom, he ultimately fails. In the original history, he even becomes the subject of the legendary tale of the emperor guarding the nation's gates. You ponder whether your presence might alter the fate of Chu Tian and the kingdom. Lu Chun, this month's silver has been distributed. Are you not tempted to indulge for a night at the pleasure house? After dinner, several comrades in the army called out to Lu Chun. The term pleasure house here does not refer to the elegant establishments frequented by scholars, but is rather a euphemism for the military's more accessible venues, designed to cater to soldiers, offering affordable prices, albeit with little regard for aesthetics. Nevertheless, even such places present a significant temptation for soldiers who rarely encounter women. As members of the 3rd Prince's preparatory force, these soldiers receive a fair amount of silver monthly, enough to enjoy several nights of revelry, if they so wish. Although they are technically not permitted to leave the barracks, the authorities turn a blind eye to those who do, understanding that young men, brimming with energy, will inevitably seek outlets for their pent-up desires. "No, I have training tonight," Lu Chun replied, shaking his head and resolutely declining his friend's invitation. Lu Chun's life is meticulously structured. Half of the silver he receives each month is sent home to support his father in his old age and to care for Qingmei. The other half is spent on purchasing potent herbs to replenish his vitality and strengthen his body. As for drinking and reveling, such pursuits hold no allure for Lu Chun. He understands that while his physical endowment is commendable, it does not classify him as a genius. To etch an immortal legacy in history, he must exert himself beyond the ordinary. In the year 690 of the Chu calendar, the Su kingdom launches an attack on the southern border of Chu. Chu Tian actively engages in battle, and as part of his preparatory force, Lu Chun's unit is naturally dispatched to the front lines. Under the command of an experienced centurion, Lu Chun and over 100 new recruits find themselves embroiled in the conflict against the Su kingdom. Chapter 4. The army approaches. The young general listened closely. "You little ones, once on the battlefield, you shall abide by the orders from above. Whatever I command, you must execute. Understood?" Leading Lu Chun's troop was a venerable general, his hair as white as snow. Though his age surpassed theirs, his vigor and spirit far exceeded that of many youths. "Understood." Amidst the chorus of feeble voices, Lu Chun's resonant shout stood out distinctly. "What is your name?" The old general turned to Lu Chun, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. "I am Lu Chun," he declared, his voice steady and loud. The general placed a hand on Lu Chun's shoulder, intently assessing his physique. Robust and full of vitality, his inner strength formidable, remarkable. After a moment, the general nodded with satisfaction. "Are you interested in becoming a centurion?" he asked, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at Lu Chun. "I am willing, General," Lu Chun replied without the slightest hesitation. "Do not be too eager to accept. There are prerequisites to becoming a centurion, one of which is to serve as an advanced scout. If you can survive, the position shall be yours," the general said, his tone measured. Lu Chun understood that his opportunity for transformation had arrived. This old general was once a subordinate of Chu Tian, now stationed in their camp with very few trustworthy allies around him. As the strongest individual in this regiment, Lu Chun was essential for the general to command the 1,000-strong army. Naturally, not everyone was fit to be a centurion. The general intended to test Lu Chun by sending him forth as a scout. The scouts were the first line of soldiers in battle, often among the first to perish. If Lu Chun could endure, it would prove his capability and justify his elevation to the role of centurion. "I am willing to serve as a scout," Lu Chun stated firmly, standing tall. In the winter of the 690th year of Chu, the troops of Su launched a full-scale assault on Chu, divided into 3 main forces alongside numerous smaller contingents. You are about to face your first battle, your troops pitted against one of these smaller forces. Charge! Without preamble, your black-clad army clashed with the red-clad forces of Su. As the vanguard, you wielded a shield in one hand and a blade in the other, the first to bear the brunt of the enemy's assault. You raise your shield to block the incoming strikes from Su's vanguard, while your own troops surge forward, eager to breach the enemy's lines. Both sides pushed against their respective front lines. In an instant, you felt the weight of several, even dozens, pressing against you. Blood surged within you, and your arms cried out in agony. Had you not spent the last 5 years honing your physique, the sheer force of the impact might have shattered your arm during that initial clash. In a mere moment, Sue's vanguard suffered a crushing blow, and he spat forth a mouthful of blood. With a fierce roar, you pressed onward, shield raised. Crack! Crack! You witnessed firsthand as your shield crushed the body of Sue's vanguard, the sounds of his bones fracturing ringing clear in your ears. Soon followed by the second and third ranks of Sue's forces. You tore through 3 lines of defense like a razor's edge, leading your troops deep into the heart of the enemy's formation. As you breached the third line, you were met with a deluge of blades from Sue's soldiers. Despite your armor, you were instantly marked with numerous wounds. In this martial world, it was not only the renowned heroes of the realm who trained. Soldiers, too, cultivated their skills, often mastering techniques far surpassing those found among wandering warriors. Military leaders were typically martial experts, forged in the crucible of battle. Fortunately, your own strength was commendable. You summoned your inner energy to shield your body and began to retaliate. You swung your shield to block blows and slashed with your blade. Yet the enemies seemed endless. For every foe you felled, another would rise to take their place. Nonetheless, you did not retreat even a single step. You stood firm as a wall, drawing the attention of countless adversaries. Lu Chun understood that fear of death on the battlefield only hastened one's demise. He was without influence, of mediocre talent, lacking any backing. All he possessed was a life destined to be squandered, to carve an indelible epic and become a celebrated hero. He could only fight with all his might. As the battle wore on, you were drenched in blood, a mix of your own and that of your foes. Your shield bore countless scars, your blade was chipped and worn, and your armor lay in tatters, your body utterly fatigued. You knew that all of these were your honors, your badges of valor. With the old general claiming the head of the enemy commander, this skirmish came to a definitive end. Your indomitable spirit on the battlefield earned you the old general's admiration. True to his word, he promoted you to the position of centurion. Simultaneously, you received a bounty of military contributions and a new suit of armor, forged from refined iron, its resilience far surpassing that of ordinary armaments. Instead of exchanging your military contributions for gold or power, you chose to convert them all into higher-tier techniques and potent elixirs to enhance your abilities. You repeatedly served as the vanguard in battles, each time tearing through enemy lines and leading your forces to victory. In the 691st year of Chu, at the age of 18, after a year of relentless combat, your strength had grown significantly, and you garnered the old General S' esteem. By the 693rd year of Chu, at 20, you successfully broke through to the innate realm of martial arts. The innate realm represents a qualitative transformation of inner strength, often regarded in the realm as the pinnacle of martial mastery, attainable only by the leaders of sections. To become a general like the old one, mastery of the innate realm was imperative. The old general held you in high regard and invited you to drink and converse late into the night one day. The following day, you ascended to the position of general of this regiment, while the old general chose to continue fighting alongside Chu Tian. In the 694th year of Chu, at 22, you led your troops into battle, consistently taking the forefront, earning the title of the most valiant general. You faced dire situations time and again, even surviving encounters against 3 innate martial artists, emerging stronger each time. However, your personal strength remained insufficient, no matter how hard you strove. Altering the course of the greater conflict proved exceedingly difficult. 2 years prior, Meng and Qing states had joined the fray, confronted with the encirclement of 3 nations. Even the Chu state, once the sovereign of all, was forced to retreat its lines repeatedly. Despite your numerous victories, including a night raid with 1,000 men that annihilated 3,000 enemies, you could not reverse the declining fortunes of Chu. Chapter 5. 100 days of defending the city-state of Chu, having flourished for nearly 700 years, is now steeped in corruption. As a subordinate of Chu Tian, you have not been deprived of military resources, yet you have witnessed other troops of Chu clad in tattered armor, gaunt and emaciated, resembling a band of refugees. You once engaged in a lengthy conversation with another young general of Chu, Tianyun, whose prowess matches your own, and he lamented the rampant corruption within the kingdom. His troops have gone 3 years without new armor, and the black armor he wears was stripped from a fallen enemy general after a battle. A profound sense of sorrow envelopes you. You yearn to change this dire situation, yet feel powerless. For you are merely a general of one among hundreds of small contingents within the kingdom. To call you a general is somewhat of an overstatement, at best. You are akin to a captain, a slightly more significant pawn in the grand theater of war. You sought out Chu Tian for a heartfelt discussion, hoping for a transformation in the realm. Chu Tian remarked, "I am but a prince, and not a favored one at that. Do you not wonder why I find myself on the battlefield rather than in the palace? Even my inept father is unable to alter this grim reality. Do you believe that the withholding of military funds is a decree from the Chu emperor? My father, despite his shortcomings, would not stoop to such levels." Dressed in resplendent golden armor and exuding an air of nobility, Chu Tian took a sip of wine, his voice resonating with a mix of melancholy and bitterness. As the year 694 of the Chu calendar drew to a close, the armies of Su, Qing, and Meng besieged the kingdom, and you received the emperor's command to proceed to Huangtu City at the border of Chu with 5,000 soldiers to defend for 100 days. Should the city withstand the siege, the emperor would elevate you to the title of City Guardian General. Huangtu City is one of the most pivotal fortifications of Chu, representing the first line of defense in the south. Yet, with enemies closing in from all sides, the prospect of enduring even 10 days seems bleak. The emperor's insistence on a 100-day defense appears to render you a mere sacrificial piece in a game of strategy. Though tasked with this perilous mission, your circumstances compel you to comply. Years prior, upon your rise to the rank of general, your father and your beloved Qing Mei were brought into the city as hostages. Should you abandon your post, their lives would surely hang in the balance. Nevertheless, you are not without allies. Your steadfast supporter is none other than the third prince, Zhu Dian. He advised, if the situation becomes untenable, do not hesitate to flee. I will ensure your father and your beloved Qing Mei are safeguarded. On the eve of your departure to Huangtu City, Chu Tian found you, his brow furrowed with concern. Flee? Where would I go? You replied, your voice heavy with resignation. If Huangtu falls, the forces of Su will flood into Chu, wreaking havoc and turning the land into a hellscape, leaving the common folk to suffer. Grasping your spear, you spoke with a somber tone. Here, Chu Tian sighed deeply, presenting you with an exquisitely crafted wooden box. This is Tai Ching Dan, a royal secret elixir that will enhance your inner strength for 20 years. Take it. Chu Tian, a noble prince and a commendable general, never withheld military pay and regarded his soldiers as brothers. He valued your friendship, perceiving you as a confidant. However, as Chu Feng aptly stated, he is merely a prince, not the emperor. In the dead of night, while you and Chu Tian shared wine and discussed matters of state, you gleaned the depths of his soul, a fervent lover of freedom, yet burdened by solitude. You forged a bond of deep friendship, vowing to share a hearty drink upon your next meeting, though both of you understood that this may well be your final farewell. After consuming the Tai Ching Dan, your internal power surged, elevating you to the ranks of the formidable. While you may still not compare to generals commanding vast armies, your abilities have reached a commendable level within the Tianxin realm. In the year 694 of the Chu calendar, you arrived at Huangtu City with your forces. On the third day of a siege, you faced an advance party of 2,000 from Su and led a surprise night raid with 3,000 soldiers, effortlessly vanquishing the enemy. By the 10th day, the main forces of Su arrived, presenting a daunting assault of 100,000 troops surrounding the city. On the 11th day, Su initiated an offensive with siege ladders and dispatched 50,000 soldiers to besiege Huangtu. Leading 5,000 soldiers atop the city walls, you fought valiantly, slaying the attacking forces. Your steadfast defense led to Su suffering significant losses, unable to breach the city. On the 13th day, Su's general severed the water supply, but you had anticipated this and had stockpiled enough water to last a year. On the 15th day, 3 innate warriors from Sioux launched a fierce assault on the city. Wielding your spear, you fought valiantly against 3 adversaries, ultimately sending 2 of them to their demise. On the 20th day, Sioux's general commanded a barrage of arrows, including specially crafted flaming arrows, igniting Huangtu in flames, resulting in heavy casualties among the populace. You ruthlessly executed any soldiers attempting to surrender, leading your remaining elite troops in a fierce defense. After engaging in countless duels with the Sioux general, you ultimately fell, pierced through the shoulder by a spear. Yet, you did not yield. Instead, you fought fiercely, pushing back the Sioux general. On the 21st day, after a grueling battle, you successfully defended Huangtu City. As dawn broke, sunlight poured into the city, and bloodied, you exhaled deeply. Standing atop the city walls, you gazed upon the encroaching 100,000 soldiers from Sioux, your heart devoid of fear. Behind you lay Huangtu City, shrouded in smoke, the air heavy with the aroma of roasting meat. General, there's bad news. The grain in the city was burned to ashes yesterday, and what little remains will only sustain our soldiers for 5 days, a subordinate urgently reported. At this, your heart sank. Surrounded by enemies, escape seemed impossible. If the grain supply was cut off, Huangtu would surely fall within 3 days. You surveyed the battlefield littered with enemy corpses, inhaling the scent of roasted meat, and a sudden smile spread across your face. Relay my orders. Take the bodies of our enemies and prepare them as jerky to serve as provisions for our troops, you commanded with resolute authority. What is this predicament, if not an opportunity? What is this lack of food, if not a challenge? After 3 years of hardship, you knew where to find sustenance. You had not shied away from consuming human flesh before. Chapter 6. Exhausted to death on the 25th day of defending the city, the forces of Sioux Kingdom launched another attack, yet once again, you successfully repelled them. On the 30th day, the general of Sioux Kingdom attempted a night assault on Huangtu City, only to be thwarted by your valiant leadership. Each time, Sioux Kingdom's forces were driven back. It required your utmost effort, but you succeeded time and again. It was all thanks to you. Every strategy devised by the Sioux general was dismantled by your keen intellect. And when the general personally led the charge, you repelled him at the cost of your own life. On the 30th day, the Sioux general sent envoys to seek peace. General Liu, you are a wise man. Surely you can see that the Sioux kingdom is nearing its end. If you lead your troops to surrender to Sioux Kingdom, we can guarantee you a life of wealth and power, gold, silver, jewels, and beautiful women. Whatever you desire, we shall provide, the envoy from Sioux spoke with great respect. Upon hearing this, some of the soldiers beside Liu Chun were tempted. Ha ha! You petty men seek to deceive me into leaving the city. The moment I step outside, I will be pierced by a rain of arrows. Such treachery deserves death. Liu Chun laughed heartily, then thrust his spear through the envoy's body. Although Sioux Kingdom genuinely sought peace, and surrender might ensure his survival, Liu Chun had no intention of capitulating. General, you, an anxious veteran soldier exclaimed, witnessing Liu Chun slay the Sioux envoy. Young soldiers might be swayed, thinking it a ploy of the enemy, but the seasoned veterans recognized the sincerity of Sioux's overture. Before the veteran could utter more, Liu Chun swung his spear, piercing the old soldier as well. Disrupting our morale is punishable by death, Liu Chun declared, gripping his spear firmly with a somber voice. On the 60th day of the siege, a carrier pigeon brought news that all 3 major borders of Chu, east, west, and north, had been breached over 30 days prior, with several defense lines dismantled. Only Huangtu City, under your command, remained unfallen. On the 70th day, a portion of Sioux's army bypassed Huangtu City, preparing to assault cities closer to the heart of Chu. Under the cover of darkness, you led a night raid with 2,000 weary soldiers against a 5,000-strong enemy force, emerging victorious and slaying their commander, yet suffering near half your forces in the process. By the 71st day, you assessed the casualties and found that of the 5,000 soldiers who had defended alongside you, fewer than 1,000 remained. On the 72nd day, Sioux Kingdom dispatched another 50,000 soldiers, circumventing Huangtu City and you found yourself powerless to stop them. On the 75th day, a carrier pigeon delivered grim news. Yin City, larger than Huangtu and with more defenders, had fallen to a 10,000-strong Sioux force in less than 3 days. By the 90th day, all border cities had succumbed, save for Huangtu City, as the coalition of 3 kingdoms ravaged the Chu territory with a 1,000,000-strong army. Knowing history, you were aware that soon wandering heroes from Chu would extend their aid. Masters from Longhu Mountain, Taiji Mountain, Wudong Mountain, and other sects led their disciples to resist the coalition. 3 grandmasters of martial prowess, alongside the last remnants of Chu's elite 3,000 troops, prolonged the kingdom's existence by nearly a decade until the year 703, when Chu officially fell. Yet all of this was now irrelevant to you. Huangtu City was surrounded on all sides, a veritable trap. You led the remaining 1,000 soldiers in a desperate stand, acutely aware that the city's fall was merely a matter of time. On the night of the 99th day, thousands of enemy troops were spotted approaching from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. 4 peak generals from Sioux, each commanding vast armies, simultaneously launched their assault on Huangtu City. General Liu, come forth to meet your demise, bellowed the leading general of Sioux from below the city walls, having been thwarted for 100 days. Ha ha ha! Do you think I fear you? Liu Chun laughed heartily, leaping down from the walls to engage the enemy general in single combat. Armed with a spear, he executed the thunderous spear technique with great mastery, battling the Sioux general for over 100 exchanges without yielding. What a young general indeed. But war is never won alone. Brothers, attack. The Sioux general, unable to subdue Liu Chun, called upon his subordinates to encircle him. Within moments, Liu Chun found himself pierced by several spears. Gasping for breath, he stood surrounded by thousands of soldiers, with the formidable Sioux general before him, and behind him, Huangtu City had long been breached. In the face of such dire circumstances, Liu Chun felt no fear. Instead, he smiled. Indeed, this fierce struggle against overwhelming odds was the life he desired. The speed of his spear quickened, becoming a blur. Dragon leaps forth. In a fleeting moment, Liu Chun's spear pierced the Sioux general's body. In this moment of despair, he achieved a profound mastery of the thunderous spear technique. Observing their general fall, the soldiers surrounding Liu Chun hesitated, none daring to advance. The commanders of the army also refrained from approaching, uncertain whether a dying Liu Chun might still deliver a lethal blow. Whoever slays General Liu shall be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold, 1,000 acres of fertile land, and a 6th-grade official title. Those who injure General Liu shall receive 100 taels of silver, 10 acres of land, and a 9th-grade official position. At that moment, a booming voice echoed across the battlefield, reaching every soldier's ears. Upon hearing this, their eyes filled with greed. They gazed at Liu Chun as though he were a mountain of gold. Come fort. Which brave soul dares to claim my head? Liu Chun laughed heartily, exuding boundless bravado. You continued to wield your spear, slaying soldier after soldier. As the battle wore on, your spear broke, prompting you to draw a large blade from your side and continue the fight. Before becoming a general, Liu Chun had been a vanguard, long accustomed to such overwhelming odds and knowing well how to survive longer. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight pierced through the darkness, illuminating the blood-soaked battlefield. Liu Chun stood atop a mountain of corpses, the sheer number of bodies forming a mound nearly 3 meters high beneath his feet. He bore numerous spears and arrows embedded in him, his head bowed, standing still amidst the chaos, with no soldier daring to approach. The morning sun cast its light upon the ravaged Huangtu City and the youthful general, creating a haunting tableau. On the 100th day of defending the city, you perished exhausted, your body impaled by numerous spears and arrows, covered in wounds. You fulfilled your promise, successfully holding the city for 100 days. As the people of Sioux burned your body, they extracted a full 10 pounds of iron from your remains, leaving the world in awe of your valor. Chapter 7. The engraving of heroic spirits within the confines of a hotel. Subai abruptly opened his eyes, a profound malice still flickering within them. Sitting upright on the bed, he began to swiftly absorb the memories accumulated over 20 years in the Tianshan world, including 3 years of fleeing from disaster, 5 years of rigorous training, and 5 years spent on the battlefield slaying foes. After a considerable duration, Subai exhaled deeply. He had completely assimilated all the memories of Lu Chun. Experience summary: you faced a severe drought, struggling for survival, enduring hardship, witnessing your mother perish from hunger, painfully exchanging food for sustenance, managing to survive through 3 years of fleeing until the spring rains arrived and the disaster subsided. You joined the imperial court, underwent military training, honing your physique over 5 years, undergoing transformation. As the enemy launched an assault, you marched into battle as a vanguard, fighting valiantly and refusing to retreat, gaining recognition from the military, becoming a centurion, participating in warfare, killing numerous enemies, and gaining a modest reputation. You trained diligently, broke through to the innate level, befriended Chu Tian, led troops in a battle against the enemy, securing victories. As the 3 kingdoms invaded, the Chu nation declined. Unable to turn the tide, a letter arrived from the Chu emperor, instructing you to defend the city for 100 days on the eve of the defense. A friend gifted you royal elixirs, significantly enhancing your strength. You commanded the defense of the city, repelling attackers, executing multiple surprise assaults, annihilating enemy forces. But faced prolonged sieges. The enemy's cunning tactics included setting fire to the city, cutting off water and supplies, and depleting ammunition, turning the corpses of enemies into preserved meat to sustain your troops, fighting to the last breath. You defended the city for 100 days, surrounded on all sides, confronting the invading forces, mastering marksmanship, slaying enemies, only to face encirclement, enduring a fierce battle throughout the night, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion, creating an epic tale that shocked the Chu emperor, earning the title of City Guardian General. You are a renowned young general of the Chu nation. Alongside another youthful commander, Tian Yun, you are celebrated as the twin prodigies of Chu, the last bastion of pride for the kingdom. You are referred to by posterity as the Silver Dragon General, the City Guardian General, a figure of loyalty and righteousness, influencing numerous subsequent generals, serving as an idol for many illustrious commanders. Heroic spirit recorded: name, Lu Chen. Title, Silver Dragon General. City Guardian General. Quality, epic. Awakening state, none can awaken twice. Skills, Thunder Spear technique, requires 1 awakening. City of Eternal Defense, requires 2 awakenings. Treasures, none. Gazing at the information of the heroic spirit before him, Subai felt enlightened. It was largely as he anticipated. Although he had achieved the remarkable feat of defending a city for 100 days, his influence was not extensive, and most involving tens of thousands in warfare. In comparison to Longhu Mountain, where the old master single-handedly faced thousands, or Chu Tian, who before his demise led 10,000 elite soldiers to defeat 100,000, leaving behind the legendary tale of the emperor defending the nation's gates. His accomplishments seemed rather ordinary. Ultimately, his strength remained insufficient. At his peak, he commanded merely 5,000 soldiers. What renowned general in history had fewer than several tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, under their command? His death, shrouded in tragic hues, added to the prolonged passage of time, barely elevating his quality to that of an epic. The awakening state was familiar to Subai. Heroic spirits do not begin at maximum level. They must be gradually elevated step by step. The initial state of Lu Chun corresponded to his military training period. Subai speculated that Lu Chen's 2 awakenings reflected his identity as a young general and later as the City Guardian General before his demise. Moreover, under the enhancement of legendary power, the awakened Lu Chun should possess greater strength than the Lu Chun of the Tianxian world. Upon becoming a heroic spirit, he would also wield skills forged from various legends, providing an additional boost. Certain skills are extraordinarily potent, capable of amplifying a heroic spirit's strength several-fold or even dozens of times. For instance, in a fully awakened state, the City Guardian General Lu Chun would possess the skill City of Eternal Defense, a technique crystallized from his immortal legend of defending the city for 100 days. Its effects would likely manifest as an exceptionally formidable defensive skill, potentially enabling the conjuration of an earthen fortress. Alternatively, it might confer an effect akin to that of a famed blade, where the city stands with its inhabitants, and the fall of one spells doom for all. As for treasures, akin to heroic spirits, they are weapons that have left immortal legends throughout history. Clearly, Lu Chun did not possess any remarkable weaponry. Would you like to engrave the heroic spirit? If you choose to engrave, you will not be able to simulate again at the current time node. No. Su Bai shook his head. His ambitions were grand. An epic-level heroic spirit was not his ultimate goal. His aspiration lay in reaching the pinnacle of heroic spirit quality within the Tianxian world, namely, top-tier legendary quality heroic spirits. However, Su Bai did not immediately simulate. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he rubbed his brow and reclined on the bed to rest. Although there was no limit to the number of simulations, the process drained his mental energy significantly. After resting for a day and a night, Su Bai began to research the history of the Chu nation between the years 600 and 700 in the Tianxian world, as well as some rumors circulating within that realm. He discovered that in the year 9333 of the Tianxian world, the last empress gathered over 50 grandmasters of martial arts to collectively compile a supreme technique. The secret spear technique, 100 birds facing the phoenix. After browsing through the information, Su Bai also sought out the martial arts manuals of the Tianxian world. The most elite martial arts manuals were readily available in the realm of heroic spirits. One could acquire the complete set for merely 9, complete with instructional videos featuring heroic spirits. After all, the world level of the Tianxian realm was exceedingly low. Even the finest divine arts would be deemed inferior in the realm of cultivation. Thus, Su Bai fervently absorbed the martial arts manuals that had been refined over thousands of years by countless successors in the Tianxian world. Although his innate talent was not particularly exceptional, he possessed an infinite respawning advantage. Su Bai firmly believed that with the accumulation of numerous top-tier martial arts, he could undoubtedly break through the limitations of this modest Tianxian world in his next life. Simulation begins. Year 672 of the Chu dynasty. The Chu emperor aged, and the nation gradually declined, unable to maintain its status as the sovereign of the world. The Ming, Su, and Qing nations allied, advancing towards the borders, and the Chu nation faced imminent peril. Year 673 of the Chu dynasty, you were born, arriving with the memories of a past life, vowing to change everything and alter the future. Year 676 of the Chu dynasty, at the age of 3, you silently practiced, your cultivation speed proving commendable. Rather than exhausting your body's potential, you utilized the inner strength garnered through training to nourish your body, enabling you to grow more robust than other children your age. Year 679 of the Chu dynasty, at the age of 6, through continuous nurturing of your body with inner strength since birth, your innate qualities underwent a transformation, evolving from somewhat gifted to a martial arts prodigy rarely seen in a century. You persuaded your father to store more grain in preparation for the years of disaster, and he found your reasoning sound, thus setting aside additional supplies each year. Year 682 of the Chu dynasty, at the age of 9, the anticipated drought struck the Chu nation, yet thanks to your preparations, your family had amassed a considerable stockpile of grain. Year 683 of the Chu dynasty. At the age of 10, you found Qing Mei, and together with her and your parents, you navigated survival in these tumultuous times. Using your own abilities, you established a shop in the city, which thrived remarkably. Year 685 of the Chu dynasty, at the age of 12, just as in your previous life, you entered the court to serve in the military. Within the military camp, you trained diligently, achieving the innate warrior realm in just 2 years, and reached the pinnacle of innate warriors within 5 years. In the middle of year 690 of the Chu dynasty, Su nation launched an attack from the south, and Chu Tian took the initiative to engage, leading your unit as the reserve forces to the front lines. When war erupted amidst the chaos, you effortlessly claimed the head of an enemy general, gaining renown from that battle. Unlike your previous life, this time you did not start as a junior general. Chu Tian greatly appreciated you, directly assigning you 10,000 troops to lead into battle against the enemy. Chapter 8. The Three Heroes battle Su Pa in the celestial realm of Tianxian. a world dominated by martial warfare. The number of generals is as plentiful as the stars in the night sky. In a previous life, Lu Chun was a minor general commanding 1,000 troops. To command 10,000 soldiers elevates one to the rank of a major general, while leading an army of 100,000 signifies the status of a national commander. In that past existence, Lu Chun was merely a minor general, typically leading a contingent of 1,000 or 2,000 soldiers in a battle, while defending Huanglong City. He had a mere 5,000 soldiers at his command. However, in this life, he commenced with an impressive force of 10,000 soldiers, a truly fortuitous beginning. Yet, he was not complacent. Instead, he engaged in combat while simultaneously training his army. Although his forces numbered 10,000, most were ordinary soldiers. Notably, the renowned young general, Tian Yun, who was once Lu Chen's equal in his previous life, had joined his ranks. Lu Chen held Tian Yun in high regard and promptly promoted him to the rank of captain. Tian Yun did not disappoint. He fought valiantly alongside Lu Chen, vanquishing formidable foes time and again. Within his troops, Lu Chen fostered a culture of ferocity, with the more enemies slain, the greater the offerings and rewards, thereby enhancing their strength. As a result, the frequency and intensity of battles escalated. Initially, Lu Chen employed his overwhelming numbers to annihilate smaller forces, but he gradually advanced to confrontations between equal armies, and even to scenarios where his lesser forces faced greater adversaries. Amidst the increasing pressures of warfare, the lackadaisical, ordinary soldiers in his ranks were gradually weeded out. In the year 691 of the Chu calendar, at the age of 18, Lu Chen led his troops in numerous audacious night raids, achieving remarkable victories against larger forces. Within just 1 year, the overall morale and skill of his soldiers underwent a profound transformation. By the end of 691, the Su army launched a large-scale offensive, with the states of Qing and Ming joining the fray, leading to the successive collapse of the Chu front lines. Within the barracks, Lu Chen surveyed the rudimentary battlefield map before him, his brow furrowed. Of the 3 principal armies of Chu, 2 had been utterly routed, leaving only the main forces of the third prince, Chu Tian, to hold the line, albeit precariously. Even more dire was the looming presence of nearly 1 million soldiers from Qing and Ming, poised to strike. Should they lose this battle, the ensuing assault from the 3 nations would spell the end for Chu, engulfed by the overwhelming tide of adversaries. All commanders, heed my orders. Follow me for a swift strike on Su's forces. Lu Chen defied the retreat order, leading his elite 10,000 soldiers in a surprise attack against Su's main forces. Ha! Heaven aids me. Chu Tian laughed heartily upon witnessing Su's principal forces being ambushed from behind. Rather than retreating, he rallied all his soldiers to charge at Su's main army. Together, Lu Chen and Chu Tian encircled Su's 500,000 troops between 2 mountains. Kill! Lu Chen raised his spear high above his head, mounted on his meticulously chosen steed, charging into the rear of Su's army. His spear danced like a dragon, each thrust claiming the life of an enemy soldier. His comrade, Tian Yun, led a heavily armored squadron, cutting through the enemy ranks with reckless abandon. Together, they navigated the enemy encampment, inflicting chaos and destruction. Just as Lu Chen was caught up in the thrill of battle, a massive hammer, approximately half a meter in diameter, swung towards him. His pupils dilated in alarm, and he executed a desperate maneuver to evade the blow. Before him stood Su Pe, the general of Su, towering at 2 meters with a colossal hammer in each hand, clad in formidable armor. A sense of gravity enveloped Lu Chen as he recognized Su Pe as one of the most renowned warriors in the ongoing conflicts among the 3 nations. Su Pe, born with immense strength, was said to consume an entire cow in a single meal, wielding his 2,000-pound hammers with an ease that rendered them mere toys. In the realm of legendary spirits, Su Pe was among the few exalted beings, regarded as one of the mightiest generals of the Tianxian world. Now, standing before him was Su Pe in his prime, a master of martial arts commanding at least 500,000 troops. The utter devastation of Chu was largely attributed to the defeat of its main forces at the hands of Su Pe, who had claimed the lives of 2 of Chu's 3 master generals under his mighty hammers. Lu Chen was taken aback by his misfortune. having encountered one of the pinnacle figures of the Tianxin world. Indeed, I am Supa. Supa declared, launching a ferocious assault on Lu Chun with his iron fists. The clang of metal reverberated as Su Po's attacks were predominantly based on sheer force, capable of injuring even those who successfully blocked his strikes. After withstanding 3 of Su Po's blows, Lu Chun felt his hands go numb, internal injuries manifesting as he involuntarily coughed up blood mixed with fragments of his own innards. It was only due to his childhood training that he had fortified his body with internal energy, allowing him to endure these strikes despite not yet reaching the realm of a master. In his previous life, had he faced Su Po while guarding Huangda City, he might have been crushed effortlessly. I cannot prevail, Lu Chun mused, gazing at the towering figure of Su Po, whose armored form and brawny arms dwarfed him. With a few more years to ascend to the level of a master, he might have stood a chance, but in his current state as an innate warrior, he was at a significant disadvantage. At that moment, a voice broke through his thoughts. Lu brother, I am here to assist you. It was Tian Yun, clad in black armor, who interrupted Su Po's advance with a downward strike. How could I be absent from such a spectacle? Concurrently, Chu Tian charged in from his side. The 3 young generals, Lu Chun at the center, Tian Yun on the left, and Chu Tian on the right, confronted Su Po together. Each of these young commanders possessed their own unique attributes. Lu Chun in gleaming silver armor, exuding an air of nobility as the renowned White Dragon General. Tian Yun in dark, imposing armor wielding a massive blade, radiating a fierce aura, and Chu Tian, adorned in striking golden armor with twin swords, conveying an impression of regal authority. United, Lu Chun, Tian Yun, and Chu Tian, all at the pinnacle of innate mastery, stood resolutely against the formidable martial master, Su Po, the commander of Su. Chapter 9. 3 days, 3 generals slain, appointed as the Grand Marshal of the nation. This battle, regardless of its outcome, will undoubtedly be celebrated by future generations and become an immortal legend. Together with your 2 close friends, you confronted Su Po, engaging in over 1,000 exchanges until you ultimately repelled him. In the end, the main forces of Su were driven back, instilling fear in the states of Qing and Ming. This extraordinary conflict was, for the time being, brought to a close. A sharp pain coursed through Lu Chen's chest. To restrain Su Po, he wielded a spear forged from fine iron, which was ultimately shattered, and he endured at least 4 blows, resulting in multiple fractures throughout his body. Were it not for his inner strength, Lu Chun would hardly have been able to stand. We are not faring much better, Chu Tian remarked, clutching his chest, still shaken from the ordeal. Following this battle, the bond between you, Chu Tian, and Tian Yun deepened further, and you swore brotherhood in the Peach Blossom Garden, where according to age, Chu Tian became the elder brother, you the second brother, and Tian Yun the youngest. At the end of the year 691 of the Chu calendar, due to your outstanding performance, the Emperor of Chu rewarded you with a fine spear named Snow Dragon's Whisper and a set of white dragon armor. The Emperor also granted you permission to expand your army by 20,000, elevating your forces from a common military to an elite army. The distinction between a common army and an elite force is profound. While a common army may rely solely on foot travel and sport rudimentary armor, the elite army consists of the finest soldiers, where each of the 20,000 men can be equipped with a magnificent steed and pristine armor. You began selecting the cream of the crop from various armies in Chu. Numerous noble families offered you substantial benefits, merely to see their younger members gain a semblance of prestige in your ranks. However, you resolutely declined each proposition. In your view, only those who are genuine warriors, unafraid of death, yearning for battle, and aspiring to grow stronger, deserve a place in your army. Those who sought to infiltrate under false pretenses would only taint the whole. Aware of future historical figures, you summoned many soldiers and commanders who would later prove formidable but were yet to make their mark. By the year 692 of the Chu calendar, at the age of 19, with the world momentarily at peace, you remained undeterred, leading your 20,000-strong army in rigorous daily training. Inspired by your dedication, both Tian Yun and Chu Tian joined you in this relentless pursuit of excellence. In the year 694, at the age of 20, the Triad of Nations led by Su, along with several smaller states, united once more gathering an immense force of 2 million soldiers, divided into 3 fronts, each commanded by a martial arts grandmaster, launching a full-scale assault on Chu from the southeast and north. At its zenith, Chu boasted an army of 3 million, yet now openly possessed only 200,000, with barely 100,000 capable of combat. Moreover, there were no generals of grandmaster caliber within Chu. While the emperor's trusted old guard and perhaps a few hidden masters in certain noble families existed, they would remain dormant unless the kingdom faced imminent extinction. Similarly, the masters of the 3 great sects, Longhu Mountain, Taiji Mountain, and Wudong Mountain, would not intervene unless the nation teetered on the brink of annihilation. You, along with Tianyun and Chu Tian, split into 3 groups, each commanding around 300,000 soldiers to defend the borders of Chu. The familiar Yellow Earth city appeared unchanged. However, the circumstances were vastly different. Previously, you had only 5,000 troops, but now you commanded over 300,000, including 20,000 elite soldiers. With your formidable force, you began to maneuver against Su's main forces, employing various military strategies, such as luring the tiger from its mountain. Feigned retreats, fire and water assaults, night raids, and blitzkrieg tactics, all executed with utmost precision. While you may not match Su's point strength, your experience from 2 lifetimes and knowledge gleaned from the Yuling realm rendered you nearly invincible in commanding troops in this time period of the Tianxian world. In the year 695, at the age of 21, you successfully broke through to the realm of martial arts grandmaster, reaching the pinnacle of martial prowess in the Tianxian world. Clad in white dragon armor and wielding the snow dragon's whisper spear, you rode your snow-white steed into a decisive battle against Su's forces. Brothers, charge with me. Amidst swirling sands, the young general in white led 2,000 cavalry into the fray. The 2 armies clashed, resulting in a fierce and bloody melee. Clad in white dragon armor, you pierced through the ranks of Su's soldiers like a spear. Soon, you encountered Su Pe, and the 2 of you battled for 1,000 exchanges. Ultimately, drenched in blood and with great difficulty, you severed his head, securing victory in this encounter. With Su Pe's demise, Su's soldiers, now leaderless, quickly fell into disarray. Leading the charge, you pursued the fleeing enemy for over 100 miles, ultimately annihilating 30,000 troops, achieving a victory rarely seen in history. Triumphant, you seized the advantage of intelligence, leading the remaining elite soldiers to swiftly support Tianyun to the north. Together, you executed a pincer maneuver, successfully surrounding the main forces of Meng. Armed with your spear and steed, you single-handedly infiltrated the Meng army, slaying their commander on horseback. After vanquishing the Meng forces, you hastened to the east, executing another pincer maneuver alongside Chu Tian, decimating the majority of Qing's main forces. Within 3 days, you had slain 3 prominent generals, achieving renown and earning the title of Grand Marshal of the Nation from the Emperor of Chu. You truly upheld the crumbling edifice, turning the tide and saving the fading state of Chu. Following the defeat of the Meng forces, you chose to pursue the victorious momentum, counterattacking the 3 nations, striving for the unification of the Tianxian world. Although Chu stood as the sovereign of the realm, the world remained far from unified, with Chu's territory comprising merely 20% of the total expanse. Both Tianyun and Chu Tian wholeheartedly supported your decision, believing that a true man ought to act thus. You led your elite forces southward to campaign against Su. Before you, any general was but a mere stepping stone. Even the most formidable commanders would engage you for but a few exchanges before meeting their demise. Within 3 days, you captured 5 cities. Within 10 days, you claimed 15. And in less than a month, you reached the imperial city of Su, ready to capture the Su emperor and expand your dominion, completing the grand unification of Chu. However, a decree from the emperor shattered your ambitions for a counteroffensive. The emperor believed that, as the grand marshal of the nation, your duty was solely to safeguard the realm and not to engage in aggressive conquests, nor to occupy Su. Chapter 10. The Conspiracy of Treason. Lu Chun gazed silently at the contents of the imperial edict, the atmosphere in the military camp suddenly becoming stifling. How infuriating! Has my foolish father lost all sense? Chu Tian slammed his palm onto the solid wooden table, splitting it in two. Lu Chun, I'm going to confront that scoundrel of a father. He must provide me with an answer today. Cursing under his breath, Chu Tian turned to leave. But Lu Chun placed a hand firmly on his shoulder. He pondered the situation more deeply than Chu Tian. The Emperor of Chu was inept and favored the second prince, leaving the third prince, Chu Tian, in a position of neglect. The fact that the emperor allowed Chu Tian to lead military campaigns outside speaks volumes about the lack of affection he had for him. In the past, when Chu Tian caused a ruckus in the court, he managed to achieve his desires partly due to his status as a prince, and partly because his actions benefited the kingdom of Chu. Now, faced with the overwhelming forces of the three kingdoms, and with Chu's survival at stake, the nation unified. Contributing resources and manpower, even if some corruption occurred, it was only a fraction. However, with the immediate danger now averted, Lu Chen's desire to counterattack the remaining three kingdoms stirred discontent among the higher echelons of Chu. After all, they were content with their current situation, especially with Lu Chun, the national protector general, ensuring 2 centuries of peace for the kingdom. The call to arms would not only deplete resources, but also risk the power they currently held. This was a reality the upper echelons of Chu could not accept. Thus, the emperor issued an edict summoning Lu Chun back to the palace. If the third prince were to create a scene in the court now, it would serve no purpose and might even provoke the emperor's wrath. Should they simply return to the palace? After our demise, the kingdom of Chu shall continue. Upon hearing Lu Chen's analysis, Chu Tian clenched his fists, expressing his discontent. The martial arts masters could live for 2 centuries. By the time the 3 of them had passed, the emperor and the nobility would have long since perished. They were only concerned with the present. Lu Chen shook his head and replied solemnly. So what should we do now? Tian Yun, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Although they could return to the palace and enjoy a life of luxury, wealth, and beauty, everything they desired. Even the emperor's daughter could be theirs if they wished. This was not the life they sought. They were still young, fully capable of altering their fate and achieving great deeds. Yet the corruption within the upper echelons of Chu hindered them, a reality Tian Yun found difficult to accept. My dear friends, would you care to embark on a grand adventure? Lu Chun, his tone grave, looked at his companions. Chu Tian and Tian Yun nodded in agreement, both young and fearless, viewing even the most audacious endeavors as trifling matters. I plan to gather an army for rebellion, to dismantle everything that exists within the kingdom of Chu and establish a new dynasty. What are your thoughts? After a brief silence, Lu Chun spoke thoughtfully. He had long harbored discontent toward the kingdom of Chu and its emperor. During a severe drought, the emperor remained indifferent, while countless citizens perished over 3 years. With the kingdom's resources, even a fraction could sustain over 3 million elite soldiers, yet even that was siphoned off, barely allowing for the sustenance of just over 1 million, many of whom were favored connections. Were it not for Lu Chen's prowess, the destruction of Chu would have been inevitable. In Lu Chen's eyes, the kingdom of Chu was rotten to its core. With such decay, there was nothing left to hesitate over. Decisive action was required. The kingdom had over 1 million soldiers, of which Lu Chun commanded 30,000, Tian Yun another 30,000, and Chu Tian yet another 30,000, collectively wielding significant military power. These were brothers who had fought alongside them through thick and thin. The emperor's commands held no weight against Lu Chen's will. After voicing his intentions, Lu Chun turned to Chu Tian. Among the trio, 2 hailed from humble beginnings, while only Chu Tian had the closest ties to the royal family, being the emperor's son. As rebellion was on the horizon, Lu Chun was curious about Chu Tian's stance. He held deep respect for Chu Feng throughout both his past and present lives. Chu Tian had treated him with kindness. The reason they wielded such military power was due to their acknowledgement of Chu Tian as their elder brother, which reassured the emperor in granting them command. It is high time for rebellion. I have long found my scoundrel of a father intolerable. Curse it, he has only ever doted on my elder brother, and the throne will surely belong to him. Once we reach the palace, I demand the last blow to be mine. I must witness the demise of that old fool myself. Chu Tian's attitude toward overthrowing the current regime was even more fervent than Lu Chun had anticipated. In retrospect, This was understandable. Having been overlooked in the palace since childhood, he had trained in martial arts at 12, fought valiantly on the battlefield at 16, and risen to the rank of general by 22. Had he been favored by the emperor, he would not have needed to prove himself in battle. Ha ha! Then let us together shake the heavens. The three brothers erupted in laughter, their hearts unburdened by the audacity of their impending actions. Of course, plotting a rebellion was not an immediate endeavor. Numerous complexities lay ahead. Currently, Tian Yun's parents, Lu Qin's parents, and Qing Mei resided in Chang'an, the heart of the kingdom of Chu, ostensibly to provide them comfort. These individuals were, in truth, hostages. Should Lu Chen undertake any actions detrimental to the emperor or the kingdom, they would be used to threaten him. Thus, Lu Chen intended to feign obedience to the emperor's orders, returning to Chang'an to fulfill his role as the national protector general, all the while secretly amassing strength. He would discreetly ensure the safety of those he cherished and position a sufficient number of troops along the borders to deter any offensive from the remaining three kingdoms. Only then would he consider the act of rebellion. In the year 694 of Chu, you defeated 3 generals in 3 days, overcoming the odds and repelling an enemy force of 2 million, resulting in the deaths of approximately 800,000 foes. As the newly appointed National Protector General, you returned to the Imperial City alongside your 2 friends. Outside the Imperial City, the citizens eagerly awaited your arrival, cheering for your victory. Hailing you as the Guardian General and the pillar of the Kingdom of Chu, you were celebrated as the strongest general in history. Your epic deeds are being sung, and you're gradually becoming legendary. However, this is far from sufficient. Your ambitions extend beyond merely being the strongest general in history. Chapter 11. The change of dynasties in the year 696 of the Chu calendar, at the age of 24. Your dear friend Tian Yun finally ascended to the realm of the Grand Master of Martial Arts. Among the 3 of you, Chu Tian possessed the least innate talent and had not yet reached the Grand Master level. However, it was merely a matter of time. Under Chu Tian's discreet arrangements over the course of 2 years, your families had already been secretly relocated to a hidden sanctuary. Prepared for everything, you Chu Tian and Tian Yun led your troops in rebellion, advancing deep into the imperial palace. Chu Tian, I misjudged you, so you indeed wish to rebel. In the resplendent hall of the Chu imperial palace, the middle-aged emperor of Chu pointed at Chu Feng with incredulity. At that moment, all the palace guards had been slain by the 3 brothers. Father, you jest. When have you ever truly regarded me? Has your gaze not always been fixed upon my brother? Chu Tian, clad in dazzling golden armor, narrowed his eyes and responded with a smile. Lu Ken, I elevated you to the position of National Protector General, and is this how you safeguard your nation? Are you not afraid of bearing eternal infamy? The emperor clutched his chest and, with a tone filled with disappointment, pointed at Lu Ken. I protect the common people of Chu, not the nobility, and certainly not you. Lu Ken shook his head with a smile upon hearing these words. There's no need to waste words with this old fool. Let us end him directly. Tian Yun was far more direct, charging towards the emperor with great fervor. However, his attack was intercepted by an elderly eunuch, a grand master of martial arts who had long safeguarded the emperor's safety. Yet, the martial prowess of this eunuch, cultivated in a tranquil environment, paled in comparison to that of Tian Yun, who had forged his skills on the battlefield. After merely 100 exchanges, Tian Yun severed the eunuch's head, blood spilling across the palace. However, Tian Yun refrained from taking the emperor's life. Instead, he immobilized the emperor, forcing him to kneel before Chu Tian. Old fool, I have endured you for far too long. Chu Tian, showing no restraint, stomped down, crushing the ground beneath him. Thus, the trio successfully executed their coup. As for who would ascend the throne, they had already deliberated on the matter. The chosen one was Lu Ken, for Chu Tian had grown accustomed to a carefree lifestyle and had no desire to bear the burdens of emperorship, while Tian Yun was solely devoted to martial pursuits and held no aspirations for the imperial life. In truth, Lu Ken himself was not particularly eager to become emperor, as the role entailed immense responsibilities, managing the entire realm with unceasing diligence. Yet, for the sake of the common people and to ensure a legacy of virtue, Liu Ken resolved to accept the mantle of emperor, naming the newly established dynasty the Han Dynasty. In the first year of the Han calendar, a momentous event transpired. The National Protector General of Chu instigated a rebellion, and overnight, the dynasty was overthrown, giving rise to the Han Dynasty. In the grand hall of the imperial palace, Liu Ken reclined casually upon the dragon throne, perusing volumes of records detailing the nobility of Chu and their respective holdings. Initially, he aimed to discern whether these nobles could assist the new Han Dynasty. However, he soon realized that these nobles were the epitome of privilege, enjoying the fruits of the realm without contributing anything in return. The plight of the common folk stemmed from the fact that a significant portion of the annual yield was siphoned off to sustain these nobles. In the depths of winter, as desperate refugees resorted to cannibalism, these nobles feasted on lavish banquets, their granaries overflowing with grain, yet refusing to spare even a morsel for the starving populace. The root cause of Chu's gradual decline lay within these nobles. As Liu Ken gazed upon the records, a fire of indignation ignited within him. This world ought not to be so. It could indeed be better. A conventional emperor might have chosen to bide his time, employing cunning to outmaneuver the nobility. Alas, Liu Ken was no ordinary emperor. He had ascended through bloodshed and had never received a formal education. His thoughts were simplistic yet brutal. If these nobles were of no use, why not eliminate them entirely? Such a course of action would be impossible for a typical emperor, as they were deeply entwined with the nobility. Even the emperor's closest confidants were often of noble lineage. Should an emperor dare to oppose them, they would swiftly replace him. However, the nobility's tactics held no sway over Liu Ken, for he had no ties to them. His two close brothers, Chu Tian and Tian Yun, shared only a tenuous connection with the nobles. Given their lack of connection and the nobility's inability to contend with them, why not eradicate them all? Liu Ken took the noble genealogies and dispatched troops to hunt them down. Regardless of age or innocence, if one bore the noble mark, they were to be executed. In Liu Chen's eyes, there was no such thing as an innocent noble. Even the most benevolent among them benefited from their status, if there were indeed good nobles. What were they doing while others were reduced to gnawing on tree bark and flesh? They had not provided any aid during the famine. In fact, they believed that only when the refugees were on the brink of starvation could they purchase their lands, homes, and even their children at a pittance. If Liu Ken chose to forgive the nobles, what of those who perished in the drought? Thus commenced a sweeping purge throughout the Han Dynasty. All nobles faced extermination, regardless of their reputation, even those held in high regard by the common folk. Liu Ken truly enacted equal treatment, exterminating both the virtuous and the vile, those who had shown favor and those who had posed threats. Subsequently, the original high-ranking officials of Chu, most of whom were connected to the nobility, vanished by the majority during this cleansing. Yet, Liu Ken remained unsatisfied. He continued his terrifying campaign of slaughter. Any who were corrupt or guilty could not escape their fate. They were all to be killed. Even if the Han Dynasty were to collapse as a result, Liu Ken remained indifferent, having already stationed nearly 1 million soldiers at the borders. Chapter 12. Unifying the realm in the 5th year of the Han calendar, at the age of 28, after 4 tumultuous years marked by bloodshed. The Han Dynasty found itself in a state of profound weakness, akin to a crippled patient barely clinging to life. Yet, you understood that this frailty was but a temporary affliction, reminiscent of a convalescent shedding the festering wounds of illness, expelling the toxic blood, and extracting the deep-seated nails that had long tormented its body. If the Han Dynasty could endure this period of vulnerability, it would emerge as a new era devoid of nobility, a dynasty where the people would be free to pursue their desires. However, in the 5th year of the Han calendar, the previously named 3 kingdoms once again mobilized their armies against the Han. Faced with an overwhelming force of 1 million soldiers, you, along with Tian Yun and Chu Tian, who had ascended to the pinnacle of mastery, united your strengths, leading a contingent of 50,000 elite troops to engage in relentless assaults, penetrating the ranks of the enemy and leaving them in disarray. By the 8th year of the Han, the dynasty had completely rejuvenated. During these 8 years, you instituted a penal code, implemented the imperial examination system, and established the Jinui, mirroring the governance methods that future generations would adopt. Although the systems of Jinhui and the imperial examination had become commonplace in the Tianqian world 5,000 years later, it was still only 700 years since the concept of dynasties had emerged, making your reforms revolutionary for this era. In the 10th year of the Han, at the age of 33, you personally led a campaign to eradicate the states of Su, Qing, and Meng, achieving the grand unification of the Tianqian world. By the 20th year of the Han, through your tireless efforts, you accomplished the monumental feat of standardizing transportation and written language, ensuring that a single script and measuring system prevailed across the realm. The diverse cultures of the major states gradually fused into a new Han dynasty. Under your leadership, the Han steadily progressed towards prosperity, with famine virtually eradicated. You reduced taxes and elevated the quality of life for the common people. You constructed roads, built dams, improved agricultural techniques, and pioneered the development of fertilizers. Day after day, you devoted yourself to the nation and its populace, earning widespread admiration for your integrity, and gaining titles such as the greatest military deity, the foremost general, and the wisest ruler. In the 25th year of the Han, at the age of 48, after the stabilization of the Han dynasty, you shifted your focus toward the pursuit of martial arts. You had nearly completed your journey in this world, waiting for the natural course of life to bestow upon you the titles of founding monarch of a flourishing dynasty and the mightiest general. Though the limitations of the Tianqian world confine the quality of heroic spirits to the legendary level, you were confident that the spirit known as Lu Chun would be the most exceptional among them. However, you recognized that your journey would lead you to simulate lives in other worlds, and thus, you aimed to strengthen your abilities as much as possible while the opportunity presented itself. By the 50th year of the Han, at 73, after countless years of cultivation, you realized you could not reach the supreme realm of mastery. You sensed that your path in this world was nearing its end. You often engaged in profound discussions about martial arts with your friend Tianyun, who shared a similar sentiment, albeit less intensely. Nevertheless, you did not relent, but continued to strive for advancement. The nearly 10,000-year history of the Tianqian world had indeed seen the emergence of beings surpassing mastery, known as martial gods. However, only one martial god existed, born before the world was ravaged by external malevolence. Despite the existence of this martial god, the fate of the Tianqian world remained unchanged. Thus, Lu Chun was certain that he had not reached the terminus of his martial path. There were still avenues to explore, albeit fraught with difficulty. By the 70th year of the Han, at 93, after numerous attempts, you ascertained that your inability to transcend the mastery realm stemmed not from a lack of talent, but from the constraints of this world. To break through to the realm beyond mastery, the level of the world itself must be elevated. The method to elevate the world S level was straightforward. Cultivate more powerful beings, including innate martial artists and martial masters. Though this would require a lengthy period, you were patient. Martial masters typically lived for 200 years and, at over 90, you still had a century ahead of you. In the 71st year of the Han, at 94, you introduced numerous new systems and lifted restrictions on the dissemination of martial arts manuals, allowing any school to offer free access to such teachings. By the 80th year of the Han, 103, the realm had entered a golden age of martial arts, with nearly everyone practicing. Had it not been for your improvements in agricultural techniques and the introduction of fertilizers, there might not have been enough food to sustain the population. By the 100th year of the Han, at 123, thousands of innate martial artists and dozens of martial masters had emerged throughout the Han. The number of martial powerhouses now rivaled the historical peaks of the Tianqian world, comparable only to the period over 9,000 years prior. It was during this year that you sensed the invisible barrier preventing your ascension beyond mastery had finally dissipated. Time flew swiftly. In the imperial palace, a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe slowly opened his eyes. This man was Lu Chun, the first emperor who unified the entire Tianqian world. In the 110th year of the Han, 133, after a decade of relentless effort, you finally broke through to the realm of martial god. This level of mastery could be considered transcendent, allowing you to soar through the skies and project your consciousness externally, wielding the power to effortlessly vanquish ordinary martial masters with a single hand. In the 115th year of the Han, at 138, you found yourself in the palace with Tian Yun and Chu Tian, enjoying a drink when an urgent report arrived. A grave situation had arisen in the desolate lands to the north of the Han. Many demons had appeared. These creatures attacked humans on sight, feasting on their flesh, and had already slaughtered 3 cities and dozens of villages. A young eunuch knelt before you, hastily delivering the news. Upon hearing this, your gaze turned icy, emanating an overwhelming aura of wrath coupled with the imperial might of the ancestral dragon. In over a century since the establishment of the Han, there had been those who dared oppose it, attributing their transgressions to the chaos wrought by demons, attempting to deceive you as emperor. You had not anticipated that anyone would still attempt such ruses. However, upon seeing the images of these demons, your expression darkened. They were the external malevolences that had brought about the annihilation of the Tianxian world. Chapter 13. The Arrival of Extraterrestrial Demons. The city that will never fall before engaging in the simulation. Liu Chan meticulously reviewed the nearly 10,000 years of history of the Tianxian world. In the year 9537 of the Tianxian calendar, due to an array of extraordinarily coincidental events, the world entered the most prosperous era of martial arts in recorded history. In previous epochs, the number of martial grandmasters was exceedingly scarce, but in 9537 they were not ubiquitous, yet they represented high-end combat power, insufficient to be deemed top-tier. However, in the desolate northwestern region, extraterrestrial demons suddenly manifested. These demons preyed upon humans and possessed immense strength. One demon could only be contended with through the combined efforts of 3 soldiers. In a remarkably brief period, they seized nearly half of the Tianxian world's territory. In the face of this calamity, the last empress of the Tianxian world, in her desperate hour, cultivated dark arts and consumed the entire internal energies of 10 martial grandmasters, successfully breaking through to the martial god realm. She led her army to vanquish the demons. Yet their formidable power led to the complete occupation of the Tianxian territory within a mere 13 years, marking the end of history as it was known. According to historical accounts, there remained nearly 9,000 years before the appearance of these extraterrestrial demons. How could they emerge now? However, Liu Chun soon contemplated a possibility, one of the several theories circulating in the Yuling world. The emergence of the extraterrestrial demons was related to the world-level limit of the Tianxian world. It was only when the Tianxian world transcended its own limitations, elevating from a low martial world to a higher echelon, that it drew the attention of the demons. This hypothesis garnered widespread acceptance, as the terminal phase of the Tianxian world coincided with its most flourishing martial arts period. Moreover, the last empress's innate talent was not particularly exceptional. She only reached the realm of martial grandmaster by the age of 30, which, while remarkable, paled in comparison to the history of the world. Liu Chun himself had attained the grandmaster level in his early 20s. The fastest individual to cultivate to grandmaster status did so at merely 16. Though augmented by various rare resources, his talent could not be denied. If the last empress could succeed, the Tianxian world would have long since birthed countless martial gods. As for forcibly breaking through via dark arts, history was replete with those who had attempted this path. Even a martial grandmaster who lived nearly 4 centuries and founded the Taiji sect failed to break through after a century of seclusion. Why did the last empress succeed? The sole truth lay in the disappearance of the Tianxian world's level cap, which enabled the last empress to achieve her breakthrough. Contemplating this possibility, Liu Chun felt a pang of frustration. He had thought he had cleared the dungeons and begun a life of leisure, only to discover an uncharted hell-level dungeon remained. Liu Chun rose immediately, preparing to summon all officials of the Han dynasty for an emergency conference. Third brother, elder brother, this incident is extraordinary. I require both of you to join forces, each leading 50,000 elite troops and 1,000,000 soldiers to intercept the demons in the desolate lands north of the Han. As he walked, Liu Chan dispatched his 2 friends to the location of the extraterrestrial demon's emergence, hoping they could halt the impending invasion. Despite the peace that had endured for over a century, Liu Chun continued to expend significant national resources to maintain 5 million soldiers and 100,000 elite troops. Although he yearned to personally lead the charge against the demons, as the emperor of the Han dynasty, he was burdened with myriad responsibilities. In the year 115 of the Han, the two grand generals led their forces against the demons. Faced with over 500,000 demons, the Han suffered nearly 1 million casualties before barely repelling them. Orders were issued to recruit numerous soldiers, to command craftsmen to work tirelessly forging armor, and to construct a great wall around the Han to fend off the demons. At this moment, the Han dynasty was at its zenith, likely the most prosperous dynasty in the annals of the Tianxin world. It is difficult for an ordinary person to fathom the extent of the Han dynasty's fortune. Yet, as the sovereign, you are acutely aware. After nearly 10 millennia of development, the Han had early on invented Xian iron, light as a feather yet impervious to blades, far superior to tempered steel and resistant to fire and water, lasting a century without decay. The pinnacle martial arts techniques of the chosen world, developed over nearly 10,000 years, alongside the finest techniques from other realms, were brought into modernity and widely disseminated for training within the Han dynasty. Thus, the soldiers of the Han dynasty were the most elite in the history of the Tianxin world, with ordinary soldiers rivaling elite troops, and elite soldiers possessing the prowess to face 100 foes alone. Chu Tian, the elite under Tian Yun, possessed strength akin to innate martial artists, requiring that even to be a 100-man captain or squad leader, one must attain the innate martial artist realm. As for Liu Chun's most formidable troops, the Xian armor soldiers, each boasted the power of innate martial artists. Additionally, Liu Chun pioneered numerous military technologies, such as the continuous firing crossbow with exceptional penetration capabilities, and the mobile supersized bow that could effortlessly launch projectiles over 10,000 meters. Moreover, the logistical capabilities of the Han were unprecedented. Previously, one soldier could be sustained by 100 civilians, yet now, 10 civilians could support one elite soldier. Crucially, there was no exploitation by nobility, no royal offspring to sustain. The Han could maintain 5 million soldiers with less than 10% of its national resources. Under this vigorous military expansion, the Han dynasty augmented its forces by millions in just 3 years, with many wandering heroes volunteering to enlist for the Han. By the year 120 of the Han, following a large-scale invasion by the extraterrestrial demons, Han soldiers suffered heavy casualties, prompting an immediate order for the evacuation of all civilians from the border. Craftsmen were urged to expedite the construction of the Great Wall, during which numerous epic tales unfolded across the Han. Indeed, it is said that heroes emerge in chaotic times, and from this tumultuous era arose many great figures. A young general, leading 10,000 soldiers, valiantly defended the city for 50 days solely to grant the border populace sufficient time to evacuate. Upon his death, you personally bestowed upon him the title of Grand General of the City Defense. An elderly general, commanding 1,000 battered soldiers, fought tenaciously on the demon's main approach, managing to evacuate 100,000 civilians from the border over 3 days of fierce combat. The venerable Taoist master from Wudong Mountain, alongside his disciples, descended from the mountain to eradicate demons and rescue an entire city as populace. Additionally, over 1,000 women voluntarily joined the construction of the Great Wall, completing what was initially projected to take 5 years within just 3 years, successfully fortifying the wall before the demons' invasion. The absence of men in this effort was, of course, due to their deployment on the front lines. Notably, Liu Chun and his 2 friends were also protagonists of this era. General Chu Tian, leading 50,000 elite troops and 500,000 soldiers, engaged the main forces of the demons. It was precisely because Chu Tian held off the bulk of the enemy forces that only smaller contingents reached the borders, allowing the border commanders and soldiers to endure for so long. If General Chu Tian was the strongest shield of the Han, then Tian Yun was its mightiest spear. Leading 50,000 elite troops, Tian Yun chose to launch a proactive offensive during this period of retreat, penetrating deep into the demon territory. he discovered the reason for the overwhelming number of demons. A portal was continuously channeling them into the world. After Tianyun's futile attempts to approach the portal, he led the golden soldiers across the battlefield. Tianyun's philosophy was remarkably audacious. Since the demons feasted upon humanity, he would in turn feast upon the demons. His prowess on the battlefield instilled such fear in the hearts of the demons that merely hearing his name or the mention of his troops would cause them to retreat in terror. There was once a clever strategist who, atop an empty city, utilized General Tianyun's formidable reputation to drive away an army of 100,000 malevolent beings. This strategist's remarkable feat of repelling such a vast host became legendary, giving rise to a classic tale. In the year 125 of the Han Dynasty, the empire devoted its full strength to erecting a great wall stretching for thousands of miles, designed to withstand the onslaught of demons at the borders. This great wall stands 10 meters high, 3 meters wide, and extends 3 meters downward. It is constructed from a unique type of brick, possessing exceptional hardness. Even a robust man wielding a heavy axe with all his might could only leave a faint mark upon its surface. You vowed to the world that this great wall would never be breached. No matter how formidable the extraterrestrial demons might become, they would never conquer this fortification. The Great Wall is revered by all as the city that shall never fall. As long as this great wall stands, the demons from beyond shall never penetrate the Han Dynasty, nor shall they ensnare its citizens. Chapter 14. Heroes emerge in turbulent times in stark contrast to the original history, where the Tianxian world was swiftly overtaken by foreign demons in merely a decade. The Han Dynasty you govern has managed to engage these malevolent entities in a fierce stalemate. This is indeed an exaggerated claim, for the current estimation of foreign demons approaches 10 million. In the original timeline of the Tianxian world, each foreign demon necessitated the combined efforts of 3 trained soldiers to confront it. These demons are grotesque and varied in appearance, with even the weakest possessing the capability to effortlessly slaughter ordinary individuals. The stronger demons can contend with masters of martial arts. Some are fleet-footed as phantoms, attacking military camps under the cover of night, while others possess the strength of a bull, their fists seemingly capable of crushing stone. Certainly, the soldiers of the Han Dynasty are not to be underestimated. Over the years, they have evolved into numerous specialized units. There are the formidable Xuanjia soldiers, excelling in versatility, alongside the ruthless Moja soldiers, who wield broadswords and are equipped for rapid marches while fully armored. Led by Tianyun, these troops are a sight to behold. Additionally, there are the Jinjia soldiers, clad in golden heavy armor resembling towering walls, commanded by Chutian. Various other units exist, including the Heavy Hammer Brigade, wielding massive hammers, and archers capable of shooting targets from 100 meters away. Even though the foreign demons possess overwhelming strength, it takes 2 of them to replace a single Han soldier. In the year 130 of the Han era, 2 demon generals emerged, and any ordinary martial arts master would find themselves decapitated within mere exchanges. Only the 2 great generals, Tianyun and Chu Tian, could barely contend with them. By 132, millions of demons besieged Chang'an, with the 2 generals clamoring to breach the city, which was renowned for its eternal peace and impenetrability. You took to the battlefield, donned in golden dragon armor and wielding a silver dragon spear, appearing atop the Great Wall. Standing nearly 10 meters high, Lu Chun gazed into the distance, where the mountains beyond were swarming with foreign demons. At the forefront stood the 2 demon generals, and with a mere instinctive perception, Lu Chun discerned that their cultivation was on par with his own, transcending the realm of martial arts masters. Facing 2 adversaries posed a risk, yet Lu Chun was undaunted. He had risen to power as an emperor, having previously encountered similar odds on the battlefield. Even facing 3 foes at once, clad in golden armor and gripping a silver spear, he initiated combat, matching their prowess evenly. After 1,000 exchanges, he succeeded in severing the heads of the 2 demon generals, achieving a grand victory over the demon horde. Undoubtedly, you are the undeniable protagonist of this era. Before you, all others fade into insignificance, save for your 2 closest friends who managed to retain their own brilliance. By the year 135, the foreign demons divided into two fronts, launching another assault on the northern and southern borders of the Han dynasty, each led by a demon general. General Tianyun took the initiative and, during the battle, broke through to the realm of martial gods, vanquishing the demon general and repelling the foreign demons once more. By 140, the number of foreign demons had multiplied, and this time they adopted a more cunning strategy, attacking the Great Wall from 10 different directions. Despite Lu Chen's formidable skills, he remained but a single individual and a mere army, unable to attend to all fronts simultaneously. The foreign demons were resolute in their intent to breach Chang'an and invade Han territory, slaughtering the populace. The war raged on with exceptional difficulty as Lu Chen fought valiantly for 3 days, slaying 5 demon generals. Tianyun, however, fell into a trap and was surrounded by the elite forces of the demons. He fought back fiercely, battling 3 foes simultaneously. His once mighty force of 50,000 was reduced to merely 10,000 survivors. Amidst the cacophony of battle cries, Tianyun, clad in dark armor and wielding a crimson executioner S-blade, gazed solemnly at the 3 enemies before him. He had set out to rescue his remaining soldiers, but fell victim to the demons' ambush, finding himself encircled for 3 days by millions of foes. After 3 days of relentless combat, only 10,000 wounded soldiers remained under his command, and he too was in a dire state. His once impenetrable dark armor was now riddled with countless gashes, claw marks, and bite wounds. His dire predicament stemmed from facing 3 seasoned demon generals, whose strength corresponded to the realm of martial gods in the Tianxian world. Having recently ascended to the martial god realm himself, he was now confronted by 3 formidable opponents, leading to his wretched condition. Am I to perish? Tianyun exhaled a mouthful of blood, his vision blurring. No, I cannot die yet. My mission remains unfulfilled. Yet, as he gazed back at the Great Wall, his fighting spirit reignited. He could not allow himself to succumb. If he fell, the fragile defenses of the Han dynasty would collapse, allowing millions of demons to flood in, erasing the hard-won foundation established by the 3 brothers. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced with an escalating rhythm, and his eyes began to glow with a fierce red light. In this moment of desperation, Tianyun grasped the mysteries of martial arts, and, using his life force as a catalyst, unleashed a hidden power within himself. Technically, this transcended the realm of martial arts, achieving an effect akin to divine abilities. This was a unique understanding of martial arts that only Tianyun possessed, one that even Lu Chen could not replicate. In this life-and-death crisis, Tianyun, on the verge of collapse, comprehended the essence of martial arts, ultimately turning the tide. With 3 strikes, he felled the 3 generals, breaking free from the encirclement of demons. Meanwhile, General Chutian, commanding 1,000,000 troops, held the Great Wall steadfastly, yet ultimately succumbed, gaining a profound understanding of martial arts in the face of despair. Determined to hold the Great Wall, he would not retreat an inch. On the walls of Chang'an, clad in golden armor, Tianyun prepared to lead his troops in a desperate resistance against the onslaught of foreign demons. He and his brothers had fought tirelessly for 4 consecutive days, yet the demons continued to pour forth, unyielding and relentless. As Chutian battled valiantly, a dark figure emerged atop the Great Wall, mercilessly claiming the lives of soldiers with its razor-sharp claws. Chutian's expression darkened, for he had encountered a demon general. In the Tianxian world, only Lu Chen and Tianyun could contend with such a foe. Regrettably, as the eldest of the 3 brothers, he had not yet reached the martial god realm himself. This was unsurprising. Among the brothers, he possessed the least innate talent. Chutian understood all too well that should he step forward to intervene, his life would be in grave peril. Nevertheless, he chose to confront the demon general. Halt! Chutian's spear danced like a dragon, managing to intercept the dark figure. The ensuing clash was an unyielding battle against the demon general, whose speed was astonishing, relentlessly overpowering Chutian, even as he executed his perfected dragon spear technique. In that decisive moment, Chutian finally glimpsed the opportunity to break through to the realm of martial gods. As foretold by Lu Chen and Tianyun, in this dire predicament, Chu Tian remarkably and perilously ascended to the realm of the martial deity. During the confrontation with a million-strong demon army, he successfully broke through to this exalted state. Leading 10,000 weary soldiers, he formed a living wall of flesh and blood, valiantly clashing with the relentless horde of demons. At one point, he even faced the onslaught of 3 demon generals, yet he steadfastly held his ground for 20 days, ultimately awaiting reinforcements. Throughout this ordeal, he ensured that not a single demon breached the territory of the Han. Following this battle, Chu Tian earned the epithet Shield of the Han. As long as he drew breath, the malevolent forces from beyond would never set foot in Han lands. The era of human resistance against the encroaching demons was marked by unparalleled brutality, birthing countless heroes who forged immortal legends. It was a sorrowful epoch, a shattered time, yet simultaneously a dazzling age filled with luminaries. Each radiant individual sacrificed their life to protect the Han, illuminating this era with their brilliance. As the first emperor of the Han, you bore the heavy toll of casualties, yet prevented any demon from entering Han territory even by a single step. By the year 145 of the Han, faced with an ever-growing tide of demons, even you felt the weight of exhaustion, realizing that passivity was no longer an option. You summoned the heroes and champions of the Han to obliterate the demon portals, and all responded to your call. By the year 150, an immense army composed of 3 martial deities, hundreds of martial masters, and countless innate warriors surged forth, launching a counter-offensive against the demon realm with unstoppable momentum. This war was horrifically brutal, the extent of its savagery beyond mere words to describe, as the demons dispatched innumerable troops to thwart your advance. Clad in resplendent golden dragon armor and wielding the white dragon spear, you stood at the heart of the army. The outermost layer of the forces resembled a colossal meat grinder, with casualties among humans and demons occurring almost incessantly. The ground was strewn with corpses, both human and demon alike. The blood flowing from these bodies coalesced into a river of crimson, saturating the air with a pungent metallic scent. This was not a mere metaphor. It was a genuine sea of corpses and a river of blood, with innumerable bodies heaped into mountains and blood pooling into lakes. Humans and demons stood atop this grim expanse, engaging in the most ferocious of battles. You chose not to intervene at that moment, conserving your strength for the ultimate confrontation. This war, aimed at the demon stronghold, was heralded as the most brutal in the history of the celestial realm. Countless renowned generals of the Han met their demise in this conflict. After 3 days, you finally arrived at the heart of the demon domain. At this moment, where the demon portal once stood, loomed a colossal monster towering over 1,000 meters, accompanied by several demon generals rivaling the martial deity level. Lu Chun took a deep breath. The outcome of this war would determine the future of the celestial realm. Thus, victory was the only acceptable outcome. Golden flames began to rise around Lu Chun, and the golden dragon armor he wore shimmered with ornate golden runes. By channeling the fortune of the Han dynasty, he forcibly elevated his powers, transcending even the martial deity realm. However, the cost of this enhancement would surely be his life, for the human body could not endure such immense energy. Yet, he had no choice. The towering demon giant had surpassed the martial deity level, and to stand against it, he could only burn his life force to its utmost. "Brother, what are you about to do?" Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Tian's pupils constricted. As a martial deity, he could instantly discern Lu Chen's intentions. "Brother, I have no children or wife. Upon my death, the Han dynasty shall be entrusted to you." Lu Chen offered no reply, only smiling as he began to make arrangements for the future. Meanwhile, clad in black armor, Tian Yun's pupils darkened as he summoned a terrifying surge of demonic energy, pushing himself to the brink of madness to enhance his strength. It was only he who could hold back the demon generals. Failure to do so would spell doom for their cause. "Brother, the Han dynasty shall be entrusted to you." Before succumbing to madness, Tian Yun flashed a smile at Chu Tian, and then, with one golden and one black figure, they charged towards the demon gate. Watching their retreating figures, Chu Tian extended his hand, feeling utterly powerless. His talents were unremarkable compared to Lu Chun, who had devised techniques to harness the dynasty's fortune. Nor did he possess Tian Yun's ability to willingly embrace madness and exponentially increase his power. Even if he wished to embrace madness, he could not. He could only command the vast army, engaging in a death struggle with the demons. On the battlefield, Tian Yun moved with astonishing speed, single-handedly holding off dozens of demon generals. Lu Chun, fierce and imposing, moved like a true dragon descended from the heavens, with the faint sound of dragon roars echoing in the air. Chapter 15. The Pinnacle of Ascendancy. Consuming all having fought against the extraterrestrial fiends for countless rounds, you, in your ultimate ascendancy, vanquished your opponent beneath your spear. Soaring through the skies, Lu Chun gazed at the towering portal beneath him, 100 meters high. Despite being battered and bruised, the sovereign aura radiated from his eyes. Gripping the white dragon spear, Lu Chun summoned the fortune of the Han Dynasty, along with the entirety of the human emperor's destiny, channeling it into the spear. The spear, forged from the finest materials known to man, began to tremble violently, fine cracks appearing along its length. No longer hesitating, he hurled the spear forth. It expanded rapidly in midair, colliding with the portal of the demon realm, leaving behind a colossal void with a diameter of several hundred meters. In the year 150 of the Han Dynasty, Emperor Lu Chun fell in battle, leading to the cessation of new fiends in the world. In his final moments, he entrusted the throne to his dear friend, Prince Chu Tian of the previous dynasty, leaving all in awe of the bond between the three brothers. A ruthless sovereign, an emperor who would spare no means for his throne. Yet Lu Chun stands as the first in history to voluntarily bequeath his imperial position to a friend. General Tian Yun, after the final battle, saw his realm diminish, suffering injuries to his very essence and descending into madness. "Dear brother, I shall safeguard this realm," he vowed, standing atop the Great Wall, surveying the ravaged land beyond with unwavering resolve. Before his demise, Lu Chun had shared his suspicions with his two friends. The emergence of the extraterrestrial fiends was closely tied to the world's upper limits. Even if they destroyed the portal, it would inevitably reappear after a time. To prevent the fiends from resurfacing, it was essential to actively lower the world rank of the Tianxian realm. In the year 152 of the Han Dynasty, the new emperor, Chu Tian, issued the Decree of Annihilation against martial arts, eradicating Buddhist and Taoist practices, seemingly intent on extinguishing the flourishing martial arts era. By 155, disregarding old loyalties, he led troops to attack various prominent sections. In 160, the tyrant Chu Tian unexpectedly summoned the martial masters, once comrades in the battle against the extraterrestrial fiends, to the palace under the pretense of discussing the future of martial arts. However, during the discourse, he suddenly descended into madness, slaying all the martial masters within the palace. From that day forth, the martial arts declined, and the once common innate warriors became mere legends. Chu Tian earned the title of tyrant, with suspicions arising that he had usurped the throne from Lu Chun rather than receiving it willingly. In 164, the legendary General Tian Yun passed away in the palace. On that day, the usually cold-hearted tyrant sat upon the dragon throne, silent for an entire day, leaving all to ponder the thoughts of the tyrant Chu Tian. By 165, the martial god Chu Tian, in pursuit of a higher realm, forced a breakthrough and ultimately perished in the palace, leaving the Han Dynasty leaderless. By the year 170, the once prosperous Han Dynasty splintered into fragments, marking its second demise. Following its destruction, the Tianxian realm endured a century of dark turmoil before achieving unification once more. However, due to the decline of martial arts, even with the restoration of peace, innate masters were a rarity, let alone grand masters and martial gods. It was not until around the year 5000 of the Tianxian calendar that martial arts began to flourish again, re-entering public consciousness. In the year 10231, owing to certain fortuitous circumstances, the martial arts of the Tianxian realm experienced a resurgence, though still somewhat inferior to the era of the Han Dynasty. It entered a golden age of martial arts. In 10235, the long-fabled extraterrestrial fiends re-emerged. By 10255, after merely 20 years, the Tianxian realm announced its destruction. In summary, Yu, of humble beginnings, rose to prominence, becoming the renowned White Dragon General of the Chu state. Yu and the three princes of Chu, along with General Tianyin, forged a brotherhood in the Peach Garden, fighting side by side against the formidable General Su Pe of the Su state, earning the title of the three great generals of Chu. You once defeated 3 generals in 3 days, extending the life of the Chu state. You breached 15 cities in 10 days, nearly capturing the enemy's emperor within a month. You also conspired for rebellion, seizing control of the realm and becoming its sovereign. You unified the land, established new laws, and founded the most prosperous Han dynasty in the Tianxian realm, truly completing the unification as its emperor. Also known as the First Emperor, you are the first warrior in the history of the Tianxian realm to ascend to the realm of martial gods. And the martial manuals you penned have profoundly influenced generations of martial masters, earning you the title of martial ancestor. All who pursue martial arts must undergo the initiation ceremony in your presence before taking on a master. The 36 stratagems and various military texts you authored have guided countless generals, with many later strategies drawing upon your military writings. Throughout your life, you participated in hundreds of battles, yet never suffered defeat, earning the reverent titles of God of War and Invincible War God among soldiers and generals alike. You are known as the First Emperor, the first sovereign to unify the realm, with the laws you enacted remaining unchallenged for millennia. The Great Wall you constructed, even after 1,000 years, remains largely intact, having withstood the incursions of the extraterrestrial fiends during the twilight of the Tianxian realm. Regrettably, no matter how formidable the wall, it lacks the elite soldiers of the Han dynasty and the sagacious First Emperor of Ur. Before your demise, you entrusted the throne to your dear brother Chu Tian, earning the title of benevolent sovereign among the people. Within the confines of the inn, Su Bai exhaled a heavy breath, swiftly traversing the seemingly endless tapestry of life experiences before focusing on the qualities of the heroic spirit. Heroic spirit recorded, name, Lu Chun, titles, Young General, Silver Dragon General, National Protector General, God of War of Chu, First Emperor Lu Chun, Martial Ancestor, God of the Army. Quality, legendary. Awakening status, none, can awaken 4 times. Skills, mastery of all martial arts, requires 1 awakening for unlock. White Dragon's Lament, requires 2 awakenings. God of the Army, requires 3 awakenings. Tianxian's Might, requires 4 awakenings. Treasures, Silver Dragon Armor, Long Spear White Dragon's Lament, requires 2 awakenings. Golden Dragon Armor. Silver Dragon Spear, requires 4 awakenings. Would you like to inscribe the heroic spirit? Gazing at the heroic spirit panel before him, Su Bai inhaled sharply. This is extraordinary. Indeed, the values displayed on this heroic spirit panel are almost overflowing, particularly regarding the awakening status. The names of the skills suggest the phases of his life as the young general, the renowned White Dragon General, the celebrated God of War, and finally, the First Emperor. Typically, a nameless level heroic spirit reaches its peak without awakening. A valiant level spirit can awaken once. An epic level spirit can awaken twice, and a legendary level spirit can awaken thrice, corresponding to 3 stages of life. However, he possesses the capability to awaken 4 times, which Su Bai surmised must stem from the limitations of the Tianxian realm. Due to the low world rank, the upper limit of the heroic spirit is capped, allowing only a maximum reach of legendary status. Regardless of the remarkable achievements Lu Chun has accomplished or the accolades bestowed upon him by the world, his ultimate fate remains confined to the realm of legend. Under normal circumstances, during his era as the God of War, he had already attained the status of a legendary hero. Subsequently, during the period of the First Emperor, he corresponded to the level of an immortal hero. Hence, he was able to undergo 4 awakenings, manifesting 4 distinct forms, which can be considered, in a sense, a step towards immortality. Chapter 16. Inscribing legendary spirits without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai immediately inscribed the spirit. The Tianxian world had been successfully navigated by him, and Lu Chun had achieved excellence in every aspect. Even if he were to simulate the experience anew, Su Bai lacked the confidence that he could perform better. Although he could once again summon formidable warriors to repel the demons and lead the Tianxian world into the realm of high martial arts, he would not choose to do so. Such an endeavor would be excessively time-consuming and fraught with uncertainty. After all, the Tianxian world was merely a low martial arts world. Even after ascending to high martial arts and becoming a martial deity, he would only live for 500 or 600 years at most, even if he were to live for that long. The legends and epics he could create would hardly surpass those of the present. With both time and energy at his disposal, it would be far more fruitful to forge immortal legends in worlds with higher ceilings. Furthermore, having a legendary spirit as his first contract was more than sufficient. Pursuing further contracts would be somewhat extravagant. Spirit inscribed. As the system's notification resonated, Su Bai successfully contracted Lu Chun to serve as a spirit. He extended his hand and summoned Lu Chun forth. Before him stood a young soldier clad in armor, exuding confidence and vigor. This was Lu Chun during his training in the military camp, as depicted in Su Bai's second simulation. To his astonishment, Su Bai found his perspective bifurcated. He was simultaneously controlling Lu Chun, or rather, Lu Chun was indeed an extension of himself. This duality did not feel awkward. Su Bai attributed this seamless experience to the system's formidable power. After placing Lu Chun in the spirit space, Su Bai reclined on his bed and fell into a deep slumber. He absorbed nearly 200 years of Lu Chun's memories in one go, leaving him utterly fatigued. Su Bai slept for a full day and night before awakening. Upon checking his phone, he discovered that the homeroom teacher had sent a group message. Those who had contracted spirits could attend a special spirit academy in 3 days, while those without contracts would have to await further notifications. This arrangement was quite humane, as many individuals had been unable to successfully contract spirits at school but could still do so with those provided at home. There were also individuals like Su Bai, who had sold all their possessions to acquire a low-quality relic in a bid for success. Su Bai promptly replied in the group, acknowledging the message. He intended to attend the Spirit Academy not only to acquire professional knowledge, but also because the Academy could provide the essential resources for spirits. Upon seeing Su Bai's message, the class group erupted with excitement, and many of his acquaintances inquired about the spirit he had contracted. The probability of becoming a spirit master in the spirit world was quite low. Out of more than 50 students in Su Bai's class, only 3, including Su Bai, had achieved this distinction. His acknowledgement of the message indicated that he had indeed contracted a spirit. Su Bai chose to remain silent, responding only with an enigmatic remark. Rising from his bed, he stretched languidly and began to peruse the history of the Tianxian world. Upon discovering the fates of his dear friends Tian Yun and Chu Tian, a silence fell over him. In that great battle, Tian Yun had slain dozens of demon generals, but, at the cost of his own power, had plummeted to the realm of the Grandmaster and succumbed to madness. As for Chu Tian, the most freedom-loving of the trio, he bore the heaviest burden of responsibility. The people of the Tianxian world could not comprehend why Chu Tian had become tyrant. Yet, only a select few, including Su Bai, understood that Chu Tian had taken such drastic measures to prevent the resurgence of external malevolence, thus severing the martial path of the Tianxian world. Ultimately, in a bid to eliminate potential threats, Chu Tian, who could have lived for 500 years, deliberately destabilized his own internal energy. Regrettably, the Tianxian world remained unable to escape the fate of being destroyed by external evils. The history of the spirit world had similarly transformed, boasting numerous legendary generals that had never existed in the original timeline. Particularly during Lu Chen's era, his influence led to an array of remarkable heroes emerging. It was documented that the Tianxian world possessed over 100 legendary spirits, with more than 40 originating from the Han Dynasty. The 3 most powerful spirits were undoubtedly the ancestral dragon Lu Chun, the god of slaughter Tian Yun, and the national protector, General Chu Tian. Though Chu Tian's reputation in the Tianxian world was less than favorable, in the spirit world, he was held in exceedingly high esteem. Scholars of history in the spirit world had concluded that the enigmatic actions of Chu Tian in his later years were aimed at preventing another invasion of external malevolence and necessitated the abolition of a martial arts system in the chosen world. In the spirit world, Chu Tian's renown was second only to that of Lu Chun. If I were to disclose my contract with Lu Chun, it would surely cause chaos throughout the spirit world, Su Bai mused as he closed his phone. The majority of lower-tier spirits in the spirit world originated from the Tianxian world, and nearly half of the legendary spirits from the Tianxian world hailed from the Han Dynasty, that era of human resistance against demons. These spirits all cherished the memory of the first emperor, Lu Chun, for he was a paragon of virtue among historical rulers. The soldiers under his command enjoyed the best treatment. If one possessed the ability, promotion was assured. Many spirits from later generations in the Tianxian world regarded Lu Chun as their idol. For the next 3 days, Su Bai diligently remained in the inn to recuperate his energy. He had no intention of embarking on a second simulation in the near future, not only due to the relics involved, but also because his mental capacity could not accommodate a second spirit. The spirit world operated on a hierarchical system, with spirit masters ranked from 1st to 6th tier. The higher the tier, the greater the mental prowess, allowing for the accommodation of more spirits. Currently, Su Bai was strictly a 1st-tier spirit master. Once he broke through to the 2nd tier, he would possess the mental capacity to harbor a second spirit. 3 days swiftly passed, and soon it was time for the semester to commence. Su Bai took a taxi to the academy dedicated to the training of spirit masters. He was greeted by their class teacher, Wang Lin. Before officially enrolling in the academy, all students were required to register their spirit information to receive their student identification. Many individuals had falsely reported their spirit contracts to gain admission to the academy. Wang Lin, a bespectacled man who appeared somewhat frail, stood alongside 2 of Su Bai's classmates, who had miraculously contracted spirits just days prior, albeit of the lowest quality. "You've managed quite a feat without drawing attention, surprising us all," Wang Lin exclaimed, patting Su Bai on the shoulder with genuine happiness for his achievement. "It was merely luck," Su Bai replied with a smile, maintaining a calm demeanor. As they walked toward the spirit inspection room, the group engaged in light conversation. The spirit world was always the focal point of discussion, and naturally, the conversation shifted to topics concerning spirits. "My spirit, when revealed, will astound you," remarked Su Hao, one of Su Bai's classmates, with his hands on his hips and an air of mystery. Chapter 17. The most lethal invisible pretense, what kind of spirit is it? Su Hao's words naturally piqued the curiosity of Su Bai's homeroom teacher. Teacher Wang Lin, who specializes in the historical studies of various realms, particularly delves into the history of the heavenly Xian world, possesses an inherent fervor for heroic spirits. He is well acquainted with any heroic spirit that is even slightly noteworthy within the heavenly Xian world. "My heroic spirit is of the brave rank. The commander Su Pa of the Su Kingdom, one of the 3 kingdoms that vied for supremacy against the Chu Kingdom in ancient times. He is renowned as the most powerful heroic spirit in the heavenly Xian world, and his formidable general, the mighty general, Su Hao proclaimed, detailing an extensive list of names. To an uninformed ear, it might sound impressive, yet upon closer inspection, it merely reveals an unremarkable general. This left Su Bai somewhat speechless. He pondered deeply, but could not recall ever having defeated a general by the name of Mighty General. Either this mighty general was boasting, or he was simply too weak, having been easily dispatched by Su Bai during his military service. To think he is a heroic spirit under Su Pa. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin appeared somewhat moved. Su Pa is quite famous in the heavenly Xian world, and has even been dubbed the strongest heroic spirit therein. This reputation is not merely due to his strength. He once challenged the 3 mightiest martial gods of the heavenly Xian world, Lu Chun, Tian Yun, and Chu Tian, single-handedly, and fought them to a standstill, almost defeating them. The weight of this accomplishment is nearly unparalleled, which is why Su Pa is often humorously referred to as the strongest heroic spirit of the heavenly Xian world. Even though just a few years had passed since Su Pa was slain by Lu Chun, and he did not fulfill the subsequent heroic spirit epics, he remains a legendary heroic spirit. His fame has extended to his subordinates, which is how the mighty general attained the rank of a brave spirit. In fact, this mighty general is somewhat renowned in the spirit master world, being one of 4 generals under Su Pa, collectively referred to by internet users in the Spirit Master world as the 4 Heavenly Kings. Internet users often jest that even the war god Liu Chun would have to retreat when the 4 Heavenly Kings make their move, and the mighty general is one of them. Feeling the envious glances from both the teacher and a female student, Su Hao couldn't help but smirk slightly. However, Su Hao quickly caught sight of Su Bai at the end of the line. Throughout the exchange, Su Bai showed no signs of envy. In fact, he regarded Su Hao with a hint of indifference, which irked Su Hao somewhat. In the Spirit Master world, the majority of Spirit Masters contract their first heroic spirit, which is generally of the unheard rank from the Heavenly Xian world. Only the fortunate few, like Su Hao, manage to contract a heroic spirit of the brave rank. And even then, most are inconsequential figures. Su Hao, having contracted a brave spirit on his first attempt and a well-known member of the 4 Heavenly Kings, felt an immense sense of pride. Su Bai's indifferent expression, however, left him feeling quite displeased. Su Bai, what rank is the heroic spirit you contracted? Is it of the unheard rank or the brave rank? Su Hao inquit. Well, the spirit I contracted is named Liu Chun, but he is merely an unremarkable legendary ranked spirit, Su Bai replied calmly, a slight smile gracing his lips. Ah, splendide. You mean to say you contracted the founding emperor of the Heavenly Xian world, the undefeated god of war who unified the realm, who was the first to break into the martial god realm, repelling evil forces to extend the life of the Heavenly Xian world by 1,000 years, and who has never been able to form a contract with anyone until now. A spirit as rare as a myth? Liu Chun? Wang Lin exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he rapidly enumerated this illustrious spirit's titles. Wang Lin's fervor was understandable. As a historical teacher specializing in the Heavenly Xian world, Liu Chun is considered an idol. Researching the history of the Heavenly Xian world inevitably leads one to Liu Chun. The more one studies him, the more one is captivated by his character, insights, and talents. Liu Chun's extraordinary life, having lived once before and possessed of nearly 1,000 years of advanced martial arts and governance, has contributed to his legendary status. In the twilight of his life, Liu Chun generously entrusted the dynasty he had built to the prince of the previous dynasty, Chu Tian. Unlike any other emperor throughout history, Liu Chun was known for his profound sense of loyalty, relinquishing power to a member of the former royal family. He treated his subordinates with unprecedented kindness, trusting them implicitly. Even when betrayed, he would merely laugh it off, embodying a spirit of magnanimity. While Liu Chun understood he was experiencing a simulation, those outside did not. Thus, the more one studies Liu Chun, the more one admires the subtle details of his achievements. If there isn't another spirit named Liu Chun of the same legendary rank, then the one I contracted must be the Liu Chun you mentioned, Su Bai acknowledged calmly. Wow, incredible. Absolutely remarkable. Upon hearing Su Bai's confirmation, Wang Lin's face flushed with excitement, his hands gesticulating wildly. Could you summon Liu Chun for me to see? After some time, Wang Lin finally regained his composure, his tone laced with uncontainable anticipation. Certainly, Su Bai nodded in agreement without hesitation. Moments later, a young man clad in simple armor, with a handsome visage, materialized before Su Bai. Though adorned in humble attire, the young man exuded an aura of authority. Greetings, Liu Chun said, his demeanor quickly softening as he turned to Wang Lin, speaking in a calm voice. There is no mistaking it. This face, this presence, this is indeed the Emperor Liu Chun, Wang Lin exclaimed, his excitement akin to that of a child, bouncing with glee. As the group ambled towards the heroic spirit verification room, they engaged in conversation. Su Bai noted that his homeroom teacher was indeed a fervent admirer of Liu Chun, knowing even the minutiae of his experiences prior to his rise to fame. Many details that Su Bai himself had forgotten, Wang Lin recalled with precision. The level of detail was almost astonishing. What Liu Chun favored to eat during the 5 years of military training, the variations in his daily meals, and even the exact words he spoke on certain occasions were all clear in Wang Lin's mind. Normally, one would have a limited understanding of a heroic spirit, often only the significant events they were involved in. However, Lu Chun's fame was such that anyone who had even a slight connection to him could become a heroic spirit. Over the years, Lu Chun's fervent admirers have pieced together the intricate tapestry of his life, creating a comprehensive portrait of his existence. Chapter 18. Lu Chun's fanatical admirers according to Wang Lin. He merely considered himself a moderately enthusiastic fan, while many others exhibited an even greater fervor. The more Su Bai listened, the more his heart sank. The phenomenon of fanatical fans was truly terrifying. He resolved that, during the next simulation, he must refrain from using anything related to the Chosen World or Lu Chun. If those ardent fans were to discover such connections, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Fortunately, the majority of individuals in the spirit world were quite rational, with only a minority of extreme fans among certain heroic spirits. Before long, the trio arrived at the specialized testing chamber for heroic spirits. Nothing unusual occurred, and Su Bai's heroic spirit was officially identified as Lu Chun from the Tianxian world. Mr. Su Bai, and this heroic spirit, do you wish to conceal any information regarding the heroic spirit? After confirming their identities, the examiner posed a question to Su Bai and Lu Chun. In the spirit world, all information regarding mid to low-tier heroic spirits was completely transparent. Once a heroic spirit was contracted by a spirit master, their details could be readily accessed. This policy was in place to consider the interests of the heroic spirits, as the relationship between a heroic spirit and a spirit master was one of equality, characterized by a mutual contract rather than a master-servant dynamic. If a spirit master were to act in a manner unsatisfactory to the heroic spirit, the latter could unilaterally dissolve the contract at any time. Conversely, the spirit master could also terminate the agreement. Heroic spirits possessed their own emotions. Thus, they naturally sought to reconnect with individuals they knew in their previous lives within the spirit world. For instance, in the Tianxian world, General Yulong Chu Tian, the god of slaughter Tian Yun, and a host of generals and court officials all aspired to find Lu Chun, to whom they had pledged their loyalty. Should Lu Chun's information be recorded in the system, it would likely cause an uproar throughout the spirit world. Of course, the decision to disclose information required mutual agreement between the spirit master and the heroic spirit, as not all heroic spirits enjoyed a positive reputation. Some had numerous enemies in life, and such animosities did not vanish upon becoming a heroic spirit. Not concealing, Su Bai ultimately decided after a moment of contemplation. Lu Chun had few enemies during his lifetime. At least, in Lu Chun's memory, there were no significant adversaries. He had slain many foes on the battlefield, but such valor did not imply mortal enmity. Being defeated merely indicated a lack of skill, with no animosity arising from it. After spending considerable time navigating the spirit world online, Su Bai discovered that many generals and soldiers slain by Lu Chun bore no hatred towards him. Rather, they took pride in having fallen by his hand. Unbeknownst to Su Bai, the moment Lu Chun's name appeared in the official heroic spirit system, it sparked a tremendous commotion. Has my second brother finally been contracted? In the dormitory of the Advanced Spirit Academy, Chu Tian, clad in golden armor, felt his eyes welling with tears upon reading the news. Chu Feng, let's go find my brother at once. With a grand gesture, Chu Tian seized his spirit master, Chu Feng, and departed the dormitory. Chu Feng felt somewhat helpless, for generally, spirit masters were not permitted to leave the Advanced Spirit Academy. Yet he had no choice but to accompany Chu Tian, as their relationship was one of equality and friendship. In a relic teeming with demons and monsters, Tian Yun, donned in black armor, his pupils as dark as night and exuding a terrifying aura, stood frozen upon seeing that name on his phone. Following the registration of heroic spirit information, classes were assigned accordingly. The classes for spirit masters were categorized by prestige. If one contracted a lesser-known heroic spirit, they would be relegated to an ordinary class. Conversely, those who initially contracted a courageous or even epic-level heroic spirit would gain entry into the elite class. Without a doubt, Su Bai was placed in the elite class, and he was ranked first among them. Su Bai, you are a prodigy for having contracted a legendary heroic spirit on your first attempt, but do not let it inflate your ego. Your heroic spirit hails from the Tianxian world. Although it pains me to admit, even with inherent qualities, Lu Chun would find it challenging to compete against epic-level heroic spirits from other worlds. In 4 months, the annual National Heroic Spirit Competition will occur, and I trust you are aware that all first-tier Spirit Masters will participate. As long as you secure a spot in the competition, even with a lower ranking, you will qualify for entry into the Advanced Spirit Academy. Upon hearing his homeroom teacher Wang Lin's words, Su Bai nodded, indicating his understanding. He was indeed aware of the National Heroic Spirit Competition, a colossal event spanning several months, featuring not only first-tier Spirit Masters, but also second- and third-tier participants. He was set to compete in the Youth Heroic Spirit Tournament, exclusive to those who had been Spirit Masters for less than a year. Achieving a high ranking would not only grant him access to the Advanced Spirit Academy, but also bestow upon him numerous unique items reserved for Spirit Masters, such as valuable artifacts to enhance mental fortitude, thereby expediting his ascent to a second-tier Spirit Master. Thus, Su Bai quietly entered the elite Spirit Master class, his arrival attracting little attention. The instructor for the elite class was a notably youthful individual. "Greetings, I am Yi Zhen, and you may refer to me as Teacher Yi. I shall be your homeroom teacher for the next 3 years." Yi Zhen introduced himself and, like any ordinary class, began to allow students to introduce themselves. Though unlike regular classes, they shared details about their heroic spirits. "I am Zhang He, my heroic spirit is." The students in the class began their introductions in turn. Through observation, Su Bai noted that most of his classmates had contracted ordinary brave tier heroic spirits. With only a select few reaching the epic tier, none had contracted a legendary heroic spirit like he had. However, he did recognize several familiar faces, albeit not intimately, merely acquaintances from his time in command or those whose names he vaguely remembered, as many were individuals he had personally promoted. Among these, the most memorable was a boy who had contracted a heroic spirit known as the Great General of the City, a title Su Bai had awarded him personally. His remarkable feat of defending the city for 50 days, coupled with nearly 10 millennia of history, naturally elevated him to the status of an epic-tier heroic spirit. Some heroic spirits, even if Su Bai did not recognize them, still bore connection to him. After all, he was the Grandmaster of Martial Arts, the God of War, and the first emperor of the Han Dynasty. Almost all heroic spirits from the Tianxian world were linked to him, and the nature of their relationships tended to be one of admiration. In addition, there were many heroic spirits from other worlds within the myriad realms that Su Bai did not recognize. Chapter 19, Farewell to Friends. Though the spirit world is most intrinsically linked to the celestial world, it does not imply that one cannot forge contracts with spirits from other realms. Generally, spirit masters, upon reaching the mid to late stages of their journey, will contract spirits from diverse worlds, as the celestial world possesses a rather limited upper level of cultivation. If we were to liken the act of contracting spirits to drawing cards, then the spirits from the chosen world would be akin to beginner cards, almost universally drawn by all spirit masters in their early stages. However, spirits of any renown from other worlds are formidable entities, not easily contracted. Nevertheless, Su Bai's class is an elite one, and thus many students, during their initial spirit contracts, have successfully summoned spirits from other worlds. Among these spirits, the one that left a profound impression on Su Bai was the epic spirit Solal, an archer from a magical realms hero squad. Additionally, there is the epic spirit Feng Xiao, the elder brother of the Sword Master sect from the realm of cultivation. Solal's legendary tale involves assisting heroes in slaying the 36th Demon King, who, although deemed the weakest among Demon Kings, still holds a significant status. Meanwhile, Feng Xiao, the elder brother from the Sword Master sect, is even more remarkable, a top disciple of a prestigious sect. He tragically perished at the hands of demonic cultivators before reaching his full potential. Su Bai surmised that while the quality of these spirits may not surpass that of Lu Chun in terms of individual strength, Solal and Feng Xiao are indeed superior. Particularly, Feng Xiao, hailing from the void cultivation realm, undoubtedly possesses the strongest prowess in the entire class. Lu Chen's most powerful strike merely creates a crater several hundred meters wide by expending all his energy and relying on the dynasty's luck. In contrast, Feng Xiao's ultimate attack can carve out an enormous sword mark, over 100 meters wide, unfathomably deep, and extending into the unknown. even in a near-defeated state due to betrayal by demonic cultivators. However, as epic spirits, they possess additional enhancements and can undergo 4 awakenings, making the outcome of any confrontation between them uncertain. As Subai sat at the back of the class, he was the last to present himself. I am Subai, and the spirit I have contracted is Lu Chun, the founder of the Han dynasty from the celestial world. Standing at the podium, Subai summoned Lu Chun, and then calmly stated, upon seeing Lu Chun, at least half of the spirits belonging to students in the elite spirit master class instinctively manifested. Salutations to the first emperor. Lu Chun, exclaimed a youthful spirit, a city-guarding general. Salutations to the martial ancestor, cried a venerable spirit, a white-haired wanderer. Lu Chen's status in the martial world of the celestial world is akin to that of the 3 pure ones in Taoism. It is due to Lu Chun that the martial way has entered a prosperous era. Salutations to the war god, proclaimed a majority of the general spirits. For all military leaders from the celestial world, Lu Chun is akin to a deity. In that moment, the class teetered on the brink of chaos, as all spirits from the chosen world knelt before Lu Chun. At this point, Lu Chen's stature in the hearts of these spirits far surpassed that of their spirit masters. If their spirit masters commanded them to attack Lu Chun, these spirits would unhesitatingly sever their contracts, even if it meant returning to the spirit hall and entering an indeterminate slumber. Observing this scene, the homeroom teacher, Yi Zhen, raised an eyebrow in surprise. He understood that Lu Chun held a special significance for many spirits from the celestial world, but he did not anticipate the extent of Lu Chen's influence, which incited an uprising among the spirits. If left unchecked, these spirits would undoubtedly go berserk. Silence. Just as Yi Zhen prepared to summon a spirit to quell the tumult, a voice, seemingly unassuming yet overwhelmingly authoritative, resonated from the front of the class. This is the spirit world, not the celestial world. I am no longer the emperor of the Han dynasty. It has long been buried in the annals of history. I am now but an ordinary legendary spirit. You need not pledge your loyalty to me. Focus on living your own lives. The past of the celestial world is over. With arms crossed, Lu Chun, clad in simple armor, exuded an aura unique to emperors. To Yi Zhen's astonishment, a mere statement from Lu Chun remarkably quelled the unrest among the spirits. Is this the true value of a top-tier spirit? Yi Zhen pondered internally. The other students in the elite class felt a twinge of envy at this display. Su Baisun, Fang Xiu's spirit master, found his own epic spirit's allure diminished in comparison. Once all introductions were complete, Yi Zhen began to instruct on the cultivation methods for spirit masters. The approach was similar to cultivating internal energy, but spirit masters cultivate mental energy instead. The day's lessons soon concluded, and before dismissal, Yi Zhen stood at the podium to deliver a final address. Many of you are likely aware of the spirit tournament 4 months hence. Are you eager to participate? However, I must inform you that entering the National Spirit Tournament is no simple feat. Our school has only 9 spots available. 3 months from now, the school will host a competition, and only those who secure a top 7 finish will qualify for the national event. As for the remaining 2 spots, you need not concern yourselves with that. They are reserved for spirits of the support type. After concluding his remarks, Yi Zhen began distributing energy crystals, essential resources for spirit cultivation. To awaken once or twice, energy and crystals are indispensable. Typically, a spirit class would receive only a meager daily allocation of 1 crystal. However, the elite class was far more generous, receiving 100 crystals on the first day, with each student allowed to collect 1 crystal daily thereafter. While this may seem modest, it is in fact quite luxurious, as each crystal costs approximately 10,000 coins. Subai estimated that within 4 months, his spirit would likely achieve its 2nd awakening, making it plausible to secure a top 7 position. However, as Subai prepared to step out of the school, he discovered that a throng of people had inexplicably surrounded the campus. At the forefront, near the school gate, stood 2 striking spirits. One donned black armor, while the other was clad in resplendent golden armor. It was evident that these spirits had come specifically to pay their respects to Lu Chun. Seeing his 2 esteemed friends, who had reached the pinnacle of their prowess, Su Bai's lips curled into a slight smile as he summoned the spirit Luchan. Chapter 20. The multitude of spirits pays homage as soon as Luchan appeared outside the school. Thousands of spirits knelt in unison, fervently chanting his titles. The nearby spirit master, drawn by the spectacle, was utterly astounded. In the vast realms, an emperor who had lost his throne and temporarily relinquished his power could still command such respect. With loyal subordinates devotedly following him, such figures could likely be counted on one hand. Observing this scene, Luchan remained remarkably composed. At the height of his power, he commanded millions of soldiers, revered by martial arts masters, and was adored by countless generals and billions of commoners, all willing to sacrifice their lives for him. The sight of a few thousand paying homage was, at best, a minor affair. It hardly constituted a spectacle, as he was accustomed to far larger gatherings. After scanning the familiar faces among the spirits, Luchan keenly noticed several from different worlds standing among them. It was evident that these spirits had been dispatched as a precaution against him. His influence was so profound that it could potentially incite a global upheaval among spirits. Thus, those in authority had sent high-ranking spirits to monitor him, ready to intervene at the first sign of trouble. "Rise, for our era has passed." Luchan calmly reiterated the words he had spoken in the classroom. Subai, not wishing to stir any trouble himself, had no intention of re-establishing a dynasty in the spirit world. From Luchan's perspective, he also had little desire to incite chaos. His insurrection stemmed from a deep-seated disdain for the suffering in the world. His intention in founding the Han dynasty was not for indulgence, but to ensure the populace no longer faced starvation. The spirit world, in contrast, was exceedingly peaceful, where even the most unfortunate citizens were not reduced to hunger. Upon hearing Luchan's words, most spirits naturally dispersed. It was then that Luchan, along with his brothers Chu Tian and Tian Yun, engaged in nostalgic conversation. Subai, along with the spirit masters of Chu Tian and Tian Yun, tactfully stepped aside. "Junior, you are indeed fortunate. Even the war god Luchan has been contracted by you," remarked Chu Feng, a senior from the high-level spirit academy, clapping Su Bai on the shoulder with palpable envy. Generally, the higher the quality of the first contracted spirit, the greater the potential for future achievements. Su Bai's first spirit was at the peak of the novice spirit pool, signifying a promising future. "It's merely luck," Su Bai responded with a modest smile. "By the way, Senior Mose, what do the mid to high-level spirit masters who have graduated from the academy usually do?" After a brief chat, Su Bai inquired about a matter that had piqued his curiosity. "The spirit world is not as tranquil as you might imagine. We are all fighting for its future. However, there is no need for you juniors to concern yourselves with this just yet. Focus on your own growth," Mose replied, his tone tinged with complexity. Meanwhile, on another front, Chu Tian expressed his remorse. "Luchan, I am truly sorry. The Han dynasty perished under my watch." As the trio found a secluded spot, Chu Tian's eyes glistened with guilt. "Brother, this is not your fault. It is I who should apologize for leaving such a mess in your hands." Luchan shook his head, offering an apology to Chu Tian instead. The destruction of the demon portal did not signify that demons would not return to the Tianxian world. The only way to prevent their arrival was to manually lower the world's level, reducing it to a state where spatial laws had not yet formed, thus preventing the opening of portals. This hypothesis, established shortly after the emergence of the external demons, was known to only 3 individuals within the entire chosen world. However, in the final battle of the 3 pillars of the world, one died and another went mad, leaving only Chu Tian, the one most yearning for freedom. At that time, he had been utterly clueless, feeling as though the world had collapsed. Despite this, he completed his mission admirably, adopting what others deemed tyrannical measures to eradicate all high-level combatants in the chosen world, incinerating martial arts manuals and effectively severing the future of martial arts. Burdened with endless blame, Chu Tian chose to end his own life, marking the demise of the last martial god of the Tianxian world and plunging its world level back down to that of a low martial world. After a brief exchange, Luchan was taken by Tian Yun and the others to a barbecue restaurant to indulge in food and drink. Similarly, Su Bai joined his 2 seniors for a meal, engaging in lively conversation while seeking insights into mental cultivation techniques, which his seniors generously provided. As night deepened, Subai returned to his hotel. Meanwhile, Lu Chun and his spirit companions had also enjoyed their share of merriment. Just before parting, Tian Yun handed Lu Chun a black bank card. "Brother, this is a token of appreciation from the spirits of the chosen world, amounting to approximately 10 billion. Please accept it. In the spirit world, the relationship between spirit masters and spirits is one of equality. Thus, spirits possess their own bank cards. In a world where spirits have amicable relations, they often support one another, assisting less developed spirits, a common practice in the spirit realm." Subai had anticipated this gesture, but was taken aback by the generosity of the Tian Xian world-s spirits, who had gifted him such a substantial sum. "No, this is too much. I cannot accept it." Lu Chun instinctively refused, chuckling at the absurdity of accepting such a gift. After much insistence, he ultimately accepted only 1 billion, which was sufficient for his needs, allowing him to purchase materials for 4 awakenings. The remainder could be reserved for Subai, enabling him to acquire valuable items belonging to spirit masters, more than enough for his requirements. That night, Subai accessed the exclusive Spirit Master website, entering a shopping spree. He promptly purchased a house close to the Spirit Academy for 10 million without hesitation. Additionally, he ordered 10 spirit peaches, each priced at 100, to slightly enhance his mental faculties, along with 10,000 energy crystals required for spirit cultivation. Chapter 21. Extremely Abnormal Skills. On the following morning, Subai moved into his new residence. Is this what energy crystals are like? Sitting on the sofa of his new home, Subai held a radiant blue crystal that resembled a gem. He summoned Lu Chun and, guiding him, attempted to absorb the energy crystal. Moments later, the energy crystal in Lu Chun's hand vanished. His physical attributes seemed to have improved slightly. Lu Chun opened his eyes and murmured to himself. Without hesitation, he chose to continue absorbing the energy crystals. As the crystals disappeared one after another, Lu Chun's attributes began to rise rapidly, soon reaching the level of an initial awakening. With a flash of brilliance, Lu Chun underwent a transformation. His rudimentary armor morphed into sturdy general's armor. Simultaneously, Lu Chun acquired a new skill, Mastery of All Weapons. Mastery of All Weapons. Effect: Mastery of various martial arts, increasing physical attributes by 50 and enhancing the power of all martial arts techniques by 100. The skill description was straightforward, yet exceedingly formidable. A 50 increase across all attributes included physical strength, the quantity and quality of inner energy, reaction speed, and regenerative capabilities, all data related to attributes. To draw a parallel in martial arts, this 50 enhancement equates to the gap between an innate martial artist and a martial arts master. Moreover, the doubling of technique potency was even more astonishing. This exemplifies the benefits of becoming a heroic spirit. Not only can one replicate strength comprehensively, but they can also develop corresponding skills based on legends. This is why Subai believed that Lu Chun, hailing from the martial arts realm, could potentially defeat the epic heroic spirit Feng Xiu from the cultivation world. Lu Chun was the most renowned heroic spirit globally, having absorbed nearly 10,000 years worth of faith, rendering his skill values terrifyingly potent. Such comprehensive skill enhancements are typically reserved for ultimate moves of heroic spirits at the heroic or even epic level, often time-limited. However, Lu Chun's mastery of all weapons consumed no time at all. It was a permanent skill. What was most terrifying was that this was merely a skill acquired from Lu Chun's initial awakening. It is well known that the later an awakening occurs, the stronger the skills become. Lu Chun was capable of awakening 3 more skills beyond mastery of all weapons, surpassing the usual number for legendary heroic spirits. The names of the remaining 3 skills hinted at their tremendous power. White Dragon's Cry seemed to be a formidable skill. The God of the Army, which implied a team-oriented ability, might even allow him to summon his own army. His good friends, Chu Tian and Tian Yun, with their skills from 3 awakenings, could summon elite troops of approximately 50,000. Furthermore, they could enhance their physical attributes by 500, while the summon army would enjoy a 200 increase in attributes. Even epic heroic spirits from the immortal realm would find themselves overwhelmed and utterly exhausted against such a formidable force. This was a claim made by his good friend Tian Yun, who had previously used his army to exhaust an epic-level body cultivator from the Void Cultivation world. As the unquestioned god of the army in the Tianxian world, Lu Qin's strength would only be greater, with both Tian Yun and Chu Feng as his subordinates. As for the final skill, it was unfathomably powerful. The might of Tianxian, a skill named after the world itself, represented the essence of an entire realm. Lu Qin embodied the Tianxian world, and such a representation could not possibly lack strength. When Su Bai prepared to push forward and dedicate an entire night to leveling Lu Qin to the maximum, he discovered he was overwhelmingly fatigued, as if he hadn't slept for 3 days and nights. After pondering for a moment, Su Bai made a phone call to his mentor, the third-tier spirit master Mo Zhe, to inquire about these matters. After conversing for nearly half an hour, Su Bai hung up. According to Mo Zhe, enhancing the strength of heroic spirits would consume the spirit master's mental energy. The consumption was minimal, and typically, spirit masters would not face such issues. However, due to the high quality of Su Bai's heroic spirit and his own low level, this phenomenon had emerged. When informed that Su Bai had triggered an awakening with his first enhancement, Mo Zhe was somewhat astonished. Ordinary spirit masters would require at least a month to elevate a heroic spirit to the initial awakening stage. Although it was unfortunate that Su Bai could not fully maximize the attributes in one go, he could still accept it. As long as he could elevate the heroic spirit to the third awakening within 4 months, he would shine in the National Heroic Spirit Competition. Even if he fell short of the third awakening, a second awakening should still secure him a commendable position. Dizzy and exhausted, Su Bai collapsed in his sleep. Time flowed gently, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Su Bai's life had become a mere routine between school and home. Over these 2 months, Su Bai forged good friendships with Su Beixian, a spirit master from the Tian Su cultivation world, and Mo Xia, a spirit master from the magical realm associated with the heroic spirit Solaire. It seems that brilliance naturally attracts brilliance, being the 3 most powerful individuals in their class. They formed bonds unless one possessed an exceptionally reclusive nature. Finally, the second awakening had arrived. In his home, observing Lu Qin clad in white armor and wielding the spear White Dragon's Cry, Su Bai exhaled deeply. Upon reading the description of the White Dragon's Cry skill, his expression momentarily turned blank. White Dragon's Cry. When alone, all attributes are increased by 200, with an additional 50 increase in physical defense and a 20 absolute damage reduction. When alone and defeating enemies, 20 of maximum health, stamina, and inner energy can be restored, along with a 10 increase in physical attributes and a 1 increase in physical defense, up to a maximum of 200 in physical attributes and 20 in physical defense. Furthermore, when defeating enemies, one can accumulate a layer of White Dragon's protection, with a maximum of 100 layers. This protection can withstand any control skill once. Upon successful activation, it restores 5 of maximum health and stamina. White Dragon's protection lasts for 3 hours before dissipating. When alone, one can summon an exclusive mount, the Snow Tracking Horse, which inherits 40 of its attributes from its master. Boasting a movement speed that is 200 of the master's own, the Snow Tracking Horse can also benefit from the effects of White Dragon's protection. Chapter 22. Preparing for another simulation in a moment of self-reflection, Su Bai could only describe his skills after the second awakening as extraordinary. Initially, he believed that the skill White Dragon's Chant was merely a slight enhancement over the mastery of various martial arts. However, after perusing the extensive skill description, he realized how gravely mistaken he was. The strength of this skill was not merely a minor improvement. It was overwhelmingly formidable. The conditions for activation were remarkably simple. He merely needed to be alone. Su Bai could envision the scenario vividly. When Lu Qin fought alongside other spirits, his prowess might seem unremarkable. Yet, when all his teammates fell, Lu Qin could trigger the skill's passive effect, unleashing chaos upon his foes. Confronting a single adversary, Lu Qin could convey the despair brought forth by absolute numerical superiority. Though he originated from the primal world of Tianxian, when his statistics reached their zenith, he could transform into a being of overwhelming power. Against a throng of enemies, he would embody an invincible force, impervious to control, with a snow-stepping steed at his disposal. Whether pursuing foes or fleeing, he held the upper hand. Lu Chun even mused that, aside from the solitary condition, White Dragon's chant could rival the ultimate skills of legendary spirits. Initially, Su Bai harbored concerns about attaining commendable results in a national spirit master tournament. But those worries dissipated entirely. The sheer prowess of this second awakening skill was enough to dominate the battlefield. After absorbing the skill's details, Su Bai turned his attention to his two treasures, Long Spear, White Dragon's chant skill, White Dragon's illusion. When wielding the spear, one can expend internal energy to conjure a phantom of the White Dragon, inflicting extensive damage upon foes. White Dragon armor skill, Indomitable Dragon's body, significantly enhances defense and provides a 40 reduction in absolute damage. Upon reviewing the skill descriptions of these weapons, Su Bai's lips curled into a subtle smile. The Long Spear, White Dragon's chant compensated for his lack of area attack skills, while the White Dragon armor was even more extraordinary, offering immense physical defense alongside a 40 damage reduction. In high spirits, Su Bai promptly arranged to meet his senior, Chu Feng, and Chu Feng's spirit, Chu Tian. The purpose of summoning them was straightforward. Su Bai wished to gauge the strength of Lu Chun after his second awakening. In a boundless expanse of desert, clad in the White Dragon armor, Lu Chun gazed at Chu Tian, who was adorned in golden armor. The spirit world could hardly withstand the full force of spirits engaged in battle, hence the creation of the spirit training grounds, where, donning simulation helmets, spirits could enter a simulated realm. This simulated world perfectly replicated all spirit data and allowed for the selection of various combat scenarios. Lu Chun chose the desert setting. Chu Tian, do not hold back. Unleash your full power. Lu Chun called out. Very well, Chu Tian replied. The golden armor he donned began to emit a radiant golden light, and soon, phantoms of soldiers began to materialize beside him. In an instant, the desert was populated by a staggering 5,000 soldiers clad in golden heavy armor, wielding colossal shields. These soldiers were Chu Tian's meticulously trained golden armored warriors, each having undergone rigorous physical conditioning, encased in armor weighing 100 pounds, and bearing 50-pound shields in one hand while wielding 30-pound battle axes in the other. Under the sun's glare, the golden armor of the soldiers dazzled like the sun itself. Ha! The soldiers shouted in unison, their armor manifesting an additional layer of protective illusion composed of internal energy, significantly augmenting their defense. The interconnection of these illusionary armors further enhanced their collective might. In the Tianxian world, while it was true that Chu Tian commanded a force of 50,000 golden-armored soldiers, their overall quality varied greatly. However, the phantasms he summoned boasted uniformly high standards, approaching the level of innate martial artists. When combined with the 200 attribute enhancement from Chu Tian's skills, along with various additional buffs, each golden-armored warrior achieved the combat prowess of innate martial artists, accompanied by exceptionally formidable defenses. Witnessing the spectacle, Lu Chun, despite his prior mental preparation, found it quite astounding. He nearly forgot that while Chu Tian was nowhere near his equal, historically in the Tianxian world, he was regarded as one of the top legendary spirits, possessing substantial attributes. Although Chu Tian might fall short of Lu Chun, he would not be easily overwhelmed, nor could Lu Chun expect to achieve a level of overwhelming dominance over him. Nevertheless, Lu Chun did not waver. He summoned his snow-stepping steed and charged toward Chu Tian's golden-armored legion. As he ran, Lu Chun wielded the White Dragon's chant, conjuring waves of White Dragon phantoms. Boom! The White Dragon illusions continuously erupted upon the golden-armored soldiers, finally tearing a breach in their defenses. What ensued was a prolonged and brutal melee, during which Chu Tian observed without intervening. Relying on the healing effects of the White Dragon's chant skill, Lu Chun valiantly fought on, but ultimately, he could only endure for about an hour before succumbing. Despite the extraordinary skills bestowed upon Lu Chun by his second awakening, his foundational data remained inadequate. Translated into the power levels of the Tianqian world, he was merely at the peak of innate martial artists. In contrast, he faced a formidable army of golden-armored soldiers, each capable of contending with innate martial artists, and their sheer numbers, 50,000, were overwhelming. Even bolstered by his skills, his foundational data fell short of what was necessary. However, Su Bai remained quite satisfied. Even during his zenith in the Tianqian world, he would have lacked the confidence to withstand an hour against such a terrifyingly powerful force of 50,000 golden-armored soldiers. As time flowed, a month swiftly passed. The day before the school-wide spirit competition, Su Bai unexpectedly elevated his spirit master rank to the second tier, signifying his capability to contract a second spirit. This rapid progression was astonishing. His talented senior, Chu Feng, took nearly a year to reach the same level. Yet, Su Bai had anticipated this outcome. The determining factor for a spirit master's rank is the strength of their mental prowess. Having lived 4 lifetimes, Su Bai, though he had not deliberately trained his mental strength, possessed a capacity that far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. With minimal effort, he could harness his formidable mental faculties to accelerate his ascent in rank. With the internal competition looming tomorrow, should he engage in spirit simulation? After a moment of contemplation, Su Bai resolved to proceed with the simulation, confident that he could easily surpass the school's competition. Chapter 23. The world of Guishu. Upon deciding to simulate, Su Bai began to contemplate the world he would immerse himself in. Although the spirit realm is said to connect myriad worlds and summon countless heroic spirits, the actual number of connected realms is rather limited. The lowest tier of worlds is the Tianqian world, a realm characterized by martial arts and war, with little to commend it. A step above that lies the ordinary extraordinary worlds, of which there are 4 deeply intertwined with the spirit realm. The first of these is the Guishu world, a complex realm inhabited by humans, demons, Taoists, monks, ghosts, zombies, and even deities. However, the upper limit of this world is not particularly high. The gods within are merely those sanctioned by the dynasties, essentially beings of slightly elevated powers among the myriad creatures. This world is of medium rank. While it cannot compare to the esteemed Taishu world, a true realm of cultivation, it is nonetheless far superior to the Tianqian world. The second world is the magic green world, a place where wizards, warriors, knights, elves, dragons, dwarves, and demon lords coexist. The central theme here revolves around the hero and the demon lord. The world level of the magic green world is roughly equivalent to that of the Guishu world, yet it boasts the presence of goddesses, entities of extraordinary power, with connections that hint at divine realms, making the situation rather intricate. Additionally, there exists the Izumo world, a domain inhabited by onmyoji, witches, vengeful spirits, samurai, ninjas, and deities. This world is also quite intricate. Initially, its level aligns closely with that of the Guishu world and the magic green world, but it faces an invasion of 8 million divine beings at its twilight. Lastly, there is the Dawn world, characterized by demon hunters, vampires, werewolves, dark creatures, witches, churches, and cursed knights. This realm is steeped in despair. As history progresses, it grows darker and more hopeless, with humanity existing in the shadows of dark beings. The Guishu world, the Green world, the Izumo world, and the Dawn world are 4 distinct worlds, each with a comparable level of complexity. The heroic spirits from these 4 realms represent the mid to high tier combat power of the entire heroic spirit world. Beyond these, there are 3 additional worlds: the Taishu cultivation world, the Starcraft world, and the horror revival world. First, the Taishu cultivation world is, as the name suggests, a traditional realm of cultivation, progressing from Qi refining to tribulation crossing. Its upper limits are alarmingly high. The martial grandmasters of the Tianqian world merely correspond to the foundation-building stage in the cultivation realm, while the martial gods align with the golden core stage. In the magic world, the legendary wizards, representing the pinnacle of magical achievement, equate to the essence spirit cultivators in the Taishu world. The most powerful tribulation crossing cultivators in the cultivation realm can live approximately 100, years, and have begun to comprehend and master the great Tao. As for the other two worlds competing with the cultivation realm, they remain shrouded in mystery. Su Bai is uncertain of their specifics, only aware that their martial limits are roughly equivalent to that of the Taishu cultivation world. The StarCraft world appears not to be a singular world, but rather a distinct universe, home to numerous cosmic races, including the xenomorphic insectoids and the four great demonic entities of alternate dimensions. Humanity is one of the weakest races struggling to survive in the cosmos. The upper limits of the StarCraft world are significantly high, yet due to the frailty of humanity, few powerful heroic spirits have arisen. Lastly, the horror revival world stands as the most enigmatic realm among all, seemingly populated by numerous vengeful spirits capable of manipulating the rules. Su Bai furrowed his brow in contemplation, swiftly dismissing the cultivation world due to its excessive upper limits and multitude of formidable figures. His own accumulation is insufficient. Even if he ventured into the cultivation realm, he would not forge an extraordinary legend. The StarCraft world and the horror revival world, being overly mysterious and complex, were also cast aside. Among the four medium-ranked worlds, Su Bai found that he possessed a low-quality relic from each, granting him the freedom to choose any of them. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to journey to the Guishu world, a realm where a man's ultimate romance lies in the heat of battle. He had experienced this once before, even taking on the role of the first emperor. However, donning a Taoist robe amidst a chaotic world to vanquish demons, eradicate zombies, and confront vengeful spirits holds an equally irresistible allure for him. Grasping the tattered Taoist robe in his hands, Su Bai activated the simulation system. Anchor World, Guishu World. Year, 437 of the Ming Dynasty. Location, Yinshui Taoist Temple. Begin simulation. Observing the information displayed on the system interface, Su Bai felt a sense of reluctant satisfaction. The Guishu world boasts a history of 30,000 years, with the Ming Dynasty being one of the earlier dynasties, roughly equivalent to 5,000 years in the Guishu world. This implies that there remain 25,000 years until the world's eventual destruction. Spirit Masters possess limited compatibilities. Thus, their studies primarily encompass the histories of various worlds, rendering them well-versed in such matters. Su Bai had a reasonably detailed understanding of the history of the Ming Dynasty. Eliminating the need for prior research, without hesitation, he initiated the simulation. In the year 437 of the Ming Dynasty, the aging Ming Emperor is unable to suppress the demons, causing chaos and suffering among the populace. In the year 437 of the Ming Dynasty, you were born into a family of butchers in Xuandu City, named Jiang Xian by your parents. In the year 440, at the age of 3, you thrive and grow. In the year 447, at the age of 10, with your parents' consent, you journeyed to the Yinshui Taoist temple nearby, aspiring to become a Taoist to combat demons and protect the people. Fortuitously, you possess the talent for cultivating Taoist arts and successfully become a disciple of the Yinshui Taoist temple. Junior brother, I am your senior sister Yi Zhao Zhao. From now on, please address me as senior sister. In the temple, a cute girl with her hair tied in a bun stood before Jiang Xian, speaking with a hint of excitement. Enough with the noise. What kind of conduct is this? The Taoist master of Yinshui lightly tapped Yi Zhao Zhao's head with his hand, observing his lively and adorable senior sister, as well as his aged yet amiable master. Jiang Xian's lips curled into a faint smile. In the year 447 of the Ming Dynasty, you became a disciple under the Yinshui Taoist master and were granted the Taoist name Shao He, commencing your studies in Taoist arts. In the year 448, at the age of 11, after a year of study, you mastered the Yinshui sword technique and basic Taoist practices. In the year 453, at the age of 16, your 6 years in the temple have rendered you a qualified Taoist. You are regarded as the stable and reliable senior brother by the new disciples, and as the mature and composed younger brother in the eyes of your senior sister. This year, chaos engulfed the realm. Guangzhou faced a severe drought, leaving millions of disaster victims in despair. The people suffered at the hands of bandits, with corrupt officials colluding with them, while bandits roamed freely, seizing lands as their own. In Xuanzhou, demons arose in great numbers, feasting on humanity, alongside the invasion of demon tribes at the borders. Faced with this tumultuous era, you chose to descend the mountain and eliminate the demons. Descending the mountain to confront demons is fraught with peril. Although your strength is formidable, caution is prudent. This is my accompanying sword, Yin Shui, an excellent artifact for slaying demons. I bestow it upon you as a farewell gift. Chapter 24. The Taoist descends the mountain. The Taoist Yin Shui did not refuse your request to descend the mountain and eliminate the demons. He even bestowed upon you his sword, the Yin Shui sword. At the age of 16, you chose to embark on this journey, becoming a Taoist exorcist. In the desolate wilderness, beneath the luminous full moon, you passed by a village and were struck by the overwhelming stench of death wafting from within. Approaching cautiously, you discovered that the village was under siege by zombies. Observing the undead standing starkly in the moonlight, absorbing its essence, Jiang Xian sighed deeply. The Ming dynasty, blessed by the fortune of its reign, had rarely borne demons. Even should a few arise, they seldom posed a threat. Creatures like zombies, which do not decay after death and absorb the malevolent energies of the earth, taking decades to manifest, were previously unheard of in the Ming dynasty. The very essence of the dynasty suppressed such vile manifestations. However, as the Ming dynasty waned, with an aging emperor and a decaying state plagued by bureaucratic corruption, the once potent royal aura began to weaken, allowing demons and malevolent spirits to flourish. Consequently, entities such as zombies and malevolent specters began to surface with increasing frequency. Utilizing your Taoist techniques, you unleashed a torrent of watercolored sword energy, effortlessly cleaving through the zombie's seemingly impenetrable form. Even the instigator, the century-old zombie king, fell to you after just 100 exchanges of blows, his head severed from his body. The hierarchical system of the Guishu world is not as clearly defined as that of the Tianxian world. It lacks strict classifications, possessing only varying degrees of Taoist cultivation. Generally, a commoner practicing for a year equates to 1 year of Taoist experience. Jiang Xian, possessing commendable aptitude and diligent in his training, amassed nearly 30 years of Taoist experience in merely 6 years. However, it is not merely the accumulation of experience that determines combat prowess. It also encompasses mastery of spells, understanding of battle, and the dynamics of elemental interactions. For instance, facing a century-old zombie with his 30 years of Taoist experience, he could vanquish it in merely 100 rounds due to the advantages of attribute compatibility and his expertise in Taoist techniques. After vanquishing the century-old zombie, you continued your mission to eliminate demons. In the year 454 of the Ming dynasty, at the age of 17, your fame began to spread, marking you as a distinguished Taoist in Xuanzhou, leading to an influx of requests for your services. During your demon-slaying endeavors, you encountered the talented young Taoist Wang Xiao from Longhu Mountain, whose cultivation talents were on par with your own, instantly forming a bond. The two of you engaged in deep discussions over wine amidst the falling snow, solidifying your friendship overnight. In February, you and Wang Xiao chanced upon a millennium-old blood corpse wreaking havoc in M City. The blood corpse sought to refine the townsfolk to augment its own power. But you thwarted its sinister plot and chose to ally with Wang Xiao to confront it. Vile creature, meet your end. Outside M City, you chanted incantations, summoning a towering golden giant, while the Blood Master conjured a blood-colored giant of equal stature to oppose you. Jiang Xian, my friend, I come to assist you. Wang Xiao, wielding a golden sword, stood resolutely upon the shoulder of the golden giant, fighting side by side with you. Together, you battled the blood corpse for over 1,000 rounds, ultimately vanquishing it outside M City. Following this victory, your partnership with Wang Xiao brought you both fame, earning you the title of the young twin prodigies, while you were affectionately called the Taoist of Yin Shui. In the year 455 of the Ming dynasty, during late June in Miaozhou, you wrathfully dispatched an unexpected millennium-old Han Kuei. In the year 456, while in Xuanzhou, you encountered 2 millennium-old serpents hiding within the city. Upon further investigation, you learned that the serpents, known as Nyangzi, had come to repay a debt of gratitude to a scholar. Instead of slaying the serpents, you allowed this affectionate couple to be together, stipulating that Nyangzi and the scholar retreat to the mountains, away from human settlements. As a millennium-old serpent, coexisting among humans within a city was inherently inappropriate. Taoist Yinshui, beings of different natures, why did he not slay this millennium-old white serpent and instead permit their retreat to the mountains? A puzzled young monk named Fahai inquired, initially intending to subdue the serpent, but halted by your intervention. Had it been any other Taoist, perhaps Fahai, a revered monk, would not have been deterred. However, as the renowned Taoist of Yinshui, even Fahai afforded you a modicum of respect. Nyangzi has committed no heinous acts. She merely seeks to repay her beloved. Why not grant this couple their happiness? Jiang Xian, gripping the Yinshui sword, refrained from answering Fahai directly and instead posed a question of his own. Because they are demons. If demons do not harm others, what defines them as demons? They may refrain from causing harm today, but inevitably they may do so in the future. Fahai, holding his prayer beads, spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his words brimmed with intent. Then let me inquire, how many millennium-old demons, phantoms, and malevolent spirits conspire within Xuanzhou? Jiang Xian countered with a smile. Beyond the 3 millennium-old demons you have slain, there are 2 more lurking in the shadows, and countless phantoms and malevolent spirits, Fahai admitted, clenching his fists and speaking somberly. This is the current state of Xuanzhou, or rather the entire Ming dynasty. Demons wreak havoc, and the populace suffers grievously, while the court remains indifferent or powerless to act. Even with Taoists like Jiang Xian descending to vanquish demons, it is ultimately a drop in the bucket. For every demon you slay, 3 more arise. And how many lives have these demons claimed? Jiang Xian inquired once more. All known demons have taken at least 1 life, with many having slaughtered entire villages, and some demon kings even wiping out entire cities, Fahai replied, his fists tightening. Given your prowess, how confident are you in slaying those 2 millennium-old serpents? Jiang Xian nodded thoughtfully and responded, those 2 serpents possess profound cultivation and steady auras, seemingly adept in spells. Even with the aid of Buddhist relics, I have only about a 60% certainty. After a moment of contemplation, Fahai spoke slowly. Have you considered the possibility that if you do not slay those 2 millennium-old serpents, they might be provoked into becoming murderous demons? Then they would reveal their true natures as demons. Fahai shook his head resolutely. I observed that the 2 serpents bore no malevolent aura, indicating they have practiced for a millennium without taking lives. If you do not intervene, is it not likely that the blue and white serpents will refrain from causing harm? Jiang Xian countered. After a prolonged silence, Fahai finally nodded slowly. Chapter 25. Discussing the way with Buddha. The dragon of the river, why did you choose to strike against the azure and white serpents? The decision to eliminate these serpents, which had not yet harmed any human life, seems to bear no benefits, only detriments. Even if you were to exert your energy to forcefully slay these demons, you would not save a single soul. You could easily direct your efforts towards those demons that have already taken lives, the more ruthless and savage ones. In such a case, should you encounter a demon too formidable to defeat, I would be able to assist you. A simple calculation reveals that by abandoning the pursuit of the azure and white serpents in favor of targeting other demons, you could potentially save thousands of lives. Conversely, if you waste time and risk your safety attacking the serpents, you will not save anyone. In essence, if you choose to slay the millennium-old serpents, it could result in the deaths of thousands who might otherwise have survived. I'm not attempting to morally bind you. Saving lives is a noble virtue. Even if you were capable of rescuing millions, but chose to save just one, that choice remains commendable. There are many monks far more formidable than yourself who, in these chaotic times, have opted for seclusion. You surpass those monks in nobility. Yet, I can see that you are a good person, one who wishes to save more lives. Given this, do you still wish to eradicate the millennium-old serpents? Jiang Xian looked at Fahai, his confusion evident as he inquired. This is Jiang Xian's ideology concerning demon eradication. He perceives demons as varying in nature, good and evil, strong, and weak. Thus, when confronting demons, he selectively chooses whom to slay, opting for those that are powerful and easier to find. Some demons, while not particularly strong and having claimed few lives, are exceptionally adept at fleeing. Typically, Jiang Xian would disregard such tasks, not due to lack of capability, but because eliminating such demons consumes too much time. In that span, he could vanquish a dozen stronger demons who have claimed more lives, thereby saving more people. It may sound somewhat unfeeling, yet this is the optimal solution in the current circumstances. Were he to possess the strength to suppress all demons, he would undoubtedly choose to slay them indiscriminately. Unfortunately, he does not possess such power, at least not yet. Therefore, he is compelled to make choices. He could choose to numb himself, to kill without discretion, rather than selectively. However, Jiang Xian believes that such behavior lacks responsibility. It is a manifestation of cowardice, a retreat born from inner weakness. Jiang Xian's heart is not frail, nor does he shy away. Some may consider him cold-blooded and indifferent to the suffering of others. Yet Jiang Xian is at peace with his conscience. Over the years of his travels, he has slain 7 millennium-old demons and countless century-old demon kings, all of whom were driven by insatiable bloodlust. In comparison, Taoists of similar strength have likely not reached even a fraction of his accomplishments, and many have not even slain significant numbers of demons. Jiang Xian believes that Fa Hai's character is not cowardly. He simply harbors strong convictions. Thus, he feels a sense of regret, expending great effort to discuss these matters with Fa Hai, hoping to guide him towards relinquishing his obsession. Based on his understanding of history in the Guishu world, Fa Hai's forceful suppression of the azure and white serpents led to a catastrophic flood that inundated Jinshan Temple, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of civilians. Although the serpents were eventually subdued, the loss of life was irrevocable, and Fa Hai was left severely weakened and subsequently chose a life of seclusion, depriving the world of a virtuous monk. Therefore, if possible, Jiang Xian hopes to lead Fa Hai back to the right path. "I don't know," Fa Hai replied, shaking his head in confusion. He had never contemplated this issue. In his mind, all demons were meant to be slain. He had once let a harmless demon escape, only for it to become the instigator of a massacre in a village 3 years later. This led Fa Hai to believe that every demon he allowed to live would inevitably cause harm. Consider this carefully. The world is often far more complex than it appears, Jiang Xian said, patting Fa Hai on the shoulder solemnly. In the year 456 of the Ming Dynasty, at the age of 19, you sat with Fa Hai, engaging in deep discussions that lasted throughout the night, exploring your understanding of demon eradication. Through your guidance, Fa Hai relinquished his obsession and entered seclusion at Jinshan Temple for 3 days. Upon emerging, he had evidently dispelled his inner turmoil, gaining a deeper understanding of Buddhist teachings than before. Your dialogue with Fa Hai became a timeless classic, widely celebrated. In the year 458 of the Ming Dynasty, at the age of 21, a torrential rainstorm of unprecedented severity descended upon Xuanzhou, lasting for days and swiftly giving rise to widespread flooding. The flood affected much of Xuanzhou, and even your own Yinshui Taoist temple, as well as Fa Hai's Jinshan Temple, could not escape its wrath. Thunder rumbled ominously. The rain fell in torrents, rivers overflowed, and a flood reaching 10 meters in height surged forth, submerging village after village, leaving countless civilians displaced. Jiang Xian stood before the Yinshui Taoist temple, gazing at the massive flood with a grave expression. The dragon of Zhenjiang had stirred the waters, and it was attempting to transform into a true dragon. Ordinary people, and even less experienced Taoists, might overlook the true nature of the flood, but Jiang Xian, a renowned and esteemed Taoist, could discern that this deluge was both a natural disaster and a man-made calamity. The source of the flood was a faintly visible dragon from Zhenjiang, and the flood's expansion throughout Xuanzhou was due to the dragon's actions. This was the dragon's transformation ritual. Should it succeed, the Lord of Zhenjiang would become a true dragon. But the cost of submerging all of Xuanzhou, leaving millions of civilians homeless. Why does the Lord of the Waters not intervene, allowing this to transpire? Jiang Xian said, his expression darkening. In the Guishu world, The dynasty could appoint great demons as land deities, overseeing the prosperity of their territories. Thus, each of the 21 states in the Ming dynasty, as well as every river and mountain, had a land deity. The state of Chuanzhou, known as the Water State, was the most abundant in rivers and lakes in the entire Ming dynasty and the Guishu world. The water lord governing Chuanzhou was a true dragon, and the Zhenjiang dragon was its subordinate. Logically, the water lord, who was meant to ensure the region's prosperity, should have halted the Zhenjiang dragon's actions. As the land deity appointed by the court, it was their duty to maintain peace in the state. Yet, in the face of the Zhenjiang dragon's actions that flooded Chuanzhou, the water lord chose to turn a blind eye, allowing this calamity to unfold. Confronting the dragon's actions, you wielded the cloud water sword technique, cleaving through the flood to protect the lives of an entire city. You traversed the river, engaging the Zhenjiang dragon in a fierce battle that lasted for thousands of rounds, ultimately relying on your superior cloud water sword technique to sever the dragon's head. The dragon's mournful cries echoed, its blood staining the river for miles. The dragon's manipulation of the waters was forcibly interrupted, the torrential rain ceased, and the flood receded. You became renowned for your valor, earning the title of Dragon Slayer among the people. However, the scars left by the flood could not be erased. Once the waters receded, crops lay destroyed, livestock swollen from the inundation, and countless human corpses were scattered throughout the land. The survivors wept in despair amidst the ruins. Once again, water demons take advantage of the chaos, wreaking havoc upon the world. Bandits burn, kill, and plunder, forcibly abducting women. Chuanzhou has become a veritable hell on earth. After slaying the water dragon, the fury within you has not subsided. Instead, it intensifies. Chapter 26. Assist me in slaying the dragon. The Lord of the Water Marsh possesses the power to command all the waters of Chuanzhou. With a mere gesture, he could quell the floods, yet he chooses to allow calamity to unfold. The court has conferred upon him the title of the land god of Chuanzhou, intended to ensure bountiful weather for the region. However, the Lord of the Water Marsh has failed to fulfill his obligations, marking negligence in his duty. You promptly decide to report to the court, vowing to capture the Lord of the Water Marsh. In response to your report, the court chooses to ignore your plea, even dispatching 5,000 elite troops to besiege your dwelling at the Yunshui Taoist temple. Slayer of demons, Jiang Xian, I demand your death, roars the Lord of the Water Marsh, whose towering form stretches 1,000 meters, surrounded by swirling clouds and waters. You have unjustly slain a deity sanctioned by the court, and for this, your punishment is death. Emperor Ming decrees that Jiang Xian must sever an arm as penance to the Lord of the Water Marsh. An elderly general, clad in armor and holding a golden edict, speaks solemnly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian's countenance darkens instantly. He has long been aware of Emperor Ming's senility and lack of favor towards Taoism and Buddhism, preferring to trust his own kind. Yet, Jiang Xian is taken aback by the emperor's utter disregard for justice, demanding he sacrifice an arm without discernment. Perhaps, Emperor Ming understands the situation's nuances. After all, Jiang Xian once held the title of emperor himself, and, to some extent, comprehends Ming's mindset. The emperor's reluctance to confront the Lord of the Water Marsh and instead target the Taoist is rooted in the fact that Zhang's act of slaying the water dragon, a deity recognized by the court, strikes at the very dignity of the Ming dynasty. This sends a message to all Taoists and monks. Should a court-sanctioned deity err, they might be slain in the name of justice. The court, unable to suppress the deities it has sanctioned, finds itself reliant on them for survival. In the face of Jiang Xian, a Taoist of considerable renown, the court aligns with the Lord of the Water Marsh, hoping to prolong its existence, even if it means allowing these deities to oppress the common folk. What concern is that for Emperor Ming and the royal family? Thus, Emperor Ming tacitly permits the Lord of the Water Marsh to trouble Jiang Xian, even sending 5,000 elite soldiers as reinforcement. The emperor aims to convey that the sanctity of the court is inviolable. Even when a deity sanctioned by the court commits egregious offenses, it is the court's prerogative to judge, not that of outsiders. The court's minions have ignored the plight of countless citizens suffering from a 5-year drought in Guangzhou, where millions have perished, and a malevolent spirit, born of despair, has manifested. If not for the sacrifice of the old master from Longhu Mountain, the people of Guangzhou would have been consumed by this evil. Banditry runs rampant in Miaozhou. Yet instead of intervening, the officials collude with the outlaws, robbing the populace. In Xuanzhou, malevolent spirits roam freely, rendering the streets perilous at night. For years, it has fallen upon the Taoists and monks from our temples to maintain order. Despite my tireless efforts in subduing demons, the Demon Suppression Bureau has remained oblivious to our struggles. Now, having slain a water dragon responsible for devastating floods, I am suddenly held accountable? Such absurdity is unfathomable. Faced with the Lord of the Water Marsh's accusations, you respond with fury, retorting, "You speak naught but lies. I know only that you have slain my kin. If you do not sever your own arm today, I shall bring ruin upon the entire Yunshui Taoist temple." From a mist, the Lord of the Water Marsh replies in a low tone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian's expression darkens further. While he may disregard the threat to his own life, what is temple? What of his many disciples and his master? To hell with this. Do not hinder me. My junior brothers have suffered enough. Shall we stand idly by? At that moment, a clear female voice rings out behind Jiang Xian. It is his senior sister, Yi Zhao Zhao, who suddenly breaks free from the grasp of several disciples and unleashes a torrent of azure, sword energy towards the Lord of the Water Marsh. How can we continue to suffer while others trample upon us? After years of cultivation, shall it all be in vain? At worst, we die. Hearing her words, the other disciples rally to attack the Lord of the Water Marsh, particularly Jiang Xian's master, a formidable figure from years past, has long yearned to intervene but held back for the sake of his disciples. With his students now in action, he sees no reason to hesitate. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Xian smiles. Though the world may be in disarray, he finds solace in the support of his fellow disciples. As the battle looms, you unleash the ultimate essence of the Yunshui sword technique, engaging in a fierce clash with the Lord of the Water Marsh. You and the Lord of the Water Marsh exchange blows for over 1,000 rounds, yet you struggle to keep pace. After years of wandering and cultivation, Jiang Xian has amassed a century's worth of Taoist skill and a profound Yunshui sword technique, along with numerous advanced methods. His overall combat prowess allows him to easily overpower a typical 1,000-year-old demon. It is crucial to note that the standards for assessing the cultivation of humans differ from those of demons. A decade of human cultivation equates to a century for demons. Not all 1,000-year-old demons possess a millennium of cultivation. For instance, the famed Baisuzhen has lived for over 1,000 years, yet possesses merely around 800 years of Taoist practice. This reflects the common state of many 1,000-year demons. Jiang Xian's century of cultivation is indeed remarkable, even among 1,000-year demons. The Lord of the Water Marsh, a water dragon with 2,000 years of cultivation, would typically succumb to Jiang Xian's prowess. However, as the sanctioned land god of the Ming dynasty, he wields the authority to command all waters of Xuanzhou. Within this domain, the Lord holds dominion over rivers and streams, placing him among the most powerful entities capable of summoning floods of tremendous scale. In Xuanzhou, the Lord of the Water Marsh is akin to a demigod. Were it not for Jiang Xian's mastery of the Yunshui sword technique, which grants him some control over water, he might have already fallen to this formidable opponent. Taoist Jiang, I come to aid you. Just as you find yourself locked in a stalemate with the Lord of the Water Marsh, the voice of your friend, Wang Xiao, a direct disciple of the old master from Longhu Mountain, rings out from afar. You see Wang Xiao approaching on his sword, conjuring countless golden sword phantoms with a flick of his wrist. Alongside him are numerous Taoists from Longhu Mountain and other temples. Brother Jiang, I too have come to assist you. From a distance, the abbot of Jingshan Temple, Fa Hai, descend upon a golden mystical bird, joining the fray. The moment you sense trouble, you had utilized your Taoist methods to inform your friends, Wang Xiao and Fa Hai, urging them to gather reinforcements. The Taoist community is remarkably united. When practitioners from different temples encounter each other, they often look out for one another. Over the years, Jiang Xian has forged many friendships among Taoists. Thus, when trouble befalls him, His friends waste no time in rushing to his aid. You have come at the perfect moment. Together, let us slay the dragon. You laugh heartily 3 times, joining forces with your friends, Wang Xiao and Fa Hai, to combat the Lord of the Watermarsh. Chapter 27. Witnessing the suffering of the world, establishing the Taiping sect Fa Hai. Clad in crimson Buddhist robes and wielding the golden wave, stands to your left. Wang Xiao, donned in a Taoist robe and grasping a golden sword, stands to your right. In the center, Jiang Xian, dressed in white and wielding a white and blue longsword, stands resolute, bloodied yet undaunted, determined to battle the Lord of the Waters for 3 days and nights. These 3 spirited youths represent the pinnacle of talent in their era. Wang Xiao, the future celestial master of Longhu Mountain, is recognized as the most gifted in Taoism. Fa Hai, originally a prodigy of Buddhism, has transcended inner demons and is hailed as a once-in-a-millennium disciple of the Buddha. And Jiang Xian, emerging from a humble Taoist temple, has vanquished numerous demons and earned the title of the youngest Taoist master, known for his demon-slaying prowess. Together, they stand against the Lord of the Waters, a deified being. This moment is steeped in legend and epic grandeur, destined to be celebrated by future generations. You and your 2 companions engage in a fierce battle with the Lord of the Waters for countless rounds. Ultimately, you, though gravely wounded, sever his head from his body. With the demise of the Lord of the Waters, a torrential blood rain pours over Chuanzhou. Wailing emanates from myriad demons, and the court is enraged. This battle further solidifies your identity as the demon-slaying Taoist. In this critical moment, countless Taoists risk incurring the wrath of the court to assist you, earning you the revered title of the leader of Taoism. Jiang Xian, my Longhu Mountain can welcome all your fellow disciples from Yinshui Taoist Temple, and you may retreat to the back mountains of Longhu Mountain to cultivate in peace. That old fool, Emperor Meng, despite his madness, would never dare to mobilize troops against Longhu Mountain, Wang Xiao solemnly remarked as he patted Jiang Xian's shoulder. Longhu Mountain, the foremost Taoist temple in the realm, boasts an illustrious history that has withstood the test of time through several dynasties, its depth and heritage unfathomable. While the flourishing Ming dynasty might have dared to attack Longhu Mountain in its prime, the aged Emperor Ming now finds his dynasty on the brink of collapse. As long as he retains his wits, he would not dare to launch an assault on Longhu Mountain. However, the cost remains that until Emperor Ming's passing, Jiang Xian would be unable to leave Longhu Mountain even a step. I can no longer afford to retreat, Jiang Xian replied, shaking his head and rejecting Wang Zhao's proposal. At just 16, he descended from the mountain to vanquish demons and has roamed the world for 5 years, slaying countless fiends. Yet, the number of demons continues to rise. No matter how many he kills, new ones emerge ceaselessly. This has led Jiang Xian to a profound realization. The root of all turmoil is not the demons, nor the bandits, but the negligence of the Ming dynasty. It is the inaction of the Ming that has allowed the demons to thrive, and the complicity of the land deities has emboldened them further. Thus, no matter how many demons Jiang Xian slays, he cannot end this chaotic era, for the greatest demon has yet to perish. The sole path to restore peace lies in the overthrow of the Ming dynasty and the establishment of a new regime, ushering in an era of tranquility. Jiang Xian understands that while every prosperous age eventually succumbs to corruption at the very least, the people can enjoy a period of stability before such decline. Have you ever pondered why we have fought against demons for so many years, yet their numbers remain overwhelming? Is it due to our insufficient efforts? Jiang Xian proclaimed from the heavens, addressing the gathered Taoists and even a few monks below. His words left everyone in attendance in a state of confusion. Is it because we have not tried hard enough? No, we have exerted ourselves immensely. Even in the face of governmental inaction, we Taoists have forced the demon clans to skulk in the shadows, and the ghosts dare only strike by day. We have slain countless powerful demons who now hide in fear. In maintaining this superficial peace, far too many lives have been lost among us Taoists and monks alike. Several of Jiang Xian's disciples, including Wang Zhao's former love and his many brothers, have fallen to the hands of these demons. The homeland of Fahai has also been ravaged by the very demons he once spared. Yet, why does the slaughter seem unending despite their relentless efforts? The root cause is not a lack of diligence. It is the Ming dynasty. It is their inaction and tacit approval that leads to calamity in every province. As long as the Ming dynasty exists, the demons shall never be eradicated. Friends, I invite you to join me in overthrowing the Ming dynasty and establishing a new regime. Our purpose in founding this new dynasty is not for personal gain, but solely to bring an end to this chaos. We aim to create a new order where all can afford to eat. Thus, I shall establish the Taiping sect to restore peace to the world. After slaying the Lord of the Waters, you stand in the void and deliver a passionate speech, founding the Taiping sect. Wang Xiao, Fahai, I need your assistance. I hope you will join me in overthrowing the Ming dynasty and establishing a new order, Jiang Xian earnestly stated, extending his hand towards his two friends. Both of his companions are extraordinary, surpassing all their peers, with the potential to become the strongest in the world, one a future celestial master. The other a monk who has conquered his inner demons. With their support, he is confident that he can dismantle the Ming dynasty. Count me in. I have long desired to change this world, Wang Xiao replied without hesitation, extending his hand in agreement. Despite the contradiction to Buddhist principles, he was unconcerned. He merely yearned for a cathartic release of violence. Fahai clasped the medallion representing his position as the abbot of Jingshan Temple, crushing it in his grip. From this moment forth, I shall no longer be a follower of Buddhism, he declared solemnly with hands joined in prayer. In the year 458 of the Ming dynasty, at the age of 21, you established the Taiping sect, gaining the support of Wang, Xiao, and Fahai. The following day, Wang Xiao returns to Longhu Mountain, where the old celestial master strips him of his identity as a Taoist, leading to the expulsion of nearly all Taoists from the mountain, leaving only the old master and two young acolytes behind. Seizing the opportunity before the court reacts, you begin to gather disciples for the Taiping sect, which imposes no entry requirements. Anyone wishing to join may do so. Joining the Taiping sect grants access to 2 bowls of millet porridge mixed with floating water daily. Though insufficient to fill the stomach, it ensures survival. Chapter 28. The annihilation of aristocratic families, opening granaries, and distributing fertile lands in the year 458 of the Ming dynasty. At the tender age of 21, you garnered a remarkable following of 100,000 adherents within merely 3 days. You began to harness the divine essence of the Taiping sect to forge the Yellow Steppe Army, composed of formidable yellow symbol warriors. However, the nascent Taiping sect lacked the necessary time to cultivate a substantial force of yellow symbol warriors, a process that would require several months. 4 days later, upon learning of your endeavors, Emperor Meng was incensed and dispatched 10,000 elite troops, along with 3 venerable land deities a millennia-long cultivation, to suppress the insurrection. Rather than engaging directly in battle, you strategically maneuvered with the Taiping sect, continuously shifting territories. In the course of your retreat, you welcomed refugees, allowing anyone unable to survive to join the Taiping sect. You recognized the inherent fragility of the Taiping sect. Despite the Ming dynasty's decline, it still represented a formidable force against your fledgling organization. The Ming dynasty, with but a modicum of resolve, could easily obliterate the Taiping sect. Ultimately, rebellion is not a trivial undertaking, especially in an extraordinary world where external forces seldom succeed in toppling a dynasty. Only the dynasty itself can bring about its own demise. In the celestial realm, your previous success in rebellion stemmed from multifaceted reasons, the most pivotal being Chu Tian. Although Chu Tian was not favored, he remained the 3rd prince of the Chu kingdom. Thus, the Chu emperor bestowed significant military authority upon Chu Tian and his companions, Lu Chun and Tianyan. The emperor believed that even if Chu Tian harbored discontent and aspired to usurp his rule, the throne would still revert to Chu Tian, preserving the Chu kingdom's identity. Little did the emperor anticipate that his own son would align with outsiders against him, resulting in the fall of the Chu dynasty and the rise of the Han. In this realm, however, your identity was that of a Taoist, not a general, and you lacked a close-knit bond with a powerful prince. Consequently, The path to overthrowing the Ming dynasty necessitated a gradual and meticulous approach. The Ming emperor found himself impotent against the Taiping sect, as the majority of the Ming dynasty's military might was preoccupied with external threats from the demonic races, leaving no resources to confront the Taiping sect. Furthermore, the emperor remained oblivious to the fact that the Taiping sect was plotting rebellion. Jiang Xian publicly proclaimed it as a new faith designed simply to ensure sustenance for all who could not survive otherwise. Jiang Xian, our food supplies are dwindling. Wang Xiao expressed his concern to Jiang Xian in a secluded location in Quanzhou. Although the Taiping sect was deemed a rebel force, it did not engage in the vile acts of pillaging and slaughter. On the contrary, when encountering refugees, the soldiers of the Taiping sect would distribute food and assist the needy, providing free porridge to those who did not join the sect. Should they encounter rampaging demons, the Taoists of the Taiping sect would vanquish them. Much of the food accumulated by the Taiping sect was procured with the funds contributed by Jiang Xian and his fellow Taoists. Contrary to common perception, in the Guishu world, Taoists are recognized as a legitimate, extraordinary profession, even without the pursuit of wealth. Jiang Xian and his companions possessed fortunes that would take an ordinary person 10 lifetimes to exhaust. However, as the number of followers burgeoned to a staggering 1 million, their resources were rapidly depleting. Fear not, the aristocratic families, who are profiting immensely from this chaotic era, shall serve as our granaries. Jiang Xian responded with unflinching resolve. Casting his gaze upon the map, dotted with the locations of these noble families, a cold smile playing on his lips. Whether in the Guishu world or the Tianxian world, the aristocracy perpetually displayed their loathsome nature. Regardless of how wretched and destitute the common folk became, the nobility would not part with a single grain, even as their granaries overflowed with rotting provisions. Indeed, the abysmal conditions faced by the people during the Ming dynasty could be attributed, at least in part, to the aristocratic families. In times of peace and prosperity, when everyone could secure sufficient sustenance, how could the nobility continue to acquire slaves and land at meager prices? If the populace were well fed, who would willingly sell their land to the aristocrats or marry off their daughters to serve as maids? Only in times of turmoil, when starvation loomed, would the common people part with their scant fields at an inconceivably low price, merely to secure a morsel to eat. In such chaotic times, the aristocrats could exchange a mere bond for the affectionately cherished daughters of the common folk, as sending a daughter to serve in an aristocratic household was a far better fate than being consumed by starvation. Although the Ming emperor was aged, confused, and inept, he was not a fool. During the numerous calamities afflicting the Ming dynasty, he would distribute relief grain. Yet, without exception, these provisions were intercepted by the aristocrats. Jiang Xian had long harbored disdain for these noble families. He had refrained from taking action previously due to his status as a Taoist, recognizing that targeting the aristocracy could implicate his own Yinshui Taoist temple. However, circumstances had changed. Now a fugitive from the emperor's pursuit, all the practitioners of the Yinshui temple had joined the Taiping sect. Of course, executing the aristocrats required justification. That evening, you convened a grievance meeting at the heart of the Taiping sect, allowing members to freely express their suffering with the promise of support from the sect. Countless refugees stepped forward, passionately recounting the heinous acts committed by the aristocrats, with each tale grounded in truth. As the night wore on, the thousands of attendees at the grievance meeting, alongside numerous Taoists, found their eyes welling with tears of indignation. Through deaf guidance, Jiang Xian illuminated the shared hatred for the aristocracy, exposing the source of their plight. Beasts. These aristocrats are indeed more vile than beasts. They deserve to perish. Fa Hai declared, his eyes blazing with fury, radiating a murderous aura that even Jiang Xian found astonishing. It was fortunate that Fa Hai had embraced Buddhism from a young age, allowing him to suppress the urge to kill. Were he a Taoist or a soldier in the imperial army, he would undoubtedly become a harbinger of death. He led the followers of the Taiping sect to annihilate the aristocratic families, open the granaries, and distribute the fertile lands. Chapter 29. Establishing the Qin dynasty in less than a month, the Taiping sect had ravaged the prominent families of Chuanzhou, acquiring enough grain from these families to sustain the populace for 3 years. The wealth pillaged effectively alleviated the financial constraints of the Taiping sect. The lands controlled by these families were redistributed to the disaster-stricken populace. Strangely, in the face of the Taiping sect's relentless slaughter of the nobility, the Ming dynasty remained unerringly calm. Clearly, the Ming emperor had long harbored disdain for these aristocrats. However, his deep entanglement with them rendered any decisive action impossible. The actions of the Taiping sect serendipitously aligned with the emperor's interests. Understanding the wisdom of erecting high walls and stockpiling grain before claiming the throne, the Taiping sect halted its expansion upon amassing sufficient resources and began to develop slowly within Chuanzhou. In the year 460 of the Ming dynasty, at the age of 23, after 2 years of steady growth, the Taiping sect had thoroughly permeated Chuanzhou. On the surface, Chuanzhou remained under the Ming dynasty's control, yet in reality, it had long since become the domain of the Taiping sect. Beyond Chuanzhou, the presence of Taiping sect members was also notable in other provinces of the Ming dynasty. Under normal circumstances, the rapid growth of the Taiping sect would be improbable. However, it was a time of chaos, a tumultuous era where the suffering of the common people was profound. The Taiping sect merely needed to offer a bowl of rice porridge daily, and countless refugees were eager to join its ranks. It was time to sound the horn of counterattack. At the headquarters of the Taiping sect, gazing at the map before him, Jiang Xian spoke solemnly. After 2 years of development, the Taiping sect had amassed over 1 million genuine members, with millions more outside its ranks. During this period, Jiang Xian had mastered the highest level of Taoist techniques from Long Hushan, experiencing remarkable growth in power. The Yellow Talisman Warriors, crafted from incense and talismans, numbered an impressive 200,000, alongside 500,000 soldiers personally trained by him. Though it might have seemed somewhat reckless to initiate a counteroffensive at this juncture, prudence dictated that the Taiping sect should quietly develop for another decade. Yet, the common people could not afford to wait that long. In the year 460 of the Ming dynasty, members of the Taiping sect across various provinces, including Chuanzhou, Miaozhou, and Shuzhou, spontaneously rose in rebellion. Within 3 days, the Taiping sect seized control of 5 provinces. Enraged, the Ming emperor dispatched 1 million soldiers and numerous deified spirits to quell the uprising. Confronted with such a formidable army, Jiang Xian proclaimed a legendary declaration. Heaven has perished. The yellow sky shall rise. The year is the Jiazi. The world shall be auspicious. May the thunder god assist me. Utilizing the faith of countless Taiping sect followers, he invoked divine thunder to greatly enhance the physical prowess of his soldiers. With a flourish of hundreds of thousands of talismans, he skillfully entwined them around each Taiping sect soldier. These talismans, crafted in advance, were designed to bolster strength, speed, and resilience. As they radiated beams of light, the soldiers' physical capabilities surged. Under his leadership, the Taiping sect achieved a resounding victory. Many extraordinary individuals, inspired by the events surrounding the Taiping sect, chose to join its ranks to overthrow the decaying Ming dynasty. Jiang Xian led the Taiping sect in numerous engagements against the Ming soldiers, stalwartly resisting their advances, leaving the Ming forces at a loss for how to counter the Taiping sect. By the year 463 of the Ming dynasty, at the age of 26, the Taiping sect had captured nearly half of the Ming territory. At this critical juncture, a horde of demons descended, seeking to exploit the Ming dynasty's moment of weakness to invade the borders and massacre the innocent. Jiang Xian promptly chose to suspend hostilities and appointed Fa Hai as the commander of the border, entrusting him with 10,000 Yellow Talisman warriors and 300,000 elite troops to defend against the demon onslaught. Despite the dire situation at the borders, the Ming dynasty chose to disregard the safety of its citizens and launched an offensive against the Taiping sect. Caught between 2 fronts, Jiang Xian personally entered the battlefield, wielding his sword with unparalleled might, and together with Wang Shao, they vanquished numerous deified spirits of the Ming dynasty. This period was marked by chaos. It was also an era of heroes. Fahai single-handedly slaughtered 10,000 demons at the frontier, realizing an alternative path to enlightenment through his acts of valor. Daily, he unleashed his might against the demons, instilling fear and causing 1 million of them to hesitate, earning him the title of Azura King. Meanwhile, the Taoist Wang Xiao wielded his golden sword with fervor, continuously slaying the Ming dynasty's deified spirits, earning the reverence of the people as the god-slaying Taoist. Undoubtedly, the central figure of this era was Jiang Xian, the founder of the Taiping sect, renowned for his legendary prowess in vanquishing the dragon god and mastering both talisman and Tao. In the year 464 of the Ming dynasty, at the age of 27, the Taiping sect launched its final assault against the Ming, leading a 1 million-strong army into a decisive confrontation with General Meng Yun. Jiang Xian invite the Ming dynasty to its demise, he proclaimed boldly, facing the 2 million elite troops of the Ming. Jiang Xian engaged General Meng Yun in a fierce contest, exchanging thousands of blows, neither side yielding. He admired Meng Yun, praising him as a general of unparalleled valor. Alas, the fate of the Ming dynasty was sealed. Its destruction was inevitable, a mere matter of time, impervious to the efforts of any single individual. In the year 465 of the Ming dynasty, at the age of 28, Jiang Xian stormed the imperial palace, slaying the Ming emperor and dismantling the dynasty, renaming it Qin and establishing the mighty Qin dynasty. As he sat upon the dragon throne in the palace, gazing upon the grand tapestry of his realm, he was filled with profound sentiments. Upon reflection, it was indeed his second time ascending to the throne. The world of Goetiu had nearly been traversed, and his next endeavor was to gradually quell the chaos and forge an immensely prosperous Qin dynasty, aspiring to become an emperor for the ages. Should he succeed, he conservatively estimated he could attain the status of a legendary spirit. However, advancing further to become an immortal spirit seemed unlikely. If the pinnacle of the Tianxian world was that of a legendary spirit, then the apex of the Goetiu world was that of an immortal spirit. To achieve immortality, he needed to accomplish feats comparable to or surpassing those in the Tianxian realm, essentially becoming the first emperor of Goetiu, achieving unification, standardizing all scripts, and harmonizing diverse cultures. Alternatively, he could become a Tao ancestor, promoting and elevating the teachings of Taoism, or at the very least, earn the title of a divine warrior. Regrettably, he had emerged in an era where over 5,000 years had already elapsed in Goetiu, and predecessors had accomplished all these feats. No matter how hard he tried, he had reached his limits unless he were to annihilate the entire world, which could potentially lead him to become an immortal spirit. However, I have no intention of destroying the world. Jiang Xian chuckled softly, shaking his head as he settled into a meditative posture, preparing to refine the remnants of the Ming dynasty's fortune to assist his ascension to a higher realm. In the distant future, 10,000 years hence, the world of Goetiu lay in tatters. Chapter 30. Catastrophe of annihilation. The sky of the Goetiu world has transformed into a ghastly crimson hue, with a blood-red moon suspended ominously above, casting its malevolent glow even in the midday sun, which is utterly suppressed by the sanguine luminescence. The terrain lies barren, desolate, with only the most grotesque forms of vegetation daring to sprout. Scattered across the land are horrifying corpses, grotesque in appearance. These ghastly beings move with unnerving agility, clad in biological armor, their claws sharp as razors, and their noses exceedingly keen, aimlessly wandering in search of fresh flesh. In addition to these diminutive corpses, colossal monsters loom, their heights reaching several dozen meters, adorned with countless arms, myriad eyes, and gaping maws. The skies, too, are thickly populated with these twisted, sanguine horrors. Among them, one can faintly discern the semblance of their former selves. For instance, there exists a dragon, stretching over 1,000 meters in length, its scales intertwining like living flesh, writhing incessantly, and covered in a multitude of terrifying visages. The Goetiu world has become the domain of these abominations. Ordinary humans have long since perished, leaving only a scant few powerful sorcerers, monks, and soldiers huddled within various sanctuaries. The Taoist sect of Longhu Mountain has fallen, the celestial master slain, and the third gathering place has succumbed. Has this world truly lost its future? In the largest refuge of the Guishu world, a youth clad in a Taoist robe gazes despondently at the intelligence before him, uttering words laden with despair. No, there must be a way. If we can return to the past and slay the corpse immortal of 10,000 industries, perhaps it may never arise. An elder interjects. Approximately 10,000 years ago, about a century after the establishment of the Great Qin dynasty, the Taoist Zhang Long, the divine symbolist, the leader of the Taiping sect, and the founder of the Great Qin, Emperor Jiang Xian, had reached the pinnacle of Taoist cultivation. It is said that Jiang Xian, in his quest to explore a higher realm beyond Taoism, retreated into seclusion. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, a mishap occurred during his cultivation. 3 years later, upon emerging from seclusion, historical records indicate that Jiang Xian emerged with hair as white as snow and blood-red pupils, and that day, he ravaged the imperial palace indiscriminately. From that point onward, Jiang Xian was dubbed the corpse immortal of 10,000 industries, the first blood corpse of the Guishu world. All who fell to the hand of the corpse immortal would transform into horrifying blood corpses. Blood corpses are a unique breed. They retain all memories of their former lives, yet become insatiably ravenous for flesh. Many believe this thirst for blood can be resisted by sheer willpower. Yet throughout the annals of Guishu history, not a single blood corpse has succeeded. When driven to desperation, blood corpses resort even to devouring their own kin. Most terrifying of all, blood corpses inherit not only the memories of their past lives, but also their strength, gaining additional supernatural abilities and a body that is exceedingly difficult to destroy. Each blood corpse, no matter how feeble, achieves immortality and can swiftly enhance its power by consuming the flesh of practitioners. Since the inception of the corpse immortal of 10,000 industries, the entire world has been plunged into a hellish nightmare. In merely 3 years, nearly half of the practitioners in the Guishu world were transformed into blood corpses. In a desperate bid to combat the corpse immortal, all beings in the realm of angels united, regardless of Taoist or Buddhist affiliations, even former foes among demons, to collectively oppose the corpse immortal. The leaders of this resistance were 2 of the corpse immortal's former friends, the Azura King Fa Hai and the Taoist Zhang Shao. As the Guishu world teetered on the brink of destruction, Fa Hai and Zhang Shao gathered the majority of the world's power and finally succeeded in slaying the corpse immortal. Yet, to their dismay, they soon discovered that the corpse immortal could not be permanently vanquished. Even after a desperate struggle to kill him, he would swiftly resurrect. Ultimately, Fa Hai and Zhang Shao joined forces, sacrificing their own lives to forcibly seal the corpse immortal. Once sealed, the inhabitants of the Guishu world began their struggle against the remaining blood corpses. Alas, the seal was fragile. Merely 1,000 years later, the corpse immortal broke free and revived once more. Upon his resurrection, the corpse immortal gathered an army of 1,000,000 blood corpses, nearly annihilating the entire Guishu world. To avert total destruction, the Guishu world bestowed the 5-element seal. Those marked with the seal on their arms became known as the 5 Elements envoys. Each envoy was granted powers corresponding to their respective laws, bearing the mission to combat the corpse immortal and at the cost of their own lives, to seal him for a millennium. The inaugural 5 Elements envoys, after enduring countless arduous adventures, ultimately became the 5 strongest beings in the world, sacrificing their lives to once more seal the corpse immortal. Every 1,000 years, the corpse immortal would revive, only to be sealed once again by the 5 Elements envoys. Thus, the Guishu world barely survived for over 10,000 years, during which innumerable heroes and champions emerged. Countless young heroes forged epic tales in their battle against the blood corpses. One such figure, the Devil Monarch of infinite Taoism, single-handedly vanquished the majority of the leaders of the major sects and countless righteous practitioners, earning the title of the Devil Monarch. Yet, it was not long before the world realized that all those slain by the Devil Monarch were merely blood corpses in disguise. Another, claiming to be the most formidable practitioner in history, the immortal monarch of all laws, successfully sealed the corpse immortal for over 3,000 years without relying on the five elements envoys, purely through his own formidable power. If the tone of the Goetia world prior to the corpse immortal's emergence was characterized by the strife between humans and demons and the trials of a chaotic era, then post-immortal emergence, the singular focus became the battle against the corpse immortal and the countless blood corpses. Throughout, all practitioners maintained a singular objective: to discover a method to permanently annihilate the corpse immortal and eradicate the source of the blood corpses. Regrettably, over the course of 10 millennia, countless extraordinary individuals have failed in this endeavor. Moreover, as time progressed, the corpse immortal's strength grew increasingly potent, and the duration of his seals diminished. Initially, the world's top practitioners could jointly seal the corpse immortal, but in later years, only the five elements envoys, relying on the power of the world's laws, could barely manage to seal him. Eventually, it became necessary for the most powerful practitioners, those with at least 500 years of cultivation, well-versed in either Taoism or Buddhism, to collaborate with the five elements envoys to achieve a meager 500 years of sealing the corpse immortal. Chapter 31. The Cycle of Cause and Effect. Summation. In millennia following the emergence of the everlasting corpse immortal, it slaughtered the five elements envoy, leaving no one capable of sealing it away. Within a mere decade, the entire realm of Goetia fell under the dominion of blood corpses, forcing the remaining beings to huddle within a scant few sanctuaries. In this dire predicament, the survivors were compelled to activate their final plan, to return to the past and slay Jiangxian before he could transform into the everlasting corpse immortal. As the forest of the Goetia world exhausted its strength, it successfully transported a young girl back in time, unbeknownst to them, upon a mound of countless withered bones. The everlasting corpse immortal slowly opened its eyes. As the time finally arrived, it rumbled, its voice a deep resonance. In the year when the great Qin, Jiangxian, seated deep within the imperial palace, remained oblivious to the impending events, diligently absorbing the residual fortunes of the Ming dynasty. By the second year, he had completely refined the fortunes of the previous dynasty, propelling his cultivation to unprecedented heights, achieving 500 years of Tao cultivation. By the 10th year, despite having reached the pinnacle of this world, he continued his relentless pursuit of knowledge, devouring texts and mastering the Tao. By the 100th year, he had perfected the art of talisman crafting, capable of inscribing symbols in the void without the need for paper. Simultaneously, he had attained a millennium of Tao cultivation, equivalent to 10,000 years in the demonic realm, and he vaguely sensed that he was on the verge of reaching the limits of this world. Yet, he did not cease his training. Instead, he endeavored to condense his power into a golden elixir, seeking to transcend to a higher realm. Should he succeed, Jiangxian would establish a new paradigm within the realm of immortality, with the potential to become an immortal hero. At the moment Jiangxian was condensing the golden elixir, outside the palace, a flash of light heralded the awakening of a girl clad in black robes, wielding a blood-red dagger. Her singular purpose was to eliminate the everlasting corpse immortal. Why is the time set to the 100th year of the Great Qin, rather than the 437th year of the Ming dynasty? The girl gazed at the time inscribed on her talisman, her expression darkening. Their original plan was to return to the moment of the everlasting corpse immortal's birth, to easily vanquish it. Yet she had arrived in the 100th year of the Great Qin. Historical records indicated that it was in this very year that Jiangxian declared his seclusion in pursuit of greater heights, emerging 3 years later as the everlasting corpse immortal. A profound sense of unease enveloped the assassin. According to the intelligence gathered by people of her era, Jiangxian at this time was undoubtedly the apex of the Goetia world, potentially one of the greatest figures in its history. The timing was too fortuitous. Yet there was no alternative. The opportunity to traverse back in time was singular. Within the secret chamber, as Jiangxian condensed the golden elixir, he suddenly opened his eyes, sensing a wave of murderous intent. In an instant, a crimson dagger pierced through his heart from behind. "I am sorry, but you must die," the assassin uttered before vanishing into thin air. This blood-red dagger was a cursed weapon forged by the remnants of his era, imbued with a dreadful curse that rendered even the mightiest cultivators defenseless upon being struck. Clutching his chest, Jiang Xian attempted to suppress the injury with his power. For one of his stature, a pierced heart was akin to a mere scratch. Even decapitation could be survived through his arts. However, before long, his body became riddled with the ominous force. He coughed up dark blood, his breath growing faint. I was careless. Observing his decaying form, Jiang Xian managed a bitter smile. He never anticipated that someone could approach him so stealthily, nor could he fathom the existence of such a bizarre curse. The timing of the attack was too fortuitous. He had just reached a critical juncture in condensing the golden elixir, making him exceptionally vulnerable at that moment. Under any other circumstances, he would have never been successfully ambushed. But fate had conspired against him. The unknown assassin's blade had interrupted his breakthrough and infected him with an inexplicable curse. Jiang Xian surmised that even with his profound cultivation, he could only withstand this for 3 days. Thereafter, death would be inevitable. In the 100th year of the Qin, you were attacked by an unknown assassin, poisoned, and you entered seclusion to heal, attempting to dispel this ominous curse. However, during the process of suppressing the curse, it underwent a mutation due to a series of exceedingly fortuitous circumstances, beginning to transform his very being, igniting within him an insatiable hunger for flesh and blood. To make matters worse, this curse began to taint the entire Guishu world. As he gazed at his newly formed fangs, his hair shifting from black to white, and his body growing stronger yet increasingly ravenous for blood, Jiang Xian's pupils constricted. The timing of the assassin's strike was too coincidental at the moment of his breakthrough. Not only was he progressing, but the entire Guishu world was also on the verge of a breakthrough. Had he succeeded, the limits of the Guishu world would have elevated alongside him. In that moment, he was intricately connected to the fabric of the Guishu world. Yet at that precise juncture, he was struck by the unknown assassin's blade, infecting him with the eerie curse. This curse, in turn, began to corrupt the very laws of the Guishu world. Jiang Xian could distinctly feel that due to an exceedingly fortuitous turn of events, he was slowly binding himself to the Guishu world. He had become a part of its very laws. This meant he had attained a form of immortality. Unless the entirety of the Guishu world was destroyed, he would not die, only face potential sealing. While this revelation should have been a boon, his mind was increasingly tainted by the insidious curse. In 3 days, his will would be utterly obliterated. What would emerge before the world would be a creature occupying his form, possessing all his memories, yet devoid of his essence. In an instant, Jiang Xian comprehended the unfolding events. It was clear he would transform into an exceedingly terrifying entity, one that future generations could not kill, prompting their desire to return to the past to eliminate him. Yet, this had inadvertently increased the likelihood of his transformation into a monster. I absolutely will not allow this to transpire. Jiang Xian grasped the cloud water sword at his waist, slowly directing it toward his own heart. The cloud water sword was a magical artifact bestowed upon him by his master, Yinshui Daoist, prior to his descent to vanquish demons. Initially a finely crafted weapon, it lacked the prowess to rank among the world's elite. However, with each demon slain, he employed secret techniques, using the blood of their hearts to refine the sword. Eventually, he even used it to slay dragons. Having absorbed the blood of countless demons, the Cloud Water Sword underwent its first transformation, evolving into a premier artifact for slaying demons. After founding the Taiping sect, Jiang Xian daily refined the divine sword with incense offerings, absorbing the devotion of millions of disciples, leading the Cloud Water Sword to become a sacred artifact of incense. In due course, he severed the fortunes of the Ming dynasty with the sword, 70% of which he refined himself, while the remaining 30% was absorbed by the Cloud Water Sword, rendering it the pinnacle of sacred artifacts. Following his ascension as Emperor of Qin, his accomplishments in founding the nation garnered a significant amount of merit from the heavenly Tao, which naturally flowed to the Cloud Water Sword, elevating it to a divine artifact capable of subduing the land and ensuring the dynasty's prosperity. For a century to follow, the Qin dynasty thrived in an era of tranquility. free from floods and droughts. This harmonious period attracted a considerable influx of virtuous energy, elevating the Yunshui sword to the pinnacle of magical artifacts. At this moment, Jiang Xian's Yunshui sword was not only the most formidable weapon against demons, but also a supreme artifact of incense and virtue. Consequently, the Yunshui sword possessed an array of extraordinary capabilities, controlling water, soaring through clouds, cleaving mountains, and splitting seas, vanquishing demons, exterminating malevolent beings, slaying gods, punishing immortals, safeguarding the nation, controlling rain, ensuring bountiful harvests, sealing entities, amassing wealth, dispelling evil, ushering in good fortune, warding off misfortune, and summoning thunder, among many others. If there were a ranking of weapons in the Goetia world, the Yunshui sword would undoubtedly claim the top position. At this moment, Jiang Xian prepared to pierce his own heart with the Yunshui sword, sealing himself deep within the palace. With a millennium of mastery in Dao practices, talismans, and sword techniques, he had attained unparalleled strength. After transforming into a monstrous being, his overall power surged several-fold, rendering him unmatched in this world. Thus, he felt compelled to restrain his own strength. Only in this manner could he prevent the world from being destroyed by his hand, or at least delay such a cataclysm. Preserving a glimmer of hope, the Yunshui sword, now imbued with sentience, trembled slightly, seemingly reluctant to seal its master. "Old friend, do not let me bring harm to the world." Jiang Xian, with his white hair and fangs protruding from his mouth, his body transformed into a formidable figure, spoke in a hoarse voice. Upon hearing his words, the Yunshui sword ceased its trembling. Without hesitation, Jiang Xian exerted force, and the Yunshui sword effortlessly pierced through his indomitable body. After penetrating Jiang Xian, the hilt of the sword sprouted countless golden chains that enveloped his entire being. Seated in the secluded chamber of the palace, Jiang Xian lowered his head slightly and succumbed to an interminable slumber. The golden blade of the Yunshui sword gradually turned blood-red over time, as it absorbed Jiang Xian's vital essence. 3 years later, after an extended period of silence, a minister cautiously pushed open the chamber door to investigate. Sensing the presence of a living being, the withered figure of the Wanya corpse immortal suddenly opened his blood-red eyes. In the year 103 of the Qin dynasty, the Qin emperor Jiang Xian encountered a mishap during his cultivation, transforming into the Wanya corpse immortal, a menace to the world. All those bitten by the Wanya corpse immortal would become infected and turn into blood corpses. Within just 3 years, nearly half of the world's cultivators had succumbed to this fate. In response to the Wanya corpse immortal, the leaders of Taoism, Wang Shao, and Buddhism, Fai, rallied the elite forces of the Goetia world for a decisive battle. Within the blood-soaked palace teeming with blood corpses, the Wanya corpse immortal sat upon a throne constructed from countless corpses, flanked by an army of formidable blood corpses. Before him stood the representatives of Taoism and Buddhism, Fai and Wang Shao, Arhats and Asuras. Endless slaughter, Asuras reappear, kill. Fai meditated in the sky, as a 3-headed, 6-armed Asura apparition gradually emerged behind him, resembling a Buddhist Arhat, yet exuding an insatiable bloodlust. With radiant golden light, slay demons and eradicate evil. Wang Shao shimmered with dazzling golden rays, which coalesced into a colossal golden figure. Wang Shao wielded the golden light spell, albeit in a manner that defied convention. Typically, the spell allows one to form a protective golden light around the skin, while at its peak, it can extend 3 zhang away. However, Wang Shao's golden light materialized as a giant towering over 100 meters tall. How amusing, truly amusing. The Wanya corpse immortal, with the Yunshui sword embedded in his chest, laughed heartily at the sight of the 2 giants before him. In the year 106 of the Qin dynasty, the Wanya corpse immortal was finally slain by the sword. Yet humanity soon despaired upon discovering that he could not be killed. The strongest celestial master of Taoism, Wang Shao, and the mightiest warrior monk of Buddhism, Fai, sacrificed their lives to seal the Wanya corpse immortal. Though the Wanya corpse immortal was sealed, the blood corpses remained, as all cultivators faced a chance of becoming unrecognizable blood corpses after death due to the Wanya corpse immortal influence. While some retained their memories, they were plagued by an insatiable hunger for flesh. Millennia later, the Wanya corpse immortal broke free from his seal, and the blood corpses ravaged half of the Goetia world. In this dire moment, the five-element envoys unexpectedly emerged. After enduring numerous trials, the five-element world reached its zenith and united, sacrificing their lives once more to seal the Wanya corpse immortal. After 10,000 years, the Wanya corpse immortal revived for the sixth time, this time more powerful than ever, forcing the beings of the Goetia world to choose destruction, perishing alongside him. Summary of experiences. You entered a Taoist temple, apprenticed under a master, learned swordsmanship, supplemented your studies in Tao practices, faced chaos in the world, descended from the mountain to exterminate demons, forged friendships, honed your sword skills, allied with Wang Shao, vanquished blood demons, encountered the white snake, debated with Buddhists, overcame inner demons, faced the flood dragon, which inundated Chuanzhou, bringing suffering to the populace. You furiously slayed the flood dragon, quelled the water demons, avenged the dragon god, engaged in a grueling battle, received aid from friends, and together, the three of you defeated the dragon god, spilling his blood across Chuanzhou. You gained profound insight, established the Taiping sect, welcomed refugees, distributed grain, assisted the common folk, held grievance meetings, incited public outrage, and executed nobles, opened granaries, allocated fertile lands, and secretly developed your power. You directed your sword at the imperial court, proclaiming that heaven had perished and the yellow sky must rise, confronting the court, wielding your sword with fervor, slaying generals, usurping the throne, founding a new dynasty, governing the nation, ensuring the well-being of the people, becoming a legendary sovereign. You diligently trained, enhancing your cultivation over a century, achieving mastery in Tao practices, encountered assassins, fell victim to a curse, transforming into a blood corpse, wreaking havoc upon the world, slaughtering beings, severing ties with kin and friends, becoming sealed away, and after a millennium, breaking free, clashing with the five-element envoys, leading to a renewed sealing, undergoing this cycle 6 times, resulting in the destruction of the Goetia world, with a Wanya corpse immortal at the root of all sins, echoing throughout myriad realms. Chapter 33. The Root of Sin. The Immortal Heroic Spirit. Heroic Spirit recorded. Name, Jiangxian. Titles, Demon-Slaying Taoist, Dragon-Slaying Taoist, Divine Talismans Taoist. Leader of the Three Talents, Supreme Leader of Peace, Emperor of Qin, Timeless Wise Monarch, Undead Immortal of all trades, Ancestor of blood corpses, Root of Sin, World-Destroying Fiend. Quality, Immortal. Awakening status, None, can awaken 4 times. Skills, Mastery of Tao, requires 1 awakening to unlock. Demon Slaying, requires 2 awakenings. Myriad Talismans, requires 3 awakenings. Immortal of all trades, requires 4 awakenings. Root of Sin, requires peak 4 awakenings and the removal of all seals to unlock. Treasure, Cloudwater Sword, can awaken once for each awakening, totaling 4 awakenings. Will you inscribe the heroic spirit? In the room, Subai exhaled deeply, gazing at the title of World-Destroying Fiend, momentarily at a loss whether to laugh or cry. In his twilight years, an unexpected turn of events transformed him into the very fiend responsible for the world's destruction, a truth that Subai, who possessed all of Jiang Xian's memories, found difficult to accept. After all, the purpose of establishing the peace sect was to enhance the lives of the common people. Yet, through a cruel twist of fate, he became the source of all sins, leading to countless joys and sorrows. Conversely, the very act of world destruction elevated the quality of the inscribed heroic spirit from legendary to the pinnacle of immortality. The strength of this heroic spirit was undeniably formidable, holding more intrinsic value than the likes of Lu Qian from the celestial realm, for he was indeed the fiend who obliterated an entire world. Jiang Xian, gathering the accumulated enmity of all heroic spirits in the Goetia world over millennia, held the potential to become a mythic heroic spirit. However, Constrained by the relatively low tier of the Goetia world, he could not coalesce into a mythic spirit. Nonetheless, Jiangxian possessed 5 skills, with the final skill requiring 4 peak awakenings and the unsealing of all restrictions, which bore little distinction from a 5th awakening. Su Bai speculated that after 3 awakenings, Jiangxian's power would likely overshadow Lu Chen's 4 awakenings, given that one honed martial prowess while the other pursued the Tao. However, Lu Chen, as a general, might level the playing field if his 3rd and 4th skills were army-related and could summon his subordinates to besiege Jiangxian, although victory would still be improbable. As for Jiangxian post-4th awakening, unless Lu Chen could awaken a conceptual skill, he would stand no chance, and even in that case, it was highly likely he would falter, for Jiangxian would also have the capacity to awaken conceptual skills. Ultimately, the sins one commits must be atoned for by oneself. Nevertheless, Su Bai had no intention of inscribing the heroic spirit Jiangxian, despite his extraordinary prowess. After all, Jiangxian was the fiend responsible for the destruction of the entire Goetia world, and the subsequent emergence of the undead immortal of all trades had wrought untold suffering upon the realm. Su Bai, being a man of conscience, could not bear to plunge the future of the Goetia world into a dark abyss for his own selfish desires. Once more, he opted to simulate. Simulation failed. Due to unknown reasons, resimulation during the current time frame is no longer possible. Furrowing his brow, Su Bai clicked for details to understand why the simulation had failed. Moments later, he exhaled deeply. The world was, in fact, quite fragile. He could not alter history multiple times, and the higher the world's tier, the more pronounced this fragility became. Logically, the Goetia world should have allowed for several simulations. Yet the emergence of the undead immortal of all trades and the subsequent appearance of time-manipulating cultivators disrupted that possibility. The birth of the undead immortal of all trades entangled an overwhelming array of complex factors spanning past, present, and future. It was akin to a mountain of corrupted code. Erasing the undead immortal from its origin would lead to the immediate collapse of the entire Goetia world. Clearly, this was the bug of the undead immortal card. Attempting to erase it from the time of its birth, or any earlier point, would result in instant ruin. Even if Su Bai refused to inscribe, he could not alter the history of the undead immortal's inception, for the world's history had already been irrevocably changed after his simulation. Su Bai said, resigning himself to this reality. He had resolved that if he became a 3rd-tier spirit master for a 3rd simulation, he would once again choose the Goetia world, aiming to eliminate the undead immortal and preserve the history of the Goetia events. Having clarified his thoughts, he accessed the network of the Spirit Master realm to discern the public's opinion on Jiangxian. An hour later, Su Bai sighed deeply. The heroic spirits of the Goetia world harbored a profound hatred for the undead immortal of all trades. Their ultimate goal in life was to slay him. Fortunately, the majority of these spirits were rational. Their enmity was directed solely at the undead immortal, not at Jiangxian. In fact, some heroic spirits, having unraveled the historical context through the Spirit Master realm, even felt sympathy for Jiangxian. They had initially believed that Jiangxian had conducted experiments on his own body in pursuit of immortality or for some other reason, and that a failed experiment had resulted in his transformation into the undead immortal. However, the truth was that Jiangxian was entirely innocent. He had been cultivating diligently when he was unexpectedly stabbed, leading to an unavoidable mutation. Jiangxian had acted responsibly, sealing himself upon realizing the impending mutation. Had he not weakened his own strength with the Cloudwater Sword and the enhancement of the Heavenly Law, the Goetia world would not have endured for such a duration. In response to the threat posed by the undead immortal, the world level of the Goetia world had been rapidly elevated. If the Goetia world during Jiangxian's time was merely an ordinary extraordinary realm, since the birth of the undead immortal, its upper limits had been significantly raised, evolving into a top-tier extraordinary realm capable of traversing time and returning to the past and future. However, it was best not to expose Jiangxian's identity unless he had reached a peak state. Su Bai mused to himself. Although the majority of the Goetia world as heroic spirits did not harbor animosity towards Jiangxian, there would always be some whose hatred clouded their judgment. so it was prudent to remain discreet. When the time came for Jiang Xian to reach the peak of 4 awakenings and awaken his 5th skill, it would not be too late to reveal his identity then. After inscribing the heroic spirit, Su Bai felt a wave of fatigue wash over him and yawned. He lay down on his bed and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Although the Goeishu world functioned on a one-life clearance system, and he had not absorbed the subsequent memories of the undead immortal, the endeavor had drained him mentally. He felt as though he had not slept for 10 days and nights. The following morning, Su Bai forced himself to rise from bed despite his exhaustion. Today marked the day of the school's heroic spirit competition. Only those who secured a place among the top 8 would qualify to represent the school in the national competition. With a weary expression, Su Bai pushed open the classroom door while munching on a fried dough stick. "Ah, Lu Chun, you finally made it. I thought you were going to be late," greeted his good friend Su Beixian, a smile spreading across his face upon seeing Su Bai. With pink hair and a round face, Mu Xia also waved cheerfully at Su Bai. Su Bai, Su Baisun, and Mu Xia had contracted the strongest heroic spirits in the elite class, and naturally, their camaraderie was exceptionally strong. Don't even mention it. I pulled an all-nighty yesterday and nearly overslept this morning. Su Bai rested his head on the table, weakly addressing his classmates. "Dear students, the intra-school spirit contest will take place today at 2 p.m. I anticipate that the 8 coveted spots, along with the 2 special positions, will undoubtedly be claimed by our elite class, but do not let your guard down. If we are outperformed by the ordinary class spirit practitioners, prepare yourselves for a year of ridicule from your peers." The homeroom teacher, Yi Zhen, stood at the podium, striking it with his hand as he proclaimed, "Understood." The entire elite class echoed in affirmation. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 2 p.m. All the students gathered on the playground, where a massive black screen loomed before them. The intra-school spirit contest was not a genuine battle between spirits. Rather, it resembled a training ground, featuring simulated scenarios for combat. To enhance the excitement, the school would broadcast the matches live, allowing all students to view the event. And even ordinary citizens and spirit practitioners outside the school could watch via their mobile devices. The rules of the intra-school spirit contest were not fixed. They changed annually. There were classic formats, such as 1-on-1 duels, 3-on-3 team battles, 5-on-5 tower defense matches, and even large-scale survival contests with hundreds of participants. In essence, the competition was designed to be as entertaining as possible. Chapter 34. The intra-school competition, due to the simulation occurring within a machine, any scenario can be conjured, allowing for even the most absurd of rules to be realized, such as a 5v5 tower-pushing battle or a 100-person survival game. The process mirrors that of the National Spirit Tournament, albeit with the participation limited to the spirits of a single school, which inherently diminishes both the quality and quantity of the spirits involved. It remains uncertain what type of competition this year will present. In the designated resting area for students participating in the competition, Mu Xia sat on a bench, her petite feet swinging back and forth, curiosity evident in her voice. "I wonder if it's a 100-person survival game?" she mused. "There are only about 80 participants in the school as competition," Su Bai replied, shaking his head. "Not everyone qualifies for the school as spirit tournament. Participants must pass an assessment before they can register. This naturally eliminates a significant number of aspiring spirit masters who wish to take advantage of the situation, leaving only around 80 competitors. I believe it will be a 3v3 format," Su Beixian interjected, arms crossed, his tone serious. "The school has a total of 9 slots, 2 of which are reserved for support-type spirits. In a 3v3 match, the top 3 teams would consist of exactly 9 individuals, and support-type spirits could participate as well, negating the need for a separate competition." "Indeed, that seems quite plausible," Su Bai nodded in agreement. The principal of the Spirit Academy, a bespectacled and portly middle-aged man, commenced an impassioned speech on the playground, filled with vacuous pleasantries. The expressions of all the spirit masters present reflected a sense of ennui. Fortunately, Su Bai and the other competitors were not obliged to endure the principal's ramblings. They could rest in their exclusive lounge while awaiting the commencement of the competition. After approximately 2 hours of tedious speeches, the principal finally concluded and announced the rules of the competition. I hereby declare that this year's intra-school spirit tournament will follow a 3v3 team battle format. All students may select their teammates, and the competition will commence in half an hour, he proclaimed, gesturing grandly. Well, you truly guessed it, Subai remarked to Su Beixian with a smile upon hearing the announcement. This is the usual routine, Su Beixian shrugged nonchalantly. Nevertheless, it's quite splendid. I can fight alongside both of you, Subai stated as he rose. The 3v3 format appeared to be tailor-made for them, as they were undoubtedly the three strongest individuals in the entire school, their combination rendering them virtually unbeatable. Half an hour later, all spirit masters had selected their teammates. In summary, it was a case of strong alliances, with the top three teams' positions nearly predetermined. While this format may seem somewhat inequitable, it serves as a favorable method to assess the spirit's overall strength and teamwork, as well as the connections of the spirit masters. The Spirit Academy aims to cultivate exceptionally skilled spirit masters across various domains. One may possess a disagreeable personality or lead a solitary life, eschewing friendships. However, this necessitates a crucial condition. One must demonstrate the strength to thrive independently, even with two seemingly useless companions, ensuring victory in battles and thereby qualifying for the National Spirit Tournament. Conversely, some spirits are inherently designed for support roles or ill-suited for solo combat. For instance, the spirit contracted by Mu Xia, Solarl, a member of a heroic team that vanquished a demon king, is an elven archer. Throughout her life, Solarl primarily engaged in team battles, resulting in a severe specialization. She possesses formidable offensive capabilities but negligible means of self-preservation, rendering her exceptionally fragile. It would be profoundly unjust for Solarl to face off against other spirits in one-on-one duels. The competition between teams operates on a points-based system. Each team begins with 3 points. Losing a match deducts 1 point, while winning a match incurs no penalty. The team that endures until the end claims victory, while the second and third places are determined by the teams that last through the second and third rounds, respectively. The battlefield is a rather unremarkable forest, a simple yet classic venue for competition. Standing before the simulation chamber, Su Bai and his companions summoned their contracted spirits. Long time no see, Feng Xiu and Solarl, said Lu Chun, a young general clad in dazzling white dragon armor, wielding a spear named White Dragoness Roar. His countenance resolute. The bond between spirit masters and their spirits is one of equality, fostering friendships among them. Indeed, it has been a while, Feng Xiu, dressed in blue and white robes, replied solemnly. Be sure to protect me. Solarl, the stunning elven maiden clad in green, echoed with similar gravity. As the three spirits entered the simulation chamber, the competition officially commenced. The adversaries faced by Lu Chun and his companions were three spirits of heroic caliber, predominantly hailing from the celestial realm. With a swift motion, Solarl drew her bow, releasing a golden arrow imbued with magical energy. The arrow split into 3 mid-air, striking the three opponents with pinpoint accuracy. The sounds of piercing arrows echoed as the trio fell to the ground, their eyes wide with disbelief. Subai's team secured victory with astonishing ease. The heroic spirits from the celestial realm possessed an overall strength comparable to that of innate martial artists, their skills rather ordinary. Even with enhancements, their capabilities reached only the pinnacle of innate martial prowess. In contrast, facing Solarl, the elven archer from the magical world, rendered them akin to mere foot soldiers, regardless of her not yet having reached her zenith. Thus, Su Bai's team proceeded through 5 consecutive matches, each following a similar pattern. Before Lu Chun and Feng Xiu could even react, Solarl had dispatched their foes with a single arrow. Solarl epitomizes an extreme output type, possessing an output capacity that surpasses that of most epic-level spirits in the magical world. While most spirits possess attributes distributed across offense, defense, control, and healing, Solarl is purely focused on output, sacrificing all defensive abilities in the process. If a spirit from a magical world adept at close combat were to suddenly approach Solarl, they could easily subdue her in a single strike. After 5 consecutive victories, Su Bai's team finally encountered a rival with a significantly stronger overall prowess. Chapter 35. Effortless resolution of conflict. The members of this formidable team include an epic spirit from the spirit world, a guardian general whose legendary tale recounts his steadfast defense of a city for 50 days, and a warrior from the magic world, celebrated for his remarkable achievement of holding his own against a newly emerged hero. The captain of this trio hails from the Void Realm, a Taoist priest whose legendary exploits include vanquishing numerous formidable blood corpses and heroically stalling a powerful blood corpse during an operation to seal the Wanyeshi immortal. All three spirits are of epic caliber, rendering them the strongest team, second only to Su Bai's group. Alas, even among epics, disparities exist. Lu Chun's two companions are the pinnacle of epic spirits. As the battle commenced, the guardian general from the Tianxian world unleashed his second awakening, a skill acquired upon his final transformation. The domain unfolded. The guardian yellow dragon city, a vast, earthen-colored fortress, enveloped the enemy trio, and soon, hundreds of soldiers emerged atop its walls. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless soldiers armed with Lu Chen's invention, the repeating crossbow, unleashed a barrage of arrows upon the trio. Lu Chen swung his spear, the White Dragon's Song, conjuring a spectral white dragon that roared and shattered the volley of arrows in midair. The sword chi of Wu Wu. Fang Xiu gathered his energy and unleashed an enormous sword chi, which collided with the earthen walls, leaving a deep gash. Yet, the Yellow Dragon City withstood the blow, a testament to the Guardian General's ultimate skill, proving capable of absorbing Fang Xiu's casual strike. Guardian Yellow Dragon City. Effect. Summons the historical Yellow Dragon City and 500 elite soldiers. The fortress's hardness is enhanced by 200, and the walls possess a self-repairing ability, gradually mending any breaches. Moreover, the greater the damage sustained by the Yellow Dragon City, the higher its defensive capabilities can escalate, reaching a maximum of 500 increased wall defense. A rain of arrows cascaded down. The elven archer Solara moved with blinding speed, releasing stream after stream of golden arrows. The arrows split in midair, multiplying exponentially until the sky was thick with them, resembling a torrential downpour directed at the fortress walls. Boom! 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 Upon striking the walls, the arrows detonated, leaving fist-sized craters in their wake. After a relentless barrage, the Yellow Dragon City lay in tatters, perilously close to collapse. Nonetheless, the Guardian General successfully fulfilled his mission, intercepting the ultimate moves of the two allied spirits. Heavenly Thunder. The opposing team's captain activated a talisman, summoning a multitude of golden lightning bolts that descended upon Lu Chen and his companions. Fang Xiu and Lu Chen swiftly countered, deflecting the onslaught of golden lightning swords. Spear thrust. Lu Chen lunged forward, yet just as his spear was about to strike the opposing captain, it was intercepted by a warrior. Clang! Clang! Lu Chen engaged in a fierce duel with the adversary, and after numerous exchanges, he seized an opening, thrusting his spear decisively and piercing the warrior's heart. Simultaneously, Lu Chen's allies dispatched the remaining members of the opposing team. As the students of Yulin Academy observed the trio's efficient resolution of the conflict on screen, fervent discussions erupted. Impressive. Is this the strongest trio of our elite class? Indeed, the elven archer from the magic world possesses a formidable firepower, contributing over 50 to their overall output. Fang Xiu is no slouch either. I sense he is concealing his true strength, likely more terrifying than it appears. Sister Solara is so cool and beautiful. While most students marveled at the prowess of Lu Chen's companions, some questioned Lu Chen's contribution. Why does it feel like Lu Chen, as captain, hasn't he made a significant impact? True, he seems somewhat useful, yet not overwhelmingly so. However, he also appears to play a crucial role. Such narrow-mindedness. Lu Chen is clearly a versatile warrior with no apparent weaknesses, adept in various scenarios. In truth, Lu Chen's performance, while not spectacular, was far from poor. Yet, compared to top-tier legendary spirits, a considerable gap remained. This was partly due to Lu Chen's nonchalance and the fact that his second awakening skills had not yet been activated. Once their team encounters a truly formidable opponent, and Liu Chun as companions are eliminated, only then will Liu Chun truly unleash his potential. After securing victory in this match, Su Bai's team proceeded to engage in several more contests, most opponents proving relatively weak, often requiring neither Liu Chun nor Fang Xiao to intervene, as Solara alone could conclude the battles. Predictably, Su Bai's team claimed first place in the campus competition, earning the right to participate in the National Spirit Tournament. Excellent. For the next month, focus on resting and striving for full awakening of your spirits. Only then can you secure a commendable position in the National Spirit Competition, announced their homeroom teacher, Yi Zhen, with a smile as he addressed the students. Su Bai, see you in a month. Su Baixian waved at Su Bai after class. Su Bai, in a month, my spirit Solara should reach her second awakening. Don't lag behind. Mu Xia chimed in, her vibrant smile reflecting her joyous mood. Let us go, Sister Solara, let us go shopping. With that, Mu Xia eagerly took Solara's hand and bounced away. Both Su Baixian and Mu Xia's spirits, like Liu Chun's, had yet to reach their peak. Heroic spirits could awaken once, while epic spirits could awaken twice. Fang Xiao and Solara remained at the pinnacle of their first awakening. Upon achieving their second awakening, their attributes would significantly enhance, nearing their peak state in life, and they would acquire an additional formidable skill. Liu Chun, however, was exceptional, capable of awakening 4 times and wielding 4 extraordinarily powerful skills. A month should suffice. As he walked, Su Bai pondered. Liu Chun had already reached the pinnacle of his second awakening. Without activating the White Dragon Song skill, he could match Fang Xiao. If he would unleash the skill, Liu Chun could easily overpower Fang Xiao. When a month passes, Liu Chun's third awakening will propel him forward, likely yielding dazzling results in the National Spirit Tournament. Whether he could place in the top 10 of the Huaxia Spirit Tournament and represent Huaxia in international competitions would depend on the efficacy of his third awakening skills. Chapter 36. The Third Awakening. God of skills in the army. Upon returning to his dwelling, Su Bai summoned forth his 2 heroic spirits with a mere thought. They were the young General Liu Chun, adorned in white dragon armor with striking brows and starry eyes, and the refined Taoist Jiang Xian, clad in a yellow robe. Su Bai presented a multitude of energy crystals to both spirits, urging them to expedite their enhancement. Having absorbed the entirety of the memories from the Guishu world, Su Bai's mental fortitude experienced a significant elevation, signifying that his heroic spirits could swiftly regain their peak prowess. Time flowed gently, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. During this period, Jiang Xian finally achieved the level of secondary awakening, while Liu Chun reached the stage of tertiary awakening. First, let us delve into the detailed effects of Jiang Xian's 2 skills. Mastery of Dao. Effect: mastery over the majority of Dao arts, enhancing physical attributes by 75, and augmenting all Dao effects by 150. Slaying the demon. Effect: when confronting non-human entities, all attributes increase by 300, with an additional 60 boost to physical defense. And attack damage can be further elevated by 60, alongside a 20 reduction in absolute damage taken. When attacked by any non-human entity, the damage inflicted is reduced by 60, representing an absolute reduction. Upon vanquishing any non-human entity, one can seize 10 of their physical attributes, capped at a 500 enhancement. Additionally, upon slaying any non-human being, one may restore between 1 to 100 of their life force based on the opponent's vitality. Should their vitality be at its zenith, the restored energy can be stored within the body, allowing for immediate recovery post-injury, with a maximum storage capacity of 500 of one's life force. Jiang Xian's first skill is undeniably powerful, yet it does not signify a qualitative transformation. What astonished Su Bai was the second skill, whose effects bear resemblance to the White Dragon's Song, albeit with the triggering condition being the presence of non-human entities rather than solitude. While the skill description is not overly intricate, its mechanics are remarkably sophisticated. Beyond the exaggerated attribute increases, what truly surprised Su Bai was the skill's life-preserving capabilities. With a 60 boost to physical defense, a 20 reduction in absolute damage, and a 60 decrease in enemy-inflicted damage, these 3 effects are independently calculated. Thus, if an enemy could inflict 100 points of damage, 60 would be deducted first, resulting in only 40 points of damage, which after accounting for the 60 physical defense would approximate to around 20 points, and after further applying the 20 absolute damage reduction, Jiang Xian would only sustain approximately 16 points of damage. When facing non-human entities, the overall effectiveness of slaying the demon surpasses that of the White Dragon's song significantly. Moreover, Jiang Xian's foundational attributes post-secondary awakening are approximately fivefold greater than those of Lu Chen's post-secondary awakening. In comparison, Jiang Xian post-secondary awakening is undoubtedly superior to Lu Chen's counterpart, though this is confined to the secondary awakening stage. If Jiang Xian's secondary awakening skills delighted Su Bai, Lu Chen's skills acquired after tertiary awakening sent him into a state of ecstatic joy. God of the Army, effect, can summon 300,000 Xuanjia soldiers to assist in battle, with each soldier inheriting 10 of one's comprehensive attributes. Passive, Army Resonance. When a number of soldiers exceeds 3, all attributes increase by 30, and each soldier's attributes increase by 10. When exceeding 5 soldiers, total attributes increase by 40, with each soldier's attributes increasing by 15. When exceeding 10 soldiers, total attributes increase by 60, with each soldier's attributes increasing by 20. When a number of soldiers surpasses 200,000, total attributes increase by 2,000. Receiving an additional 400 boost to physical defense, an 80 reduction in absolute damage taken, and gaining the bloodbath effect. The lower the life force, the higher the comprehensive attributes, with a maximum enhancement of 500 to all attributes. Note that this 500 is an absolute priority attribute, meaning it is based on the highest current physical attributes, including those augmented by skills, leading to an additional 500 enhancement of comprehensive attributes. Moreover, upon gaining the bloodbath effect, one becomes immune to all control-type skills and disregards the majority of physical weaknesses. Any missing body parts will be temporarily replaced by a mysterious force, which can substitute up to 40 of physical tissue. Upon defeating an enemy, one can plunder 20 of their base attributes, with a maximum enhancement of 500. Furthermore, upon slaying an enemy, one may restore between 1 to 100 of their maximum life force based on the enemy's vitality. All soldiers witness a 500 increase in attributes, receive an additional 200 boost to physical defense, a 60 reduction in absolute damage taken, and their attacks inherently possess a 5 real damage component. Real damage can bypass the majority of physical defenses. All soldiers gain a bloodthirst effect. With the lower their life force, the greater their comprehensive attributes, potentially achieving a 200 increase in physical attributes. This is an absolute priority attribute, meaning, upon acquiring the bloodbath effect, soldiers become immune to all control-type skills and disregard most physical vulnerabilities. Any missing body parts will be temporarily replaced by mysterious force, which can substitute up to 10 of physical tissue. All soldiers receive the plunderer passive, allowing them to plunder 5 of the enemy's base attributes upon slaying them, with a maximum enhancement of 200 to their base attributes. Additionally, upon defeating an enemy, they may restore between 1 to 100 of their maximum life force based on the enemy's vitality. Thus concludes the detailed introduction of Jiang Xian's skill, God of the Army. It is truly deserving of its title, as it embodies divine prowess. The statistics are akin to those of Cheat, with the derived skills surpassing the primary skills of other heroic spirits by a considerable margin. Summoning a staggering 300,000 Xuanjia soldiers is formidable, even in the absence of skill enhancements. The Xuanjia soldiers are a specialized troop trained by Lu Chen, each mounted and armored, with both soldiers and their steeds equipped with impenetrable armor, rendering them invulnerable to fire and water, hence the name Xuanjia soldiers. Every Xuanjia soldier is required to possess at least the strength of an innate warrior. During Lu Chen's prime in the Tianxian world, he could only train a mere 10,000 Xuanjia soldiers. Yet his skill allows him to summon a remarkable 300,000 Xuanjia soldiers. And most terrifying of all is that the summoned soldiers are the strongest among all Xuanjia soldiers. Chapter 37, The National Spirit Contest. In a tumultuous battle involving hundreds of spirits, there are approximately 300,000 soldiers nearing the pinnacle of innate martial prowess. Adding his own attribute enhancement of 10, this equates to 300,000 soldiers at the peak of innate capabilities. Merely envisioning 300,000 soldiers adorned in formidable armor, their power amplified through countless enhancements, evokes an impulse to laugh from Subai. The skilled god of the army, while exceptionally formidable, is, upon reflection, rather reasonable. The prevailing theme of the heavenly mysterious world is warfare, and the god of the army embodies the collective faith of all soldiers, generals, and a significant portion of civilians within this realm. This singular achievement alone could elevate Lu Qian to the status of a legendary spirit. Yet it manifests as an independent skill with remarkably high attributes. Faced with the onslaught of 300,000 soldiers, even in a world of lower martial arts, the enhanced strength of these soldiers could deplete the stamina of most legendary spirits, excluding those from the realm of cultivation. Possessing such extraordinary attributes, Su Bai is filled with unwavering confidence that he will shine brightly in the National Spirit Contest. Time swiftly passes, and before long, half a month has elapsed. Today marks the commencement of the National Spirit Competition. The 9 members of Su Bai School arrived early at the lounge. The National Spirit Contest is an extensive event that could span several months to determine the ultimate champion. The prolonged duration is intended to maintain the excitement of the competition, which, while termed a contest, also serves as a form of entertainment. Throughout the competition, both spirit masters and ordinary citizens of the spirit world will avidly watch the proceedings. If one can perform exceptionally, even with a lower ranking, they can seize the opportunity to gain fame and potentially accumulate wealth. Numerous betting schemes have emerged surrounding the event, with the classic being wagering on the spirits one believes will prevail, offering the chance for overnight fortune. Su Bai's spirit, Lu Chun, is under the spotlight. Recognized as one of the most renowned spirits in this year's national contest, though most are skeptical of his chances, predicting his early elimination. This skepticism presents Su Bai with an opportunity for sudden wealth. Leaving the lounge, Su Bai entered a rather secluded room. 10 million wagered on Lu Chun's victory, he declared, presenting his bank card. Are you certain? The betting staff inquired, surprised by Su Bai's boldness. Absolutely, Su Bai firmt comedy. Very well. The current odds are 1-3. Should Lu Chun secure victory in the first round of the preliminary matches, you will receive 3 times your wager, the staff replied formally. As the grandest event in the spirit world, the National Spirit Contest encompasses various categories. Su Bai is participating in the youth division, designated for those who have just turned 18 and have been spirit masters for less than a year. The youth contest is divided into several stages. The first round, known as the preliminary match, the official matches, and finally, the championship. Unlike the official matches and finals, preliminary matches typically involve chaotic free-for-alls, survival scenarios, or mass confrontations, selecting only a few victors from the throng. This approach is necessitated by the overwhelming number of eligible spirit masters, many of whom contract weaker spirits lacking significant appeal. To elevate the overall quality of spirits quickly, the first round is notably brutal, often resulting in the highest number of eliminations. Decades ago, participation in the National Spirit Contest, even in the youth category, required navigating rigorous elections, with multiple schools vying for a single spot. However, this led to overly brief and underwhelming competitions, unfair to certain spirits reliant on specific conditions to showcase their potential. Over time, the format evolved into the current National Spirit Contest. After placing his bet, Su Bai returned to the lounge to conserve his energy. In the National Spirit Contest, all participants compete solo, with matches assigned randomly, meaning Su Bai would not encounter his classmates. However, should he progress to the official rounds or finals, the possibility of meeting them again arises, and they could form a temporary team if circumstances allow. Before long, Su Bai received his match assignment. 100-person free-for-all. Match rules. The contest occurs in a circular arena with a diameter of 1 kilometer, where combat is unrestricted. Participants may employ any means to eliminate opponents, form alliances, or even hide. Once only 10 spirits remain, those spirits automatically claim victory. Upon reading the straightforward rules, Su Bai smiled. He controlled Lu Chun, lying back in the simulation chamber. In a moment of disorientation, Lu Chun found himself in an empty space populated by numerous other spirits, all preparing for the impending battle. This was the pre-match assembly phase, commonly referred to as team formation. All spirits slated for the competition gather in this void, granted a half hour for interaction before being transported to the arena. Salutations to the Emperor. Greetings as Lu Chun materialized. A significant portion of the spirits around him knelt in homage. Spirits from a heavenly mysterious world are akin to the novice card pool for all spirit masters. Nearly all unnamed heroes and half of the epic legendary spirits hail from this realm. And there is not a single spirit in the heavenly mysterious world that does not revere Lu Chun. Rise, Lu Chun commanded, nodding. We willingly serve as soldiers. Following the general into battle, a general spirit from the heavenly mysterious world remained kneeling, proclaiming loudly. We volunteer as soldiers, following the general into battle. The other general spirits echoed fervently. Chapter 38. Summoning the army in the eyes of all the generals in the Tianxian world, Lu Chun is akin to a deity. Generals of later generations revere Lu Chun, taking immense pride in the honor of fighting alongside him. In the annals of the Tianxian world, a renowned general, celebrated as a legendary spirit, wept bitterly upon learning of Lu Chun's many legendary exploits, lamenting why fate did not allow him to be born in the same era as Lu Chun to join him in battle. Now, a splendid opportunity lay before them, one that no general from the Tianxian world would dare to overlook, the chance to fight alongside their idol, their very faith. Coincidentally, there were exactly 9 spirits eager to pledge their loyalty to Lu Chun. Let us unite and secure this victory, showcasing to the world the true might of the Tianxian army. Lu Chun declared, gripping the white dragon's whisper with unyielding authority. Upon hearing his words, the blood surged within all the generals, leaving them trembling with excitement. These spirits, long subjected to scorn due to their perceived weakness and the lower standing of their world, had endured years of ridicule. Some even mocked that the legendary spirits of Tianxian could not even contend with the brave spirits of the cultivation realm. Even the most exceptional spirits, Chu Tian and Tian Yun, could only rely on sheer numbers to contend with the epic heroes from other realms. Yet now, at last, someone had risen to lead them, to demonstrate their true strength to the inhabitants of other worlds and the spirit realm. This exemplifies the influence of the world's top spirits. Any spirit hailing from the same realm is considered comrade. After all, the relationship between spirits and their summoners has always been one of equality. Summoners cannot compel spirits to fight against their will. Witnessing this scene, the spirits from other realms felt their lips twitch in disbelief. After exchanging glances, they quickly reached a consensus. Once the battle commenced, their priority would be to target Lu Chun and all spirits hailing from the Tianxian world. Although the Tianxian spirits seemed weak, the arrival of such a reputed leader posed a genuine threat to their plans. Half an hour swiftly passed, and Lu Chun found himself transported to the center of the arena. By virtue of being teammates, he and the 9 generals were also brought to his side. God of the army summoned 20 soldiers. As the battle began, Lu Chun activated his skill, acquired after his third awakening, to summon 100 Xuanjia soldiers. To his astonishment, Lu Chun discovered that his teammates, the 9 generals from Tianxiu, could also benefit from the enhancements of his skill. This meant that these 9 generals would likewise enjoy a 60 increase in physical attributes, 25 in physical defense, a 10 reduction in absolute damage, and a minor bloodbath effect, whereby the more grievously they were injured, the greater their overall attributes would rise, peaking at a 30 increase. Adding these enhancements together, even without choosing to augment his own basic attributes by 10, Lu Chun had nearly doubled the comprehensive qualities of each spirit. Form a military formation, defensive stance. Lu Chun commanded, his voice low and steady. Understood. The outermost Xuanjia soldiers immediately raised their shields and crouched down, while those behind them placed their shields atop the first row. In mere seconds, a complete ring of shields encircled Lu Chun and his companions, providing them a robust defense. Multiple fireball technique, thunder fist, dreamlike dual blade flow. As the shield formation solidified, the attacks of dozens of other spirits followed closely. Boom! After a fierce barrage of assaults, the remnants of battered shields and wounded Xuanjia soldiers appeared before the attacking spirits. Despite their disheveled appearance, the Xuanjia soldiers had successfully withstood the initial wave of attacks and retained some fighting capability. After all, the Xuanjia armor had been forged from specially treated steel, impervious to fire and water, and resistant to blades and blunt weapons, possessing commendable magical and physical resistance. Even when faced with magical assaults from a mage world, these armors could endure some punishment. Coupled with the 60 increase in overall attributes, even their armor benefited from this enhancement. Attack! Lu Chun proclaimed, wielding his spear. White dragons whisper with calm determination. Charge! The soldiers roared in unison as they surged towards their adversaries. However, these soldiers were not mindlessly rushing into battle. Clad in heavy armor, some bore shields in their left hands and blades in their right, serving as the vanguard of the army, primarily tasked with absorbing damage while possessing a degree of offensive capability. Behind them stood soldiers armed with long spears and short blades, partaking in Lu Chen's classic strategy. In an instant, over 100 soldiers and the 9 generals from the Tianxian world engaged fiercely with the other spirits. Dreamlike dual blade flow, thrust and strike. A young warrior clad in light armor, wielding dual katana, lunged forward, transforming into a blur, intent on cleaving a soldier in two. This valiant spirit, a warrior from the Izumo world, was renowned for his mastery of the dreamlike dual blade flow, having slain 67 warriors in his lifetime, earning him the title of the dreamlike assassin. Regrettably, this warrior faced the Xuanjia soldiers, the most elite troops of the Tianxian world. Each had participated in countless grand battles and emerged as survivors, their battle-hardened experience surpassing that of the warrior, who had likely encountered fewer corpses in his lifetime than the Xuanjia soldiers had seen. Naturally, each Xuanjia soldier possessed formidable combat experience. Just as the warrior spirit was about to strike the Xuanjia soldier, the latter raised his shield to block the attack. Clang! With a crisp sound, the shield shattered into 4 pieces, leaving the Xuanjia soldier with 2 crossed wounds across his chest. As the warrior from the initial cloud world attempted to press his advantage and slay the Xuanjia soldier, 2 soldiers wielding long spears seized the opportunity, attacking from an acute angle. Clang! Clang! The warrior, with remarkable reflexes, managed to deflect the 2 spear strikes. However, following there were 3 successive arrows. Chapter 39. He is truly a god of war. The arrows flew with remarkable speed, their trajectories forming a triangular pattern that completely barred the warrior's escape. Having just withstood 2 spear attacks, the warrior found himself in a precarious state, with his former strength having waned and new vigor yet to arise. In a moment of desperation, he could only twist his head to evade the most lethal of strikes. Thud! Thud! Yet, the warrior's chest and left shoulder were still struck by the arrows, which plunged mercilessly into his flesh. At that moment, the foremost armored soldier, whose chest bore 2 enormous gashes, had his armor stained a deep crimson. However, he seemed impervious to pain. A sinister red glimmer flickered in his eyes, and the muscles hidden beneath his armor appeared ready to burst forth, gripping a massive cleaver in his hands. His arms bulged with power as he raised the weapon high and brought it crashing down. Martial arts technique, forceful strike. This is the insidious nature of coordinated combat. Although the series of attacks appeared to unfold over a prolonged span, they occurred almost simultaneously. As the frontline soldier was assaulted, the spear and arrow attacks were unleashed in unison. By the time the warrior managed to deflect these assaults, the soldiers in the front had charged their energy for too long. The warrior from the land of Izumo felt his pupils constrict sharply. He summoned every ounce of strength to thrust his slender katana before him. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as both the katana and the cleaver shattered simultaneously. It must be said that Izumo, renowned for its swordsmithing, had even the weakest katana proving remarkably resilient. With his left hand gripping the remaining piece of the katana, the warrior lunged forward, the blade piercing through the thick breastplate and puncturing the armored soldier's heart. Yet, astonishingly, the armored soldier seemed to feel no pain. He suddenly grasped the katana embedded in his heart, momentarily halting the warrior's movements. Thud! Thud! Following swiftly was the armored soldier wielding a spear, launching another attack. This time, the warrior was not so fortunate. The spear punctured his body, creating 2 gaping wounds. Whoosh! Almost instantaneously, 3 arrows struck from 3 different angles. Phantom afterimage. The warrior's pupils dilated as he activated his skill, rendering his form ethereal and allowing him to evade the 3 incoming arrows. Mountain shatter. However, just as the warrior dispelled his phantasm, a shadow loomed above him, and he was struck by a colossal hammer nearly half a meter in diameter. With a sickening crunch, his skull was smashed to a pulp. The assailant was none other than Liu Chun's comrade, a general wielding a massive hammer. This was the elite armored soldier of the celestial realm. Perhaps when facing adversaries from other worlds, their statistics may appear lacking. Yet, the armored soldiers excelled through their nearly flawless cooperation, effortlessly vanquishing foes far beyond their own might. The armored soldier, pierced through the heart by the katana, remained alive. He yanked the blade from his chest and, with eyes ablaze with murderous intent, charged at a nearby mage. Fireball! Fireball! Exploding fireball. The mage, seeing the threat approaching, unleashed a torrent of fireball attacks. Boom! 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 Against the onslaught of fireballs, the injured armored soldier shielded his head with his arms, opting to endure the oncoming flames. As he reached the mage, his once impenetrable armor was now glowing red from the fireballs, steam billowing from the seams. If one listened closely, they could hear the flesh sizzling beneath the armor. Yet, even in this state, the armored soldier did not falter. He clenched his fist and unleashed a powerful strike towards the mage's face. Martial arts technique, Diamond Fist. Unfortunately, his punch was intercepted by an invisible barrier. Ground Spike. The mage waved his staff, summoning a multitude of spikes from the earth. Thud! 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 In an instant, the armored soldier was impaled by the erupting spikes. Crack! 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 Nevertheless, he still did not succumb. He trembled, striving to free himself from the spikes. With a feeble attempt, he managed to move his arm slightly, reaching out as if to strike once more, but ultimately, the armored soldier fell, his arm limp before the mage. In the end, he was merely an ordinary soldier, not even a heroic spirit. His ability to endure thus far stemmed solely from sheer willpower and the effects of his bloodied skills. After the death of this unremarkable yet exceptional frontline armored soldier, 3 unscathed armored soldiers brandishing shields charged at the mage. Soldiers of this caliber numbered 30,000 at Liu Chen's command, and the more there were, the stronger they became. When their numbers exceeded 300,000, each soldier inherited 10% of Liu Chen's physical attributes, culminating in their ultimate form. Su Bai estimated that, at that point, any soldier among the 300,000 would possess base attributes at least 3 times greater than his ordinary self. After all, during that time, his overall attributes would have surged by at least 2,000%, while soldiers inheriting 10% of his attributes would be akin to inheriting 200% of his base attributes in his ordinary state. Of course, even soldiers merely benefiting from a 100-man buff, without the 10% inheritance, would suffice to handle such minor skirmishes. Liu Chen stood at the heart of the battlefield, refraining from direct intervention, instead continuously directing the armored soldiers in their combat, crafting a masterpiece of war for the spirit masters of the spirit realm. By heavens, is this the interplay between soldiers? Merely 3 ordinary soldiers managed to forcibly slay a top-tier heroic spirit. How terrifying! I admit I underestimated the celestial realm. Is this truly what it looks like? Impressive. So this is Liu Chen's skill? The ability to summon hundreds of soldiers. No wonder he previously appeared so unremarkable. Liu Chen's chaotic melee was broadcast live. The spirit masters and ordinary citizens of the spirit realm who witnessed this tumultuous clash were rendered speechless by the seamless cooperation of the soldiers. Art. This is the art of war. Lu Chun and his armored soldiers presented a breathtaking spectacle of warfare to the spirit masters from the spirit realm and the heroic spirits from myriad realms. Chapter 40. The might of the army under the seamless coordination of Lu Chun's army. The dozens of heroic spirits on the battlefield were ruthlessly slaughtered, leaving only Lu Chun and his companions. Naturally, Lu Chun emerged victorious in the first match. In the lounge, as he watched the live broadcast of Lu Chun's triumph, Su Bai's lips curled into a slight smile. Thanks to the wager he placed, his initial bet of 10 million transformed into 30 million, marking a substantial profit. Following Lu Chun's victory, the event stirred a considerable uproar in the realm of spirit masters. Most were astonished by Lu Chun's strategic prowess in commanding his forces, as well as the exceptional skill of his soldiers. In particular, a soldier who withstood the onslaught of a warrior spirit and charged toward the mage spirit garnered immense attention online, being hailed as the strongest soldier. Within the lounge, Su Bai set down his phone, focusing on rapidly assimilating energy crystals while controlling Lu Chun. After ascending to the rank of a second-tier spirit master, his mental acuity had multiplied several times over. Previously, it would have taken several months to elevate the heroic spirit Lu Chun to 4 awakenings. Now, he estimated that it could be accomplished in about a month. Ultimately, enhancing a heroic spirit's power is often a matter of restoring it. Under optimal conditions, a heroic spirit could regain its peak state overnight, with the only limitation being the spirit master's mental fortitude. After more than half a month of training, Su Bai felt that with diligent effort, he could elevate Lu Chun to 4 awakenings in just over 10 days. After a brief 3-day respite, the National Heroic Spirit Competition officially commenced. Compared to the peculiar rules of previous years, this year's formal competition was remarkably straightforward. Thousands of heroic spirits would engage in a series of one-on-one duels, each possessing 3 lives. Winning did not cost a life, while losing resulted in a life being deducted. The competition would conclude when only 100 spirits remained, leading into the final phase. During this final stage, the top 10 spirits would be selected to represent China in the Global Heroic Spirit Competition. With the announcement of the competition rules, it was finally time to place bets. Su Bai examined the betting ratios and noted that Lu Chun's odds had shifted to 1-2, indicating a slight change in perception among a portion of the Spirit Master community. However, the majority still believed that Lu Chun would struggle to win the forthcoming official matches. This skepticism stemmed from the fact that the heroic spirits in the preliminary rounds were primarily of the brave tier, with a few lesser-known spirits from the cultivation world, whose overall strength was not particularly formidable. Yet, in the official matches, the presence of brave tier spirits would be rare, with most contenders being of epic tier, and some even legendary tier. Lu Chun's ability to summon hundreds of soldiers allowed him to showcase their combat prowess, undoubtedly impressive and deserving of the title of War God. But that brilliance had its limits. According to experts, Lu Chun's comprehensive strength still fell short of the average epic tier spirit. The reason he managed to dominate the preliminary rounds was not solely due to the soldiers he summoned, but also because of the 9 generals who assisted him, along with the 20 or so chosen spirits who bore him no ill will. With a subtle smile, Su Bai did not hesitate to wager an additional 30 million. The match officially begins. Contestant Lu Chun faces off against Abino K, Y from the Azuma world, an epic tier spirit and the granddaughter of the Grand Onmiji Abino Saimai. As she stepped onto the arena, Abino K, Y summoned her 3 Shikigami. The Haikai Y, a girl adorned in garments woven from various flowers, the Hakubone Y, with flowing white hair, clad in white light armor, and wielding a bone bow, and the great Waikai Inakami, brandishing a kitchen knife. Will he win? I feel it's precarious. Abino K.Y.'s strength is formidable, and most epic tier spirits struggle against her. Even if Lu Chun can summon soldiers, he is likely to be easily defeated. The audience watching the live broadcast began to fervently discuss the match. Most spectators remained convinced that Lu Chun could not best Abino K.Y. With a slight smirk, Lu Chun refrained from activating any skills or summoning soldiers. Instead, he charged forward with a spear. While using the skill White Dragon Song to crush enemies with pure resin would be exhilarating, it would also reveal his true strength and significantly diminish his potential gains later on. It was far more prudent to rely solely on his basic skill, mastery of all weapons, to secure victory without excessive effort. Clang! Clang! Liu Chan deflected several arrows aimed at him with his spear before engaging in fierce combat with Inakami. Throughout the battle, Hakibon Y continually shot arrows to harass Liu Chan, while Hayakai Y summoned countless vines to hinder him. Yet, even against 3 adversaries, Liu Chan maintained the upper hand, not merely due to exaggerated attributes, but rather owing to his extensive combat experience and martial skills gleaned from surviving the blood-soaked battlegrounds. You have lost. Approximately 5 minutes later, Liu Chan pointed his spear at Abinokai Y, his voice low and resolute. I concede. Abinokai, having seen all her Shikigami defeated, wisely chose to forfeit. Through this battle, Liu Chan demonstrated to the world that even without any soldiers, his prowess was on par with other epic-tier spirits from various realms. In the lounge, as he gazed at the 60 million in his bank account, a smile graced Subay's lips. After a night of rest, he checked Liu Chen's betting ratio again, noting it remained at 1-2. Subai picked up his phone and idly scrolled, finding that his predictions had largely held true. Although Liu Chen had showcased power comparable to that of epic-tier spirits in the previous match, it was not particularly remarkable. Should he continue to compete, the risk of defeat remained substantial, which was precisely what Subai desired. His deliberate concealment of strength and refraining from utilizing skills aimed to secure a significant victory in betting. Without hesitation, Subai decided to go all in, wagering his entire 60 million. If he emerged victorious today, his investment would double, yielding a staggering 120 million. Soon, the second match commenced, with Subai's opponent being a high-level demon hunter from the Dawn world, possessing epic-tier spirit quality. Chapter 41. A formidable foe without any unforeseen circumstances. After a rather intense battle, Liu Chen ultimately managed to triumph over his opponent through sheer luck. In the subsequent matches, Liu Chen consistently relied on his extensive combat experience to overcome stronger adversaries, narrowly defeating them each time. After a series of 4 or 5 matches, the spirit masters of the spirit world began to recognize that Liu Chen was undoubtedly concealing his true strength. Otherwise, he would not have managed to win by such slim margins. This act of withholding one's strength to increase betting stakes and profit is entirely legal in the spirit world. Were it otherwise, Subai would not dare to engage in such bold tactics. Many observers discerned that Liu Chen was hiding his capabilities, yet the vast majority remained convinced that he would not prevail in the next match. After all, Liu Chen was merely an ethereal spirit hailing from the chosen world, and despite his remarkable prowess, there existed an insurmountable limit to his abilities. Following a few more victories, which netted him approximately 3 billion in earnings, Liu Chen finally faced his first legitimate opponent. Gu Qingwei, the senior sister of the 10,000 Swords sect in the immortal cultivation realm, was an epitome of an epic-level ethereal spirit. Gu Qingwei shared a connection with Fang Xiao, the ethereal spirit of Su Bai's friend Su Baixian. Both spirits hailed from the void cultivation realm and belonged to the same prestigious sect, the 10,000 Swords sect, where they were recognized as leaders among their peers. However, Fang Xiao and Gu Qingwei were strangers to one another, separated by nearly 200,000 years. One from the early Second Era of the immortal cultivation world, and the other from the mid-Third Era. Their only shared trait was their prodigious talent in swordsmanship, both destined to become legendary ethereal spirits if fate had not cruelly intervened and cut their lives short. The battleground for their contest was an unremarkable desert. I'm bound to lose. This is no exaggeration, though I loathe to admit it, even if Liu Chen is still holding back. He stands no chance against the ethereal spirits of the immortal cultivation realm, let alone those of epic caliber. After betting against Liu Chen so many times, it seems I've finally placed my wager correctly. Upon seeing Liu Chen's opponent, the live chat surged with fervent comments. All viewers, including Liu Chen's most ardent fans, unanimously believed his defeat was inevitable. As the match commenced, Liu Chen activated his ability, God of the Army, summoning over 10,000 armored soldiers. In an instant, the desolate desert was teeming with countless soldiers clad in dark armor. The resonating presence of these soldiers augmented Lu Chun's overall attributes by 500%, while the soldiers themselves experienced a 200% enhancement in their own attributes and defensive capabilities, along with the benefits of blood-soaked effects. With Lu Chun's physical attributes contributing 10% to their strength, their collective prowess reached the level of a supreme martial grandmaster. The martial grandmaster represents the pinnacle of combat power within the Tianxian world, equivalent to the highest tier of warriors in other extraordinary realms. The soldiers surrounding Lu Chun, each possessing the strength of a martial grandmaster, could be likened to ethereal spirits ranging from heroic to epic status. Positioned at the center, Lu Chun regarded the woman in white robes before him with grave concern. As a close friend of Su Beixian, he was acutely aware of Fang Xiu's formidable nature. Ethereal spirits of the same quality, yet from different worlds, displayed vast disparities in strength. The realms of the multiverse can be broadly categorized into 3 tiers: the low martial world of Tianxian, the ordinary extraordinary world of Guixiu, and the pinnacle world of immortal cultivation, characterized by its exceedingly high upper limits. The disparity in power among ethereal spirits from these worlds is monumental. An epic ethereal spirit from Guixiu can easily vanquish a legendary spirit from Tianxian, while an epic spirit from the void cultivation realm can similarly overpower a legendary spirit from Guixiu. Within Su Bai's trio, Fang Xiu's strength had remained undisclosed, mirroring Lu Chun's strategy of concealing his true capabilities until the National Ethereal Spirit Competition. Gu Qingyue, resembling a celestial being in her flowing white robes, elegantly swung her long sword, unleashing a blade of silver moonlight that surged toward Lu Chun. Countless armored soldiers, wielding shields, raised their defenses in a desperate attempt to block the oncoming silver sword energy. Despite their formidable armor, bolstered by a 200% enhancement, they fell as easily as paper, severed by the ethereal strike. With each swing, Gu Qingyue's sword energy cleaved through the ranks of armored soldiers, dispatching over 50 in mere moments. This exemplified the combat prowess of an ethereal spirit from the void cultivation realm, capable of dispatching dozens of top-tier heroic spirits with a single stroke. Ethereal spirits of similar caliber from ordinary extraordinary worlds like Guixiu or Dawn would likely meet the same fate with a single blow. However, Lu Chun's ability, God of the Army, was exceedingly formidable. If one sword could fell dozens of soldiers, he could summon hundreds more. As Lu Chun activated his skill once more, new armored soldiers materialized to replace those who had fallen. Recognizing the emergence of fresh soldiers, Gu Qingyue's demeanor shifted from nonchalance to earnest concentration. Grasping her treasured sword, the Qingyue sword, she unleashed 3 successive waves of sword energy. With each slicing sound, nearly 200 more armored soldiers fell victim to her strikes. Before Gu Qingyue could mount another offensive, the counterattack from Lu Chun's soldiers commenced. The air filled with the sound of countless bolts, raining down upon Gu Qingyue. "Charge!" commanded the fearless armored soldiers as they advanced with shields raised. Though Gu Qingyue's protective magic absorbed much of the onslaught, it steadily drained her mana. Her expression grew increasingly severe as she engaged in a relentless struggle, dispatching one soldier after another. Yet more soldiers continued to surge forward, undeterred by their losses. Gu Qingyue contemplated the audacious strategy of directly eliminating Lu Chun, seeking to sever the head of the enemy amidst the throng of warriors. However, Lu Chun, well-versed in the art of decapitation from his days as a general in the Tianxian world, was all too familiar with the intricacies of such tactics. Chapter 42. Unceasing victories. Lu Chun often infiltrated enemy troops alone, executing a series of strikes with remarkable audacity, even seizing the mobile phone of an enemy general, which led to the legend of his skill, White Dragon Chant. As an expert in decapitation tactics, Lu Chun was well aware of how to counter the enemy's assassination strategies. Despite Gu Qingyue's ability to fly and her extensive repertoire of spells, she could not touch Lu Chun. Even if she managed to encounter him, it would be exceedingly difficult to bring about his demise. With a 500 enhancement in his overall attributes, Lu Chun could hold his ground against Gu Qingyue. Though he could not overpower her, he would not be easily dispatched. Time trickled by minute, 10 minutes, half an hour. In the heart of the battlefield, Gu Qingwei stood atop a mound of corpses, gasping heavily. Her demeanor had shifted from elegance and composure to one of utter exhaustion. Her body smeared with blood, some her own, and some belonging to her foes. Her breath was chaotic, and her body was nearing its limits. Though she possessed strength, she lacked the knowledge to conserve her energy. Her combat skills were somewhat naive, wasting at least 70% of her effort. Furthermore, she did not possess the resolve to fight to the bitter end, despite having the means to expend nearly half of her mana for a desperate breakout. With a 30% chance of success to slay him, she hesitated and missed all opportunities, lacking the tenacity to press forward. Not far away, Lu Chan shook his head and murmured softly. Although Gu Qingyue's power surpassed his, she was still too inexperienced. After all, she was merely a prodigy of the sect, a flower nurtured in a greenhouse, yet to fully mature. In contrast, Lu Chun had fought relentlessly in the realms of Tianxian and Guishu, where no comparison could be made between the two. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Lu Chun grasped his spear, White Dragon Chant, and began to channel a substantial amount of inner strength into it. As the spear began to tremble slightly, Lu Chun leaned back, using his waist as a fulcrum, envisioning his body as a whip, and suddenly hurled the White Dragon Chant forward. Roar! The spear transformed into a soaring white dragon midair, roaring as it charged towards Gu Qingwei. Taken by surprise, she was pierced through the chest by White Dragon Chant. I have lost, Gu Qingwei said calmly, gazing at the wound in her chest. As her words fell, her body transformed into a cascade of white light, gradually vanishing. With this, Lu Chun secured yet another victory. What did I just witness? The legendary spirit of Tianxian world has actually defeated the premier epic spirit of the Taishu cultivation realm. At the moment Lu Chun triumphed over Gu Qingwei, the live stream as commentary exploded in excitement. Lu Chun shattered the combat power ceiling for the spirits of the Tianxian world, before Tianyun and Chu Tian were contracted. The consensus in the Yuling world was that the legendary spirits of Tianxian could never best the epic spirits of the Taishu cultivation realm. It was only after Tianyun and Chu Tian were contracted that this curse was broken, and although they had merely defeated the relatively weaker epic spirits of the cultivation realm, Lu Chun faced off against the top epic spirits of that realm. Thus, his victory over Gu Qingwei marked another elevation of the combat prowess of the Tianxian spirits. Returning to the lounge, Su Bai smiled broadly upon seeing his bank account swell dramatically from 3.1 billion to 6 billion. He had decided against further betting, not due to a lack of confidence in Lu Chun, but rather because he believed that an excess of wealth would not serve him or others well. 6 billion was just right, allowing him to elevate Lu Chun and Jiang Xian to their maximum potential. Meanwhile, Lu Chun perused his own mobile phone. As a complete being, each spirit possessed a personal mobile device and a social circle. Lu Chun was no exception, enjoying camaraderie with Tianyun, Chutan, and a multitude of spirits from the Tianxian world. Additionally, he maintained friendly relations with Feng Xiu from the cultivation realm and Solal from the magical world. After his victory, messages of congratulations from friends flooded in, celebrating Lu Chun's triumph over Gu Qingwei. Lu Chun chuckled as he began to reply to each of his friends. Following his victory over Gu Qingwei, Lu Chun was matched with opponents who were predominantly epic-level spirits, and, on rare occasions, he would encounter epic spirits from the cultivation realm. However, it was unfortunate that while these spirits possessed formidable strength, they lacked the capability to take on thousands single-handedly, or to confront myriad top martial arts masters bolstered by various enhancements. When Lu Chun entered his 13th match, he unexpectedly encountered his old acquaintance, Solal, the premier epic spirit from the magical world. What bad luck to meet you, Solal exclaimed, bow in hand, gazing at Lu Chun, who was shielded by countless armored soldiers. As Solal spoke, he drew back his bowstring and unleashed a flurry of golden arrows toward Lu Chun. The golden arrows swiftly split in midair, multiplying until the sky was filled with an endless storm of shimmering projectiles. This was the combination of two skills Solal had awakened: Elven Archery, effect, increases ranged attack by 100, with an additional 100 penetration and 100 arrow speed. Rain of arrows. Effect. All attacks can split, reducing overall attributes by 10 with each split, up to a maximum of 10,000 times. The rain of arrows, combined with Solal's mastery of split arrows and rapid-fire techniques, allowed him to unleash hundreds of thousands of golden arrows in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. All the armored soldiers raised their shields in unison to withstand the onslaught of golden arrows. These golden projectiles possessed remarkable penetration power, capable of breaching shields and piercing through the heavy armor of the soldiers. But that was the limit. The arrows could dismantle defenses, but could not claim lives. The armored soldiers, undeterred by the barrage, pressed forward and swiftly dispatched Solal. Thus, Lu Chun effortlessly secured yet another victory. The true marvel of the skill, God of War, lay in its capacity. The more it was utilized, the more Lu Chun perceived it as an extraordinary technique. If he relied solely on White Dragon Chant and his mastery of multiple weapons, he might have been able to achieve a commendable ranking in formal competitions. But he would have undoubtedly fallen short against Gu Qingwei. However, with the synergy of the God of War and 10,000 soldiers, he was capable of outlasting Gu Qingwei. Chapter 43. The large-scale team defense battle. Similarly, if he were to engage Solal without employing the God of War, relying solely on the White Dragon's Lament, victory might be attainable, yet would undoubtedly be far from effortless. Ultimately, the crux of the matter lies in Lu Chen's abysmally low baseline attributes. With a base value of merely 1, even augmented fivefold, it only escalates to 5. In contrast, the heroic spirits from other realms, even in the absence of skill enhancements, can possess baseline values of 100 or even thousands and tens of thousands. Although Lu Chun has comprehended the essence of martial arts and can amplify his 5 baseline attributes to yield an effect akin to 25, it remains a formidable challenge to contend with other heroic spirits. However, the God of War is an entirely different entity. It can summon an army of 10,000 soldiers, each with a value hovering around 1. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect is that summoning 10,000 soldiers is merely the preliminary aspect of the God of War. Its complete manifestation allows for the summoning of over 200,000 soldiers. All the armored soldiers inherit 10% of Lu Chen's foundational attributes, which are not simply basic attributes, but rather 10% of Lu Chen's current physical prowess. Should he summon more than 20 soldiers simultaneously, Lu Chun would gain a staggering 2,000% enhancement, along with various other augmentations. Even if he were to acquire just 10% of Lu Chen's foundational attributes, the soldier's baseline value might reach a daunting 10 points. Furthermore, they would gain a substantial defensive boost, 200% in defense, 60% in absolute damage reduction, and attacks imbued with true damage, coupled with an immunity to weaknesses. Even if their heads were pierced, they would not perish. Rather, the more grievous their injuries, the stronger they become. Should they fully benefit from skill effects, the comprehensive attributes of the armored soldiers could soar to an astonishing 20 points. These attributes are not merely standard. They come with formidable defenses, attacks that inflict true damage, and a suite of effects including weakness immunity. Each effect can indeed be considered a skill in its own right. This enhancement in attributes would utterly overshadow the baseline Lu Chun. Even if Su Bai were to activate martial mastery and the White Dragon's Lament, his physical strength might still pale in comparison to that of an ordinary armored soldier. Most alarmingly, Lu Chun can summon as many as 300,000 of these extraordinarily potent armored soldiers. One could assert that the God of War skill operates in a symbiotic manner, each aspect enhancing the other. In comparison to the fully realized God of War, the White Dragon's Lament pales significantly. Furthermore, when juxtaposed with the White Dragon's Lament, his first skill, martial mastery, appears somewhat lackluster. What leaves Lu Chun feeling somewhat regretful is that his skill, the White Dragon's Lament, cannot be utilized in conjunction with the God of War, as the former necessitates solitary combat. However, this regret is minor. In light of the White Dragon's Lament's limitations, Lu Chun is far more eager for his fourth skill, the Might of the Celestial Xian. Should the potency of skills correlate with emotions akin to worship and belief? Then Lu Chen's personal legend constitutes 40% of the collective faith amassed over nearly 10 millennia in the chosen world. Thus, it is no wonder that the potency of Lu Chen's god of war skill is so astonishing. Suddenly, Lu Chen finds himself anticipating his fourth skill. As the later a skill is acquired, the greater its strength. The second skill eclipses the first, and the third surpasses the second. Lu Chen can scarcely fathom how grotesquely powerful the fourth skill must be to overshadow his god of war. Lu Chen estimates that he is on the verge of awakening. Currently at the pinnacle of his third awakening, it will not exceed 10 days before he realizes his ultimate skill, the might of the celestial Xian. Following his victory over Solal, Lu Chen encounters several formidable adversaries. The most pressing challenge stemming from the third-generation hero of the green magic world, a top-tier legendary heroic spirit. The third-generation heroes possess both numerical superiority and mechanisms, along with formidable combat experience and martial prowess. Unlike Gu Qingwei, they have not met an untimely demise. They have undergone numerous adventures, ultimately slaying the Demon King and enjoying a well-deserved retirement. The third-generation hero can indeed be regarded as a top-tier spirit in the Youth Heroic Spirit Tournament. Beyond this lie the immortal spirits or legendary entities from the Void Cultivation Realm. Spirits of such caliber are exceedingly rare in the entire Youth Heroic Spirit Tournament. The third-generation hero once compelled Lu Chen to summon 100,000 armored soldiers, engaging in a grueling 2-hour battle before finally emerging victorious. Upon defeating this opponent, Lu Chen successfully advanced, becoming one of the remaining 100 participants in this brutal elimination round. He is also among the few heroic spirits in the official competition to have achieved an unblemished record, securing victories from beginning to end. To Lu Chen's delight, his two friends, Fang Xiao and Solal, have also succeeded in reaching the finals. Fang Xiao has only one defeat, while Solal's path has been more precarious. Having been bested twice, one more loss would lead to her elimination. Now, they must await 3 days until the official finals commence, where 10 of the strongest heroic spirits will be selected from the 100 to represent Huaxia in the Global Heroic Spirit Tournament. Subai surmises that, given Lu Chen's strength, he might rank around 20th in the Huaxia Youth Heroic Spirit Tournament. If he were to encounter an assassin-type spirit, the likelihood of defeat would be significant. Time, it seems, is rather insufficient. Subai furrows his brow, muttering to himself. The urgency of time is palpable. Lu Chen requires 10 days for his fourth awakening. Yet the finals are merely 3 days away. Alas, he decides to address the matter later. For now, he shall enhance his strength as much as possible. Subai shakes his head, directing Lu Chen to absorb energy crystals at an accelerated pace to bolster his power. Achieving a place in the finals is already beyond his expectations. Even if a better rank eludes them, it matters little. However, that very evening, upon reviewing the announcement before him, Subai raises an eyebrow in surprise. The rules of the National Heroic Spirit Tournament have undergone a complete transformation. The finals have been abolished. The 100 eligible spiritualists and their spirits will now represent Huaxia in an international grand-scale team battle dungeon against the other 3 major nations. The type of dungeon will be a defense battle, with the general premise being as follows. Each nation will form a team, and a total of 4 teams will be transported to a uniquely crafted world, each occupying a corner of this world: northeast, northwest, southeast, and southwest. At the center of this world lies a portal, from which powerful monsters will continuously emerge. These monsters will relentlessly assault the 4 teams, whose primary task is to withstand the onslaught and survive for as long as possible. The team that endures the longest will emerge victorious. While Subai is somewhat astonished by this outcome, it is not entirely unexpected. The content of the National Heroic Spirit Tournament varies each year. The preliminary matches, official contests, finals, and subsequent world competitions are merely a general outline, and not every year adheres to this format. A large-scale team defense battle. In an instant, Subai comprehends the essence of this competition. Chapter 44. The Fourth Awakening. The might of Tianxian. The essence of the final competition is akin to a city defense battle. Each of the 4 teams possesses a relatively sturdy fortress, The team that can hold their city the longest will emerge victorious. As for the ranking, it is determined by contribution value. With that thought in mind, Su Bai's lips curled into a slight smile. He was well aware of the intricacies of city defense, a domain in which he excelled. His first simulation, where the quality of his spirit reached the epic level, was a testament to his remarkable feat of defending a city for 100 days. His second simulation was even more impressive. Does one comprehend the significance of the unassailable Chang'an city? Faced with endless hordes of otherworldly demons, he led his forces to uphold the defense for many years, preventing any external evil from breaching the territory of the Han dynasty. Moreover, the good news was that due to the global nature of the competition, the schedule had been postponed by approximately 9 days. It was clear that time was of the essence. Su Bai murmured to himself. He needed to elevate his spirit, Lu Chun, to the fourth awakening level before the competition commenced. While Lu Chun, at the third awakening, could achieve commendable results with the skill god of the military, it was still insufficient to sway the battlefield decisively. A formidable army of 300,000 might be powerful, yet not invincible. Previous competitions within the Spirit Master realm had featured similar scenarios, where the attacking monsters were virtually endless. To secure a guaranteed victory, he needed to ascertain the nature of his fourth skill post-awakening. With this in mind, Su Bai promptly commanded Lu Chun to continuously absorb energy crystals. Although he estimated that the process would take around 10 days, with diligent effort, it could be accomplished in about 9 days. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had elapsed. In the lounge, Su Bai exhaled slowly, a sense of relief washing over him. It seemed that due to his extensive experience from multiple simulations, his mental fortitude had been significantly enhanced. Consequently, the time taken for Lu Chun to reach the fourth awakening was approximately 2 days quicker than Su Bai had anticipated. Upon successfully awakening for the fourth time, Lu Chun restored himself to his prime, the zenith of his prowess during the ultimate showdown, a period when he was at the pinnacle of martial divinity. This transformation dramatically amplified Lu Chun's foundational attributes and granted him 2 new artifacts, the Golden Dragon Armor and the upgraded version of the White Dragon Song. The Silver Dragon Spear. Recognized as the foremost artifacts in the Tianxian realm, these weapons boasted both exceptional attributes and mechanisms. The Silver Dragon Spear represented a comprehensive upgrade of the White Dragon Song, while the Golden Dragon Armor provided an additional 200 defense and a 70 damage reduction. However, in comparison to the might of Tianxian, these treasures seemed to pale. Skill, Might of the Chosen. You, as the greatest leader in the Tianxian realm, represent the essence of this world. Effect, you can summon all spirits from the Tianxian realm, as long as the spirits consent to be summoned. They could traverse spatial distances and join the battle, regardless of whether they are present or resting in the spirit hall. Additionally, all spirits can benefit from the skill effects of the god of the military. Derived skill, the unassailable Chang'an, capable of summoning the legendary Chang'an city from the height of the Han dynasty, which is eternally unassailable. The unassailable Chang'an city is linked to the spirits of the Tianxian realm. The greater the number of spirits, the higher the overall attributes of the city. Passive skill, enhancement, which can strengthen all of your skills. The ability to summon all spirits from the Tianxian realm, contingent upon their consent, was indeed formidable. With hundreds of thousands of spirits in the Tianxian realm, and, counting those still slumbering in the spirit hall, the total exceeded 1 million. Furthermore, these spirits would also receive the enhancements provided by the god of the military skill. This meant that, in addition to the substantial amplification effects offered by the god of the military, all spirits could utilize their individual skills. This was already extraordinary. But even more astonishing was that the might of Tianxian could enhance Lu Chun's other 3 skills significantly. Mastery of all weapons. Effect, mastery of various martial arts, increasing all attributes by 100 and enhancing the power of all martial arts techniques by 200. Firstly, the mastery of all weapons skill had not undergone a qualitative change, yet the values it provided had doubled. Su Bai's gaze shifted downward to the description of the White Dragon Song. White Dragon Song. When alone, all attributes increase by 500, with an additional 100 increase in physical defense, of 50 absolute damage reduction, and immunity to 30 of damage. When solitary, killing an enemy allows for the restoration of 0, 1 to 100 of maximum health, stamina, and internal energy, while also increasing physical attributes by 10 and physical defense by 2, capping at a 500 increase in physical attributes and a 60 increase in physical defense, alongside an extra 10 absolute damage reduction. Additionally, upon defeating an enemy, one can accumulate a layer of White Dragon Shield, with a maximum of 100 layers. The White Dragon Shield can block one instance of any control skill, and upon successful blocking, restores 10 of maximum health and stamina. When alone, one can summon the exclusive steed, the Snow-Treading Horse, which inherits 50 of the user's attributes and moves at 200 of the user's speed. The steed also benefits from the White Dragon Shield effect. Derived skill, Lone Warrior. Where the more enemies present, the stronger one's overall attributes become, with a maximum additional increase of 100 to total maximum attributes. This bonus has absolute priority. When teammates are present, the effects of the White Dragon Song are halved, and the Lone Warrior effect dissipates. Similar to the mastery of all weapons, the attributes provided by the White Dragon Song have also doubled, with the added feature that the more enemies there are, the greater the enhancement to one's overall attributes through the Lone Warrior skill. This enhancement is particularly intriguing, as it allows for the potential of doubling the total attributes, a rarity throughout the Spirit Master realm. Of course, what delighted Sue by the most was that, after the enhancements, the White Dragon Song retained a distinctive characteristic. Even when allies were present, its effects would not completely vanish. They would merely be halved while the Lone Warrior effect would disappear. Nevertheless, the inherent quality of the White Dragon Song had been elevated, meaning that the halved effects were equivalent to the original potency of the skill, with the attributes offered by the White Dragon's Song bolstering Liu Chen's power. The soldiers inheriting 10 of his physical attributes would likewise grow stronger. Filled with anticipation, Su Bai shifted his focus to his third skill, the absolute core of his abilities, the God of the Military. Chapter 45, the Complete Land Chun, God of the Army. Effect, can summon 1,000 Xuanjia soldiers to assist in battle. Each soldier inherits 10 of the summoner's overall attributes. Passive, Army Resonance. When a number of soldiers exceeds 3, all attributes increase by 30, and all soldiers' attributes increase by 10. When a number exceeds 5, all attributes increase by 40, and all soldiers' attributes increase by 15. When a number exceeds 10, all attributes increase by 60, and all soldiers' attributes increase by 20. Effect, can summon 300 Xuanjia soldiers to assist in battle. Each soldier inherits 10 of the summoner's overall attributes. When a number of soldiers exceeds 1,000, all attributes increase by 300, gaining an additional 500 physical defense capability, 88 absolute damage reduction, and enhancing physical endurance by 500. Furthermore, the Bloodbath effect is activated, increasing overall attributes by up to 500 to lower the life force, based on the current maximum physical attributes, including skill enhancements. Note, this 500 is an additional increase based on the highest current physical attributes, including the effects of skills. Upon activating the Bloodbath effect, immunity to all control skills is granted, and most physical weaknesses are disregarded. Missing body parts are temporarily replaced by mysterious forces, which can substitute up to 50 of bodily tissue. Defeating enemies allows the summoner to plunder 20 of their base attributes, potentially increasing them by up to 800. Additionally, upon defeating an enemy, recovery of 0, 1 to 100 of maximum life force is possible based on the enemy's vitality. When the army exceeds 1 million, all soldiers' attributes increase by 750, gaining an additional 300 physical defense, 70 absolute damage reduction, and an innate 8 true damage in attacks. True damage can bypass most physical defenses. All soldiers gain the Bloodthirsty effect. The lower their life force, the higher their overall attributes, with a maximum gain of 150 in physical attributes. After acquiring the Bloodbath effect, immunity to all control skills is granted, and most physical weaknesses are disregarded. Missing body parts are temporarily replaced by mysterious forces, substituting up to 15 of bodily tissue. All soldiers acquire the Plunderer passive. Upon defeating enemies, they can plunder 5 of the enemy's base data, with a maximum potential increase of 500. Furthermore, defeating enemies allows for recovery of 1 to 100 of maximum life force based on the enemy's vitality. In essence, there has been no substantial transformation. The summoning limit for the army has merely escalated from 300,000 to 1,000,000. A true metamorphosis has occurred. Henceforth, Lan Chun shall be referred to as Divine Lan Chun. If all skills are fully harnessed, the augmentation of Lan Chun's power transcends mere multiplication. His combat prowess could potentially increase by hundreds of times. However, the enhancement of Lan Chun's personal strength is secondary. The primary focus lies on the million-strong army he commands. The true capabilities of over 1 million Xuanjia soldiers, empowered by extreme skill enhancements, remain a mystery even to Lan Chun himself. After a day of rest, he utilized the teleportation device to arrive at the capital of Huaxia, proceeding to the designated lounge prepared for participating spirit masters and their spirits. Inside the lounge, nearly 100 representatives of Huaxia's spirit masters and their spirits were fervently discussing strategies. Suddenly, a hush fell over the room as most spirits turned their attention to the figure who had just entered, pushing the door aside. The figure clad in golden armor was none other than Lan Chun from the Tianxian world. "You are 5 days late," remarked a spirit in a Taoist robe. His eyes narrowed slightly. This was Dongfang Yuyu, the foremost among the 3rd generation of the 5-element envoys, a legendary spirit from the Guishi world. He was renowned for his unmatched strength, having achieved a record of stalemates against the other 4 envoys. During the 3rd resurrection of the Wanyeshi Immortal, it was Dongfang Yuyu who led the 5-element envoys to seal it away. He can be regarded as a T1 level spirit from the Guishi world, having brushed against the ceiling of power, yet ultimately failing to ascend to the rank of an immortal spirit. The other spirits in the room also regarded Lan Chun with curiosity. Undaunted by the gaze of nearly 100 elite beings, Lan Chun remained composed. "I required time to enhance my strength," he stated solemnly. Upon hearing his words, the previously tense atmosphere began to dissipate. Most spirits understood the necessity of strengthening oneself before the impending competition. "Lan Chun, what type of skill have you newly awakened? We need to compile a report," said Wanfa Xianjun, nodding in acknowledgement. As teammates, it was imperative to understand each other's skills, a basic requirement for collaboration. With a more potent army skill, I can summon a greater number of stronger soldiers, and I can even summon other spirits from the Tianxian world, providing them with a degree of enhancement. Lan Chun openly shared the essence of his abilities. The revelation stunned all present. It was rare for a spirit to possess the ability to summon other spirits. While some could summon all spirits of their own faction, the concept of summoning spirits from an entire world was unheard of until now. "What a pity," Dongfang Yuyu sighed, shaking his head. The assembled spirits comprehended the implication of his words. It was unfortunate that such an extraordinary ability belonged to a being from the Tianxian world. Had this skill belonged to a spirit from another realm, they would have effortlessly triumphed without the need for strategic discussions. Lan Chun merely smiled at this remark, choosing not to dispute it. The inferiority of the spirits from the spirit world was an undeniable fact, even if he proclaimed his prowess. The spirits present would find it hard to believe. Rather than engaging in futile explanations, he preferred to let his capabilities speak for themselves in battle. "This is the intelligence on over 90 other spirits. It may prove useful for the upcoming battles," Dongfang Yuyu stated, handing Lan Chun and Su Bai each a document. Su Bai accepted the document and began to peruse it swiftly. The file detailed the general strengths and skills of all spirits present. Chapter 46. The commencement of the competition representing Huaxia in the battle are a total of 100 heroic spirits, including Lu Chun. Among them, 61 heroic spirits hail from the Guishi world, with 50 of these being epic spirits and 11 legendary spirits. Additionally, there are over 20 heroic spirits from various realms, such as magic and Azumo. The remaining dozen or so heroic spirits originate from the realm of cultivation, where aside from a few top-tier warriors, the majority are also of epic caliber. The prevalence of heroic spirits from the Goetia world can be attributed to its unique international circumstances. The realm of spirit summoning is composed of only 4 nations, with Huaxia at the forefront of power. Huaxia boasts a high probability of contracting spirits from the celestial realms, including Tianxian and Guishu, as well as the even more exalted realm of Taishu. In contrast, the probabilities of contracting spirits from the realms of magic, Dawn, and Izumo are significantly lower. Conversely, the other 3 nations have a considerably higher chance of contracting spirits from these worlds. The 4 distinct systems of extraordinary realms connected to the spirit summoning world correspond to the 4 nations, each reflecting their unique cultures and customs. Beneath this framework lies the shared novice pool of the Tianxian world. Huaxia's ascendance as the preeminent nation in the spirit summoning realm is primarily due to its access to the most advanced cultivation world as a contracting entity. The other 3 nations, unfortunately, share a singular higher world, the interstellar domain, where humanity struggles amidst endless cosmic competition. Although this world is not inferior to the cultivation realm, humanity's plight therein makes the summoning of powerful spirits arduous. Another contributing factor is the formidable combat system of the Goetia world. Originally, the Goetia world was not particularly strong, ranking low among the 4 extraordinary realms. However, the omnipotent nature of its doctrines allowed it to sidestep the shortcomings of other worlds' power systems. Since Su Bai's historical simulations altered the trajectory of the Goetia world, its overall combat strength has seen a remarkable surge. Absent the history of the 10,000 Industries Corpse Immortal, the Goetia world primarily experienced dynastic strife and Buddhist-Taoist conflicts, intense yet ultimately limited battles. Without dire conflicts and a backdrop of despair, the world could not cultivate stronger warriors. However, the emergence of the 10,000 Industries Corpse Immortal ushered in a tide of blood corpses formed from deceased cultivators. Under such pressure, the Goetia world was compelled to undergo intense internal competition, propelling its doctrines and practices to new heights. This led to the birth of figures such as the Lord of All Laws, the Lord of Infinite Demons, and a handful of immortal tier spirits. It is noteworthy that while Su Bai altered the history of the Goetia world, the history of the spirit summoning realm remained largely unchanged, perhaps indicative of the unique corrective power of the world. Unlike the history of Blue Star, the presence of heroic spirits in the spirit summoning realm resulted in an early division into 4 nations, which have experienced minimal conflict, fostering amicable relations among them. However, Su Bai has gleaned some insider information suggesting that the reason these nations avoid war and maintain harmonious ties is due to a shared common foe. Yet, his current strength is still too feeble to ascertain the identity of this adversary. The heroic spirits representing Huaxia in the competition are all formidable, predominantly top-tier epic spirits, with a few warrior spirits hailing from the cultivation realm. Among these spirits, several possess considerable strength, including his friend Feng Xiu and Gu Qingwei. Both are esteemed epic spirits from the cultivation realm, although the label of top-tier epic carries a degree of exaggeration. Their status stems from their tragic deaths as disciples of renowned sects, rather than their innate strength reaching the pinnacle of epic status. Moreover, these 2 spirits have only undergone a single awakening, each acquiring a skill that is not particularly potent, and they have yet to reach the second awakening phase, meaning their full potential remains untapped. It is essential to note that the stronger a spirit is, the more challenging it becomes to achieve awakening. For instance, the difficulty of a regular epic spirit from the cultivation realm undergoing a second awakening is greater than that faced by Lu Chun, who is close to the immortal tier. Thus, the true strength of these 2 spirits is considerably inferior to that of ordinary epic spirits from the cultivation realm. Nonetheless, the participants in the youth competition are largely newly trained spirit summoners, having only trained for a few months, which means their spirits have not reached their peak potential. Consequently, nearly all spirits are at the level of a single awakening. Some spirits from a Goetia world have achieved the second awakening level, such as Solar. Among them, the most powerful spirit is Dongfang Yuyu, a top-tier legendary spirit with 3 awakenings. His second awakening skill is exceptionally potent significantly enhancing his strength, making him well-suited for large-scale battles. Lu Chen suspects that Dongfang Yuyu harbors additional strength. As for the other spirits, there is little to elaborate on. Even those with a second awakening possess skills that do not exhibit remarkable power. The spirits from the Taishu cultivation realm are undoubtedly at the level of a single awakening, with skills that are merely functional, lacking transformative potential. If Fangxiu or Gu Qingwei were to achieve a second awakening, even if just recently awakened and not yet at the peak of their second awakening, their vastly improved physical attributes and ultimate skills would enable them to easily defeat Dongfang Yuyu. However, such a feat is not feasible in the short term. According to Fangxiu, he would need at least an additional 3 months to attain a second awakening. In a confrontation, aside from Dongfang Yuyu from the Guishu world, no one would stand as a match for Lu Chen's forces, and even Dongfang Yuyu would pose a challenge. After gathering intelligence on the other spirits, the next step was task allocation. The remaining 90 or so spirits had largely assigned their tasks. Lu Chen's role was to be adaptable, free to act as he wished. In stark contrast to the intense discussions among the spirits, Su Bai and his fellow spirit summoners maintained a far more congenial demeanor. Su Bai joined Su Beixian and Mu Xia as they engaged in light-hearted banter with other spirit summoners, exuding an air of ease and contentment. After all, the entirety of the competition featured the participation of heroic spirits, rendering the role of the spirit summoners primarily one of summoning, with little else required of them. Su Bai, can you guess how much we've earned? Su Beixian, clad in an expensive suit, took a sip of tea and smiled at Su Bai. How much? Su Bai inquired. Curiosity piqued. His two friends were well aware of Lu Chen's considerable power, and thus, prior to the competition, they had placed substantial bets on him. A full 1 billion. Being somewhat conservative, only won about 500 million, Mu Xia remarked, with Su Beixian's smile widening as he spoke. The days swiftly passed, and soon, it was time for the grand finale of the Global Heroic Spirit Competition. Chapter 47. The God of War and a million-strong army, as all the heroic spirits lay down in the highest level of simulation chambers. Lu Chen's vision darkened, only to be replaced by the sight of a towering city wall. Standing atop the wall, he gazed into the distance, discovering vast expanses of desolate land. This was the examination site, a secluded world unto itself, where a portal would appear at its center, continuously spewing forth countless monsters. The quality and quantity of these creatures would escalate day by day, until all teams were eliminated. Lu Chen surveyed the fortress they occupied. It was merely a basic stronghold, modest in scale and composed of ordinary materials, hardly capable of withstanding the onslaught of monsters. In Lu Chen's discerning eyes, the quality of this fortress paled in comparison to the yellow earth city of the chosen world, serving only as a temporary refuge. However, the numerous heroic spirits present had no illusions about relying on this fortress to fend off the impending monster attacks. Earth Magic Rise, a spellcaster from the realm of cultivation, gestured with precision, causing the ground to tremble slightly. In an instant, a 3-meter-wide wall of earth surged upward, reaching a height of nearly 10 meters. Within moments, this earthen barrier enveloped the fortress, forming an additional line of defense. Such was the prowess of this top-tier world. Even basic spells could dramatically alter the terrain. Vine Technique, the spirit from the realm of cultivation, performed another incantation, and countless vines erupted from the ground, intertwining with the earthen wall to bolster its defensive capabilities. A Taoist from the ruins world affixed talismans upon the city wall. Under the influence of his skills, these talismans gradually melded with the wall, significantly enhancing its defensive power. Talismans, rise to arms and aid me in defending the city. Another Taoist conjured numerous talismans, which swiftly transformed into towering, 3-meter-tall, talismanic warriors clad in golden armor. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had previously learned that the birth of the 10,000 Arts Corps Immortal had led to a significant increase in combat strength in the ruins world over time. Indeed, the world had transformed entirely before and after the emergence of the 10,000 Arts Corps Immortal. Yet, even with this knowledge, Liu Chun did not anticipate the advanced level of talismanic mastery that had developed in the later generations of the Ruins world. Previously, he had expended considerable effort to forge talismanic warriors. Now, they could be summoned with a mere talisman, and their strength was unexpectedly formidable. The 90 strong heroic spirits showcased their skills, each employing their unique methods to continually augment the defenses. Realizing that everyone was exerting themselves, Liu Chun felt compelled to contribute as well. God of War, summon 1,000,000 troops. A faint smile graced Liu Chun's lips as he began to unreservedly channel his power as the God of War. In a flash of brilliance, 1,000,000 soldiers clad in dark armor, each distinct in appearance, manifested outside the city. Salute to the God of War. The soldiers brandished their spears and struck the ground, their resonant voices echoing. Clad in resplendent golden armor, Liu Chun stood atop the wall, calmly nodding in acknowledgement. Nearly 100 heroic spirits, along with millions of viewers from the spirit world, gazed in astonishment at this scene. 1,000,000 soldiers bowed in submission, and the youthful general stood upon the great wall, illuminated by the yellow sands and setting sun, rendering the tableau steeped in an epic aura. In everyone's hearts, the distant legends of the celestial Xian world surfaced involuntarily. The God of War, Liu Chun, leading troops in a battle against demons, a series of epics that had once existed solely in text now materialized before their eyes. What an extraordinary heroic spirit, Eastern Yu remarked, his voice low. Despite his extensive experience, even in the Ruins world, gathering 1,000,000-strong army was a formidable feat. Only Fang Xiao and Gu Qingwei remained unfazed by the scene, accustomed as they were to grand spectacles in the cultivation realm, where battles between human race and demons, between righteous and malevolent forces, often involved millions in combat. Merely a minor skirmish, hardly worthy of being called war. Yet, both Fang Xiao and Gu Qingwei felt genuine admiration for Liu Chun. "This is my prime," Liu Chun declared, feeling the surging power within him. The resonance among the 1,000,000 troops enhanced his physical attributes by at least 3,000, boosting his defensive capabilities by nearly 1,000, and granting him approximately 90 absolute damage immunity. Even after dilution, his current combat prowess, bolstered by various enhancements, was nearing the peak strength he had attained his later years in the Ruins world. Of course, in a one-on-one confrontation, Liu Chun would still struggle against the elder Jiang Xian, who beyond mere stats, mastered the Tao. However, Liu Chun was not alone. He commanded 1,000,000 who inherited 10 of his physical attributes, equating to a base of 300, alongside his enhanced dark-armored soldiers. Activate skill, the unyielding Chang'an City. A subtle smile crept across Liu Chun's lips as he invoked his ability. A golden city wall miraculously rose around the soldiers, reminiscent of the legendary Chang'an City that could never fall. "It appears we shall emerge victorious in this contest," Eastern Yu said, his smile widening as he beheld the magnificent Chang'an City and the multitude of dark-armored soldiers. This formidable formation would surely instill dread in their adversaries, barring unforeseen circumstances. Victory seemed almost guaranteed. Suddenly, as Liu Chun conjured Chang'an City, the ground trembled ominously. In the distance, the red-yellow earth darkened abruptly, and shadows began to spread. Those with keen eyesight could discern that the darkness was composed of grotesque, monstrous entities. These creatures vastly surpassed the strength of the demons from the celestial Xian world, exhibiting a bewildering variety. Among them were towering siege titans wielding meteor hammers, archers lurking in the back with bow and arrows, and sorcerers cloaked in dark robes, brandishing staves. With a thunderous roar, the monsters had yet to arrive, but massive, stone-like projectiles, approximately 3 meters in diameter, were hurled towards them by the long-armed titans. In response, countless dark-armored soldiers unleashed volleys of arrows and crossbow bolts, each measuring 3 meters in length and soaring through the air with remarkable speed. Chapter 48. The Undying Army. The clanging of metal echoed as arrows and stones collided, producing a sound reminiscent of intertwined metals. Logically, even the enhanced crossbows crafted by Liu Chun would struggle to repel stones as hard as steel. Yet, The crossbows conjured within the impregnable city of Chang'an were of the ultimate enhancement, capable of effortlessly piercing through steel. The stones hurled by the wall's titans were easily penetrated by the massive crossbows before they could even reach the city wall. Upon crashing to the ground, the stones oozed green blood from their perforated surfaces, revealing that they were not mere stones, but rather monstrous creatures resembling stones. The initial assault was merely an appetizer, soon followed by an array of more peculiar monsters, cast into the air by the long-armed titans. The armored soldiers on the wall once again wielded their crossbows, unleashing a volley of arrows. Countless monsters plummeted from the sky, resembling a rain of black droplets, each drop a lifeless body. Despite the overwhelming firepower, a few fortunate monsters managed to breach the defenses and land atop the wall. As a round stone descended, it unfurled 6 legs and a pair of enormous pincers, revealing itself to be a crab-like creature. However, before it could make a move, 2 spears swiftly pierced its body. A faint crimson glow emanated from the creature's corpse and surged into the soldier responsible for its demise, enhancing the soldier's physical prowess marginally. The divine passive ability within the military allowed for the theft of 8 of an enemy's base attributes upon their death, with the potential for a 500 increase. Another creature, resembling a scorpion, evaded the soldier's spear attacks and lunged at one soldier with its sharp stinger. Yet, the anticipated scene of the stinger piercing flesh did not occur. Instead, it clashed against the soldier's armor, producing a metallic sound and leaving only a shallow dent. Lu Chun provided a 10 boost to physical attributes, encompassing all aspects, including defensive capabilities. Furthermore, one of the divine military effects stipulated that when the army exceeded 1 million soldiers, all soldiers received a 750 increase in all attributes, along with an additional 300 in physical defense, a 70 reduction in damage taken, and an innate 8 true damage in their attacks, which could bypass most forms of physical defense. With such formidable defenses, each armored soldier's resilience was akin to steel, rendering it exceedingly difficult for even the mightiest heroes to breach their defenses. This was the army of my heavenly Xian world, Lu Chun proclaimed with immense pride. In the spirit world, all heroes from the heavenly Xian world felt a surge of emotion upon witnessing the spectacle. It appeared that this battle no longer required their intervention. On the city wall, Fang Xiu remarked with a smile. With 1 million strong guarding Chang'an, these heroes had yet to lift a finger. The monstrous army besieged for approximately 3 hours before realizing their futility, slowly retreating, leaving behind a sea of lifeless bodies. In contrast, other teams struggled against the monsters, with one team even eliminated right from the start. Another team paid a hefty price as well. This was, in fact, the normal state of affairs. Typically, the Spirit Tournament's matches should be as brief and spectacular as possible. Thus, a prolonged siege lasting days was atypical. Generally, in survival-type contests, nearly half the teams would be eliminated on the first day, with decisive outcomes reached by the second day, barring extraordinary circumstances that might extend the contest to a third day. Yet, special circumstances had arisen, too, in fact. The first was the Huaxia team, bolstered by the unique presence of Lu Chun. The second involved a team from the Sakura Nation, which also suffered no casualties in the face of the initial onslaught. The reason lay with a top-tier legendary spirit from the Azuma world, a warrior named Julian, who commanded life and death. 3 hours prior, a girl with violet hair, wielding a dark blade radiating an ominous aura, faced the monstrous tide. With a mere flick of her wrist, she unleashed a wave of eerie black sword energy. Instead of cleaving through the monsters, this dark energy penetrated them, striking down even more foes. Those hit by the black energy began to tremble before undergoing a violent transformation. Their pupils turned black, and their strength increased significantly. Julian, through a twist of fate, had seized the powers of the god of death and misfortune from Takamagara. This power granted her the ability to infect creatures, turning them into her puppets. The monsters infected by Julian began to frantically attack their comrades, who soon fell victim to the dark curse and transformed into her puppets. The ominous curse spread exponentially, and in no time, the endless horde of monsters became an unending legion of Julian's puppets. Death Resonance. Julian, with a calm demeanor, activated her skill. This ability bore similarities to that of the divine military, enhancing the army's combat prowess through resonance. The greater the number of soldiers, the more formidable the enhancement. As the orchestrator, Julian could amplify the power by several folds, even into the double digits. While her death resonance might not surpass the divine military's enhancements, the base attributes of the monsters under her command were already substantial. For Julian, the infinite monster army was an augmentation. The more monsters there were, the greater her control over an army of puppets. In stark contrast to other teams, Julian's overall strength intensified as the competition progressed. Should the system of this world endure, her power could potentially grow boundlessly. Liu Chen was unaware of the circumstances surrounding the other teams, but perhaps due to the rise in power, he sensed that this contest might not be as straightforward as he had envisioned. Is there anyone who can threaten me in this competition? Liu Chen pondered, furrowing his brow atop the wall. Chapter 49. The eve of the final battle. After much contemplation, Liu Chen could not fathom who could pose a threat to him within this secret realm. The enhanced god of war was, at this stage, invincible. His million-strong army had soldiers capable of contending with ordinary epic spirits. To forcibly slay him, only a legendary spirit from the realm of cultivation, one that had undergone 3 awakenings, could accomplish such a feat. However, this was implausible. Who among the virtuous could secure the recognition of a legendary spirit from the cultivation world on their first contract? Even if one attained the acknowledgement of a legendary spirit, the spirit of a spirit master would not withstand it. Only by becoming a third-tier spirit master could one bear the might of ordinary, transcendent beings, akin to the immortal spirits of the Goeishu world or the legendary spirits of the Taishu cultivation realm. A select few with exceptional talents might barely achieve this at the second tier, like Su Bai. Yet, Su Bai was participating in the Young Spirit Master Tournament, where second-tier spirit masters were simply non-existent. As for the ceaseless onslaught of monsters, they could hardly threaten him. Although the sheer number of monsters was formidable, and their overall strength considerable, instances of extraordinary combat prowess were rare. Despite his inability to comprehend the situation, Liu Chen felt a sense of foreboding. On the following day, when an even greater and stronger horde of monsters invaded, he leaped down from the city walls and began to slaughter the creatures with fervor. Not knowing the identity of the unknown danger, he resolved to enhance his strength. With power, all nefarious schemes would merely be ephemeral. With the passive ability of the White Dragon's chant, killing an enemy restores 20 of maximum health, 20 of maximum stamina, and 200 of maximum inner strength, while also increasing physical attributes by 10 and physical defense by 1, up to a maximum enhancement of 200 for physical attributes and 20 for physical defense. Additionally, upon slaying an enemy, one can accumulate a layer of White Dragon's protection, up to a total of 100 layers. This protection can withstand any control skill, and upon successful defense, restores 5 of maximum health and stamina. The God of War's passive ability allows for the plundering of 20 of an enemy's base attributes upon their demise, with a maximum possible enhancement of 800 to base attributes. By fully activating these 2 passives, Liu Chen's base attributes could be further augmented by an astonishing 1,000, significantly amplifying his combat prowess. The soldiers benefiting from his 10 increase in physical attributes would also see a remarkable boost in their own strength. Given the high base attributes of the monsters, Liu Chen quickly filled his passives merely by slaying a few. Standing atop a mountain of monster corpses, he gazed into the distance. Before him lay an utterly blackened sky, with the heavens and the earth alike swarmed by a myriad of monstrous beings. The second day's monsters exhibited a qualitative leap in both quantity and quality. Towering dragons, several hundred meters long and clad in tough scales, soared through the air, alongside swarms of insect-like creatures, resembling bees in their numbers and speed, darting like flying swords. A massive crimson dragon, hundreds of meters in length, unleashed torrents of searing flames. Yet, even when engulfed in fire, the armor of the Xuanjia soldiers merely glimmered faintly with red. As the energy coalesced, the Xuanjia soldiers, wielding long spears, hurled their weapons with remarkable swiftness and sharpness. easily piercing the dragon's scales. In mere moments, the majestic red dragon was transformed into a pincushion. Letting out a mournful cry, it plummeted towards the ground. As for the insect-like monsters, capable of effortlessly claiming countless lives, their strikes against the Xuanjia soldiers merely left white marks upon their armor, failing to inflict any harm. This exemplified the pinnacle of numerical superiority. While the Xuanjia soldiers may lack ornate skills, they possessed exceedingly formidable attributes. What am I witnessing? Whose subordinates are these soldiers? So ferocious? This ability to summon a million-strong army is extraordinary. I shall deem it the strongest skill in history. In a live broadcast, viewers were utterly captivated by the prowess displayed by the Xuanjia soldiers. The monsters' assault swiftly began to wane, becoming increasingly sparse. In light of this development, Lu Chun furrowed his brow deeper, an inexplicable sense of foreboding intensifying within him. Without hesitation, he summoned several spirit masters adept at reconnaissance to ascertain the status of the other three nations' teams. In this survival competition, the foes they faced had consistently emerged from the portal, and as long as they could endure the onslaught of monsters, victory would be theirs. Consequently, Lu Chun had previously deduced that the threats primarily stemmed from the monsters. However, he suddenly realized that danger could also arise from the other three teams. The rules of the competition were singular: to survive until the end. There had been no stipulation forbidding inter-team conflict. With this revelation, Lu Chun sought out a few spirit masters skilled in stealth, hoping they could gather intelligence. Meanwhile, on another front, Julian commanded her puppet army to infect the monsters. Whatever monsters came forth were quickly overwhelmed, and the infected creatures enjoyed the enhancement provided by the resonance of death, their strength multiplying 2 to 3-fold. Initially, Julian had focused on defending against the monsters' advances, but as the battle progressed, she chose to take the initiative, gradually pushing her lines forward and continuously infecting the monsters. As Julian approached the central area, the monsters emerging from the portal were predominantly drawn to her puppet legion, which explained the scarcity of monsters in Lu Chen's vicinity. Additionally, Julian sought to encircle the portal through which monsters continuously appeared, ensuring that all emerging beasts would be infected. Her motivation for this strategy stemmed from her own sense of impending danger, prompting her to bolster her strength, much like Lu Chun. A thrilling spectacle was on the horizon. Observing this scene, all viewers of the live broadcast were filled with anticipation. While a one-sided domination was satisfying, it often dulled the excitement. However, a fierce rivalry between two formidable forces promised an exhilarating display. Monsters vanished. An hour later, the relentless assault on the city dwindled, ultimately ceasing entirely. Lu Chen's ominous premonition intensified. In the survival battle, since the onset of the second day, monsters had been unceasing in their attacks, and their numbers had only increased until they breached the city walls. Their disappearance was simply unfathomable. Chapter 50. Fierce Battle, the Undying Army. At this moment, a golden bird soared silently from the distant sky, gliding toward Lu Chun. The bird hovered before him and then revealed a vision. In the image, at the very heart of this world, there lay a portal with a diameter of over 100 meters, continuously spewing forth new monsters. However, surrounding this portal were creatures emanating a foreboding black light from their eyes, which appeared to be infected, mercilessly slaughtering the newly emerged monsters. Strangely, the slain creatures from the portal gradually rose again, launching attacks on their uninfected brethren nearby. Troubling indeed. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chun felt a weight in his heart. The infection faction is the nemesis of the army faction. Without a countermeasure, no matter how numerous the troops, they would merely be a string of numbers. His armored soldiers, shielded by their inner strength, were naturally impervious to this sinister aura of death. Yet the monsters were different. Those emerging from the portal could easily succumb to this malevolent energy. All soldiers, heed my command. Charge forth and slay the fiends. In an instant, a plan crystallized in Lu Chen's mind. He must eliminate the enemy before they fully matured. Otherwise, the situation could become exceedingly dire. Under Lu Chen's command, a million-strong army summoned their steeds and began to charge alongside him. This vast throng resembled a black tide, swiftly advancing toward the center of the world. As they neared the epicenter, Liu Chun beheld the dense line of monsters before him, roughly estimated to be at least 1,000,000 strong. These creatures shared a common trait. Their pupils were pitch black, exhibiting a degree of mutation, and their bodies were shrouded in a miasma of death. Liu Chun, this is her ability. A handsome youth with a monocle spoke gravely beside him. He was a spirit from the Guishu world, not particularly powerful, yet possessing a remarkably useful skill, detection, which could unveil the enemy's abilities. After sharing his findings, he presented Liu Chun with the skill panel he had observed. Death corruption. Effect. Upon striking an enemy, the force of death continuously erodes the enemy's body. If their resistance is insufficient, they will become puppets of their own. Puppets' comprehensive attributes increase by 50, gaining access to extraordinary power. Death corruption, upon hitting the enemy, can inflict a corruption effect on them. Once infected by the force of death, the creature cannot die. Even if its head is severed or heart pierced, it remains alive. Death corruption significantly amplifies one's attack power. Even if it cannot corrupt the enemy, the inflicted wounds will persist and cannot heal, reducing comprehensive attributes. If the corruption level becomes excessively high, the enemy will die instantly and become a puppet. Death resonance. Puppets can resonate with one another, thereby enhancing their attributes. When the number of puppets exceeds 10, attributes increase by 50. When a number of puppets exceeds 1,000,000, attributes increase by 300, with an additional 100 boost to physical defense, and gain the life plunder effect, allowing the user to siphon life from slain enemies. Enhancing their own attributes by up to 200. These skills applied to the monstrous horde were formidable, with two skills combining to yield terrifying results. Yet, upon reviewing the skill descriptions, Liu Chun remained calm. The enemy's puppet army may be strong, but his armored soldiers were no mere pushovers. The attributes of the combined skills paled in comparison to even half those of his divine army. Moreover, a critical factor existed. The monsters exhibited no cooperation amongst themselves, charging chaotically. In stark contrast, his armored soldiers could coordinate flawlessly. Should both sides possess a baseline attribute of 1, the armored soldiers could defeat their opponents even when gravely wounded. Aside from their stats, they excelled in martial arts and wielded weapons and armor. In a 10-10 match, the armored soldiers, through their cooperation, could annihilate 10 monsters, and even 100 monsters would find little advantage against 10 well-synchronized armored warriors. Kill. The foremost armored soldiers raised their shields to defend. The front line crouched, while those behind positioned their shields atop those in front. Soon, 1,000,000 armored soldiers clashed with the infected horde of monsters. Boom! The dark green monster army did not breach the armored soldiers' formation. Instead, they were firmly halted by the shields. Thrust. The armored soldiers in the rear wielded long spears, striking through the gaps in the shields, piercing the bodies of the monsters. The first wave of attacks left the armored soldiers virtually unscathed, while the enemy's front ranks were nearly obliterated. Retreat. Following the first wave, the frontline soldiers did not hold their ground, but skillfully created small openings. The monsters, seeing the gaps, rushed in without a second thought. However, what awaited them was not a defenseless front, but a trap resembling a dead end. Rows of soldiers raised their shields to form a C-shaped snare. Once enough monsters flooded into the encirclement, the openings were swiftly sealed, and the soldiers advanced slowly. Countless spears stabbed out from the shield gaps, targeting the monsters. This was merely the simplest of formations. There existed even more complex military tactics. With over 1,000,000 soldiers cooperating, they resembled a living meat grinder, as monsters that ventured through various openings were subsequently reduced to mere pulp. This exemplified the power of military formations. As long as the formation remained intact and the enemy could not eliminate the armored soldiers instantaneously, the enemy could come in droves, yet they would always face fewer opponents. The terror of the armored soldiers lay not in their numbers, but in their unparalleled synergy. Of course, amongst the monsters, there were elite creatures as well. A 3-meter-tall werewolf, its body adorned with silver fur as hard as steel, barreled through the shielded soldiers' line with sheer brute force. As the line was breached, another shield-bearer immediately appeared from behind to close the gap. The werewolf swiped its claws, piercing the throat of the armored soldier. Yet, as the soldier's throat was penetrated. He raised his long knife and plunged it deep into the werewolf's heart. Due to the curse of immortality, even with his heart pierced, the werewolf did not perish, but lashed out frantically with his other claw. The armored soldier retaliated with his heavy blade, engaging in a fierce duel with the werewolf. Simultaneously, countless spears thrust from all directions toward the creature. Moments later, the werewolf collapsed, its limbs severed. Despite possessing some degree of immortality, it was not entirely immune to death. The armored soldier, whose throat was torn and body riddled with numerous wounds, including a punctured heart, glimmered with a haunting red light in his eyes. His injuries were sustained by a mysterious substance akin to blood, maintaining his life. The armored soldier exhaled a plume of heated breath, and, at that moment, another monstrous entity was introduced into the fray. Before the other armored soldiers could react, this particular soldier swiftly wielded his blade, severing the formidable creature in twain with a single strike. This remarkable feat was entirely attributable to the passive abilities bestowed by the deity of the military. All soldiers gained a bloodthirsty effect, whereby their vitality diminished, leading to an augmentation of their overall physical attributes, reaching up to an impressive 150. This enhancement represents a maximum of 150 of the highest attributes. Upon acquiring the bloodbath effect, they became immune to all forms of control skills, while simultaneously disregarding the majority of physical vulnerabilities. Any missing bodily parts will be temporarily replaced by a mysterious force, which could substitute up to 15 of bodily tissue. The adversaries possessed a death curse and immunity to weaknesses, yet the armored soldiers possessed similar traits, and they surpassed that of their foes. Chapter 51. The ultimate form of the celestial might. After vanquishing the enemy, the battle-worn armored soldier began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The deity of the military passively restored between 1 to 100 of its life upon slaying foes. As long as the strength of the adversary was comparable to that of the armored soldier, a restoration of over 20 life was almost guaranteed. Thus commenced a war of unparalleled brutality. An unending army of the undead was ruthlessly decimated by the armored soldiers, with the casualty ratio between the monsters and the armored warriors reaching a staggering 100. For every 100 monsters that fell, merely one armored soldier was lost. Common undead creatures stood little chance against the armored soldiers. Only elite-level undead, or those towering several meters, even hundreds of meters, could pose a threat. Under the leadership of Lu Chun, the army gradually advanced towards the central teleportation portal. Once the million-strong armored legion breached the enemy's defenses, they simultaneously faced assaults from both the undead and monstrous foes. The battlefield erupted into chaos, with creatures emerging from the portal, infected undead, and armored soldiers engaged in a frantic melee. Each faction fought independently, though the primary conflict remained between the armored soldiers and the undead. Faced with an overall strength that had tripled and the undead's unique resilience, the monstrous army found itself overwhelmed. At the onset of battle, Lu Chun's armored soldiers maintained dominance over the other two factions, yet as the conflict progressed, they gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. The underlying cause was the escalating strength of the monsters emerging from the portal, coupled with their increasing numbers. Initially towering at hundreds of meters, the portal had grown to 150 meters after 10 hours of combat, doubling the rate at which monsters emerged, while the proportion of elite monsters had increased at least fivefold. Regardless of their numbers or strength, the monsters would soon succumb to death's corruption, transforming into the undead, confronted with increasingly formidable foes. Even Lu Chun felt a tinge of pressure. The power of the armored soldiers had nearly reached its limit. Lu Chun understood that the portal would continue to expand indefinitely with the passage of time. Presently, it spawned approximately 10,000 monsters per minute, and in a few hours, that number could swell to 100,000. Furthermore, the monsters currently emerging were fundamentally different from those that appeared at the beginning. Their physical prowess was several times greater. Equipped with an array of abilities, Lu Chun now felt as though he were partaking in an endless, grueling marathon. Despite his remarkable stamina and speed, the race showed no signs of conclusion. He could not afford a pause, but rather had to accelerate, risking exhaustion and demise. In contrast, his adversaries grew stronger as time progressed. Lu Chun found himself at a loss. His opponents were elusive, rarely revealing their positions. Even if he managed to eliminate all the undead, the enemy could effortlessly unleash a few abilities, quickly replenishing their ranks with an inexhaustible horde of monsters. Today, I shall witness the limits of this virtual system. In the face of such despair, Lu Chun resolved to confront it head-on. The simulation system of the world required computational power. Each new monster necessitated additional processing capability. Though the technology of the spirit world had advanced significantly, even the most sophisticated computers had their limitations. Perhaps they could easily simulate battles involving millions or even tens of millions of monsters. But what about hundreds of millions or billions? Ultimately, there must be a ceiling on the number of monsters. Once that limit was reached, he could then measure endurance against his foes. Thus, the three factions became embroiled in a protracted melee. Initially, the armored soldiers held the advantage. Yet, as the third day arrived, even they began to falter. The number of undead had surged from millions to hundreds of millions, and while elite monsters were once rare, now one could be found among every 10. However, judging by the portal's activity, it continued to spew forth monsters, seemingly far from reaching its limit. In the face of this dire predicament, Lu Chun decided to employ his trump card, the skill Celestial Might, which could summon spirits from the celestial realm, provided they consented. These spirits could traverse vast distances to aid him against the enemy. O spirits of the celestial realm, I beseech your assistance in this struggle. Lu Chun, clad in resplendent golden armor, spread his arms and spoke solemnly. Simultaneously, all spirits from the celestial realm, whether already summoned in the spirit world or those in slumber within the Hall of Spirits, felt a profound call from the depths of their souls. It was the call of the greatest among the chosen, the martial ancestor, the war god, the first emperor, Lu Chun. Ha ha! Who would have thought after all these years? We could once more fight side by side, laughed Chu Tian, who, while enjoying barbecued delicacies and chill beer during a live broadcast, unhesitatingly agreed to join the fray. Over 60% of the spirits from the chosen realm, upon sensing the call, readily accepted. For the soldiers and generals, fighting alongside the war god was a lifelong aspiration. As the celestial might was unleashed, a multitude of spirits from the celestial realm materialized beside Lu Chun, their numbers estimated to be in the tens of thousands. Although over 90% were of the lesser-known tier, these spirits could still benefit from the enhancements provided by the deity of the military, their attributes boosted significantly. Skill Imperial Shield. Chu Tian activated his skill, summoning an impressive 5,000 soldiers clad in heavy golden armor, wielding massive shields. This was the famed Golden Armored Legion, renowned for its defensive prowess. Skill Frenzied Army. Tianyun also unleashed his skill, bringing forth 5,000 frenzied soldiers. Skill Thousands of troops and horses. Skill Iron Horses and Golden Lances. Skill White Horse Cavalry. Skill Golden Armored Cavalry. Simultaneously, all spirits from the celestial realm capable of summoning soldiers activated their respective skills. Chapter 52. Recreating Legends in an Instant. The heroic spirits from the heavenly mysterious world summoned a staggering army of tens of millions. While this may sound exaggerated, upon closer examination, it is quite reasonable. The heavenly mysterious world is a realm themed around warfare, and over half of the heroic spirits born from this world are generals. As generals, they possess a higher probability of having the ability to summon soldiers. For the top-tier heroic spirits from the chosen world, the ability to summon soldiers is almost a prerequisite. For instance, Tianyun, Chu Tian, and even Lu Chun himself. Moreover, the summoned troops are equally blessed by the effects of the god of war, albeit with a reduction of approximately 20. However, despite this decrease, the armies conjured by various heroic spirits still benefit from the enhancements provided by their respective spirits. For example, the soldiers summoned by Chu Tian not only enjoy the god of war's enhancements, but also receive substantial boosts to their physical attributes, formidable defense, and remarkable resilience from the leader of the Hinata clan. Detected that the number of soldiers under command exceeds 50 million. Resonance effect enhanced, with an increase of 30 in its maximum state. Upon seeing this notification, Lu Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. A 30 increase in the God of War's maximum effect may seem modest, yet it is significant, as the God of War's skill operates in a manner akin to a spiraling ascent. An enhancement of 30 could potentially amplify the overall strength of all soldiers 2 to 3-fold. Lu Chen activated his skill once more, the everlasting Chang'an City. This time, the Chang'an City he summoned was exponentially larger than the initial version. The everlasting Chang'an City possesses a passive ability. The more heroic spirits from the chosen world present, the greater the overall attributes of the city. At this moment, nearly all the heroic spirits from the heavenly mysterious world had arrived, resulting in an endless great wall stretching hundreds of meters high and over 20 meters thick, extending to the horizon. All commanders, heed my command. Slay these endless fiends, Lu Chen declared loudly. Thus, an army of over 50 million clashed fiercely against a horde of billions of undead monsters, staging an extraordinary battle for the ages. All those watching the live broadcast were spellbound by the battlefield. A war of tens of millions, even billions of legions is a legendary conflict in any world. And now this legendary warfare unfolded before their very eyes. The forces of the chosen world displayed their unique abilities. Chu Tian led his 50,000 golden-armored soldiers, like an impregnable wall at the forefront of the battlefield, drawing the attention of the greatest number of enemies. Chu Tian's frenzied army surged through the heart of the monster horde like a drill, mercilessly slaughtering the undead. The intensity of this war was beyond description, surpassing the imagery of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The arena, originally vast and empty, was now packed to the brim, devoid of any unoccupied space, filled entirely with either undead monsters or soldiers from the chosen world. The resonance effect of the enemy's deaths seemed to escalate, likely due to their overwhelming numbers, pushing the skill to its limits, thereby enhancing its terrifying potency. The monsters, originally intended to serve as the ultimate foes for all participants, found themselves summarily dispatched upon their arrival, either transformed into undead or reduced to mere fragments by the forces of the chosen world. Isn't this a bit excessive? This is supposed to be a survival mode, exclaimed the elven archer Solal, perched atop the everlasting Chang'an City as he observed the increasingly outrageous battle. Isn't survival mode about who can endure the longest? How did it turn into a frenzied brawl? Solal drew back his bow, attempting to provide some advantage for his side. Rain of arrows. As the skill activated, arrows soared into the sky, rapidly multiplying into thousands. With fervor, Solal unleashed a barrage, filling the air with hundreds of thousands of golden arrows. Swish, swish, swish. These arrows struck their mark, piercing through countless undead monsters. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could see that the arrows had merely scratched the surface, barely penetrating the skin, much less the muscle beneath. As the energy-wrought golden arrows dissipated, the undead monsters appeared unfazed, continuing their onslaught against the enemy. In my day, I single-handedly repelled 100,000 demon forces, yet here I am, unable to even stir a ripple in this battle, she mused. Her skill set was ideally suited for large-scale combat, particularly the rain of arrows, which was indeed a divine technique of war. However, faced with such overwhelming numbers, tens of millions, even billions, all endowed with various buffs, her abilities seemed insufficient. Perhaps I should opt for a passive victory, as this wall appears quite sturdy, Solal remarked, a hint of resignation in his voice. This sentiment echoed among Lu Chen's teammates and Julian's allies alike. In the face of such colossal warfare, individual prowess was drastically diminished. Even the top legendary spirit, Dongfeng Yuyu, capable of slaying thousands of undead monsters in one stroke, was merely a drop in the ocean against a legion of over 1 billion. Even the fully awakened cultivator spirit, Feng Xiao, could slay thousands of monsters with a single sword strike, yet even his ability to unleash thousands of blades would scarcely impact the tide of war. As the battle intensified and the enemy numbers swelled, Lu Chen, despite receiving assistance from 90 of the heroic spirits in the heavenly mysterious world, found himself retreating time and again. Fortunately, the everlasting Chang'an city stood as a final bastion, allowing for a tenuous defense against the undead onslaught. Yet, the number of monsters continued to rise, escalating from billions to over 10 billion. By the fourth day, the count reached a staggering 1 billion. These 1 billion monsters densely populated the entire world, leaving only the vicinity of Chang'an City unoccupied. With no space left to occupy, the undead army surged like a relentless tide. Upon reaching the threshold of 1 billion, it seemed some limit had been triggered. Liu Chan felt a momentary disarray in this realm, as if the fabric of reality were on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, this disarray was fleeting, halting almost immediately, and the portals ceased to spawn new monsters. Clearly, 1 billion monsters represented the cap for this contest. At that moment, all participants received a notification indicating a temporary alteration in the competition rules. The remaining factions would each hold a domain, and should the enemy breach this domain and remain within for over 10 seconds, the match would conclude with the enemy's victory. It was evident that the officials recognized the futility of continuing the battle indefinitely, as it could persist for 10 days and nights without a resolution. Thus, they amended the rules. Liu Chen's team's domain manifested at the heart of Chang'an City, while the enemy's domain appeared deep within the monster horde. All soldiers, heed my command. Let us breach the enemy's domain, Liu Chan proclaimed, a slight smile gracing his lips. Simultaneously, the majority of heroic spirits realized Liu Chen's intent to recreate the legends. With the same vast army, the same unending demons, and the same goal of dismantling the enemy's stronghold. Chapter 53, claiming victory in the vast annals of the celestial realm, spanning over 10 millennia. Nearly all generals willingly take up arms. An astonishing army of over 50 million soldiers charges fearlessly into the depths of the undead monster legion. This marks one of the most sanguinary and violent wars known. No amount of skill can shine in the face of such overwhelming numbers. The undead legion has also made ample preparations, with millions of monsters stacking upon one another, forming a pulsating mountain reminiscent of a heart. Moments late, atubaring criatura. Measuring several thousand meters in height and adorned with 6 arms and 3 heads, manifests in this realm. This is the ultimate form of the death resonance, the undying monarch, which even reconnaissance skills failed to detect. The conditions for the birth of the undying monarch are exceedingly stringent. It must absorb the chilling death energy of the city of Tan, an energy that only arises from the demise of living beings. However, in this colossal conflict, death energy is abundant, allowing the undying monarch not only to come into existence, but to grow into its final form almost unnoticed. Raising a hand, the death monarch casually slashes with a blade of black energy. This dark sword aura surges directly towards the million-strong army, piercing through ranks and claiming the lives of over 100,000 in mere moments, its reach extending to the world's very edge. Suspended in the air, Liu Chan absorbs the energy of 50 million soldiers, preparing to unleash a decisive blow. Even with his body's defenses augmented to an astonishing 1,000 of their normal state, and possessing a 90 damage reduction alongside various enhancements, the sheer influx of energy proves overwhelming. The golden dragon armor and the silver dragon spear in his grasp emit a cacophony of cracking sounds as they struggle against the immense power. Liu Chen's body, unable to withstand the colossal energy, begins to fracture. Under normal circumstances, Liu Chen, with only his own memories, would be incapable of wielding such unimaginable power. Yet, he possesses not only his own memories, but also the vast experiences of Jiang Xian, the supreme leader of the Taiping sect from the Void Realm, who boasts millennia of expertise and unparalleled combat prowess. It is through Jiang Xian's wisdom that Liu Chen manages to tenuously control this overwhelming energy. Concentrating the energy within his spear, Liu Chen hurls it towards the monstrous horde. The resulting explosion of energy obliterates half of this small world, decimating nearly half of the undead legion and a significant portion of the Sakura Nation's heroic spirits, including Julian. However, Liu Chen pays a grave price for this ultimate strike, his form gradually dissipating after unleashing his most powerful attack. As he fades, the vast army also begins to vanish. The undead horde, losing its anchor, descends into chaos. In this tumultuous moment, the former leader of the Huaxia team, Dongfang Yuyu, stealthily infiltrates enemy territory. Should Dongfang Yuyu remain within this domain for over 10 seconds, it signifies the enemy's territory has been claimed, ensuring victory for her side. The remaining heroic spirits of the Sakura Nation observe this with alarm, rushing forth to impede her. Dongfang Yuyu invokes her third awakening skill, Stagnant Waters, summoning a colossal, semi-transparent droplet of water that envelopes her. Everything but Dongfang Yuyu within the droplet experiences a dramatic deceleration in movement. Those of comparable strength find their actions slowed to 1/10 of their normal speed, while those weaker are reduced to a mere one. For those significantly weaker, time itself is frozen. This is the formidable prowess of a top-tier legendary heroic spirit from the Void Realm. The enemy spirits caught within the stagnant waters find their movements drastically hindered. With a deft gesture, Dongfang Yuyu conjures thousands of minuscule streams of water, each finer than a hair, which dart swiftly and penetrate the bodies of the enemy spirits. Upon impact, these water needles explode under her command, transforming into countless smaller, sharper shards. The ensuing chaos results in a gruesome spectacle, as all but one spirit with spatial abilities are reduced to mere fragments of flesh, a fate too dire to contemplate. Thus, Dongfang Yuyu successfully remains within enemy territory for the requisite 10 seconds, leading her side to victory. In the simulation chamber, Lu Chun suddenly opens his eyes, emerging from the pod to gaze at the nearby live broadcast screen. A smile graces his lips upon witnessing the triumph of the Huaxia team. The victory belongs to Huaxia, with Lu Chun undeniably contributing the most. 3 days later, gazing at the azure fruit in his hand, Su Bai is filled with exhilaration. The heart of the Azure Sea is a true treasure, capable of significantly enhancing mental strength with remarkable efficacy. For a first-tier spirit master, consuming the heart allows one to ascend to the second tier simply by digesting half its energy. For Su Bai, it promises to propel him far along the path to becoming a second-tier spirit master. Without hesitation, Su Bai swallows the heart of the Azure Sea, which transforms into pure energy upon entering, nurturing his spirit. 3 hours later, he slowly opens his eyes. With his mental fortitude, he perfectly absorbs the heart, making substantial progress toward becoming a second-tier spirit master. If such tiers existed, he would be in the latter stages of the second tier. What once required at least a year to achieve can now be accomplished in under 6 months. Next, he plans to gradually release information about his second spirit, and after another 6 months of training, he shall be ready to contract a third spirit. Su Bai muses, appearing outwardly as a first-tier spirit master. Yet with the heart of the Azure Sea now enhancing his status, he seamlessly positions himself as a second-tier spirit master, facilitating the revelation of his second spirit, Jiangxian. Chapter 54. The second spirit, after participating in the National Youth Spirit Competition, he was able to directly advance to the prestigious Huaxia Advanced Spirit Academy, the sole institution of its kind in China. Within this esteemed academy, almost all students are second-tier spirit masters, with a rare few reaching the third tier. However, his spirit, Lu Chun, seemed rather inadequate in the high-level spirit academy. The power hierarchy in the spirit world is not merely a simple progression of 1-1. The disparity in strength among spirits is far greater than one might imagine. Even spirits of the same quality from the same realm can have strengths that differ by dozens of times. As Lu Chun progressed, he found it increasingly challenging. His remarkable performance in the competition was largely due to the fact that his opponents did not exceed him by a significant margin. However, in the Advanced Spirit Academy, Lu Chun's once mighty army of millions is, frankly speaking, just average. High-tier spirits can easily avoid direct confrontation with such forces. They merely need to eliminate Lu Chun at its source. Although this may sound daunting, it is relatively simple for high-tier spirits. Some of them even possess abilities related to rules, allowing them to instantaneously curse Lu Chun from a great distance. Nevertheless, Lu Chun, as a top-tier spirit derived from the novice card pool, Achieving such effects is already enough to astonish Su Bai. It seems that the time has come for Lu Qian to retire. Next to enter the arena is a spirit of even darker origins. The Taoist priest from the Guishu world, the leader of the Taiping sect, who has touched the pinnacle of the world. The former embodiment of the 10,000 Industries corpse immortal, a notorious figure responsible for the destruction of an extraordinary realm, is the top-tier immortal spirit Jiang Xian. With Lu Qian's skill set being so sinister, one can only imagine that Jiang Xian's abilities, as perceived by Su Bai, would be even more malevolent. Just the name of his fourth skill, the 10,000 Industries corpse immortal, is the bane of all cultivators in the Guishu world. The top legendary spirit, Dongfang Yu managed to seal away the partially awakened 10,000 Industries corpse immortal only after obtaining the inheritance of the elemental envoy water and collaborating with 4 others, leading a significant portion of the Guishu world's cultivators in this endeavor. The skills derived from the 10,000 Industries corpse immortal are undoubtedly exceedingly dark. As for his final skill, the sinful root, it is a power obtained from the annihilation of an entire world. Su Bai estimates that Jiang Xian, even within the Advanced Spirit Academy, will be classified among the upper echelons of combat prowess. The truly superior powers come from the immortal spirits of the cultivation world. After the conclusion of the National Youth Spirit Competition, Su Bai did not return to his original Spirit Academy, but instead advanced directly alongside his classmates Su Beixian and Mu Xia to the Huaxiao Advanced Spirit Academy. Many familiar faces joined them. Su Bai knew most of these individuals, including Gu Xiaoxiao, the spirit master of Dongfang Yu, and several others who had fought alongside their spirits. The 100 spirits representing China, along with their spirit masters, were granted the opportunity to study at the Huaxia Advanced Spirit Academy. These 100 individuals were divided into classes 1 and 2, marking the new intake of this year's academy. It is worth noting that the commencement of the Advanced Academy would not occur immediately after the conclusion of the competition. It would open approximately a month later, allowing Spirit Masters time for further development. In the fleeting month that followed, while Su Bai's mental prowess steadily advanced, his spirit Jiang Xian neared the pinnacle of its second awakening, likely to achieve its third awakening in just a few days. Su Bai. As Su Beixian opened the classroom door, he waved to Su Bai, gesturing for him to sit beside him. Naturally, Su Bai had no reason to decline, sitting next to an old friend. Su Bai, I have contracted a new spirit. Can you guess which world it hails from? Upon taking his seat, Su Beixian spoke with an air of mystery. With Su Bai's growth, it was evident that other spirit masters were not stagnant either. Many were nearing the threshold of second-tier spirit masters. With the bountiful rewards from the competition and support from family elders and other investments, many naturally ascended to second-tier spirit masters, with Su Beixian being one of them. Upon reaching this tier, Su Beixian contracted his second spirit. As for the relics of high-tier spirits, they are quite common in the cultivation world. Any spirit master demonstrating exceptional talent can attempt to resonate with spirits within these relics. Unfortunately, contracting high-tier spirits is not an easy feat. The current situation in the spirit world is such that high-tier relics are abundant. So much so that every ordinary person has a free opportunity to attempt resonance upon reaching adulthood. This free resonance does not involve a crowd gathering around a low-tier relic, but rather a vast array of hundreds or thousands of relics from different worlds. Securing the recognition of any one relic allows one to contract a spirit and become a spirit master. Regrettably, 99 of individuals fail to gain a spirit's acknowledgement. And even when they do, most spirits originate from the Tianxian world. The exorbitant prices of relics stem from their status as strategic resources. Even if they are abundant, they cannot be distributed carelessly. Thus, it is exceedingly rare for someone like Su Beixian to successfully contract a spirit from the cultivation world on his first attempt, especially one of high quality. It is evident that the second spirit he contracted is also of considerable quality, possibly even a legendary level spirit from the cultivation world. Otherwise, Su Beixian would not be so elated. Let me guess, could it be an epic spirit from the cultivation realm? Su Bai inquired, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Wrong. The spirit I contracted is a legendary spirit from the cultivation world, the true Lord of Thunder from the Divine Mist. It can undergo 3 awakenings. Su Beixian exclaimed with great excitement. Congratulations. Su Bai replied with a smile, sharing in his friend's joy. Their conversation drew the attention of other classmates, who had also become second-tier spirit masters and were eager to boast about their new spirits. Oof. The spirit I contracted is also from the brave world. The legendary elven mage Celia, a being that stands atop the magical realm. It is said that Celia is an immortal elf who has lived for thousands of years, possessing knowledge of all magic in the magical world, including long-lost forbidden arts. Her spirit quality is top-tier legendary. In reality, Celia possesses the strength of an immortal spirit, albeit without the corresponding legend. Musia proudly patted her chest as she spoke. Soon, all the second-tier spirit masters in the class introduced their spirits. Most were of legendary quality, with only Gu Xiao, the spirit master of Dongfang Yuyu, having contracted an immortal-level spirit from the Guishu world. Subai, from which world does your contracted spirit hail? After everyone had introduced themselves, all eyes turned toward Subai. Chapter 55. The malevolent aura against the 10,000 corpses immortal to a certain extent. The quality of the first spirit is likely to reflect the future achievements of its summoner. For instance, Su Bai's friend, Su Beixian, summoned a top-tier poetic spirit from the realm of cultivation as his first spirit. It is highly probable that his second spirit also hails from that same world, possessing an even greater quality, and may indeed bear some relation to the first spirit. As anticipated, Su Beixian's second spirit did originate from the realm of cultivation, classified as an ordinary legend, and was the disciple of his first spirit's master, thus establishing a familial bond. Likewise, Musia's spirit, Celia, is the master of his first spirit and the ancestor of Solal. This phenomenon occurs because spirits choose their contract partners. The character of the summoner must resonate with the spirit. Gaining the recognition of an ordinary individual is relatively effortless, yet spirits are beings of monumental achievements and immortal legends. Therefore, it is exceedingly rare for an ordinary person to earn their respect, especially for those of higher quality. At this juncture, a few tactics must be employed. The simplest method is to find common ground, such as having another spirit that is familiar with the one in question. Thus, even if the spirit does not recognize the summoner, it is likely to agree to the contract out of respect for the acquaintance. For instance, the Thunder Sovereign initially hesitated to contract with Su Beixian, but ultimately consented due to the connection with Feng Xiao. Of course, one must possess a sufficiently strong foundation. If one lacks merit, no amount of flattery will win the spirit's acknowledgement. Su Bai's first spirit is the pinnacle of the Tianxian realm, Lu Chun. Contracting Lu Chun is undoubtedly far more challenging than one might imagine. Su Bai's success in securing Lu Chun signifies his exceptional talent in spirit summoning, leaving many curious about who his second spirit might be. My spirit originates from the Guishu world with an immortal quality. The evaluation of this spirit is somewhat complex, and I hope the spirits from Guishu are prepared for the implications. Su Bai did not summon Jiang Xian immediately. Instead, he turned his attention to his classmates, preparing to bolster their defenses. If the spirits of the Tianxian world are akin to a novice card pool, then the Guishu world represents the mainstream card pool of Huaxia. In his class, over half of the spirit summoners have contracted spirits from the Guishu world. However, the reputation of the 10,000 corpses immortal in the Guishu world is rather dismal, if not outright abysmal. Since the inception of the 10,000 corpses immortal, the calamities and sufferings of the Guishu world, over 99%, are tied to its existence. In terms of influence, the 10,000 corpses immortal wields a far greater impact on the Guishu world than Lu Chun does on the Tianxian realm, albeit a decidedly negative one. Previously, Lu Chen's companion, Dongfang Yuyu, harbored a lifelong ambition to seal the 10,000 corpses immortal, harboring a deep-seated hatred for it. Although Jiang Xian is not the 10,000 corpses immortal, he is, in essence, also a victim. Nevertheless, those cultivators who loathe the 10,000 corpses immortal may find it challenging to maintain their composure, even with this understanding. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, the spirits from the Guishu world began to manifest, intrigued by the spirits Su Bai had contracted. To become an immortal spirit signifies that one is a renowned figure of great deeds, known throughout the world, thus piquing the curiosity of those spirits. They genuinely wonder whom Su-Bai would choose to contract next, and whether they might recognize this spirit. In the class, the Guishu spirits were led by a cold, stoic figure clad in a Taoist robe. Dongfang Yu's spirit summoner, Gu Xiaoxiao, is a rather cool-looking young woman. This spirit, the Wanfa Xianjun, is indeed a true titan among the elite of the Guishu world. Its quality is not merely ordinary immortal. It is among the pinnacle of immortal spirits. The Wanfa Xianjun is hailed as the strongest cultivator, born in the year 10643 of the Guishu world, a time perilously close to the world's end. During this period, the 10,000 corpses immortal broke its seal once more, nearing its full power. Ordinarily, this would require the combined efforts of the 5 elements envoys alongside a majority of the cultivators in the Guishu world to achieve another sealing. Yet, the Wanfa Xianjun single-handedly vanquished the 10,000 corpses immortal and employed a special method to seal it for an extraordinary 3,000 years, 2,000 years longer than usual. The strength of the Wanfa Xianjun is unparalleled. Throughout history, until the destruction of the Guishu world, none could rival him, save for the fully unleashed 10,000 corpses immortal. It is due to the existence of the Wanfa Xianjun that the Guishu world, destined for destruction during that period, managed to endure for an additional 3,000 years, indirectly leading to the emergence of another formidable force, the infinite demon monarch, allowing the Guishu world to persist for an extra 2,000 years before ultimately meeting its demise at the hands of the 10,000 corpses immortal. Should Gu Xiaoxiao's contracted Wanfa Xianjun reach full maturity, it would undoubtedly be the mightiest spirit in any advanced spirit summoning academy. From what Su-Bai has gleaned from history, the Wanfa Xianjun is a character of formidable resolve, willing to betray even friends and family in the fight against the 10,000 corpses immortal. Rest assured, the people of the Guishu world are quite united. Regardless of past misdeeds, as long as one does not err in principle, they will not be condemned. Upon hearing Su-Bai's words, the Wanfa Xianjun laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed. Even if your contracted spirit were the infinite demon monarch, it would not matter. The later generations hold a poor opinion of him, yet it is evident that the sects he annihilated were all deserving of their fate. At this juncture, the Wanfa Xianjun's demeanor suddenly turned icy, a chilling malevolence radiating from him. The other spirits from the Guishu world also exuded a formidable aura of vengeance. Undoubtedly, the object of their collective hatred is the very source of all sins, the 10,000 corpses immortal. Chapter 56, Becoming a Third-Rank Spirit Master. Preparing for another simulation as Su-Bai gazed upon the spirits surrounding him, each emanating an aura of terrifying malice, he felt a pang of regret. He realized that if he were to reveal that his second spirit was the Wanya's corpse immortal, it could lead to dire consequences. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to disclose the identity of his second spirit. After all, as a crucial asset for his future battles, it was imperative to reveal it eventually. Moreover, it was essential to note that the High Street Spirit Master Academy prohibited students from engaging in arbitrary conflicts. Even if spirits from the Guishu world went berserk, they posed no threat to him. My spirit is Jiang Xian, hailing from the Guishu world, Su-Bai stated with remarkable composure. Who? Upon hearing Su-Bai's declaration, all spirits from the Guishu realm, along with the spirit masters, furrowed their brows in confusion. They struggled to recall who Jiang Xian was. Before the other spirits could recollect, Su-Bai summoned his spirit, Jiang Xian. I am Jiang Xian, the founder of the Taiping sect and the emperor of the Great Qin dynasty. Clad in elegant robes, Jiang Xian appeared in their midst, exuding an aura of quiet confidence and striking handsomeness. Wanya's corpse immortal. At the sight of Jiang Xian, the pupils of all spirits from the Guishu realm abruptly contracted, and they immediately unleashed their most potent attacks against him. It was inevitable. Jiang Xian bore an uncanny resemblance to the Wanya's corpse immortal, or rather, he was the very essence of the Wanya's corpse immortal. Stagnant waters, 10,000 streams piercing the heart, 10,000 laws soared. Yet, These spirits merely called out the names of their techniques, and nothing more transpired. Despite being inherently dangerous beings, even the weakest spirits were formidable foes for ordinary people. While the majority of spirits were benevolent, a minority harbored deep-seated malice towards the spirit world. This was a grave concern, as even a moderately powerful spirit could obliterate all life in the spirit world in an instant. In the early days of the spirit world, chaos reigned supreme. After enduring a century of turmoil, a comprehensive rule system was finally established. An unknown spirit emerged from an enigmatic realm, its strength a mystery, and unleashed a talent that cast a shroud over the entire spirit world, prohibiting the use of any extraordinary powers. Only those granted official permission could wield such powers. As centuries passed, the spirit world gradually evolved into its current form. Naturally, even a being as formidable as the 10,000 Laws Immortal could not employ their extraordinary might without prior consent. Calm yourselves. I am not the Wanyes Corpse Immortal. I am Jiang Xian, the predecessor of the Wanyes Corpse Immortal. By the time I transformed into the Wanyes Corpse Immortal, I had already perished. The Wanyes Corpse Immortal is a monstrosity birthed from my remains, but I am in no way the Wanyes Corpse Immortal. Jiang Xian raised his hand to block the 10,000 Laws Immortal's attack, hastily clarifying. As they beheld Jiang Xian, who bore a striking resemblance to the Wanyes Corpse Immortal, yet radiated a distinctly different aura. The 10,000 Laws Immortal and numerous spirits from the Tianxian realm finally regained their composure and recalled who stood before them. Jiang Xian, the slayer of demons, founder of the Great Qin dynasty, had established the Taiping sect for the sake of the common people, famously proclaiming, "The heavens have perished, the yellow sky shall rise." Words that have echoed through the ages. Had Jiang Xian ultimately become the Wanyes Corpse Immortal, he would have been celebrated as a wise ruler. However, due to his transformation into the Wanyes Corpse Immortal, which led to the slaughter of all loyal subjects of the Great Qin dynasty and plunged the world into hell, his reputation suffered immensely. Many cultivators speculated that Jiang Xian had practiced some forbidden technique that led him to become the Wanyes Corpse Immortal. The Goeishu world was not devoid of cultivators who attempted to travel back in time to slay the Wanyes Corpse Immortal, yet most met with failure. For the Wanyes Corpse Immortal possessed time-related powers. Only when the Goeishu world faced imminent destruction did it make a final attempt to traverse time and eliminate the Wanyes Corpse Immortal. Although successful, this endeavor paradoxically catalyzed the birth of the Wanyes Corpse Immortal. I apologize, I momentarily lost my composure. Upon reflection, it seems you're also a victim of the Wanyes Corpse Immortal. The 10,000 Laws Immortal spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. Jiang Xian could sense the tremor in his voice, yet he managed to suppress his fury. Thus concluded the self-introduction segment. Although the spirits from the Goeishu world remained somewhat incredulous, they managed to regain control. Over time, these spirits discovered Jiang Xian's undeniable charm, realizing he could never be the Wanyes Corpse Immortal. Following this, classes commenced. Subai observed that the high-level Spirit Master Academy bore little distinction from the ordinary Spirit Master Academy. Classes proceeded as usual. The sole difference lay in the boundless resources available, with the exception of particularly rare items, such as energy crystals and some everyday cultivation resources. Students were permitted to utilize as many resources as they wished, provided they used them personally and did not share them with others. According to their instructor, after a year, these spirit masters would be fully developed and able to uncover the hidden truths of the spirit world. A month later, Jiang Xian successfully completed his third awakening and acquired a new skill, 10,000 talismans. This skill enhanced talisman effectiveness by 400 and allowed for talisman splitting. Each talisman could be split up to 10,000 times, with a cumulative attribute reduction of 10 per split. Cloud Water Sword, unlocked 3 times. Current skills, riding clouds, commanding mist, controlling water, slaying demons, opening mountains, severing seas. Jiang Xian's 10,000 talismans was an impressive skill, not as outrageous as the divine general of the army, but still among the top tier. Subai felt no disappointment, as he believed Jiang Xian's initial 3 skills were merely supplementary, with the latter two being of utmost significance. He speculated that in terms of power, they would undoubtedly rival the divine general of the army and possibly surpass it. To his astonishment, Jiang Xian's cultivation progressed even more swiftly than anticipated. Within just 2 months of entering the high-level Spirit Master Academy, he experienced another breakthrough, ascending to the rank of third-rank Spirit Master. This signified that he could once again choose a world for simulation and inscribe a new spirit. Chapter 57. A new simulation within the solitary villa dormitory of the Spirit Academy. Su Bai sat upon his bed, preparing for his third simulation. The spirit world connected myriad realms, offering a multitude of worlds suitable for simulation. Among them, the one with the highest potential and Su Bai's most desired destination was the celestial void realm. The second world he longed to explore was the legendary Starcraft, a vast galaxy teeming with numerous races and equally high potential. However, after considerable contemplation, Su Bai resolved to venture into the ruins world. The corpse immortal of 10,000 trades, the very embodiment of sin. After all, if not for his reckless simulations, the corpse immortal would never have come into existence. He could argue that this matter bore no relation to him, portraying himself as a mere victim. Yet, it was still somewhat connected to him. Most importantly, at this current stage, the ruins world was the most appropriate choice. The other 3 extraordinary worlds lacked the comprehensive power structure found in the ruins world, and none featured a villain as perfectly malevolent as the corpse immortal. Thus, Su Bai prepared to simulate once more, determined to slay the corpse immortal amidst this chaotic era and eradicate the root of sin within the ruins world. Of course, this endeavor was not urgent. His reluctance to choose the realms of immortality or interstellar conflict stemmed from the excessively high levels of those worlds. It is well known that higher-level spirits place greater demands on the mental fortitude of spirit masters. As a third-tier spirit master, should he fortuitously contract a mythic spirit, his mind would be utterly incapable of bearing the strain. Moreover, even if he could endure it, the growth rate of such spirits would be exceedingly slow. The higher the quality of the spirit, the slower the pace of leveling up, especially in the realm of immortality, where it was notoriously sluggish. Concurrently, Su Bai's spirit, Jiang Xian, had already awakened 4 times, while Su Beishuan's spirit, Feng Xiao, was still struggling through its first awakening. If Su Bai were to contract an immortal from the realm of immortality, it would take at least a decade to cultivate it to full potential. Lastly, a realization had dawned upon Su Bai during this period. Each time he engaged in a simulation, his mental state was enhanced post-simulation. The principle behind this was that he absorbed a vast reservoir of memories, experiencing a complete life in a single moment, thereby forcibly expanding his mental capacity. However, should he absorb memories in excess, his mind would surely shatter under the weight. As a third-tier spirit master, he was confident he could withstand memories spanning 500 to 600 years, even up to 1,000. Yet, he understood that the lifespan of significant figures in the realm of immortality was often measured in millennia. Even those who achieved moderate success could easily live for several thousand years, approaching 10,000 years. Should he truly live for such an extended period, the end of his simulation would not only overwhelm him with the magnitude of memories, but also render any consideration of spirit quality moot. Therefore, Su Bai planned to proceed methodically, simulating once more in the ruins world to bolster his mental strength. Once he reached the 5th tier, he could contemplate a simulation in the realm of immortality. With this thought in mind, Su Bai retrieved an artifact, a remnant from the final days of the ruins world, approximately 15,000 years prior in its history. Initially, Su Bai's plan was to use an artifact from the period just after the corpse immortal's emergence, allowing him to find a way to slay it before it could wreak havoc. However, he faced failure due to temporal clashes. If he simulated too far into the past, it would conflict with the timing of his previous simulation. After numerous attempts, Su Bai lamentably discovered that within the entire 15,000 year history of the ruins world, he could only select the final decades, with simulations possible only in the years leading up to the world's destruction. Sighing heavily at the sight of the broken sword, Su Bai acknowledged the constraints. The artifact dated to 325 years in the ruins world, with a mere 25 years remaining until its annihilation. Even if he were to begin his training at the age of 10, he would possess only 15 years to cultivate himself to a level sufficient to save the world. This task would be exceedingly daunting, even for someone with Su Bai's experience of multiple rebirths. Ascending to the pinnacle of the world was akin to climbing an endless mountain, a protracted journey, with higher-tier worlds presenting ever greater challenges. Even the lowest tier, the Tianxian world. Reaching the summit necessitated over a century of effort. Starting anew would still require more than 30 years. In the ruins world, the upper limits of power were even greater. 5,000 years ago, the hierarchy of strength was straightforward and brutal. One's power was directly proportional to their cultivation. Back then, the ruins world had a cap of 1,000 years of cultivation. A millennia's worth of cultivation could effortlessly cleave mountains and part seas, annihilating demons and gods alike. However, only a scant few had reached such heights in the preceding millennia. Yet, during the epic 5,000 years ago, Jiang Xian himself successfully shattered the world's limitations. Although the breakthrough was abruptly interrupted, tainting the world with an ominous aura, the progression of the ruins world was not impeded. It advanced several tiers. Since the birth of the corpse immortal, the ruins world had leaped from an ordinary extraordinary world to a premier extraordinary realm. Upon reaching 500 years of cultivation, one could transcend into the realm of great powers, achieving initial combat strength comparable to that of a millennia's cultivation. Moreover, upon breaking through to the realm of great powers, one would inevitably awaken their innate divine abilities. Su Bai estimated that by the age of 25, he might just brush the edges of the great power realm. Yet, in the year 325 of the ruins world, chaos reigned, rendering the distinction between ordinary great powers and mere cannon fodder negligible. Nevertheless, Su Bai chose to proceed with the simulation. After all, theory is merely theoretical. Reality must be faced in practice. Whether he could save the world could only be determined through concrete experience. Without hesitation, he grasped the broken sword and activated the simulator. In the year 325 of the ruins era, the corpse immortal is on the verge of resurrection. Countless blood corpses rise, and the cultivators struggle against the blood corpses in a chaotic battle, plunging the world into turmoil, with the common people suffering immensely. You have been born in a secluded mountain village, named Luo Xinghe by your parents. The essence of the universe around him was more abundant than anticipated, and its rank appeared to be somewhat elevated. In the dilapidated village, the infant Luo Xinghe sensed the surrounding energy and contemplated thus in his heart. Chapter 58. Joining the sect of all methods among energies. There exists a hierarchy of nobility and inferiority. The energy of the celestial Xian world is the most rudimentary among all realms. Warriors cultivate to attain internal power, which is fundamentally at the lowest tier within the spectrum of forces. In the early to mid stages of cultivation, one may only enhance physical strength slightly. It is only in the later stages that one might barely achieve the separation of internal power from the body. In contrast, the Tao or magical power of the return to the abyss world represents an upgraded version of internal power. This magical power not only enhances physical attributes, improves defenses, and accelerates recovery, but also allows for elemental transformations. It enables the conversion of internal power into properties such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, wind, ice, and even more advanced attributes. Techniques such as aerial flight, long-range curses, rapid healing, and even the conferral of divinity and dominion over mountains and rivers become effortlessly attainable. The power system of the return to the abyss world has approached perfection. From any perspective, it has achieved a baseline of competence. Although it does not exhibit particularly outstanding features, it is devoid of any flaws. Following its elevation, the power system of the return to the abyss world has ascended to a higher echelon, transforming from the ordinary into that of a multifaceted warrior. Luo Xinghe did not hastily engage in cultivation. Instead, he drew upon the energy in the air, meticulously controlling it to gently cleanse the fragile meridians within his body. nurturing his physique gradually. His proficiency in beginning cultivation anew is unparalleled. At the age of 3, he flourished. At 5, he continued to solidify his foundation. By 6, a calamity befell his village, as several monstrous entities attacked. One such creature was a blood corpse with gray skin, sharp teeth, and long white hair. This blood corpse voraciously gnawed at a mangled corpse, reveling in the delight of consuming flesh. As the flesh was devoured, its muscles filled out, and its eyes grew ever redder. The sensation was exquisite. This was the essence of living. In its gluttony, the blood corpse shed tears of excitement. It soon consumed every morsel on the ground, savoring the taste as it licked its lips before pushing open the door to the room. Before it stood a woman wielding a kitchen knife. Upon seeing each other's faces, they froze in shock. For the woman was none other than the granddaughter of the blood corpse, while the blood corpse was her grandfather, who had passed away a decade prior and was buried on the mountain behind them. Logically, after 10 years, he should have been nothing but a skeletal remnant. Yet, with the impending revival of the myriad corpses, even those who had died long ago, their bodies having fully decayed, could transform into bloodthirsty corpses. The village where Luo Xinghe resided was particularly unfortunate. Due to certain coincidences, 4 or 5 long-deceased individuals were converted into blood corpses and attacked their former village. "Grandfather, it's me, your granddaughter. Do you not recognize me?" The girl stammered, taking a step back in trembling disbelief. After all, her grandfather, who had been dead for years, had not only risen from his coffin, but had also devoured her husband. "You are Xiaohua?" The elderly blood corpse seemed to regain a flicker of clarity upon hearing her voice, expressing surprise. "Yes, it's me, grandfather," the girl exclaimed, filled with joy. However, the response to her joy was the gruesome sight of her heart being ripped from her chest. The elderly blood corpse seized her heart and devoured it with a voracious delight, savoring the taste. "Truly, my granddaughter's heart is delicious," it exclaimed with satisfaction, while the girl collapsed in disbelief, utterly devoid of life. This exemplifies the horror of blood corpses. Once transformed, they possess immense strength, a body as hard as steel. And unlike traditional zombies, they are far more agile. Even more terrifying is their ability to grow stronger without limit by consuming the blood of others, provided there is a sufficient supply of flesh and blood. Disturbingly, blood corpses retain all memories from their previous lives, their personalities strikingly similar, yet fundamentally altered. They can only consume human flesh, as it harbors the life force that blood corpses require, an essence absent in any other living beings. Blood corpses are the vile blossoms that bloom from the corpses of the deceased. All cultivators in the era of the myriad corpses must confront the grim reality of the deceased rising as blood corpses. Friends must slay friends. Siblings must turn against each other, and disciples must betray their masters. Meanwhile, Luo Xinghe delivered a powerful kick, the fierce gust slicing through the air, sending the menacing blood corpse sprawling. Such immense strength for a little child. It must be quite flavorful, the blood corpse mused, seemingly unscathed as it sprang back to its feet, eyes locked onto Luo Xinghe, filled with greed and hunger. "This is troublesome," Luo Xinghe murmured, furrowing his brow. Though he had nurtured his body with magical power since birth, he had yet to formally commence his cultivation. Having lived several lifetimes, he was not without means to confront this blood corpse. However, he was acutely aware that employing those methods might arouse suspicion, given he was merely a 6-year-old child. As he pondered this, the space around the blood corpse suddenly warped, accompanied by a series of popping sounds. Subsequently, numerous portals materialized, and a flurry of golden swords, forged from pure energy, shot forth, piercing the blood corpse instantly. Simultaneously, other blood corpses in the village met a similar fate, being pierced and dissipated into black smoke. In the sky, an elderly man donned in a yellow robe stood upon the void. The resurgence of blood corpses has been increasing alarmingly. Could it be that the myriad corpses are on the verge of breaking their seal and descending upon the world again? He pondered with furrowed brows. As he meditated, his gaze suddenly fell upon Luo Xinghe, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. This child possesses remarkable aptitude for cultivation, and his meridians are devoid of impurities, a truly exceptional prospect. The sect of all methods, one of the mightiest sects in the return to the abyss world, was said to have been established 10,000 years ago by the Taoist master Wang Shao, the Buddhist monk Fa Hai, and numerous top-tier cultivators united in their mission to combat blood corpses, seal the myriad corpses, and safeguard the tranquility of the human realm. Luo Xinghe could scarcely believe his fortune. He had the opportunity to join a premier sect right from the outset. I am willing to be your disciple. Without hesitation, Luo Xinghe immediately ascended. Chapter 59. Ascension of Power at the tender age of 7. You embarked upon the path of cultivation, immersing yourself fervently in the acquisition of new knowledge. By the age of 10, after merely 4 years of dedicated practice, you had amassed nearly 2 decades of mastery. With a foundation exceptionally solid, your rate of progress astonished even your master. In this span of 4 years, you gained a more profound understanding of the myriad teachings of the Wanfa sect. The elder who took you as a disciple is none other than Xuanhe, the current leader of the Wanfa sect, a practitioner of great supernatural abilities, possessing the power of the Wanji Gate. As its name suggests, Xuanhe can effortlessly open countless portals, a remarkably practical skill. Historically, the Wanfa sect boasted 3 practitioners of great supernatural power, yet due to various circumstances, only your master Xuanhe remains. According to the historical accounts you gleaned from the Yuling realm, the Wanfa sect has been silently undermined by the blood corpse for nearly a millennium, gradually sapping its strength. At the age of 12, you experienced yet another advancement, possessing 30 years of cultivation. According to the detailed hierarchy of power in the Guishu realm, you had already ascended to the rank of a minor supernatural practitioner. After millennia of development, the Guishu realm has established a discernible system of rankings. Practitioners with 20 to 50 years of cultivation are considered minor supernatural practitioners. Those with 50 to 499 years are classified as middle supernatural practitioners, and those with 500 years and beyond are regarded as great supernatural practitioners, fully awakened to their innate supernatural powers. It was during this year that you proposed to your master the idea of descending the mountain to seek further experience and hasten your growth in strength. Why the rush to venture forth, you impudent child? It is customary for your senior brothers and sisters to wait until they are 18 before embarking on their journeys. Xuanhe inquired, not entirely approving but rather intrigued. Because I wish to participate in the forthcoming Wan Yi War, to seal the Wan Yi corpse immortal once more. However, with my current abilities, I fear I may not even qualify to enter the fray if I continue to cultivate at this pace. You replied earnestly. Sighing, Xuanhe remarked, you are quite headstrong. Even if I refuse, you would undoubtedly sneak out under the cover of night. You openly confess your intentions. Do you not seek some advantage? He then produced 10 minor supernatural talismans, 3 middle supernatural talismans, and 1 great supernatural talisman. The latter, known as the Golden Radiance 10,000 Swords Talisman, can summon 10,000 golden flying swords, enabling you to command them against foes. In dire situations, you can merge all the smaller swords into a colossal sword, which has become your signature technique. With a wave of his hand, Xuanhe surrendered the talismans to you, albeit with a sense of resignation. Thank you, master. Holding the talismans, the tension on your face finally melted into a smile. The development of talismans has reached near perfection after over 10,000 years, allowing practitioners to inscribe their spells upon them, thus conserving spiritual energy during battles against formidable opponents. However, crafting a talisman of the same rank is a time-consuming endeavor, particularly for great supernatural practitioners who may require years, if not a decade, to produce a talisman of equivalent power. Your master's generosity was evident in his gift of a great supernatural talisman. Yet, you knew that, given your current strength, you would not be able to harness its full potential. When one utilizes their own crafted talismans, they can achieve full efficacy, but when others employ them, the effectiveness diminishes to about 30 to 50%. If someone of a lower rank attempts to use a talisman meant for a higher rank, the efficacy plummets to a mere 10 to 30%. After all, The techniques contained within the talismans belong to others, and wielding another's methods, despite the aid of a talisman, will invariably weaken their power. Only by mastering someone else's techniques could one forego the need for their talismans, as one could inscribe the spells themselves. Yet, you were no ordinary minor supernatural practitioner. You believed you could channel approximately 50% of the golden radiance 10,000 swords talismans might. Even a mere fraction of a great supernatural practitioner as full power could obliterate a top-tier middle supernatural practitioner, thereby equipping you to face the majority of formidable foes. At the age of 12, you descended the mountain to hone your skills, traversing various cities and continuously accepting tasks to eradicate blood corpses. By 13, your comprehension of talismans had deepened, enabling you to inscribe a minor supernatural talisman in a single day, whereas a typical minor supernatural practitioner could only manage one in a month. Simultaneously, your physical prowess had grown, allowing you to vanquish blood corpses of similar rank through sheer physical strength. This was largely due to your conscious effort from a young age to nurture your body with spiritual energy, establishing a near-perfect foundation. At 15, you successfully broke through to the middle supernatural realm, witnessing a steady rise in your power, even as the frequency of blood corpse appearances escalated. Villages were besieged with alarming regularity, prompting numerous sects to unite and dispatch throngs of disciples to combat the blood corpses, yet their efforts yielded little success. Knowing the history, you were aware that in 10 years, the Wanyi corpse immortal would shatter its seal and descend upon the world, this time unshackled from all restraints, poised to devastate the entire Goeishu realm in less than a year. Thus, the time allotted for your growth was a scant decade at best. At 16, you continued your crusade against the blood corpses, steadily advancing. One day, you received a mission to journey to Xianshui City and eliminate an unknown blood corpse. This task was commissioned by Wang Yao, a wealthy individual from Xianshui City, in the Wang family estate, with a simple satchel slung over your shoulder. You arrived to find several practitioners had already gathered, drawn by the lucrative bounty on the elusive blood corpse. It was a common occurrence. Given the allure of Wang Yao's rewards and the nature of the foe, you greeted the other practitioners with utmost respect, clasping your fists in salutation. I have long admired your esteemed names. They responded with nods and smiles, engaging in light conversation. In such situations, an unspoken rule among practitioners dictated that bounties could be shared based on merit. Those contributing significantly could claim a larger share of the reward. I have no desire to share the bounty with them. You mused. With your capabilities, you could single-handedly dispatch the blood corpse. However, amidst this exchange, a commotion erupted outside the Wang family estate. Chapter 60. The Heir of Water. United against the foe, Luo Xinghe gazed outward and discerned a young man clad in black, appearing not much older than himself, engaged in a heated argument with Wang Yao. My friend, do not trouble Wang Yao. This rule is universally accepted in the realm of cultivation. Luo Xinghe approached the black-clad youth, clapping him on the shoulder with a smile, and declared, "Come, let us spar. I can see your strength surpasses that of others." The young man with black hair waved his hand excitedly at Luo Xinghe. "Very well, let us engage in combat. If I emerge victorious, you shall join us in this endeavor, and we will share the reward. However, since we are in the city, let us agree not to employ any mystical arts, only physical prowess." Luo Xinghe accepted the challenge, adopting a combat stance. He recognized that the young man was exceptionally gifted, with a forthright disposition, albeit somewhat blunt. You and the black-clad youth engaged in a battle, and thanks to your exemplary combat experience, you emerged victorious. As the saying goes, one must fight to truly know another. After the skirmish, the black-clad youth fully acknowledged your prowess. You exchanged names, discovering that the youth was called a Xiao, a rogue cultivator without any sect. Despite his lack of affiliation, he possessed remarkable talent, having achieved the level of intermediate divine power by the age of 20. Provided he encounters no unforeseen circumstances, he is destined to become an eminent cultivator of the highest caliber. Together, you and Xiao vanquished the blood corpses plaguing the city, forging a friendship that allowed you to traverse the world side by side. The two of you gained a modest reputation for defeating numerous formidable foes. And at the age of 17, you encountered a gravely injured girl in a desolate wilderness, while you and Ashio were savoring roasted meat. A girl with azure hair and delicate skin descended from the sky, landing beside you. Luo Xinghe quickly rose to her side and activated a green talisman. The talisman, known as Withered Wood Meets Spring, was a healing type capable of swiftly restoring vitality. Cough, cough, cough. Do not mind me. I am being pursued by a blood corpse of divine caliber. The girl coughed up blood, her voice weak. Suddenly, the ground trembled as numerous spikes erupted from below, hurtling toward the girl and the two of you at great speed. Luo Xinghe stomped the ground with tremendous force, causing the earth to shake violently and dispelling the incoming spikes. What is happening? Luo Xinghe inquired urgently, his expression grave despite having neutralized the enemy's attack. Even with Ashio by his side, they were ill-equipped to confront a blood corpse of such power. He had merely deflected a long-range assault. My name is Dongfang Xiao, the heir of the water elemental, and I was recently ambushed during a mission by this divine-level blood corpse. I utilized a long-distance teleportation talisman to escape, but it is already locked onto my location and will arrive within 2 minutes at most. After receiving some healing from the Withered Wood Meets Spring talisman, Dongfang Xiao quickly explained the situation. You still have time to flee. It is specifically after me and will not involve others. Dongfang Xiao struggled to stand, her voice faint. What should we do? Ashio turned to Luo Xinghe for guidance. My sect, the 10,000 Method School, has a deep bond with the elemental envoys. As a disciple, I shall remain to assist, but Ashio, you need not involve yourself. It is best you leave. Luo Xinghe spoke with unwavering calm. Dongfang Xiao's appearance was no coincidence. Her teleportation talisman automatically sought the nearest disciple of the 10,000 Method School, which is why she found herself before him. This conflict was between his sect, the elemental envoys, and the blood corpses, and Luo Xinghe wished to spare his dear brother Ashio from the peril of confronting a divine-level foe, for the likelihood of survival was slim. What do you mean? Am I not your brother? Ashio exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. That is not my intent. You are indeed my brother. However, it is far too dangerous to remain. The odds that we will perish. Luo Xinghe shook his head. He himself could be reborn endlessly and thus feared not death. Yet he did not wish to entangle his good friend in such dire straits. Though this was but a simulated world, Luo Xinghe had never regarded it as a mere game. His emotions for all were genuine. Do you think I am afraid of death? Do you perceive me as one who would abandon my brother and flee alone? No matter what, I shall fight alongside you today, Ashio declared defiantly. The two exchanged glances, eventually sharing a knowing smile. There was no need for excessive sentiment between good brothers. Since Ashio had resolved to stay and assist, further urging him to escape would be an insult. We have decided to remain and confront that divine-level blood corpse together. Let us now share our intelligence. Having made the decision to face the enemy side by side, Luo Xinghe sought a deeper understanding of the situation. Dongfang Xiao appeared momentarily stunned, taken aback by the calmness of the two, who reached a consensus in under a minute. Approximately a minute later, Luo Xinghe had garnered a thorough understanding of Dongfang Xiao's capabilities. Dongfang Xiao, aged 30, was a top-tier intermediate divine power cultivator and the current direct disciple of the water elemental. She was well-versed in water-based mystical arts and possessed a premier artifact, the stagnation necklace. This necklace was forged by the third water elemental, renowned as the most powerful, who created it from his life's essence before death, yielding effects akin to the stagnation of water. Moreover, Dongfang Xiao had awakened her own innate divine power, the master of mountains and rivers, allowing her to transform a radius of 100 meters into her domain, granting her control over everything within, much like the ruler of mountains and rivers. It is noteworthy that one need not reach the level of divine power to awaken their innate abilities. Rather, upon reaching that level, one could fully awaken them. Generally, upon attaining intermediate divine power, there exists a slight probability of awakening one's innate power. Such innate abilities are often the most attuned to an individual. Near the threshold of divine power, possessing her own innate ability, coupled with a premier artifact, Dongfang Xiaoxiao could contend with the divine-level blood corpse for an extended period, even coming close to escaping. Though currently injured, Dongfang Xiaoxiao still retained combat potential, considering her strength alongside his and Ashio's. Along with the divine-level talisman gifted by his master, Luo Xinghe concluded that three outstanding youths of intermediate divine power could indeed prevail. Chapter 61. Awakening the Innate Divine Power. Slaying the Azura, thunderous roars echoed through the air as the trio of Luoxing had just concluded their discussion. A multitude of colossal boulders came hurtling towards them from the sky. These massive stones, with the smallest boasting a diameter exceeding 5 meters and the largest reaching several dozen meters, were manifestations of the Blood Corpse's assault. This relentless pursuit of Dongfang Xiaoxiao was orchestrated by the Blood Corpse, which wielded formidable divine powers, enabling it to manipulate stones at will. Waters of the Abyss. Dongfang Xiaoxiao swiftly formed a series of intricate hand seals, conjuring over 1,000 azure flying swords, which she adeptly controlled to shatter the incoming boulders. However, the fragments swiftly coalesced into a formidable earthen dragon, charging once more toward Luoxing and his companions. In response, Luoxing clenched his fists and delivered a powerful blow to the earthen dragon, deftly redirecting its attack. At this moment, the divine power of the Blood Corpse chasing Dongfang Xiaoxiao finally materialized before Luoxing and his companions. A delightful surprise indeed, he remarked, gazing at them with a hint of astonishment. Boom! As his words fell, the ground on either side of Luoxing and his companions suddenly heaved upward, and immense stone pillars began to converge swiftly from both sides, intent on reducing them to mere pulp. These colossal pillars, each with a diameter of over 100 meters, approached at an astonishing speed, leaving the trio little time to evade. This was the prowess of a divine-level blood corpse, capable of transforming its surroundings with ease. Stagnant waters. At that crucial moment, the aquamarine necklace adorning Dongfang Xiaoxiao shimmered with radiant light, enveloping her and the area within 100 meters in a semi-transparent droplet. Any entity entering the droplet's domain would experience a drastic reduction in speed. While the stagnant waters conjured by Dongfang Xiaoxiao struggled to significantly impede the Blood Corpse's divine-level attacks, it managed to slow the pillar's velocity by approximately half, which proved to be sufficient. Luoxing and his companions swiftly evaded the stone pillar's onslaught, yet they were immediately met with a barrage of attacks manifested from countless stones. Golden Sword Array. Without a moment's hesitation, Luoxing activated the Golden Sword Array. Thousands of golden flying swords, under his command, swiftly severed the surrounding assaults, transforming into a golden rain of blades that soared toward the divine-level Blood Corpse. The Blood Corpse retaliated with its innate divine power, summoning an array of stones from the ground to erect several formidable stone walls before it. These walls were 5 meters wide, 60 meters tall, and possessed a hardness rivaling steel. Despite this, the stone walls merely absorbed about half the might of the golden swords, allowing the remaining blades to pierce through and strike the Blood Corpse directly. Unfortunately, the corporeal resilience of the divine-level Blood Corpse exceeded expectations. The Golden Sword Array severely injured it, but did not claim its life. "You have truly vexed me." The Blood Corpse, surveying the multitude of wounds marring its body, abandoned its playful demeanor towards its prey. It abruptly vanished from sight, reappearing before Luoxing and delivering a crushing blow toward his head. Luoxing barely had time to cross his arms to shield himself. Boom! Despite his body being honed from countless trials, he was sent flying over 100 meters by the sheer force of the blow. Fortunately, Ashur intervened, halting the Blood Corpse's follow-up assault, granting Luoxing a fleeting moment to recover. With no time to rest, Luoxing charged at the Blood Corpse once more, joining forces with Ashur to engage in close combat. Dongfang Xiaoxiao, still nursing her wounds, provided support from the sidelines. Stagnant waters. Master of mountains and rivers. Under the influence of the stagnant waters, the divine-level sorcerer's speed was reduced by approximately 30%. Simultaneously, The master of mountains and rivers further weakened the sorcerer's control over stones, diminishing its abilities significantly. In the face of the trio's coordinated efforts, the divine-level sorcerer appeared increasingly overwhelmed. This blood corpse's incessant attacks are infuriating, Ashur exclaimed, leaping to evade the emerging spikes from the ground. At that instant, Luoxing activated a mid-level talisman, unleashing a torrent of fireballs that swiftly flew toward the blood corpse, disrupting its assault on Ashur. However, as Luoxing cast his spell, spikes erupted from beneath his feet, and he was caught off guard, sustaining multiple wounds. Forceful plunder. Suddenly, Ashur's voice rang out from a distance. His expression contorted with rage. He directed his newfound innate power at the blood corpse, awakening the ability he had discovered in the depths of despair. Forceful plunder, a top-tier, innate divine power, allowed the wielder to seize the abilities of their adversaries in battle for their own use. If the enemy was of a higher tier, only a portion of their powers could be claimed. However, if the enemy was slain, a significant portion of their abilities could be forcibly appropriated, transforming them into the wielder's own. Upon comprehending the function of this divine power, Ashur executed the forceful plunder, successfully acquiring a fragment of the blood corpse's innate abilities. With part of its powers stripped away and under the dual pressure exerted by Ashur and Dongfang, Xiaoxiao's master of mountains and rivers, the divine-level blood corpse found it nearly impossible to unleash its innate abilities. As the blood corpse stood momentarily dazed, Dongfang, Xiaoxiao, and Luoxing simultaneously unleashed their spells. The blood corpse was ensnared within a translucent droplet of water, and in tandem, Luoxing cast an ice spell, freezing the droplet into a solid block of ice. With a decisive swing, Luoxing drew his long blade and aimed for the blood corpse's neck. Although the blade initially seemed incapable of cleaving through the divine-level blood corpse's form, at that critical moment, a crimson aura enveloped the long blade, allowing Luoxing to narrowly sever the blood corpse's neck. Indeed, in that paramount moment, Luoxing awakened his innate divine power, slaying the Azura. Slaying the Azura could condense blood energy to fortify the wielder's body or weapons, and upon vanquishing an enemy, it could absorb the essence of their life force to enhance the wielder. This innate power is a manifestation of the user's deepest desires, with its potency closely tied to one's innate talent. Greater talent yields more formidable innate abilities. Recognizing the blood corpse's relentless assaults as intolerable, Ashur sought to seize its powers, leading to the awakening of his innate power, forceful plunder, through which he appropriated a portion of the divine sorcerer's abilities. Conversely, Luoxing, driven by an urgent desire for rapid growth to prepare for the impending conflict in 9 years, awakened the slaying the Azura ability, enabling his swift advancement. Chapter 62. The premature awakening of the 10,000 Industries Corpse Immortal after vanquishing the formidable blood corpse. The divine ability of Luoxing, the slaughtering Azura, was activated. Luoxing distinctly felt a surge of pure energy flooding into his being. His physical strength and magical power experienced notable enhancement, effectively saving him approximately 5 years of arduous cultivation. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luoxing reached a remarkable conclusion. This assertion was somewhat exaggerated, for his 5 years of diligent practice was far from the ordinary tribulations faced by typical cultivators. He had anticipated a span of 20 years to achieve the status of a great supernatural being, yet merely by slaying one blood corpse of equal caliber. He had managed to conserve a quarter of that time. At the tender age of 16, alongside Ashu and Dongfang Xiaoxiao, he successfully vanquished a blood corpse of similar rank, thereby forging a friendship with Dongfang Xiaoxiao. The trio embarked on numerous missions, systematically exterminating powerful blood corpses. With the impending arrival of the 10,000 Industries Corpse Immortal, the number of blood corpses surged dramatically, ensuring an abundance of tasks for the trio. United in their endeavors, Ashu seized the powers of their adversaries, while Dongfang Xiaoxiao wielded her supernatural abilities to command the elements, synergistically creating a suppression effect with her stasis water. Luoxing assumed the role of the primary harvester of their enemies' lives. Their coordinated efforts rendered them capable of swiftly dispatching any blood corpse beneath the level of great supernatural beings. At 16, their inaugural collaboration resulted in the effortless annihilation of a top-tier blood corpse at the middle supernatural level. By 17, Luoxing fortuitously discovered that within the Frosty Cold sect, a prominent large sect in the Ruins world, all disciples had become infected and transformed into blood corpses. Initially intending to discreetly depart and allow his master to address the situation, he was detected by the sect before his escape, compelling the trio to confront the entire horde of blood corpses within the Frosty Cold sect. The sect boasted 9 mid-supernatural level blood corpses, with the sect leader being a great supernatural level blood corpse, possessing the ice-based divine ability known as Ice River Sentry. Luoxing had not anticipated such misfortune. Their investigation into the missing persons in surrounding cities had led them directly to the Frosty Cold sect. He had presumed that only a few blood corpses were concealed within the sect, or that the higher-ups were hoarding them. A common occurrence in the cultivation world, where friends may unexpectedly resurrect, retaining their past memories, but requiring the consumption of flesh to survive. Those with wavering resolve often resorted to hiding blood corpses. However, he never imagined that the entirety of the Frosty Cold sect was composed of blood corpses. Even more unfortunate was their discovery by the sect leader just before their departure. Within the sect, an icy fog enveloped the area, and hundreds of coffins crafted from profound ice abruptly opened. 300 blood corpses, their skin adorned with icy blue patterns, emerged from the ice coffins. These were all minor supernatural level mages, and the sect leader, Xianbing Daoran, regarded Luoxing and his companions with a fierce expression. Xianbing Daoran understood that if their secret were to leak, they would be slaughtered by the seekers of the Buddha the next day. Thus, Luoxing and his companions must perish today. Ice River Sentry. Xianbing Daoran performed a hand gesture, and the entire Frosty Cold sect, along with Luoxing and his companions, was transported to an isolated realm, a diminutive world comprised solely of ice and snow. Unless they defeated Xianbing Daoran, no one could escape this realm. Within this domain, Xianbing Daoran was the supreme sovereign. Luoxing sensed that every snowflake in this world radiated a lethal danger, as if Xianbing Daoran could transform them into deadly ice spikes at will, piercing through the trio. In the face of such dire straits, even ordinary great supernatural cultivators would have to concede defeat. However, Luoxing and his companions were no ordinary practitioners. "Let us fight," Luoxing said, a hint of resignation in his voice. Forceful acquisition. Without hesitation, Ashu activated his innate divine ability, claiming approximately 30% of the power within this icy world. Master of mountains and rivers, Dongfang Xiao formed a hand seal and similarly unleashed her innate supernatural ability, although her powers were severely restricted in another's domain. When combined with Ashu's, they ensured a secure radius of 20 meters around the trio. Simultaneously, Ashu and Dongfang Xiao launched their assault. Stasis water. Do not move. A localized area of stasis water suddenly enveloped all the blood corpses. Ashu utilized the divine abilities he had previously acquired, employing the art of word spirits. Luoxing, not idle, conjured countless golden swords, slicing through the multitude of blood corpses. The golden sword spun rapidly, reducing the 9 mid-supernatural level blood corpses and a majority of the minor supernatural level blood corpses to a pulp. Frost Dragon Roar. At this moment, Xianbing Daoran unleashed his offensive, sending forth countless colossal dragons formed of profound ice toward Luoxing and his companions. Luoxing deftly executed numerous techniques, while Ashu continuously employed his appropriated divine abilities, and Dongfang Xiao primarily served a supportive role. The trio, through their collaborative efforts, even managed to confound Xianbing Daoran. They engaged in a fierce battle within the Ice River Sentry for 3 full hours before finally slaying Xianbing Daoran. At 18, in just 2 years, Luoxing and Ashu had evolved into top-tier, mid-supernatural cultivators, standing just one step away from attaining the status of great supernatural beings. By the way, Luoxing, why are you so eager to elevate your power? Do you have any enemies? Dongfang Xiao inquired curiously as they sat by the campfire late at night, exhausted from their day of combat while roasting meat. The situation is somewhat complex. All you need to know is that I must rapidly enhance my strength. He understood that while others might be oblivious to the impending events, he was acutely aware of the future. In 5 years, the 10,000 Industries corpse immortal would break its seal and descend upon the world, leading to the annihilation of the entire ruins world. In the climactic battle 5 years hence, all beneath the level of great supernatural beings will become mere cannon fodder. Even those of ordinary great supernatural caliber would be relegated to slightly larger fodder. The cultivators of the ruins world, including his master, the current 5 elements envoy, would exert their utmost efforts, yet ultimately fail to prevent the arrival of the 10,000 Industries corpse immortal. It would be a battle of utter despair. For the 10,000 Industries corpse immortal possessed the ability to alter the past and reverse the future, and this revival was the culmination of its millennia-long preparations. During this time frame, no extraordinary power had emerged among the cultivators of the ruins world, and all hope had been extinguished by the 10,000 Industries corpse immortal. If Luoxing wished to alter history, he must become stronger. At the very least, he needed to possess the combat prowess of a great supernatural being when the time came. Only then would he have a sliver of hope to reshape the future. Just then, Luoxing's eyes widened in shock. He sensed a terrifying entity awakening within the ruins world. The silvery moon gradually morphed into a blood-red hue. Simultaneously, at the very center of the world, a massive blood-red cocoon began to materialize, visible to all cultivators in the ruins world. Upon witnessing this scene, Luoxing's pupils constricted sharply. The blood moon hung ominously above, heralding dreadful signs. All phenomena indicated that the 10,000 Industries corpse immortal was beginning to awaken. This colossal cocoon, referred to as the cocoon of 10,000 Industries, would take mere days to fully incubate the 10,000 Industries corpse immortal. The emergence of the cocoon of 10,000 Industries signifies the official commencement of the 10th War of 10,000 Industries. Chapter 63. The dream of 10,000 Enterprises history has been altered due to certain unknown factors. The mysterious element is none other than Luo Xinghe himself, whose actions have precipitated the premature arrival of the 10,000 Enterprises corpse immortal. The emergence of the 10,000 Enterprises corpse immortal is exceedingly intricate. In a certain sense, it embodies the malevolent thoughts of the world and is an integral part of it. Consequently, the 10,000 Enterprises corpse immortal cannot be vanquished and possesses the ability to foresee the future. This implies that it is undoubtedly the future self that has instigated events leading to the early awakening of the 10,000 Enterprises corpse immortal before Luo Xinghe has fully matured. Suddenly, as Luo Xinghe begins to comprehend the cause and effect, a hand pierces through his heart. The hand belongs to a formidable blood corpse of divine prowess, whose innate supernatural ability is the conceptual mastery of concealing itself. Clearly, the 10,000 Enterprises corpse immortal cannot contend with this, and has chosen to obliterate itself before it has grown strong enough. Under normal circumstances, the 10,000 Enterprises corpse immortal cannot alter the future, as events that have already transpired cannot be changed by anyone, no matter how powerful they may be, including the 10,000 Enterprises corpse immortal. Even those practitioners or blood corpses with time-based supernatural abilities are unable to modify the past, at best. They can only influence minor details, such as the uncertain fate of a person whose life hangs in the balance. Conversely, practitioners of causality-related supernatural abilities can, through certain means, alter the past in a manner that favors them without affecting others. For instance, they might ensure the survival of someone whose death appears imminent. Thus, ordinarily, even the 10,000 Enterprises corpse immortal cannot kill Luo Xinghe in the past. It can, at most, plant a delayed curse in its past self, waiting for the appropriate moment in the future to trigger it. Any attempt to forcibly alter the past would invoke the penalty of causality, compelling the heavenly Tao of the return to the void world to rectify the distorted timeline. However, the 10,000 Enterprises corpse immortal possesses an extraordinarily unique supernatural ability, which some speculate to be the most powerful in the history of the return to the void world, known as the dream of 10,000 enterprises. While in slumber, its consciousness traverses into the future, experiencing all that it is destined to encounter, much like a dream. If the future is advantageous to the 10,000 enterprises corpse immortal, it will continue to slumber, journeying towards an infinitely distant future. Conversely, if the future poses a threat, it will awaken from the dream, returning to a time long past. Many assert that everything occurring in the Return to the Void world is essentially a mere dream of the 10,000 enterprises corpse immortal. Its true form may still reside in the very moment it transformed into the 10,000 enterprises corpse immortal at the instant of its birth. All events, including the millennia of history surrounding the Return to the Void incident, are but a grand illusion. Others argue that the 10,000 enterprises corpse immortal is not as formidable as believed. Rather, it exists in a state of overlapping past and future, and its inability to be completely eradicated stems from this dual existence. Nonetheless, this view is held by only a minority of practitioners. The vast majority deride such notions as baseless speculation, lacking any evidence to substantiate the existence of the dream of 10,000 enterprises, which remains merely a possibility. Luo Xinghe initially harbored skepticism, as the concept of the dream of 10,000 enterprises seemed utterly absurd. However, he now finds himself convinced. For ordinary time-based supernatural abilities cannot so brazenly alter the past. Only the legendary dream of 10,000 enterprises, transcending ordinary time manipulation and possessing a higher status, can achieve such feats. Of course, the dream of 10,000 enterprises is not as formidable as it may appear. It likely exists between two hypotheses. During its dreaming state, the 10,000 enterprises corpse immortal is presumably unaware that it is dreaming. Furthermore, it can only glimpse the future up to 5 years ahead, unable to foresee events beyond that span. Otherwise, it could have simply eradicated itself at an earlier point in time. Alternatively, it may have indeed envisioned a more distant future, with its true form anchored in an exceedingly remote past, yet cannot return as the passage of time is too vast. The 10,000 enterprises corpse immortal can only deny its demise through the anchor points from that distant past, thereby establishing the fact that it can never truly perish. Now, the pressing concern is how to confront what appears to be an inescapable predicament. Although this lifetime presents a seemingly fatal crisis, a glimmer of hope still lingers. The 10,000 enterprises corpse immortal has not yet fully revived, and, therefore, cannot act. Thus, Luo Xinghe yearns to struggle further. Faced alone with this divine blood corpse, with his heart ambushed, his death seems inevitable. Yet he is not alone. He has his friends. Witnessing Luo Xinghe's heart being pierced, Xiao and Dongfang, Xiao Xiao's pupils constrict. Particularly Xiao, whose eyes widen in horror, his face contorted with rage, as if he could devour children whole. After years of companionship, Xiao has fully embraced Luo Xinghe as his most cherished brother. The injury inflicted upon his beloved comrade stirs a profound anger from the depths of his soul. Dongfang Xiao Xiao is equally affected, her gaze icy, emanating a murderous aura that could freeze the dew surrounding her. With a sudden crash, Xiao reacts first, delivering a powerful kick that sends the blood corpse behind Luo Xinghe flying. Stagnation of water, he exclaims, invoking the supernatural force of spring breeze like rain. In an instant, both he and Dongfang Xiao Xiao synchronize their actions. She harnesses the power of stagnation of water to solidify the space within a 100-meter radius. Xiao utilizes his purloined healing ability, spring breeze like rain, to urgently treat Luo Xinghe's wounds. Absent any external interference, Luo Xinghe's heart could regenerate within 1 or 2 hours. Alas, confronted with the assault of the divine blood corpse, he has no time to heal. In this critical moment, Luo Xinghe must conjure a phantom heart using his magical energy, and together with his 2 friends, they prepare to confront the formidable mage of divine prowess. Chapter 64. Despair. How amusing. It is no surprise that it was that esteemed individual who personally issued the command for my assassination. If I were alone, I might have truly faltered, but alas, I'm not alone. The emaciated blood corpse, kicked aside by Ashura, gazed at the three individuals before it and spoke in a deep voice. As its words faded, 5 more blood corpses appeared at its side, emanating an aura that suggested they were also of the supreme level. Cough, cough. I have already relayed the current situation, my master. If he exerts his full power, he should arrive in approximately 5 minutes. Luo Xinghe clutched his heart, coughing lightly as he looked towards the 6 supreme-level blood corpses in the sky, his expression grave. At this moment, Luo Xinghe did not utter words about holding off the enemy to allow his friends to escape. In truth, he could indeed fight with all his might, but it was utterly impossible for his 2 friends to flee. Although Ashura's temperament was fiery, he was exceedingly loyal, and the same could be said for Dongfang Xiaoxiao. Luo Xinghe even sensed a hint of affection from Dongfang Xiaoxiao towards him. After all, why else would she continuously team up with him to undertake missions? During their early days, the 5 Elements envoy had been relatively weak and had teamed up with the other 4 elements. Dongfang Xiaoxiao's master had approached her more than once, but she stubbornly remained by Luo Xinghe's side. To suggest that the 2 should escape would be an affront to his friends. Rather than waste time in hesitation, they should unite to confront the enemy and see if they could endure for 5 minutes until his master arrived. His master was a top-tier practitioner of supreme abilities and would easily contend with 6 ordinary supreme-level blood corpses. Of course, this was predicated on the trio managing to hold out until his master arrived. His master's innate ability, the Gate of All Realms, allowed him to traverse a radius of 100,000 meters at will. He had already sent his location to his master and estimated that, given his master's speed and the distance to the Wanfagia, it would take around 5 minutes for him to arrive. Facing 6 supreme-level blood corpses, even a mid-level practitioner would find it difficult to last 5 minutes, let alone 5 seconds. Yet Luo Xinghe and his companions felt no fear. If that is the case, then it is time to fight with all their might. Seize and plunder, take it from me. Ashura's face twisted in a grimace as he activated his innate ability. This time, his target was not another but himself. Ashura directly seized a portion of his own cultivation after attaining the Supreme Realm. Though this was only temporary and could only extract a minuscule fraction, it was sufficient to handle the current situation. After claiming the future of his own cultivation, Ashura's presence began to rise significantly, soon reaching the threshold of half-step Supreme Realm. Water secrets. Dongfang Xiaoxiao similarly invoked the secrets of the 5 Elements envoy, elevating her own realm to half-step Supreme. Slay the Azura, endless slaughtering hell. Luo Xinghe, clutching his heart, likewise unleashed his innate ability. Master of mountains and rivers. With a thunderous roar, as Dongfang Xiaoxiao activated her ability, dozens of stone pillars erupted from the depths of the earth, hurtling at remarkable speed towards the 6 supreme-level blood corpses. Simultaneously, clouds in the sky coalesced into numerous minuscule water needles, launching towards the blood corpses. The dust in the air, the soil underfoot, and the weeds around transformed into terrifying instruments of death, turning the surrounding area into a lethal weapon under the influence of Dongfang Xiaoxiao's power. A supreme-level sorcerer summoned countless crimson tentacles to intercept all attacks. Another blood corpse began to swell rapidly, transforming into a towering behemoth over 100 meters tall in the blink of an eye. Just in time, Luo Xinghe casually activated over 100 golden sword symbols, which were top-tier mid-level talismans. 100,000 golden swords, under Luo Xinghe's command, transformed into a rain of swords, soaring towards the 6 blood corpses. Enhance. Ashura propelled one of the abilities he had seized, significantly amplifying the power of Luo Xinghe's attack. However, as a consequence, Ashura coughed up a mouthful of blood, and crimson trickled from his eyes, nose, and ears. Faced with the onslaught of 100,000 golden swords, the 6 supreme-level blood corpses were compelled to take the situation seriously. A particularly intense battle had commenced, yet throughout, Luo Xinghe and his companions found themselves relentlessly pressured. Just as the 5-minute mark approached, Luo Xinghe's neck was suddenly severed. Cause and effectability? Luo Xinghe's eyes widened, his thought being the only one in his mind. Clearly, The 6 supreme-level blood corpses were merely the visible enemies, while another blood corpse, governing the laws of causality, lurked in the shadows, poised to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. In the face of impending death, Luo Xinghe's heart was paradoxically calm. Damn it, no. Yet, upon witnessing Ashura's furious expression, as if he intended to perish alongside the blood corpses, and Dongfang Xiaoxiao's heartbroken, desolate visage, Luo Xinghe felt a pang of regret. Ultimately, he felt he had let down his 2 friends. He had failed to save the world of Guishu, to rescue the dawn of this realm and its people, and he could not alter the fated demise awaiting his 2 friends. Although he could begin anew countless times, Luo Xinghe did not wish to revisit that path unless absolutely necessary. For if he were to start over, what would become of the bonds he had forged with these individuals? Reflecting on the past, he had once held affection for Gu Qingning in the Chosen World. Yet when he relived his life and encountered her anew, he found it impossible to rekindle those feelings. She was no longer the same person he had loved. Her character had been irrevocably altered by the harrowing experiences they had endured. Stagnant water. Dongfang Xiaoxiao did not relent. She exerted all her strength to activate the stagnant water technique, freezing Luo Xinghe's body. Stitch. Ashura summoned countless golden threads, hastily stitching together Luo Xinghe's severed wound. The vitality of a cultivator far surpassed expectations. Even with his head severed, Luo Xinghe was not immediately dead. Given time, he might even survive. But the 6 supreme-level blood corpses would not idly stand by. Countless crimson spikes suddenly erupted from the depths of the earth, and before Luo Xinghe could evade, he was instantly pierced, becoming a veritable pincushion. I will take a day off tomorrow. Chapter 65. The Altered History in His Final Moments. Luo Xinghe seemed to hear the furious voice of his master. Unfortunately, his injuries were severe, and even his master was powerless to alter his fate. Only the wood elemental envoy could have saved him. But alas, such intervention did not materialize. All miracles were extinguished by the Wanya corpse immortal. You have perished. Simulation concluded. Experience summary. You were born in a rural area, faced a blood corpse attack at 6, and were rescued by Xuanhe of the Wanfajao. You followed Xuanhe to learn the way, making rapid progress. At 12, you descended the mountain for practice, slaying blood corpses, and subsequently befriended Ashu, with whom you achieved great renown in the Guishu world. At 16, you encountered the severely injured Dongfang Xiaoxiao, and together with Ashu, you triumphed over a formidable blood corpse. At 20, just as you were on the verge of breaking through to the Grandmaster level, you were besieged by 6 blood corpses and ultimately succumbed to their attack. Ethereal Spirit recorded. Name, Luo Xinghe. Title, Heir of Wanfajao, Son of Prodigy, Slayer of Corpses. Quality, Legendary. Awakening status. None can undergo secondary awakening. Skills, Wanfafa, requires primary awakening. Slaughter Azura, requires secondary awakening. In his dormitory, Su Bai, having digested the memories flooding his mind, found himself lost in thought. Despair, an overwhelming sense of hopelessness, enveloped him, obscuring any glimmer of victory. This was the oppressive aura exuded by the Wanya corpse immortal. Possessing unparalleled power, it had never fully awakened, commanding a legion of formidable blood corpses. Indeed, no matter how strong or resolute a blood corpse might be, they remained ensnared by the Wanya corpse immortal's control. Furthermore, the Wanya corpse immortal wielded the supreme, innate divine ability, Wanya Dream, which allowed it to foresee events 5 years into the future. The situation was further exacerbated by the fact that the Wanya corpse immortal was not a mere machine. It was astute and exceedingly cautious. It recognized that Luo Xinghe posed a future threat, prompting it to awaken in the past and dispatch 7 grand master-level blood corpses to eliminate him, ensuring absolute certainty in its plan. Ultimately, the Wanya corpse immortal succeeded. Gazing at the historical records displayed on his phone, Su Bai exhaled deeply, recognizing the striking parallels to the past. Undoubtedly, the Wanya corpse immortal was the most formidable adversary he had ever encountered, both in strength and cunning. Had he been afforded several centuries to develop his prowess in the Guishu world and establish his own faction, he would have had no fear of the Wanya corpse immortal, perhaps even able to confront it directly. Yet, the reality he faced was that he had merely 20 years to grow. In 2 decades, upon reaching his 20th year, he would inevitably suffer the Wanya corpse immortal's wrath. The crux of the matter was that within the Goeishu world, a realm of true transcendence, even the most gifted individuals only began to reveal their potential at 20, rendering them incapable of wielding the power to save the world. Should he concede defeat? Suwaipandith. The challenges of the Goeishu world were staggering. He could simulate experiences in other realms. For instance, he could venture into the Dawn world to become the mightiest hunter, vanquishing various dark entities and bizarre aberrations to rescue that increasingly desolate realm. Alternatively, he might seek to annihilate the 8 million deities of the Chuyun world, a commendable choice as well. However, despite the Wanya corpse immortal's immense strength, Subai had never entertained thoughts of surrender. He was not the type to cower before formidable foes. If he were, he would never have forged countless legendary tales across myriad worlds. System, initiate another simulation. Subai declared resolutely, rubbing his temples. Simulation initiated. At 1 year old, you were born in a remote mountain village named Luo Xinghe by your parents. Surveying his familiar yet foreign surroundings, Luo Xinghe feigned the demeanor of an ordinary infant while subtly nurturing his body with the energies of heaven and earth. He harbored strategies for evolving into a top-tier combatant within the next 20 years. Primarily, it was crucial to awaken a potent, innate divine ability with growth potential. Such abilities constituted the most significant power system in the elevated Goeishu world. Without a doubt, the pinnacle forces within the realm possessed equally formidable innate divine abilities. Next, he would continue to cultivate friendships with Ashu and Dongfang Xiao, solidifying them as allies. At 6, mirroring the original historical trajectory, your village fell victim to a blood corpse assault. As before, you were rescued by Xuanhe of the Wanfajao and successfully took him as your master, joining the Wanfajao. At 10, you thrived, becoming a mid-level practitioner of the divine arts in just 4 years, mastering both talismanic and Taoist techniques. That same year, you requested to descend the mountain for training 2 years earlier than in your previous life. Good disciple, go forth and grow as much as possible. Here is all I possess. 10 talismans of Grandmaster caliber, 5 of which are the Golden Radiance 10,000 Sword Talisman, alongside 5 with various functions. Typically frugal and reserved, your master now generously bestowed upon Luo Xinghe 10 talismans of extraordinary power. As he beheld the 10 talismans radiating immense pressure, Luo Xinghe felt his heart race. History had shifted. He understood his master's tendencies. At merely 10 years of age, it was inconceivable that his master would allow him to venture out for training so readily. Even if his master consented, he would never part with all 10 talismans. Clearly, some event had transpired in the future, altering the past in a way that favored him. As Luo Xinghe accepted the talismans, he felt a surge of confidence regarding the unknown future. If the Wanya corpse immortal could employ deceit to eliminate him, then he too could utilize cunning to aid his past self. Though the specifics of the future remained elusive, Luo Xinghe at least grasped that his future self was not without means to retaliate. At 10, you descended the mountain for training, deliberately selecting the most perilous tasks. You began to engage frequently with powerful blood corpses as the terror between life and death ignites one's latent potential. At 13, during a confrontation with 3 elite mid-level blood corpses, you awakened your innate divine ability for this life. Chapter 66. Preparing to break through the great divine power realm, the innate divine ability, Undying Azura, is the manifestation of Luo Xinghe's awakening in this lifetime. Undying Azura is an advanced version of the Slaughter Azura. In addition to the ability to seize the life force of slain enemies to enhance one's strength, Undying Azura possesses an extraordinary effect, the gift of immortality. Even if one's heart is shattered, neck severed, or body pierced like a sieve, one shall not perish. The damaged parts will be temporarily replaced by flesh and blood conjured by the divine ability. The Undying Azura bears a resemblance to the bloodbath effect of the divine beings within Liu Chen's army, as both can have their injured parts replaced by mysterious forces. Moreover, the undying Azura exhibits a capacity for growth. The stronger Luo Xinghe becomes, the more parts of his body the divine ability can substitute. It can be said that this innate divine ability is truly the most befitting of his essence. In his previous life, Luo Xinghe yearned for strength, leading to the awakening of the slaughter Azura, which empowered him. In this life, while he still desires rapid growth, he harbors a deep-seated wish to avoid being assassinated by foes. Thus, the slaughter Azura has acquired an undying nature. However, as Luo Xinghe contemplated the specific effects of his divine ability, a frown crossed his brow. Undying Azura is indeed a pinnacle divine ability and aligns well with his essence. Yet he was perplexed by the fact that without a causal divine ability, he would be unable to return to the past or steer it in a direction advantageous to himself. Could it be that fellow brother Axiu is involved? After a moment of reflection, Luo Xinghe could only surmise that it was his good friend Axiu. Axiu's divine ability, forceful seizure, allows him to appropriate a variety of divine abilities, including those related to time, such as the causal divine ability that could alter the past. At the age of 14, you, a youth of modest renown, encountered Axiu, whether by coincidence or fate. Halt! I am referring to you. Hand over all your valuable possessions and cultivation manuals. Axiu's voice, somewhat familiar, pierced through the air as Luo Xinghe strolled along. Turning around, he was greeted by the youthful visage of Axiu. At around 14 years of age, Axiu still bore the same fiery temperament. What surprised Luo Xinghe was the revelation that Axiu had once dabbled in banditry during his early years. This discovery clarified Luo Xinghe's earlier query regarding Axiu's extensive knowledge of various cultivation methods, which were, in fact, acquired through his youthful exploits. His past experiences likely spurred Axiu to subsequently awaken his innate divine ability of forceful seizure. Nonetheless, Luo Xinghe sensed that Axiu's intention to rob was devoid of malice. Perhaps this demeanor is why those practitioners who were robbed by Axiu, despite being more powerful than him, merely laughed it off and even imparted their own cultivation techniques to him. Ultimately, the relationship among practitioners in the Guishu world is relatively harmonious, fostered by a common enemy in the form of the blood corpses. Most practitioners are willing to lend a helping hand when they can. Come, let us duel. If you emerge victorious, I shall impart my cultivation manual to you. Luo Xinghe gestured to Axiu with a smile. As longtime friends, he was well aware of Axiu's character. To befriend Axiu, one must first defeat him. All right, but do not lament afterward, Axiu replied with a spirited gleam in his eyes. How about it? Do you yield? 10 minutes later, Luo Xinghe stood with his right foot on Axiu's head, a grin plastered across his face. Yield, yield. Axiu raised his hand earnestly. At 14, you encountered Axiu again, having personally bested him, which led Axiu to develop a profound respect for you. That night, beneath the starry sky, you and Axiu indulged in fine wine and engaged in deep conversation, sharing your insights into the laws of the universe. Your vast knowledge and profound understanding captivated Axiu deeply. Luo Xinghe, I wish to recognize you as my elder brother, for only someone as formidable as you deserves such a title, the youthful Axiu declared earnestly. Haha, splendid. Luo Xinghe had no reason to refuse. Although this version of Axiu differed slightly from the one he had previously known, the camaraderie between men is not fraught with the hesitations of romantic entanglements. Brothers are brothers. Together, you and Axiu traversed the Guishu world, cooperating to vanquish formidable blood corpses. Influenced by you, Axiu's progress in strength accelerated considerably. You believed that with your careful guidance, Axiu would surely achieve a breakthrough to the great divine power realm before the age of 20. At 15, perhaps by coincidence or some special circumstance, you and Axiu encountered Dongfang Xiao Xiao, who was once again being pursued by a great divine power-level blood corpse. As before, you quickly grasped the situation and chose to collaborate with Axiu and Xiao Xiao to slay the formidable foe. Curse it! Forceful seizure, seize it for me. After a prolonged battle, amidst the terror of life and death, Axiu finally awakened his innate divine ability, forceful seizure, 2 years ahead of schedule. The three of you worked in unison to slay the great divine power-level blood corpse. Thank you both for saving my life. Dongfang Xiao Xiao, with her cerulean hair, bowed to Luo Xinghe and Axiu. Xiao Xiao, would you care to join us in changing this world? Luo Xinghe extended a hand towards her with a smile. Change the world? Xiao Xiao hesitated at his words. Indeed, to change the world, Luo Xinghe affirmed with a nod, the confidence radiating from a youth before her, as if he could accomplish anything. Deeply captivated Dongfang Xiao Xiao. I will join. After barely a second of hesitation, she chose to join Luo Xinghe's team. At 15, you formed your team 2 years earlier than last time. By the age of 19, your strength surged rapidly, soon reaching the pinnacle of the intermediate divine power realm. Axiu and Dongfang Xiao Xiao, having engaged in frequent battles over the past 4 years, also possessed formidable prowess nearing the peak of that realm. You did not rush to break through to the great divine power realm. Instead, you began preparations early, as you were unaware of whether you might be ambushed by blood corpses before achieving that breakthrough, such as the sudden appearance of 6 great divine power-level blood corpses. Chapter 67. The Stolen Heart. It is worth noting that after extensive exploration in his previous life, Luo Xinghe has concluded that the Wanya corpse immortal possesses knowledge of all events occurring over the next 5 years. Understanding the future and altering the past are 2 entirely distinct concepts, with the former proving far more troublesome than the latter. For instance, in his past life, the Wanya corpse immortal awakened 5 years prematurely and commanded 7 powerful blood corpses to eliminate Luo Xinghe, who had yet to fully mature. Currently, however, there remain 6 years until the Wanya corpse immortal's revival, meaning that even if he wished to target Luo Xinghe, he could only do so from the future. This future targeting introduces numerous limitations, making it exceedingly difficult for the Wanya corpse immortal to forcibly extinguish his life. Nevertheless, he could leave behind lifelong, unhealable wounds or subtle curses. While these would not drastically alter the trajectory of Luo Xinghe's life, he would still manage to ascend to the realm of the great power and participate in the ultimate battle. These insidious injuries could erupt at critical moments, severely diminishing his combat effectiveness and potentially leading to his demise. One of the most notorious examples of such a curse is the head-severing spell. Once cast, the curse takes root within the body, gradually growing over decades until it fully manifests, capable of instantly transferring the cursed individual's head thousands of miles away. Generally, attempts on his life coincide with the most pivotal moments of his existence, and the period before breaking into the realm of great power is among the most crucial. To prepare for potential ambushes, Luo Xinghe has intentionally suppressed his cultivation. Otherwise, he could have achieved the great power realm 2 years prior. His strategy is simple: to accumulate strength, ensuring that with sufficient power, he can confront any schemes or traps. Of course, Luo Xinghe has more refined plans, such as hiding within the Myriad Laws sect before his breakthrough, where he would be protected by his master. However, the intricacies of karmic powers are not easily guarded against unless one is also a practitioner of such powers. Otherwise, adversaries could act before he reaches safety. In this valley, I wish to break through to the realm of great power. I kindly ask my 2 friends to safeguard me, Luo Xinghe suddenly declared. Right here? Asked Dongfang Xiao Xiao, incredulous. Indeed, right here, Luo Xinghe replied calmly, nodding. Very well, we shall protect you. The trust built over many years between friends led Dongfang Xiao Xiao and her companion to refrain from further inquiries. Seated cross-legged, Luo Xinghe began his ascent to the great power realm. As he ceased to hold back, his physical form, magical energy, and even spirits surged upward. In the realm of Guishu, only those who achieve great power can secure a place on the world stage. Beneath this level, all are but ants. Once Luo Xinghe breaks through, barring the Wanya corpse immortal himself, it would be nearly impossible for other great powers to eradicate him. At the most critical moment of his breakthrough, a blood-red hand suddenly emerged from his chest, extracting a slowly pulsating heart. This heart did not belong to Luo Xinghe, but to Ashu, who had focused all his energy on protecting Luo Xinghe, leaving himself vulnerable to a surprise attack. Perhaps Ashu would possess formidable power in the future, or perhaps Luo Xinghe had simply become too difficult to kill. In any case, the target of the Blood Corpse's ambush was Ashu from the beginning, shocking everyone, including Luo Xinghe and Ashu himself. Curse it! Ashu's eyes widened as he realized his heart was missing. In that moment, rather than contemplating how to heal himself, he focused on how to retaliate against the Blood Corpse that attacked him. We'll meet again in the future. However, the Blood Corpse vanished immediately after seizing Ashu's heart, leaving behind nothing but a mocking taunt and a visibly weakened Ashu clutching his empty chest. "Are you all right?" Dongfang Xiao asked, concern etched on her face as she observed Ashu's condition. "A mere scratch," Ashu replied, sitting cross-legged, unfazed. For a practitioner of divine powers like him, losing a heart could be considered a fatal injury, yet this certainly did not apply to Ashu. With top-tier divine abilities and numerous means of survival and recovery acquired from vanquished blood corpses, the loss of his heart was merely a matter of time before he could restore himself. Divine powers, the eternal echo, rebirth from severed limbs, the flawless body. These are the abilities Ashu had claimed over the years from the blood corpses he had slain. Restoration is impossible. Moments later, Ashu opened his eyes and gazed at his heartless chest, a grave expression overtaking his features. The injury to his heart was not an ordinary wound. Its karmic essence had been concealed by the blood corpse in an unknown location. Thus, Ashu could not restore his heart, as it had not been crushed in the first place. Upon witnessing the situation, Dongfang Xiao immediately employed the stagnation water technique, temporarily freezing Ashu's time. Ashu offered no resistance, and this near-complete suspension of time drastically slowed his life force's depletion. Half an hour later, Luo Xinghe slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Ashu floating in midair, heartless, his own heart raced with concern. "Xinghe, what should we do now?" Upon Luo Xinghe's awakening, Dongfang Xiao eagerly inquired, as if she had found her anchor. "Do not rush. First, awaken Ashu," Luo Xinghe said, exhaling deeply, his tone remarkably calm. Dongfang Xiao nodded and promptly lifted the effects of the stagnation water, covering his chest. Ashu smiled faintly upon witnessing Luo Xinghe's ascension to the great power realm. "Brother Xinghe, I am relieved you have successfully broken through. Ashu, utilize your divine powers to commandeer a fragment of my immortal Azura's authority and fabricate a false heart using its effects. This should temporarily preserve your life," Luo Xinghe stated, placing a steady hand on Ashu's shoulder. Ashu could not perish, for in the not-too-distant future, it was evident he would play a crucial role in the final battle. The powers wielded by those from the future in that ultimate confrontation would establish a connection with the past, confirming that Ashu's participation in the impending clash was a predetermined necessity. Chapter 68. 5 years in the span of 5 years. The attempts to eliminate Ashu's blood corpse proved futile. Neither the formidable abilities nor the intervention of the illustrious Wanya Shurxian could alter the predetermined course of events. Thus, the blood corpse that had stolen Ashu's heart intentionally left him a path to survival. Should Ashu forcibly seize the powers of Noxin and a portion of the immortal Azura's abilities, he would be able to forge a false heart using the immortal Azura's powers. However, due to the partial nature of this power, the false heart would never match the efficacy of the original, leaving Ashu with a wound that would be irreparable throughout his lifetime, continually diminishing his combat prowess and significantly reducing his impact in the ultimate battle. Moreover, the theft of a portion of his powers would indirectly weaken Luoxing's strength as well. This weakening was even more insidious than if Luoxing's heart had been taken, for the innate immortality of his powers meant that while the loss of his heart might not drastically impair his capabilities, the theft of Ashu's heart would trigger a cascade of consequences, diminishing Ashu's strength and robbing Luoxing of his authority. As for Dongfang Xiao, she merely served as an auxiliary. Her absence would not hinder Ashu's ability to support Luoxing. The most nefarious aspect of this scheme was that Luoxing could not idly stand by while Ashu perished. Wanya Shirshian's plan was thus remarkably effective. Even before the final confrontation, both individuals on Luoxing's side had sustained injuries that would never heal. However, upon hearing Luoxing's words, Ashu instinctively wished to refuse. For him, if the price of survival was the theft of his brother's powers, he would rather embrace death. Enough of this talk. Simply follow my instructions. My primary strength lies in the Tao I have cultivated and my robust physique. My innate abilities are beneficial, yet not of paramount importance. Yet, Luoxing abruptly interrupted Ashu. Luoxing spoke no falsehood. His strength derived from his formidable physique and his profound understanding of the Tao, complemented by the talismans he wielded. The immortal Azura was merely a means to rapidly enhance his prowess and ensure his survival. Losing a fraction of it would not significantly impact him. Additionally, Luoxing had keenly sensed an enigmatic presence observing them, one that had already intervened. Clearly, in the impending final battle, it would not only be Wanya Shirshian making a move. Those aligned with Luoxing would also act, potentially reclaiming Ashu's stolen heart. Such knowledge was best kept to oneself. Speaking of it would invite the repercussions of causality upon Luoxing. Clenching his fists, Ashu, though reluctant, ultimately activated his innate powers, forcibly claiming a portion of the immortal Azura's authority. Luoxing could distinctly feel his strength waning, as the enhancement granted by the immortal Azura diminished by approximately 30%. Meanwhile, Ashu, now possessing a fraction of the immortal Azura's powers, began to mend his body. Before long, countless flesh buds surged forth from his injured chest, intertwining and rapidly transforming into a pulsating heart. Thus, Luoxing successfully navigated the most arduous phase of his life. He had ascended to the realm of transcendent practitioners, armed with the immortal Azura's life-saving abilities, rendering him nearly invulnerable to harm. At 19, Ashu successfully transcended to this exalted realm, experiencing a qualitative leap in strength. In July of the same year, his friend Dongfang Xiaoxiao also broke through to the transcendent level, becoming the first among the new 5-element envoys to achieve this milestone. By 20, despite the absence of a heart, Ashu managed to ascend to the transcendent realm through his own efforts. In August of the same year, Wanya Shirshian did not awaken 5 years early as in the previous life. Instead, he continued to slumber. Was the choice to awaken in a perfect manner rather than prematurely? Standing atop a great tree at the peak of Kunlun Mountain, Luoxing spoke somberly. Wanya Shirshian could not be vanquished. Even if his physical form were utterly obliterated, he would inevitably resurrect, emerging even stronger than before. To this end, the inhabitants of the Goetia world were compelled to seal Wanya Shirshian, but such seals had their limits. Once broken, he would revive, his power amplified. In the past, even at his formidable strength, Wanya Shirshian could only be considered at the pinnacle of the world. The combined might of the realm could still enforce his confinement. Yet this time marked Wanya Shirshian's 10th resurrection. After surpassing the 9 resurrection threshold, his strength would undergo a profound transformation. The Goetia world would face annihilation at the hands of Wanya Shirshian, now endowed with unparalleled might. Should he awaken prematurely, his revival would be flawed, denying him the opportunity for true rebirth. Evidently, Wanya Shirshian planned to bide his time for 5 more years, after which he would coalesce the most formidable chrysalis ever seen. 5 more years, Luoxing clenched his fists, his voice heavy. Then we shall shatter Wanya Shirshian's head. Beside him, Ashu mirrored the gesture, excitement radiating from him. Count me in. Behind them, Dongfang Xiaoxiao chuckled. Hey, you rascal, don't stand atop the Kunlun divine tree. That's a treasure of the wood element. Come down at once. Beneath the great tree, Luoxing's master, Xuanhe, called out loudly. I know. Luoxing replied with a smile, casually activating 3 talismans. 3 portals materialized, and in an instant, the 3 of them appeared before Xuanhe. The portals Luoxing had just used were talismans he had crafted by imitating his master Xuanhe's technique, the Gate of All Worlds. While the effect was similar, it was not as effective as the original. In truth, all innate abilities could be learned by others. Most potent spells in the Goetia world were derived from imitations of innate abilities. Indeed, Many individuals' innate powers could be crafted into artifacts upon reaching their zenith. For instance, the stasis necklace used by Dongfang Xiao was forged from the innate ability of the third water envoy, the most powerful of them all. However, abilities such as Ashu's forceful seizure or Dongfang Xiao's sovereign of mountains and rivers, which lean towards the domain of rules, were challenging to replicate. As a true genius, Luoxing possessed the capacity to learn the innate abilities of most individuals and could transmute them into talismans for his own use. His arrival at Kunlun Mountain was to convene with the current 5-element envoys to discuss the impending arrival of Wanya Shixian. Chapter 69. Enhancement of power in response to the resurgence of the Wan Yi Corpse Immortal. The cultivators of the Guishu world find themselves at a loss, unable to devise effective strategies. All they can do is to gather their forces as much as possible and await the inevitable final battle. The Wan Yi War is divided into 3 primary stages. The first stage encompasses the preparation phase, which occurs on the eve of the Wan Yi Corpse Immortal's arrival. During this time, the cultivators of the Guishu world will unite to conduct a thorough cleansing of their realm, eliminating as many blood corpses as they can in advance. Naturally, the blood corpses will retaliate, targeting the cultivators of the Guishu world in kind. Strictly speaking, the first stage has been underway for some time now. For instance, the water element heir, Dongfang Xiao, has previously faced assassination attempts from the formidable blood entity known as Blood Time. Had it not been for Luo Xinghe's intervention, Dongfang Xiao would surely have met her demise. She is not an isolated case. Numerous prodigies, even powerful cultivators, have fallen victim to covert assassinations. At this juncture, the first stage has progressed into its later phase. The second stage marks the arrival of the Wan Yi Corpse Immortal. The cocoon of Wan Yi must undergo a process to fully nurture the Corpse Immortal, a process that must remain uninterrupted. Any disruption would result in a diminished strength upon its revival. In self-preservation, the Wan Yi Corpse Immortal will undertake various preparations. For example, at the moment the cocoon emerges, the moon will turn blood red, and countless deceased individuals will directly transform into blood corpses, regardless of the state of their remains, even if they have been utterly incinerated. These deceased include cultivators of significant power. The revived blood corpses will exert every effort to protect the cocoon, while the cultivators will strive to launch their assaults. Soon, the third stage will commence, wherein the Wan Yi Corpse Immortal completely revives. At this point, the cultivators of the divine realm will join forces once again to seal the Wan Yi Corpse Immortal for a millennium. Under normal circumstances, the strengths of cultivators and blood corpses are roughly equal, with a number of powerful cultivators often falling short of that of the blood corpses. To ensure the successful sealing of the Wan Yi Corpse Immortal each time, the world will of the Guishu world typically cultivates a remarkably powerful child of destiny 1 or 200 years in advance. For instance, the renowned and unparalleled Wan Fa Xian Jun forcibly sealed the Wan Yi Corpse Immortal for 3,000 years. Similarly, Wu Gmo Zun eradicated the hidden blood corpses within many sects and sealed the Wan Yi Corpse Immortal for 2,000 years. Additionally, the first leader of the 5-element envoys, the wood element, is also recognized as the most formidable among them. In contemporary times, the individual entrusted by the Guishu world with a mission to seal the Wan Yi Corpse Immortal is Li Qingmu, the wood element among the current 5-element envoys. Li Qingmu is a young man with long hair, clad in a flowing white robe, exuding an affable demeanor. He is also a top-tier cultivator, having inherited the innate divine power of the first-generation wood element, and has survived for millennia, earning the recognition of the Kunlun divine tree. Though the nature of his innate divine power remains unknown, the Kunlun divine tomb does not mind having others tread upon it. In fact, it holds great fondness for the young Luo Xinghe. In response to Luo Xinghe and his companion's somewhat impolite behavior, Li Qingmu merely smiled, remaining unperturbed, which rendered he somewhat embarrassed. "Master, do you think I'm the sort of person who lacks manners?" Luo Xinghe asked with a slight smirk. While he was not overly familiar with Li Qingmu, he was well acquainted with Dongfang Xiao, the new generation wood element envoy, and the camaraderie among the 5-element envoys is notably strong. Thanks to his relationship with Dongfang Xiao, combined with his own considerable talent and combat prowess, Luo Xinghe naturally became acquainted with the current five-element envoys. He often visited Kunlun Mountain to socialize with Li Qingmu, to the point where they were nearly on friendly terms. He had even earned the recognition of the Kunlun Divine Tree, allowing him to stand wherever he pleased. Ahem. Let us return to the matter at hand. Xianhe interjected, clearing his throat before discussing serious matters with Li Qingmu. This involved assessing the combat capabilities of humanity, determining how many cultivators would be available for battle and their respective strengths. After Li Qingmu's calculations, it was revealed that there were as many as 153 Divine Realm cultivators ready to participate in the battle, while mid- and low-tier cultivators would not take part in the final confrontation. This is because the final battle requires the strength of those at the divine level. Those below this threshold are not even eligible to participate. Of course, mid- and low-tier cultivators will not remain idle. They will be distributed across the world, poised to strike down the low-level blood corpses that revive when the Wan Yi corpse immortal descends. Among the 153 Divine Realm cultivators, most possess unremarkable strength, with only a handful of top-tier cultivators capable of influencing the outcome of the final battle. For example, the five-element envoys, each of whom is a high-tier Divine Realm cultivator, with Li Qingmu being one of the most exceptional. The five-element envoys are directly opposed to the resurrected Wan Yi corpse immortal. Additionally, the Kunlun Divine Tree, having existed for over 10,000 years, serves as the ultimate support, with its transformative tendrils capable of siphoning life force from all living things. This stolen life force can then be used to heal the injuries of its allies. Moreover, there is his master, Xianhe, who appears to be a high-tier Divine Realm cultivator, but is, in fact, a top-tier one. Following him are high-tier Divine Realm cultivators, then ordinary Divine Realm cultivators, and finally those who rely on secret techniques to forcibly elevate their status, resulting in a comparatively weaker Divine Realm prowess. At the age of 20, in preparation for the impending battle 5 years hence, Yu and Xiao, Dongfang Xiao, form a team specifically to hunt divine-level blood corpses, thereby enhancing your own combat strength. Divine power, threads of causality. Standing in an abandoned village, a Xiao employs divine power to track the blood corpse that has consumed an entire village. Found it. Employing his divine power, the door of convenience, a Xiao swiftly locates the hiding place of the formidable blood corpse and then opens a portal. Stagnant waters. Master of mountains and rivers, space solidification. The moment she emerges from the portal, Dongfang Xiao employs stagnant waters, coupled with her innate divine power, to double freeze the time and space within a 100-mile radius. Divine art, true word technique freeze. With a forceful theft, a Xiao seizes the blood corpse's divine power and immobilizes its formidable form. Strike. Luo Xinghe grasps the Wan Fa sword at his back, tensing his entire body, merging martial prowess with divine techniques. Utilizing his sheer physical strength, he unleashes a wave of sword energy. With a sharp sound, the formidable blood corpse, unable to utter a word, is cleaved in two. Chapter 70. Preparations. One cannot entirely blame the blood corpse vegetable. In truth, the blood corpse slain by Luo Xinghe and his companions belong to the mid to upper echelon of the formidable blood corpses, possessing a remarkable aptitude for evasion, complemented by an innate divine ability tailored for escape. It had previously managed to flee from a trio of ordinary divine practitioners, even inflicting significant damage upon one of them. However, with the immobilizing effects of stagnant water, the spatial solidification conjured by the Lord of Mountains and Rivers, and Ashu's control-type divine ability converging upon it, the blood corpse found itself utterly ensnared and unable to move. To make matters worse, Ashu usurped the creature's divine powers, rendering it incapable of utilizing its abilities to escape, and it was swiftly dispatched by a single strike from Luo Xinghe. The synergy among Luo Xinghe and his companions was astonishingly ruthless, leaving ordinary divine practitioners with no recourse. Upon the demise of the blood corpse, the essence of life within its being was gradually consumed by Luo Xinghe and Ashu. The act was akin to a ruthless plunder. Ashu activated his divine ability, forceful usurpation, permanently appropriating a portion of the blood corpse's powers. Luo Xinghe regarded this with a hint of envy. Although forceful usurpation might initially appear weak, it grew increasingly formidable as time progressed. Theoretically, Ashu had no upper limit to his growth. His abilities would expand and refine in tandem with his strength. Given sufficient time, Ashu might become one of the most powerful practitioners in the annals of the Goetia world. In direct confrontations, by seizing the divine powers of his adversaries, coupled with his own extensive repertoire of abilities, Ashu was nearly invincible among peers of the same realm. Unfortunately, with the imminent arrival of the Wanya Corpse Immortal in 5 years, the time available for Ashu's development was exceedingly limited. At 23, the number of formidable blood corpses you three have slain has grown exponentially, effectively wiping out all visible divine corpses, Luo Xinghe noted. With the enhancement of your innate divine ability, unyielding Azura, your and Ashu's cultivation has surged, propelling you to the status of high-ranking divine practitioners, drawing ever closer to the pinnacle of this world's divine hierarchy. Xiao Xiao, having consumed a Kunlun divine fruit, has also experienced remarkable advancement in her cultivation. He continued, united, the three of you could even contend with the most elite blood corpses. It was imperative to prepare as thoroughly as possible. In Kunlun Mountain, the branches and leaves of the Kunlun divine tree rustled softly in the night breeze. Luo Xinghe sat cross-legged. While others might remain oblivious, Luo Xinghe, well-versed in history, understood that during the ultimate confrontation, the practitioners of the Goetia world would find themselves utterly powerless. The primary reason for this lay in the 10th resurrection of the Wanya Corpse Immortal, who possessed the ability to summon blood corpses from the past, regardless of whether those corpses had perished. Even if the Wanya Corpse Immortal could only resurrect a fraction of them, the initial wave of divine-level blood corpses summoned could exceed a terrifying count of 300, including several of the most elite types. As the battle progressed, an unceasing influx of formidable blood corpses would emerge. Even with the numerous contingencies left behind by the founders of the myriad sects, including the Wanful Immortal and the Wujum Demon Lord, the Goetia world remained utterly devastated. Thus, to gain an advantageous position in the final confrontation, their current strength was woefully insufficient. Xiao Xiao, if my memory serves me correctly, once you attain the divine realm, your innate ability, Lord of Mountains and Rivers, can accelerate time within your domain, correct? Luo Xinghe inquired, turning to Dongfang Xiao Xiao with a serious tone. Indeed, within the realm created by my ability, I can accelerate time by up to 100-fold, replied Dongfang Xiao Xiao, clad in a flowing blue robe, her aquamarine hair cascading gently, exuding an air of tranquility. Upon reaching the divine realm, Dongfang Xiao Xiao's innate ability underwent a qualitative transformation. Beyond influencing the surrounding environment, she crafted a miniature world through the Lord of Mountains and Rivers. She possessed mastery over the laws governing this small world, enabling her to draw adversaries into it when faced with insurmountable foes, thereby significantly enhancing her combat prowess within its confines. Moreover, as the mistress of this small world, she could manipulate the flow of time within it. Should she ascend to become a top-tier divine practitioner with profound insights into her powers, she could eventually refine her abilities into artifacts to be passed down to future generations. Much like her stagnation necklace, which could frequently release the magnificent technique of stagnant water, a product of the third-generation water type innate ability. Excellent, Xiao Xiao. I require your assistance in my cultivation. Draw me into your realm of the Lord of Mountains and Rivers and accelerate the passage of time there, Luo Xinghe declared, nodding in acknowledgement. However, the rules governing my small world are not fully developed, and I cannot facilitate your cultivation within it. Dongfang Xiao Xiao hesitated. That is inconsequential. I need the surplus time to inscribe as many talismans as possible, Luo Xinghe responded, dismissing her concern. Unlike other divine practitioners whose combat effectiveness primarily relied on their innate abilities, Luo Xinghe's main offensive framework stemmed from the laws he inscribed. augmented by a physique strengthened through the absorption of numerous life essences. While his innate powers could enhance his combat strength marginally, it was the talismans, as extensions of his laws, that could accomplish feats beyond the reach of his innate abilities. In typical combat scenarios, the use of talismans was rare. However, in protracted engagements, they became indispensable. With a sufficient quantity of talismans, Luo Xinghe's combat effectiveness could undoubtedly see a substantial increase. Yet, the creation of talismans was an endeavor that demanded considerable time. For an ordinary divine practitioner, crafting a single talisman of equal caliber could take years, if not decades. Even with Luo Xinghe's intrinsic comprehension of the laws, he would still require at least a month to inscribe a divine-level talisman. Presently, what he lacked most was time. The Battle of Myriad Leaves was set to commence in 2 years, and regardless of how swiftly he worked, he could not produce enough talismans before the final confrontation. If I refrained from cultivation, it would not pose a problem, Dongfang Xiaoxiao nodded, before activating her innate ability to draw Luo Xinghe into her realm. Count me in. While I may not excel at crafting talismans, I can familiarize myself with the divine abilities I possess within the realm of mountains and rivers, Ashu said with a smile. His ability, forceful usurpation, had granted him dozens of divine powers, ranging from the potent to the lesser, their combinations rendering Ashu nearly omnipotent. However, mastering such a plethora of powers required extensive practice. The realm of mountains and rivers was the perfect setting for Ashu to hone his skills. Within this realm, Luo Xinghe opened his storage bag, and countless sheets of talisman paper floated around him, obedient to his command. Chapter 71. The Battle of 10,000 Trades officially commences with arcane energy as his ink. Luo Xinghe swiftly began to inscribe a multitude of mid to low-tier talismans. Talismans serve as an extension of Taoist magic. The higher the proficiency in Tao, the greater the success rate and speed of inscribing corresponding talismans. For a practitioner as powerful as Luo Xinghe, who has attained the level of supreme magic, inscribing mid to low-tier talismans is a task of remarkable ease. In just a few hours, he crafted thousands of mid-tier talismans and tens of thousands of lesser ones. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the creation of supreme-tier talismans. Meanwhile, Axiu was honing the powers he had acquired through conquest within the realm of mountains and rivers. The master of this realm, Dongfang Xiaoxiao, was equally diligent, continuously refining her own Taoist techniques. At the age of 125, although only 2 years had passed in the real world, Axiu had spent a full century cultivating in the realm of mountains and rivers. During this century, while Luo Xinghe did not attain the pinnacle of supreme practitioners, he grasped the essence of Tao, significantly enhancing his strength. Both Axiu and Dongfang Xiaoxiao also saw considerable growth in their abilities, particularly Axiu, who had harmonized all the powers he had seized. In the year 15350 of the Void World, Luo Xinghe chose not to engage in his usual cultivation within the realm of mountains and rivers. Instead, he sat quietly beneath the Kunlun divine tree. According to the history of the Void World, today marked the pivotal moment of the resurrection of the 10,000 Trades Corpse Immortal. This event would initiate the 10th Great War of 10,000 Trades and bring about the complete destruction of the Void World. A pure white moon hung in the sky, surrounded by a myriad of brilliant stars. The moonlight mingled with the starlight, casting a soft golden hue upon the Kunlun divine tree and imbuing Luo Xinghe beneath it with an aura of sanctity. Clad in black, Axiu leaned against the tree, resting with closed eyes, while Dongfang Xiaoxiao sat beside him, quietly gazing at Luo Xinghe. This was her favorite pastime. Suddenly, Luo Xinghe lifted his head. Within his perception, something profoundly terrifying was awakening at the heart of the Void World. This entity exuded an overwhelming aura of madness, as if it were the very source of all sins. The entire world was rapidly succumbing to its corruption. The pristine moon turned a blood-red hue, and the air became tinged with the scent of blood. With the resurrection of the 10,000 Trades Corpse Immortal, countless ordinary people and practitioners, long deceased for decades or even centuries, despite their bodies having decayed or been reduced to ash, were resurrected as blood corpses, appearing across the world. This was the influence of the 10,000 trades corpse immortal. As long as he existed, all who had perished held a certain probability of transforming into blood corpses. When the 10,000 trades corpse immortal began to awaken, the number of blood corpses surged dramatically. Blood corpses possess the ability to infect others, but in most cases, they do not do so. Instead, they consume all living beings they slay. The reason the void world still harbors countless blood corpses is due to the 10,000 trades corpse immortal's unique ability to conjure them from nothing. A vast cocoon of 10,000 trades appeared at the center of the void world, pulsing slowly like a heart. The resurrected blood corpses instinctively sought fresh flesh. The void world had long been prepared. In every village and city, practitioners stood guard to ensure the safety of the citizens. Those blood corpses transformed from supreme practitioners, along with numerous mid-tier blood corpses, were accompanied by countless blood-red portals. At this moment, all blood corpses received a command to enter these portals and converge near the 10,000 trades cocoon to protect it. These blood corpses were primarily transformed from practitioners long dead. They resisted aiding the 10,000 trades corpse immortal fiercely, yet their resistance proved futile. As the king of blood corpses, the 10,000 trades corpse immortal wielded absolute control over them. Under his command, the blood corpses gradually stepped into the crimson portals. I would rather die than become a dog of 10,000 trades. A supreme-level blood corpse trembled as it summoned a bolt of lightning, attempting to strike itself down. But the lightning never fell. Even a supreme-level blood corpse could not defy the 10,000 trades corpse immortal's command, unable to even take its own life. Soon, a swarm of corpses appeared around the cocoon, dense and uncountable. Mid-tier, talisman, heavenly god gate, open. Luo Xinghe casually flung out hundreds of mid-tier talismans. The heavenly god gate talisman, a modification of the heavenly god gate technique, functions similarly, allowing him to open a spatial portal that disregarded distance, transporting him to the designated location. Naturally, this ability came at the cost of being limited to opening only one portal at a time, unlike his Master S multiverse gate, which was far more convenient. However, Luo Xinghe activated several hundred talismans simultaneously, thereby opening numerous portals that disregarded distance. All supreme practitioners and the finest mid-tier practitioners gazed at the golden portals that appeared beside them, and without a moment's hesitation, they stepped through the shimmering gates, which were positioned not far from the 10,000 trades cocoon. In mere moments, nearly all supreme-level practitioners and those with unique mid-tier abilities from the void world materialized at this location. The Kunlun Divine Tree, deep within Kunlun Mountain, was also summoned by Luo Xinghe. Ha ha ha! Xinghe, let us engage in a grand battle, Axiu exclaimed, laughter echoing in his voice, brimming with combat spirit as he beheld the countless blood corpses before him. Indeed, Luo Xinghe replied, standing resolute in the void, sharing in the mirth. The practitioners and blood corpses regarded each other from across the expanse as the 10th Great War of 10,000 trades officially ignited. Without any preamble, over 300 supreme-level blood corpses, alongside a multitude of mid-tier blood corpses, charged forth to unleash their attacks upon Luo Xinghe and his comrades. Faced with such formidable assaults, even with numerous experts on their side, a price had to be paid to withstand these onslaughts. Yet, Luo Xinghe merely waved his hand and produced 400 supreme-tier talismans, activating them all at once. Golden Sword of 10,000 Blades Talisman, 9 Nether Frost Talisman, Talisman of the 10,000 Ghosts of the Abyss, 5 Elements Flying Dragon Talisman, Wrath of the Fiery Sun Talisman. The overwhelming power radiating from over 400 of the highest-tier talismans in the void world instantly enveloped the sky, transforming it into a canvas drenched in a kaleidoscope of colors. Chapter 72. Intense Battle, Unveiling Secrets Boom. With a thunderous roar, the assault from both sides culminated in a cataclysmic explosion in mid-air, while a vast expanse of land, stretching for thousands of miles, was laid to waste, flowers, trees, mountains, and rivers all succumbing to the overwhelming shockwave of energy. This exemplifies the formidable prowess of Luoxing. In terms of understanding talismans, he boldly claims the foremost position, with none daring to contest his supremacy. In the era of Jiangxian, he had already gained renown throughout the world for his mastery of talismans and Taoist techniques. The divine weapon talismans he inscribed were pivotal in his ascension to power. In this lifetime, Luoxing's comprehension of talismans has deepened further, bolstered by a century of the mountainous world's accumulation. He has amassed nearly 10,000 talismans of transcendent power. As for the materials, the ancient Kunlun divine wood, aged over 10 millennia, provides the finest resources for talisman crafting. Every leaf and bark a premium choice. Over the years, Luoxing has nearly stripped the Kunlun divine wood bare, and with his success rate in talisman creation nearing 100, he surpasses the meager success rates of other transcendents by several folds, thus achieving such a vast collection of potent talismans. However, activating over 400 talismans of transcendent caliber at once is the utmost limit of Luoxing's capabilities. Typically, a standard transcendent cultivator can activate at most a dozen talismans simultaneously. Luoxing's ability to activate 400 talismans at once stems from the fact that these talismans were crafted by his own hand, making their utilization far easier for him than for others. Moreover, his extensive lifespan has endowed him with unparalleled mental fortitude. As Luoxing intercepted the onslaught from the blood corpses, he secured ample time for his fellow cultivators. Transcendent art, gate of all realms. Taoist technique, golden sword technique of 10,000 blades. His master, Xuanhe, unleashed a combination technique. Suddenly, a multitude of portals emerge around him, with countless gleaming golden swords simultaneously soaring into these gateways. Meanwhile, on the side of the blood corpses, numerous small portals opened ominously close to them, some at their chests, others at their crowns, or behind their necks. In an instant, a barrage of golden swords erupted from these portals. Slicing sounds echoed as over 10,000 blood corpses were caught unawares, pierced through by the golden arrows. The sheer number of corpses fell like rain from the sky. Among these, 5 blood corpses of significant power perished unexpectedly under the might of Xuanhe's attack. In addition to Xuanhe, over 100 transcendent cultivators from the Gui-Su realm joined the fray, striving to eliminate as many blood corpses as possible. In mere moments, approximately 50 transcendent blood corpses lay slain on the battlefield. However, the blood corpses were not idle in their retaliation. A top-tier, transcendent blood corpse, adorned with enigmatic patterns on either side of its mouth, uttered a single word. In an instant, 50 transcendent cultivators on their side bore various wounds. Curiously, the 50 blood corpses that had just been slain now stood unharmed in the air. It was evident that the injuries inflicted upon them had been transferred to the blood corpse before them, an act of causal transference. To simultaneously transfer the causal injuries of 50 blood corpses was no trivial feat, leaving this particular blood corpse severely wounded, with blood gushing from its throat, nearly incapacitated. Yet, with a raspy voice, the blood corpse managed to utter an incantation, and remarkably, its injuries healed instantaneously. This practitioner had invoked their innate transcendent ability, sealing the wounds they sustained into their own future. The existence of such a formidable blood corpse took Luoxing by surprise. He had not anticipated encountering such a peak combatant among the blood corpses. There exists a hierarchy even among transcendents, with the primary factor influencing their strength being the innate abilities they awaken. Luoxing's undying Shura, Dongfang Xiaoxiao's Lord of Mountains and Rivers, and his master Xuanhe's 10,000 Swords Gate represent the pinnacle of transcendent abilities. However, beyond these, there exists a rarer form of power known as causal arts. The dream of 10,000 businesses belonging to the 10,000 Business Corps Immortal epitomizes the apex of causal arts. Causal arts are notoriously challenging to deal with, especially those wielded by transcendents, rendering them nearly invincible. The blood corpse before him was a rare and powerful manifestation of causal arts, hailing from a time long past. Specifically, a top-tier blood corpse from the Star Sect, one of the mightiest sects in the Gui-Su realm, led by its master Chun 6 millennia ago. Before the emergence of the immortal of 10,000 laws, the title of the greatest cultivator throughout history was attributed to Chun. His command over his powers was absolute. Once deemed the epitome of transcendent arts, Chun had naturally passed away, not transforming into a blood corpse. In the original timeline, even after the great conflict had concluded, he did not appear. Yet this time, he was resurrected by the 10,000 business corpse immortal, becoming the most formidable adversary on his side. Of course, while the enemy possessed formidable talents, so too did his side. Inata transcendent art, yin-yang taiji. The wheel of taiji turned, harnessing force to counter force. Likimu amarja, manifesting a grand yin-yang taiji diagram. And astonishingly, he employed his transcendent art to gently return the causal effects that had been redirected towards the 50 or so transcendent cultivators. This was Li Qingmu's innate transcendent art, yin-yang taiji, allowing him to rebound the majority of assaults, including those of a causal nature. Chun uttered another word, and the rebounding causal damage began to retract. The two forces clashed, resulting in mutual injuries being evenly distributed. What could have led to the demise of those 50 transcendent blood corpses now only inflicted severe wounds, as half of the causal weight was borne by their fellow cultivators. It was apparent that in this initial encounter, Li Qingmu had made a slight miscalculation. However, he managed to preserve the lives of those 50 transcendent cultivators. The Kunlun Divine would abruptly blossomed with vibrant red flowers, releasing a surge of vitality, actively healing the wounded cultivators. Their injuries visibly mended at an astonishing rate. Ashu, Luoxing called, turning to him. Forcefully seize it for me. Ashu understood Luoxing's intent in an instant, activating his own transcendent art, forceful seizure, to claim Chen's innate ability. The promise of his words. Chapter 73. The most potent killing technique of the return to Ruin's world, the formidable technique of forcible seizure was unleashed, forcibly wresting control of 30% of the ability of Chun Yin from him. In truth, Ashura was capable of achieving much more. His divine power possessed two states. The first allowed for the temporary seizure of an enemy's ability, while the second facilitated a permanent acquisition. However, Ashura's capacity to wield authority was limited. When seizing the abilities of living beings, he could only commandeer one ability slot at a time. It was only upon eliminating an enemy that Ashura could permanently devour the abilities he had claimed, transforming them into his own divine powers. Thus, under normal circumstances, he could only seize the abilities of one adversary at a time. 5 years prior, when Ashura's heart was stolen, he was compelled to claim a fragment of the abilities belonging to the Falling Star River for his survival. Despite his efforts to restrain himself, this act halved his capacity for divine power, significantly diminishing the might of his forcible seizure technique. Furthermore, as a high-ranking divine practitioner, Ashura found himself at a disadvantage against a top-tier blood corpse, resulting in his ability to commandeer merely 30% of the opponent's powers. Had his heart remained intact, he would have been able to secure nearly half of the enemy's divine authority. Upon witnessing the seizure of his powers, Chin displayed no anger. Instead, he regarded Ashura with a hint of gratitude. Given the choice, Chun would have preferred not to aid the wandering corpse immortal, nor would he wish to slaughter the innocent. Yet, under the control of the wandering corpse immortal, he had no options, not even the ability to take his own life. After his powers were diminished by 30%, Li Qingmu could finally match Chun with his own yin-yang tai chi divine power. Li Qingmu possessed his own battlefield, just as the Falling Star River had his. The Falling Star River relentlessly unleashed a barrage of high-level divine talismans, transforming into a cannon and unleashing a furious assault. The Lord of Mountains and Rivers solidified space, while time itself was frozen. Dongfang Xiao Xiao, ever the dutiful support, continually exhibited her divine powers to control one blood corpse after another of high divine caliber. With the words spoken, set, Ashura invoked the ability he had just seized, further enhancing his control. With multiple layers of control in place, even the high-level blood corpses found themselves momentarily immobilized. Slice! The Falling Star River wielded his long sword, unleashing waves of crimson sword energy. The three comrades, having fought side by side for years, showcased a seamless synergy in their cooperation. As the Blood Corpse's body was just being restrained, it was met with a barrage of crimson sword energy. Through their flawless collaboration, dozens of high-level Blood Corpses soon fell to the hands of the three. The Falling Star River felt an influx of pure life force surging into his being. His physical form and magical energy were expanding at an astonishing pace. Ashura, sharing the undying Azura divine power with the Falling Star River, also experienced rapid growth in his cultivation. The Falling Star River surmised that at this rate, it would not be long before he ascended to the pinnacle of divine practitioners, achieving supremacy within this realm. However, the Falling Star River's indiscriminate slaughter of high-level Blood Corpses soon drew the attention of the opposing forces. In a concealed location, a high-level Blood Corpse wielded a small effigy identical to the Falling Star River, frantically hacking away with a blade. This was the Blood Corpse's innate divine power, the proxy of sin. By obtaining a personal item from his target and sealing it within a small figure crafted from divine power, the fate of the small figure became intertwined with that of the Falling Star River. If the figure sustained injury, so too would the Falling Star River, albeit only from blade wounds or piercing injuries. He would not perish if the figure were incinerated or utterly obliterated. As the small figure was harmed, a red mark suddenly appeared on the Falling Star River's neck, followed by several other red marks appearing across his body. In an instant, he was severed into numerous fragments. It must be said, the prowess of the causal law divine power Blood Corpse was formidable. A typical divine practitioner might have succumbed. Yet the Falling Star River was no ordinary practitioner. Though his body was reduced to several pieces, he did not perish, nor was his form shattered into countless bits, as others might assume. At the sites of his wounds, a red, flesh-like substance replaced the severed flesh. His innate divine power, the undying Azura, granted him a mysterious force capable of compensating for the damaged body. As his cultivation advanced, the areas he could replace grew more numerous. As one on the brink of achieving the pinnacle of divine practitioners, even with a portion of his divine powers siphoned away, the Falling Star River could utilize this mysterious force to substitute nearly 40% of his flesh. This meant that even if his head were severed and utterly destroyed, he would not die. Observing the wounds on the Falling Star River's body, Ashura's eyes widened in astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his ability once more, transferring the injuries afflicting the Falling Star River onto the one lurking behind the scenes. With a series of gasps, the hidden high-level Blood Corpse suddenly manifested numerous wounds across its body. How could this be? Was all the Blood Corpse managed to utter before it was reduced to a pile of flesh, utterly perishing? Simultaneously, fierce battles raged elsewhere on the battlefield. In this 10th iteration of the Wandering Corpse War, the once unparalleled divine powers of the divine world were merely slightly elevated fodder. The practitioners of the divine world attempted to breach the cocoon of the Wandering Corpse, only to find their ordinary attacks utterly ineffective, while more potent assaults were thwarted before they could be unleashed by the Blood Corpses. Amidst the chaos, the Falling Star River finally broke through to the pinnacle of divine practitioner status, significantly enhancing his overall strength. Suddenly, the Falling Star River sensed a series of immense heartbeats emanating from the cocoon of the Wandering Corpse. He realized that the Wandering Corpse Immortal was on the verge of awakening. "We must fight with all our might," the Falling Star River stated gravely. Should the Wandering Corpse Immortal fully revive, he harbored no confidence in his ability to slay it. Upon hearing his words, Dongfang Xiao and Ashura exchanged solemn nods. The Falling Star River unleashed over 100 divine talismans of golden light, filling the sky with a dense array of golden swords. "Mirje," the Falling Star River commanded, crossing his hands to form a seal. Under his guidance, the multitude of golden flying swords began to merge, ultimately forming an enormous golden sword. The Golden Light 10,000 Sword Talisman could summon thousands of golden flying swords, each possessing remarkable destructive power. The more skilled practitioners, like his master Xianhe, could amalgamate thousands of flying swords into one massive sword. The merged giant golden sword was among the most powerful techniques in the Return to Ruins world. A a feat no divine practitioner or mage would dare withstand. The falling star river, through the convergence of the hundreds of golden flying swords, created an exceptionally massive golden sword, possibly the most potent killing technique in the annals of the Return to Ruin's world. Chapter 74. The Resurrection of the Limitless Demon Lord. Assault from the past, as Luo Xinghe conjured a massive flying sword. His two companions were equally engaged. Lord of mountains and rivers, stagnant waters, Dongfang Xiao Xiao ignited the essence of his life force, forcibly enhancing the power of these two techniques. The cost was steep. Blood began to pour uncontrollably from his eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouth, while his exquisitely beautiful and flowing blue hair instantly turned dry and gray. Freeze! Asher operated at full capacity, his voice resonating with authority. However, the moment his words left his lips, his mouth and throat suffered a severe backlash, erupting in a violent explosion. The desperate efforts of Dongfang Xiao Xiao and Ashur momentarily immobilized the blood corpses around them, just as the colossal flying sword charged toward them. This sword, spanning thousands of meters in width and over 100,000 meters in length, swiftly decimated the majority of the blood corpses at the divine level. Block! Chun uttered a single word, summoning an invisible barrier before him. However, this barrier proved utterly inadequate against the golden flying sword, shattering into fragments in an instant. Chin opened his mouth, intending to utter a word of escape, but hesitated for just a moment. In that fleeting instance, his body was obliterated. Before his demise, Chin cast a somewhat gratified glance toward Luo Xinghe. It was evident that Chun had acted with intent, seeking an end to his existence. Just as the golden flying sword was about to sever the myriad of creations in twain, a young man clad in black with a stern expression appeared before the myriad cocoon. Surrounding him was a swirling green flame, and his eyes seemed to burn with an intense fire. This was none other than the Limitless Demon Lord, one of the two supreme powers of the Goetia world, and the founder of the 10,000 Methods sect. However, the Limitless Demon Lord had perished 2,000 years prior. The figure before the world now was a resurrection, transformed into blood food by the myriad corpse immortal. How dare you make me protect you? I find that rather infuriating, the Limitless Demon Lord intoned with a deep voice, watching the enormous golden flying sword barreling toward him and the myriad cocoon. Reluctantly, his right hand rose, conjuring an enormous wall of green flames before him. Upon collision, the massive flying sword did not explode as anticipated. Instead, it vanished into the wall, becoming lost within its depths. This was the Limitless Demon Lord's innate divine ability, not present at this moment. This technique allowed him to wield his own realm, where he could freely control the flow of time. Moreover, the Limitless Demon Lord's body was concealed within the temporal constraints of his own world. All conventional attacks were rendered ineffective against him. Thus, unless one possessed a causal divine ability of the same nature, the Limitless Demon Lord was invulnerable. The green flames served as a conduit connecting his realm, capable of redirecting all attacks into his domain. Earlier, the Limitless Demon Lord had utilized this innate ability to absorb Luo Xinghe's assault into his own world. Of course, the damage he could absorb was limited. Even the Limitless Demon Lord could not activate his small world after enduring Luo Xinghe's powerful move. Yet normal attacks still posed no threat to him. Luo Xinghe and the Limitless Demon Lord exchanged glances, their eyes igniting with fervent battle intent. One was a demon lord famed throughout the world 2 millennia ago, while the other was the strongest cultivator of the present era. A formidable force capable of slaying nearly 200 divine-level blood corpses single-handedly. Without further words, they charged at one another. However, due to their less-than-optimal conditions, they refrained from employing widespread spells, relying solely on their physical prowess. They clashed like two meteors, one golden and one green, engaging in thousands of exchanges. Ultimately, Luo Xinghe, drawing from his vast combat experience, managed to kick the Limitless Demon Lord away, but that was the extent of his success. While Luo Xinghe would not be defeated, he could not vanquish the Limitless Demon Lord. Lacking causal divine abilities, he could not inflict harm upon him. Others may possess such abilities, But the limitless demon lord's strength was undeniable. Unless one wielded a power ranking among the top 5 in Goeishu's history, it would be impossible to threaten the life of the limitless demon lord. Presently, the only resurrected figure capable of injuring him was Chun, but he had already been slain. As for the other cultivators in the Goeishu world, they were no match for the limitless demon lord. They lacked even the qualifications to participate in the fray. A deadlock. The outcome seemed preordained. The myriad corpse immortal would achieve perfect resurrection. The time allotted for his growth was alarmingly brief, merely 25 years. It is worth noting that a typical cultivator requires at least a century of practice to attain divine status. The limitless demon lord had only reached that level at the age of 50 and had become invincible shortly thereafter. At 25, he faced an opponent who, after becoming invincible, had spent an additional 2 centuries consolidating his power. The limitless demon lord now stood at the pinnacle of strength, wielding the impenetrable technique of not present at this moment, rendering him untouchable. Must we restart this cycle? Luo Xinghe pondered as he fought against the limitless demon lord. Even in the face of such circumstances, he found himself without recourse. Suddenly, in the midst of their fierce battle, both combatants halted, turning their gazes skyward. Something from incredibly distant past approached. Luo Xinghe stood firm in the void, his pupils narrowing. In the next moment, an unimaginably colossal sword emerged in the sky. From this immense blade, he sensed the aura of causal energy. It was evident that this was a flying sword from a remote past. The sword of the 10,000 methods immortal. Lost by the founder? Luo Xinghe gasped in astonishment upon recognizing the form of the gigantic sword in the sky. In the Goeishu world, only one being possessed the power to strike across the vast expanse of time, delivering a blow from the past to the future. And that was the 10,000 methods immortal, one of the most formidable cultivators throughout history. At that moment, Luo Xinghe recalled that in the later years of the 10,000 methods immortal, his accompanying sword, the 10,000 methods sword, had vanished, leaving its whereabouts a mystery even to this day. It seemed as though the sword had disappeared from the current timeline altogether. This was a unique chapter in Luo Xinghe's life. In the original world, the 10,000 methods immortal's sword had not been lost. Previously perplexed, Luo Xinghe's questions were finally resolved. The 10,000 methods sword had been cast into an exceedingly distant future by its master, participating in the final battle 5,000 years hence. Chapter 75. The Resurrection of the Wanya Corpse Immortal, the Magnificent Wanfeijian, exuding an overwhelming aura, soared directly towards the cocoon of Wanya, judging by the pressure of the attack. The power of this Wanfeijian was inferior to the colossal golden flying sword formed by Luoxing moments earlier. Yet at this moment, no creature in this realm could impede its path. This was due to the fact that the infinite demon lord had nearly shattered his own microcosm while trying to fend off Luoxing's flying sword, rendering him incapable of activating it again in the short term. Consequently, he could not draw the Wanfeijian into his microcosm. The infinite demon lord began to employ various techniques in an attempt to counter the Wanfeijian. However, it proved futile. The Wanfeijian was a culmination of the Wanfeijian immortal's long-concealed prowess, and even someone as formidable as the infinite demon lord could merely evade its strike, unable to withstand it directly. Yet, instead of retreating in a moment before the attack struck him, the infinite demon lord, through sheer force of will, forcibly dispelled his innate divine power, rendering himself immune to the imminent threat. In an instant, the body of the infinite demon lord was cleaved in two by the Wanfeijian. Before his demise, he cast a glance towards Luoxing, his expression seemingly conveying the message: "The next step is yours." With a thunderous roar, the colossal Wanfeijian cleaved the Wanya cocoon in twain. "Is it over?" inquired a younger cultivator, anxiety evident in his voice. "No, this is merely the beginning," replied an older elder, shaking his head gravely. Regardless of whether the Wanya cocoon was destroyed, the Wanya corpse immortal would inevitably awaken. The only distinction lay in the strength it would possess upon resurrection. Even if the cocoon was shattered the moment it appeared, the power of the Wanya corpse immortal would not diminish significantly. Moreover, the cocoon had been present for quite some time before being breached. A long-lost breath of air filled the battlefield. Amidst the gaze of all present, a hoarse voice suddenly resonated across the arena. The participants, with their keen sight, swiftly pinpointed the origin of the voice. It was a blood corpse, bare-chested, with flowing white hair, sharp teeth, and adorned with numerous mysterious red markings. A sword embedded in its chest. This was the source of all blood corpses, the fundamental embodiment of sin, and the villain poised to obliterate the primordial ruins world, the Wanya corpse immortal. As Luoxing beheld the visage of the Wanya corpse immortal, nearly identical to Jiang Xian, he felt a fleeting moment of disorientation. Had he not been aware of Jiang Xian's demise, he might have mistaken the corpse immortal for him. Interesting, you have indeed arrived, the Wanya corpse immortal remarked, lifting his gaze to Luoxing, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, his tone somber. It was evident that the Wanya corpse immortal possessed all of Jiang Xian's memories and was aware of his secrets. Fortunately, the system was not idle. The Wanya corpse immortal could only retain knowledge of what he knew, unable to divulge any information to others. The Wanya corpse immortal stood resolutely in the void. And in this grand conflict, all deceased cultivators astonishingly revived, transforming into blood corpses that obeyed the Wanya corpse immortal's command. Moreover, those who had perished in the earlier battles returned, and many unfamiliar faces emerged. These were once formidable cultivators from the history of the primordial ruins world, now all transformed into blood corpses. In total, the Wanya corpse immortal commanded an astounding 600 blood corpses of the divine level. Additionally, countless mid to low-level blood corpses, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, obscured the sun with their sheer quantity. Fortunately, those of excessively high power had not been resurrected. It remained unclear whether this was due to limitations or the Wanya corpse immortal's desire to prevent prolonged complications. Faced with the nearly invincible Wanya corpse immortal and his army of 600 divine-level blood corpses, their own side was left with fewer than 50 divine cultivators. The pillar Luoxing was severely injured, Li Qingmu was gravely wounded, and Dongfang Xiaoxiao lay in a faint, leaving them with little combat capability. At that moment, Luoxing suddenly sensed that a portion of his undying Shura divine power, which had been borrowed by Ashu, had been returned. With his innate power restored, Luoxing's overall strength increased by approximately 10%. He looked at Ashu in surprise, realizing that her heart had returned. During the fierce battle, Ashu had utilized her divine powers to seize countless miscellaneous innate powers, including some related to causality. With the causality powers, Ashu had traversed back in time, altering the course of history by some unknown means. "Peek!" Ashu exclaimed, and Luoxing discovered that the injuries he had sustained from simultaneously deploying 400 golden radiant sword talismans, as well as the exhaustion from previous battles, had completely vanished. Ashu had actually invoked her powers to restore Luoxing to his prime state. However, as a consequence, Ashu bled from all 7 orifices. Her throat ruptured once more. This was the overwhelming force of her actions in the 10th Great Battle of Wanya. The number of deceased divine cultivators was staggering, all of whom had their powers systematically seized by Ashu. This included the words of power from Chun, the infinite demon lord's innate immunity, and even a small portion of the Wanya corpse immortal's own powers. After executing this series of maneuvers, Ashu formed a hand seal, splitting herself into 2. Her innate power, the yin-yang body, allowed her to manifest as 2 distinct entities, one of yin and one of yang. While this diminished her overall combat strength, it did not reduce it significantly. The yang representation of Ashu stood firmly in the void, facing off against the 600 divine-level blood corpses alone. "Ha! Let's engage in a splendid battle." Ashu laughed heartily, her voice brimming with bravado. Meanwhile, her yin counterpart concealed herself within the domain of the innate immunity. "I shall return to the past, seeking a glimmer of victory." Ashu's eyes opened wide, her expression more serious than ever. Through a complex interplay of causality powers, a fragment of Ashu's will begin to traverse back through the fabric of time. In the past, she commenced her strategic planning. The Wanfagian of the Wanfagian immortal was one of the fruits of her meticulous scheming. Yet, this was merely the beginning. far more was required. Gazing at the Wanfagian immortal as he cast the Wanfagian into the river of time, Ashu shook her head, having suffered the repercussions of her actions, blood streaming from her orifices. This singular alteration was not nearly sufficient to influence the outcome of the battle. She needed to accomplish far more. Coughing violently, Ashu expelled a mouthful of blood, disregarding her injuries as she once again perused the history of the Primordial Ruins event, desperately searching for a thread of winning potential. The scene shifted to Luoxing's side. "Come, let us fight." Feeling his strength restored to its pinnacle, Luoxing gestured towards the Wanya corpse immortal. "Come," responded the Wanya corpse immortal, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 76. Ashu discovers the perfect timeline as the celestial river of falling stars clashed with the fist of the corpse immortal of 10,000 trades. A tremendous surge of energy erupted. Contrary to the anticipated stalemate, the celestial river was violently propelled thousands of meters away by the corpse immortal's blow, shattering several towering mountains and creating a deep crater over 1,000 meters in depth upon impact. Only then did the celestial river manage to regain stability. The fist was empowered by 3 innate divine abilities and several Dao techniques. There was an unspoken truth. The corpse immortal's punch also encapsulated its profound understanding of martial arts. Gazing at his bloodied and mangled fist, the celestial river exhaled a long breath. Each combatant had their advantages. He had his own. With a swift motion, the celestial river produced a dozen high-level talismans, each designed to enhance strength, speed, and defense. Boom! 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 Once again, the celestial river and the corpse immortal dissolved into the air, engaging in a fierce confrontation. After exchanging blows for what felt like thousands of rounds, they finally paused. The warm-up phase concluded, and the time had come for their grand techniques to clash. The celestial river waved his hand once more and summoned over 500 high-level talismans. Subsequently, he activated them all simultaneously. An overwhelming barrage of attacks surged toward the corpse immortal, the intensity equivalent to that of over 500 esteemed practitioners unleashing their might. A subtle smile curled at the corner of the corpse immortal's lips as it unleashed its own multitude of assaults. Boom! 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 The sheer force of their attacks caused the entire realm of Guishu to tremble violently. Even those in the most remote corners felt the earth shake beneath them. At that moment, the celestial river suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, as dozens of curses erupted from his body. These curses were remnants of the corpse immortal's past maledictions, the most insidious of which had teleported the celestial river's head to an unknown realm. Although the celestial river possessed the divine ability of the immortal Azura, rendering him immune to most weaknesses, the overwhelming onslaught still surpassed his physical limits. Just as he teetered on the brink of death, a fleeting moment of clarity washed over him, and astonishingly, half of the curses dissipated into thin air, leaving only a few. While an ordinary person might not have noticed, the celestial river was acutely aware of this change. Someone had altered the past, erasing much of the harm that had been inflicted upon him. Evidently, only one being within the entire realm of divine abilities possessed the power to accomplish this: Ashu, who had attained numerous causal divine abilities, with only a few curses remaining. Although they could still prove fatal to most high-level practitioners, the celestial river's immortal Azura ability allowed him to mitigate most of the associated risks. Once more, the celestial river, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, engaged the corpse immortal in a fierce battle. Yet, deep down, he understood that he could not surpass the corpse immortal. Both parties had reached the pinnacle of their physical, mental, and magical prowess, as well as their understanding of the Tao. However, for reasons unknown, the corpse immortal was able to wield multiple divine abilities, much like Ashu. If the celestial river possessed an extraordinarily powerful innate divine ability, he might stand a chance, but he did not. His immortal Azura ability allowed for rapid growth and eliminated most of his shortcomings, yet he had already reached his limit. While mitigating weaknesses proved useful, it was not significant enough to turn the tide. Had he possessed the divine ability of not present at this moment, he would never have sustained injuries. You disappoint me. Celestial River, is it due to your lack of attempts? I had expected you to discover a method to utterly vanquish me and successfully save the Goetia world, forging an immortal legend. Alas, it seems I have triumphed once more. Observing the bloodied and disheveled celestial river, the corpse immortal, bare-chested with crimson eyes, tilted its head slightly and rasped, "Are you not afraid of death?" The celestial river's voice was grave as he replied, "I am a dead man. Why should I fear death? What I desire is the thrill of combat against worthy foes, a battle of wits and strength, ultimately being slain by someone more powerful than I." The corpse immortal clenched its fist and chuckled. In that moment, the celestial river understood the essence of the corpse immortal. It was an unadulterated madman. "You cannot kill me. That is beyond your current capability." The corpse immortal advanced slowly, intent on delivering a fatal blow to the celestial river. With great difficulty, the celestial river rose once more, resuming his arduous struggle against the corpse immortal. Time rewound to 12 years prior, when the celestial river was 13, on the precipice of awakening his innate divine ability. Covered in blood, Ashu gazed steadfastly at the celestial river. Ashu had revisited the entire history of the Goetia world, yet had still not discovered a means to defeat the corpse immortal. Nor had he found hope for victory in this war. The corpse immortal had reached a state of near perfection. In the annals of Goetia history, only one person, aside from a celestial river, could contend with it, the Sage of 10,000 Laws. However, the Sage of 10,000 Laws was a figure from 5,000 years past. Hurling a sword from such a distant time was already a monumental feat in the present era. Only two individuals posed a threat to the corpse immortal, the celestial river and Ashu himself, yet remained merely a threat. To defeat the corpse immortal was far from sufficient. For the celestial river operated with strategy and numerical advantage, but lacked a mechanism. Ashu possessed the mechanism and numerical advantage, but lacked the operational capability. The corpse immortal, however, possessed all three attributes. Thus, even if the celestial river and Ashu joined forces, they could not vanquish the current corpse immortal. Theoretically, had the celestial river possessed Ashu's divine abilities, he could have slain the corpse immortal. But that was impossible. As the celestial river's divine ability was fixed, he was the immortal Asura. A practitioner could only possess one divine ability throughout their lifetime, no matter how high their cultivation. They could only deepen their understanding of that singular ability, never awakening a new one. A new divine ability? At that moment, Ashu seemed to have an epiphany. His gaze fixed intently on the celestial river on the verge of awakening his innate divine ability. Ashu suddenly conceived a method to alter the course of battle, to rewrite the celestial river's innate divine ability. If the celestial river's innate divine ability were to be recognized as a premier causal divine ability, then he would possess a chance to overcome the corpse immortal. Given the celestial river's innate talent, he was entirely capable of awakening the most exceptional innate divine ability. However, during the awakening process, he had focused on swiftly enhancing his power for survival, which led him to awaken the immortal Asura. Ashu's strategy was to transform the divine ability that the celestial river would awaken. In a moment of clarity, Ashu seemingly discovered the perfect timeline. Chapter 77. Divine Powers. It is posited that the past of Falling Star River was not so easily altered. While minor details could be changed, fundamentally altering a person's innate divine power was deemed impossible. However, under the influence of a certain enhancement that could elevate intelligence, the typically unwise Asura conceived a possibility. If such an event were to truly occur, Falling Star River might indeed acquire a new innate divine power without affecting the course of history. Though his current state afforded him merely one chance to attempt it, Asura felt compelled to proceed, foreseeing that perfect timeline was contingent upon this singular method. Divine power. Words manifest action, activate. Asura first invoked the principle of manifesting action, temporarily enhancing both his and Falling Star River's fortune. Thunder rumbled ominously. Sensing the alteration of the past, a penalty of causal law struck directly toward Asura. Cough, cough, cough. Asura coughed violently, his vision dimming as his body reached its limit. Yet there was more to come. Divine power, enhancement. Enhancement of divine powers. Manifest action. Manifest action. Proceed. Ashura swiftly unleashed his divine powers, first augmenting the effect of manifesting action and then activating the enhanced version. Utilizing this premier causal divine power, he forcibly transferred the essence of his innate divine power, bestowing the majority of it upon the 13-year-old falling star river. Having absorbed the essence of Ashura's divine power, falling star river, under the auspices of fortuitous attributes, was bound to awaken the most exceptional divine power, potentially the strongest in the annals of the void world. As a consequence, Ashura might irrevocably lose his divine power of forceful acquisition. Cough, cough, cough. I'm at my limit. Now it all depends on you, my brother. After spewing several mouthfuls of blood and gazing at his body, which was beginning to crack under strain, Ashura spoke in a somber tone. He was wagering that the divine power awakened by Falling Star River was uniquely special, that the undying Ashura was merely a facade of this power. Only by winning this gamble could they hope for victory. Ashura's body, representing the sun, seemed to sense something, exerting its utmost effort to wield divine powers. Ultimately, at the cost of severe injury and near death, he succeeded in annihilating over 600 divine-level blood corpses. With a ripple of causal law, reality was irrevocably altered. Once again propelled backward, Falling Star River, whose body was on the brink of collapse, suddenly perceived something profound, the essence of his divine power. It became clear that the power he had awakened was never the undying Ashura, but rather his innate divine power. If only Falling Star River had. Divine power effect. If only Falling Star River had. This power allows him to hypothesize a particular experience and awaken corresponding divine powers based on that experience. In essence, possessing this divine power means Falling Star River could theoretically access any divine power he could awaken. From a certain perspective, if only Falling Star River had. Surpasses the limits of forceful acquisition, as the latter can only seize existing powers in part. Yet, the former could conjure an unparalleled innate divine power that does not even exist within the void world. The reason Falling Star River's divine power manifested as the undying Ashura was due to his subconscious activation of the power at the moment of awakening. By an infinitesimal probability, his innate divine power directly hypothesized a form he could awaken, the undying Ashura, which was most suitable for him. Upon awakening the undying Ashura, Falling Star River received a message left for him by Ashura. To avoid altering the future and for his own survival, Falling Star River sealed his memories, implanting a suggestion within himself that his power was solely the undying Ashura, not any other. Whenever Falling Star River broke through his own suggestion due to overwhelming strength, he would impose a new suggestion upon himself. Thus, he traversed experiences nearly identical to the original history. Yet his power was not the undying Ashura, but a far more formidable if only Falling Star River had. Now, on the brink of death, with Ashura returning to the past to alter history, Falling Star River could finally wield his divine power. His innate divine power, if only Falling Star River had, fictively enacts the principle of consequences before causes, enabling him to disregard any costs and directly accomplish a task, subsequently filling in the details of the process. For instance, if he originally required 10 days to learn a certain spell, he could invoke his power to master it 10 days early, later completing the learning process at his leisure. Consequences before causes, desiring the future. With all his might, Falling Star River activated his divine power, striving to seize his understanding of the Tao and divine powers for the century to come. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind, and his cultivation reached its utmost pinnacle. Now, he was virtually indistinguishable from himself 100 years hence, possessing all the knowledge and combat techniques he would acquire in that time. Yet, as a price, Falling Star River would face a century-long void, repaying the debt for this moment. 1 second later, I will slay you. Casting his gaze toward the distant one, ye corpse immortal, Falling Star River gestured with one hand, his tone icy. Then come, one ye corpse immortal exclaimed, arms outstretched in a display of arrogance. Consequences before causes, desiring the future. Falling Star River immediately activated his divine power, transferring the outcome of his slaying Wan Yi corpse immortal to the present. With a series of wet sounds, numerous wounds erupted across Wan Yi corpse immortal's body, which then disintegrated entirely before Falling Star River's eyes. This was the extraordinary capability Falling Star River developed after a century of relentless practice with consequences before causes. Since he could draw from his own future, why could the concept of desiring the future not be broader, such as taking the future of defeating an enemy? For instance, given his probability of vanquishing Wan Yi corpse immortal, he directly transferred the future of his victory over him to the present, resulting in an instantaneous and staggering demise of Wan Yi corpse immortal. Naturally, this came at a cost, as Falling Star River's energy reserves depleted by more than half in an instant. Divine power, devour heaven. Falling Star River once again conjured a supreme divine power, capable of consuming all living beings to enhance his own strength or restore his magic and injuries. In this chaotic battlefield, corpses were plentiful. In an instant, his energy reserves were replenished. However, just as Falling Star River had advantages, Wan Yi corpse immortal possessed his own, with another ripple of causal law. Wan Yi corpse immortal appeared before Falling Star River, entirely unharmed. It was evident that Wan Yi corpse immortal had just employed a certain divine power to resurrect himself in peak condition. Chapter 78. Mutual activation of external aids. Not engaging means not activating with a sudden burst. The Wan Yi corpse immortal had just revived, yet the causality of its demise inexplicably transferred to Luoxing, causing the latter to meet an instant death. However, in that fleeting moment before his demise, Luoxing urgently switched his divine ability. Divine ability, 9 Lives Cat, which allows for unconditional revival up to 9 times, restoring his strength to its peak with each resurrection. After the 9th revival, the divine ability shatters. Luoxing's adeptness in wielding various divine abilities was largely due to the centuries' worth of experience borrowed from his future self. Without this advantage, even with extensive battle experience, he would have struggled to navigate the unfamiliar divine abilities he had never employed before. A faint smile crept across the lips of the Wan Yi corpse immortal as he reached for the Yunshui sword embedded in his chest, pulling it out with a sudden force. Freed from a suppression of the Yunshui sword, the Wan Yi corpse immortal's aura began to surge dramatically. Witnessing this, Luoxing's pupils constricted in alarm. It was evident that the Wan Yi corpse immortal had discovered a means to withdraw the sword from his chest, possibly having been able to do so long before, retaining it until now to ensure the historical loop could be completed. Now that history had indeed formed a closed loop, the emergence of the Wan Yi corpse immortal was an established fact. Most despairingly, no one could thwart the Wan Yi corpse immortal's ascension, not Ashu, nor even Luoxing in his present state. As the Wan Yi corpse immortal's power escalated, Luoxing could distinctly feel the world level of the Guishu realm gradually rising. By my name as the Blood Corpse King, arise. Powerful beings of every era. With the Wan Yi corpse immortal's proclamation, the sky became densely populated with countless blood corpses. Luoxing merely sensed the immense presence of over 10,000 blood corpses equivalent to the greatest deities. Not only Chun, the Supreme Demon Lord, but even the myriad methods of the Immortal Lord were summoned by the Wan Yi corpse immortal. Yet, Luoxing remained unfazed. His divine ability. Should it be assumed that in his past life, he had amalgamated the experiences of his 4 lifetimes alongside the sacrifice of his dear brother Ashu's divine ability, would yield miraculous results. Hypothetically, if Luoxing's fabricated divine ability had historical precedence, he could summon any powerful being from the annals of the Guishu realm's past, provided those beings consented to join the fray. It is well known that powerful beings possess uniqueness. Thus, if the Wan Yi corpse immortal summoned the myriad methods of the Immortal Lord, no one else could summon that entity regardless of their own summoning abilities. 2 consciousnesses of the same entity cannot coexist in the same space and time, even if one is a cultivator and the other a blood corpse. Luoxing's innate divine ability and the Wan Yi corpse immortal's innate divine ability clashed and vied for dominance. Logically, Luoxing should have had a high probability of success, as those blood corpses summoned by the Wanya corpse immortal inherently resisted his call and were likely to comply with Luoxing's summons. However, the response to Luoxing was a profound silence. His divine ability failed to summon any formidable practitioners. Feudal, I am the Blood Corpse King, possessing absolute dominion over all blood corpses. They must seek my approval to heed your call. The Wanya corpse immortal gazed at Luoxing with a grin spreading across his face. Then, divine ability, heirs of the future, I summon you. Respond to my call and join me in eradicating the root of these sins. The supreme divine ability, heirs of the future, could summon powerful beings from later generations, provided these beings consented to join the battle, reaching back to a distant past to assist ancient heroes. In an instant, a multitude of powerful beings from the future of the Guishu realm materialized behind Luoxing. Despite their unfamiliar faces, he could sense the distinct pressure emanating from these formidable entities. We pay homage to our ancestral master, Luoxing. A considerable number of these beings, clad in the attire of the Myriad Methods sect, bowed respectfully to Luoxing. Witnessing this, a subtle smile played at the corners of Luoxing's mouth. Behind him stood a multitude, the unbroken lineage of existence, while the Wanya corpse immortal was supported solely by powerful beings of the past. It was evident that the future belonged to him. Thunderous roars erupted as 2,000 divine-level powers simultaneously unleashed their abilities, shaking the heavens and earth, causing the Guishu realm to reverberate with mournful cries. As if on the brink of destruction, a powerful entity resembling Dongfang Xiao from the future recognized that allowing the battle to continue would lead to the annihilation of the entire Guishu realm. Master of the mountains and rivers, he swiftly allied with several other top-tier divine practitioners, activating their artifacts to transport all combatants into a singular realm. His artifact, the mightiest water-based treasure, was forged from the innate divine ability of Dongfang Xiao, the master of mountains and rivers. This treasure housed an entire realm, over which he held absolute control. Both Luoxing and the Wanya corpse immortal were drawn into this realm, resuming their fierce confrontation. After 3 hours, the world created by the master of mountains and rivers shattered completely, with both past and future powers nearly annihilating each other. Again, if it were assumed that Luoxing had the divine ability, myriads of me, covered in blood, he activated another supreme divine ability, causing his body to rapidly split into 10,000 Luoxings. Golden radiance of 10,000 swords. Thousands of Luoxing simultaneously wielded a single golden radiance of 10,000 swords talisman. Originally, Luoxing possessed no such abundance of divine-level talismans. After a century of accumulation, he had only crafted 10,000 divine-level talismans, with fewer than half remaining for use. However, he had previously borrowed 10,000 divine-level golden radiance of 10,000 swords talismans from his future self, each crafted by him as a top-tier divine practitioner, and thus far more potent than the talismans currently in use. The majestic golden swords, under the control of all Luoxings, gradually transformed into a colossal golden sword. This immense sword surged toward the Wanya corpse immortal at breakneck speed. In response, the Wanya corpse immortal unleashed his own divine ability, conjuring a gigantic mouth that devoured Luoxing's golden sword in one swift motion. Subsequently, this colossal golden sword was transported to the starry expanse of the Guishu realm. Due to its sheer size, even ordinary individuals on the ground could clearly see the immense sword by merely looking up at the sky. The gigantic golden sword cleaved the blood-red crescent moon in two before vanishing into the void, its destination unknown. Divine Ability, Destiny. Chapter 79. A dream of 1,000 years. Luo Xinghe dispelled the effects of the myriad divine powers and immediately invoked the divine power of destiny. This was yet another pinnacle ability of his own creation, aptly named, as it could render an event as fated. For instance, if he unleashed a sword aura and applied the effect of destiny, that attack would inevitably hit its mark, regardless of how the enemy tried to evade it. When Luo Xinghe directed this power towards the colossal golden sword, its effect was that it would undoubtedly strike the Wan Yi corpse immortal. In that fleeting moment of releasing the divine power, a wave of causal fluctuations surged forth, and the immense golden sword, which had been lost to the ether, abruptly materialized above the Wan Yi corpse immortal. With a thunderous roar, the Wan Yi corpse immortal was utterly obliterated by this strike. The colossal golden sword pierced through the Wan Yi corpse immortal and did not dissipate. Instead, it traversed through the entire Goetia world, leaving behind an immense scar before soaring out into the vast cosmos, eventually vanishing among the stars. In the instant of the Wan Yi corpse immortal's demise, Luo Xinghe once again employed his divine power of hypothetical Luo Xinghe and fabricated a new ability, fruitless endeavor. This ability granted immunity to any causal-based attacks. With this divine protection, the Wan Yi corpse immortal could not transfer the causality of his death onto Luo Xinghe. As for transferring it to others, that too was unfeasible. The principle of this divine power relied on equivalent exchange. To swap injuries, the counterpart must at least exist on a similar level. One could not simply transfer the causality of death onto an ordinary person, as their causal weight could not bear such a burden. In the current Goetia world, only Luo Xinghe had the capacity to bear the Wan Yi corpse immortal's causality. At that moment, Luo Xinghe suddenly sensed a weakening in the Goetia world, and astonishingly, the Wan Yi corpse immortal reappeared before him. You have transferred your death causality onto the Goetia world? Almost instantaneously, Luo Xinghe grasped the situation. Under normal circumstances, even he could not anchor his own causality onto the world. However, the Wan Yi corpse immortal was different, being an inherent part of the Goetia world. With a bit of manipulation, he could indeed graft his causality onto it. Indeed, my causality is now bound to the Goetia world. No matter how grievous the injury, even death itself, I can transfer it onto the Goetia world. To slay me, one must first annihilate the entire Goetia world. The Wan Yi corpse immortal looked at Luo Xinghe, wearing an exceedingly arrogant grin. Luo Xinghe's expression darkened. He had truly not anticipated that the Wan Yi corpse immortal would be so formidable. Like him, the Wan Yi corpse immortal could wield diverse divine powers, even combining them in intricate ways. Upon death, he could directly inflict the causality of his demise back upon his enemies. Even if the enemies had countermeasures, the Wan Yi corpse immortal could shift his death causality to the Goetia world itself. What troubled Luo Xinghe the most was that even if he neutralized this particular ability of the Wan Yi corpse immortal, it would not lead to the latter's death. For he existed across 3 temporal phases. In the current phase, even if Luo Xinghe managed to slay the Wan Yi corpse immortal, he would eventually resurrect after a time. In truth, Luo Xinghe, with his boundless divine powers, was not without means to slay the Wan Yi corpse immortal across all 3 temporal phases simultaneously. His divine power of hypothetical Luo Xinghe could simulate another supreme ability, past, present, future. This ability allowed him to split himself into 3, existing concurrently in all 3 temporal realms. With this power, he had the potential to slay the Wan Yi corpse immortal across all time frames and secure the causality, ultimately vanquishing this immortal monstrosity. However, if he were to simultaneously slay the Wan Yi corpse immortal across all 3 time frames, everything would cease to exist. This would equate to altering history, entirely negating the 1,000 years of events that had transpired. Should he pursue this course, the Goetia world might very well collapse. Yet, it had endured the ravages of the Wan Yi corpse immortal for over 1,000 years, merely because the latter sought to complete the time loop. How about learning from the ancients? Attempt to seal me? The Wan Yi corpse immortal taunted. But how long can you keep me sealed? 5,000 years? 10,000? Or perhaps 20,000? No matter how exquisite the seal, it cannot withstand the erosion of time. No matter how powerful you are, after a millennium, you shall ultimately be reduced to mere dust. I am immortal. I can afford to wait. The Wan Yi corpse immortal advanced slowly, his voice deep and hoarse. You are correct. No matter how perfect the seal, it shall one day be broken. However, I do not believe your will can endure eternally. With that, Luo Xinghe invoked his divine power, a dream of 1,000 years. Since consciousness could not be obliterated, Luo Xinghe resolved not to erase it, but to eternally entrap the Wan Yi corpse immortal's consciousness. His divine power, a dream of 1,000 years, could draw the Wan Yi corpse immortals into a dream world, where millennium within the dream would merely be a fleeting moment in the realm of reality. Luo Xinghe intended to utilize that seemingly endless time to format the consciousness of the Wan Yi corpse immortal. Caught unawares, the Wan Yi corpse immortal was drawn into a pitch-black space, a dreamscape meticulously crafted by Luo Xinghe for him. In this void, there was no sound, no color, nothing at all, only a vast emptiness. The Wan Yi corpse immortal could not even sense his own existence. Yet, Luo Xinghe did not relent, disregarding the potential backlash. He invoked the hypothetical Luo Xinghe once more, despite already wielding divine powers. The strain of employing two supreme abilities simultaneously caused blood to stream from Luo Xinghe's orifices, his body nearing its limits. Divine power, seal all things. As he unleashed this power, the Wan Yi corpse immortal's divine abilities were momentarily sealed. This was the opportunity Luo Xinghe had sought. The Wan Yi corpse immortal possessed an insurmountable ability known as the dream of all things. He could perceive reality as a dream and awaken to the past 5 years before. Thus, everything happening now would transform into a mere dream. Therefore, the current world was not the true world. It was a convergence of reality and dream. Should the Wan Yi corpse immortal return to the past, Luo Xinghe would have no hope of victory. Hence, he had to eradicate the Wan Yi corpse immortals in the briefest of moments, before the latter could activate the dream of all things. Chapter 80. Witnesses of Time, the sole method to vanquish the everlasting corpse immortal. Accelerate. Accelerate. Accelerate again. Luo Xinghe formed a hand seal, hastily accelerating the passage of time within the dream. In the first millennium, the everlasting corpse immortal could still maintain basic cognition. By the second millennium, its consciousness had become blurred, having forgotten much. In the third millennium, the everlasting corpse immortal gradually ceased to think. Utilizing the great dream for 3 consecutive millennia was the utmost limit for Luo Xinghe. Nevertheless, 3,000 years was sufficient. 3 millennia of silent solitude, a duration in which even the strongest could not endure. The seemingly indomitable consciousness of the everlasting corpse immortal ultimately succumbed to the relentless passage of time. In the real world, simultaneously employing 2 forms of divine powers, even if only for a fleeting moment, resulted in Luo Xinghe's inevitable nosebleed. His body had reached its limits. All of this was worthwhile. The consciousness of the everlasting corpse immortal had ceased to think entirely, rendering it akin to being dead. However, the everlasting corpse immortal, with its eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them, revealing a glimmer of confusion in its crimson gaze, which quickly dissipated. "It seems you have yet to slay me," it rasped, glancing at Luo Xinghe. The immensely experienced Luo Xinghe immediately grasped the implications of the everlasting corpse immortal's previous maneuvers. Deep within its consciousness lay one or more divine powers concealed. When its consciousness was tainted or directly tortured to the brink of collapse, these buried powers would activate, erasing the everlasting corpse immortal's memories. Just moments ago, its divine power had obliterated the memories of 3,000 years of tormenting solitude. Freed from these recollections, the everlasting corpse immortal regained its capacity for thought. Of course, it had evidently paid a price. Its consciousness had begun to blur, as the deletion of memories did not negate the damage inflicted by 3 millennia of isolation. Cough, cough, cough. Exhausted of magical energy and nearly drained of vitality, Luo Xinghe coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. The everlasting corpse immortal was the most formidable adversary he had ever encountered, possessing the most extreme attributes, the most defiant mechanisms, and an intellect on par with his own. The convergence of these 3 elements birthed the terrifying existence that was the everlasting corpse immortal. Yet, the everlasting corpse immortal was shrewd enough to exploit bugs in the system, and Luo Xinghe was not far behind. Fictional divine power, cause precedes effect, instantaneous recovery. Luo Xinghe activated his divine power once more, reverting his state to that of full health, thus eradicating the time required for healing and the restoration of magical energy. This, however, would inevitably lead to a day in the future when he would suffer grievously, potentially to the point of death. Yet, such future concerns were to be left for another time. His current priority was to conquer this formidable foe before him. Divine power, fatality. The everlasting corpse immortal pointed at Luo Xinghe, casting a divine power upon him. Upon succumbing to fatality, defeat in this battle was inevitable, as if preordained. Had Luo Xinghe, in years past, conjured a divine power of fate? He activated his powers and once more conjured a divine decree of fate. This decree transcended mere victory or defeat, encompassing both. As Luo Xinghe invoked this power, the inescapable threads of defeat dissipated from him, concurrently manifesting upon the everlasting corpse immortal. However, it was but a fleeting moment before the everlasting corpse immortal countered Luo Xinghe's divine power. The innate divine power had Luo Xinghe conjured it in the past. Following this, Luo Xinghe and the everlasting corpse immortal engaged in a fierce battle for a full 2 hours. During this time, both unleashed their ultimate abilities, with Luo Xinghe employing every extraordinary divine power at his disposal. He was uncertain how much he had borrowed from his future self, but he surmised that after this battle, he would spend the remainder of his life repaying the debt. I can no longer afford to prolong this. I shall eradicate you completely. Sensing the dwindling sands of his future, Luo Xinghe formed a seal with one hand, his voice icy as he spoke. After enduring such a prolonged conflict and numerous trials, he had devised a strategy in his mind. The everlasting corpse immortal had reached the zenith of existence, capable of utilizing the divine powers of those who had perished in the past, or rather, all the powers of those who had died since its inception. However, its capacity for bodily endurance was finite. The everlasting corpse immortal could wield a maximum of 50 ordinary divine powers simultaneously, or 15 high-ranking divine powers, or 5 supreme divine powers. Even Ashura was comparable, albeit limited to 2 supreme divine powers. Apart from the troublesome, innate divine power, the everlasting corpse immortal embodied the essence of the world itself. Its will was indelible, to entirely obliterate the consciousness of the everlasting corpse immortal. It was imperative to slay it in 3 distinct time frames. Once accomplished, the history of the everlasting corpse immortal's existence would be erased. Had Luo Xinghe, in years past, conjured the divine power, witness of time? Nevertheless, this could not deter Luo Xinghe. He summoned his divine power again, fabricating a theoretical divine power, the witness of time. Upon invoking this power, he could traverse both past and present, witnessing and recording all significant events throughout history. Of course, he remained merely a witness to history, incapable of altering it, and others would remain oblivious to his presence. While it may seem that this pinnacle innate divine power held little utility, merely recording without the ability to modify, what value did the recording of history possess? Yet, the witness of time was not without merit. It served to solidify the timeline. The events witnessed by the witness of time formed an immutable timeline. Thus, should Luo Xinghe invoke the witness of time to chronicle the entirety of the Guishu realm from the inception of the Wanya event to the present, that history would become fixed as it had been witnessed. Once history was solidified, even if Luo Xinghe returned to the past to slay the everlasting corpse immortal, all that transpired thereafter would remain unchanged. The blood corpses would continue to emerge, and the everlasting corpse immortal, having been slain in the past, would still fulfill all the historical events recorded by the witness of time. It was only when this time frame, the moment when Luo Xinghe invoked the witness of time, was solidified that the recorded history would fade. In other words, even if Luo Xinghe were to slay the everlasting corpse immortal in the past, the millennium of history they had experienced would not vanish. While this course of action bore significant risks, since after invoking the past, the present, and the future, his innate divine power's position would be occupied, He was uncertain if he could defeat the current incarnation of the Wanya Shurxian. Nevertheless, this was the sole strategy Luo Xinghe could conceive after extensive probing. Chapter 81. The Shattering of Divine Powers. Consuming all fabricating divine abilities, witnesses of the past and present. As Luo Xinghe activated his divine powers, aided by his innate abilities, he was transported back to the very moment of origin, to the instant when Jiang Xian was first stabbed. Alas, such is the nature of causality. With a complex expression, Luo Xinghe sighed, subsequently recording this scene. Soon after, Luo Xinghe traversed through over 10,000 years of significant events, witnessing and documenting all of history. By the time Luo Xinghe returned to his own era, the history of the past 10 millennia had been irrevocably cemented. This meant that even if the Wan Yi corpse immortal perished in the past, the course of history would remain unchanged. Cough, cough, cough. Once again, Luo Xinghe expelled several mouthfuls of fresh blood, disregarding his injuries, and activated his divine powers anew. Imaginary divine powers, past, present, and future. In an instant, Luo Xinghe divided into three, each self embarking upon different temporal nodes, 10,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, and the present. The three manifestations of Luo Xinghe simultaneously locked onto the causality of the Wan Yi corpse immortal, signifying that if they could simultaneously slay the immortal, his demise was assured. Clap, clap, clap. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Yet, the Wan Yi corpse immortal exhibited no signs of anxiety regarding his impending death. Instead, he applauded Luo Xinghe. Indeed, you have discovered a method to perfectly eliminate me without altering the current timeline. But have you pondered a crucial question? Your divine powers have been expended, and to maintain your manifestations across time, you are unable to utilize any other abilities. As he spoke, an exaggerated grin crept across the Wan Yi corpse immortal's face. Can you truly slay me, in my peak condition, while devoid of your divine powers? He spread his arms, brimming with arrogance. Whether I can slay you, we shall see. Luo Xinghe, undaunted, pressed on. During the battle, he had already borrowed numerous divine-level talismans from his future self. With these talismans, he could barely replicate some of their effects. Luo Xinghe casually flung out 100 golden sword talismans, commanding the golden blades to engage the Wan Yi corpse immortal. Clang, clang. The golden swords, capable of easily piercing through the bodies of divine-level blood corpses, struck the Wan Yi corpse immortal but merely produced a series of ringing sounds, failing to inflict any damage. Brother, I am here to assist you. At that moment, a nearly recovered Ashura appeared beside Luo Xinghe. Stagnant waters, lord of mountains and rivers. All things are in my command. Shortly thereafter, Dongfang Xiao Xiao, also barely restored, joined the fray. Foul disciple, cannot best the enemy? Do not forget your master. A portal materialized, and Luo Xinghe's master, Xuanhe, arrived on the battlefield. How could this final battle occur without me, the child of destiny? Despite having both arms severed and his vision entirely lost, Li Qingmu, gravely injured yet still possessing the strength to fight, also made his appearance. Soon, the remaining 50 or so divine-level cultivators from the Guishu world gathered. Even knowing they were likely to perish and their contributions would be minimal, they still arrived. This exemplifies the valor of Guishu world cultivators. None who could achieve the divine level are cowards. Talismans, those who come after, summon the powerful of the future. Luo Xinghe retrieved 100 divine-level talismans and activated them simultaneously. These talismans, borrowed from his future self, had the effect of summoning powerful beings from later generations. Albeit each talisman could only summon one individual. With a surge of causal fluctuations, over 100 divine-level cultivators reappeared behind Luo Xinghe. The Wan Yi corpse immortal, now somewhat solemn, braced for another great battle. An hour later, the Wan Yi corpse immortal was grievously wounded once more. Assuming Luo Xinghe of your fabricated divine powers. Predetermined death. Gazing at the injured Wan Yi corpse immortal, Luo Xinghe forced himself to utilize his powers, risking the shattering of his divine abilities to simultaneously employ two fabricated powers. As the powers activated, the Wan Yi corpse immortal's vitality gradually waned. Instinctively, he invoked his ability to transfer the causality of death, attempting to shift his demise to the Guishu world. Think not. Divine powers. Sever the causality. Luo Xinghe coughed up a torrent of blood, forcibly invoking another divine power to sever the causality the Wan Yi corpse immortal had just established. Simultaneously, the other two manifestations of Luo Xinghe successfully vanquished the Wan Yi corpse immortal, forging a causal connection. In the instant the powers were unleashed, blood gushed from Luo Xinghe's eyes, nose, and ears, a backlash from forcibly wielding two divine abilities. Even more dire was the cumulative strain of overexerting his powers, which led to the shattering of his innate divine ability, the very essence of Luo Xinghe. With the future nearly exhausted, his divine powers shattered, and most of his comrades slain in battle, only a handful remained combat-capable. At that moment, Luo Xinghe found himself at the brink of total depletion. Just then, he sensed a wave of causality, the Wan Yi corpse immortal's last resort, as he attempted to transfer the causality of his death onto Luo Xinghe. Devoid of divine powers, Luo Xinghe could not employ any means to shield himself from the Wan Yi corpse immortal's assault. He was struck by this causality transfer, and his vitality gradually faded. He was dying. However, the Wan Yi corpse immortal would not escape either. It had been previously stated that death transfer could only be enacted upon an adversary of equal standing. If the foe was significantly inferior, they could not bear the weight of the death. Had Luo Xinghe been at his peak, he would have been qualified to bear the Wan Yi corpse immortal's death, effectively sacrificing himself in the process. Yet now, grievously injured on the verge of death, the shattering of his divine powers, and having expended all, Luo Xinghe was no longer capable of shouldering the Wan Yi corpse immortal's demise. Thus, the Wan Yi corpse immortal could not employ the method of causal transfer to escape his own death. Was he to perish? In the air, Luo Xinghe, unable to sustain his body, plummeted rapidly. He felt the Wan Yi corpse immortal had truly perished, yet he himself was on the brink of death. Even if the causality transfer of the Wan Yi corpse immortal had failed, having consumed a portion of death causality, Luo Xinghe was approaching the end of his life. Brother, I am here to assist you. Chapter 82. With a resounding laughter, departing peacefully at that moment, the voices of Luoxing and Haitang were suddenly accompanied by Ashu's call. Transcendence, take the wounds. In a similarly dire state, Ashu invoked his divine ability to share the burden of injuries, willingly absorbing half of Luoxing's impending demise. Despite enduring a fraction of the death as consequence, Ashu's life force nearly dissipated, yet he prevailed, and Luoxing remained alive. The Kunlun's sacred tree emanated a soft green glow, healing the surviving Luoxing, Ashu, and numerous wounded warriors. Though the world of Guishu lay in ruins, of the over 100 divine practitioners who had engaged in battle, fewer than 10 remained. Luoxing's mentor, Xuanhe, perished during the assault on the Wan Yi corpse immortal, yet all sacrifices were deemed worthwhile. They had triumphed, vanquishing the Wan Yi corpse immortal, thus obliterating the root of all sins. As a consequence, Luoxing had overextended his future, his life essence now considerably diminished. He would likely only live for about 200 years instead of the expected 500 to 600. This aligned with Luoxing's thoughts. Borrowing strength from his future self hinged on the premise that his future self still existed. However, he surmised that most of his remaining years would be spent repaying debts, and once those debts were settled, his life would likely extinguish. The Wan Yi corpse immortal's refusal to draw power from his future self stemmed not from desire, but from the absence of a future, just as they had previously contended with their divine abilities, where the Wan Yi corpse immortal invoked legacies of the past. Luoxing embodied the promise of the future. Logically, all beings transformed into blood corpses could be summoned by the Wan Yi corpse immortal, including those from the future. The sole reason for his inability to summon was the bleakness of his future, devoid of blood corpses. While the Wan Yi corpse immortal faced a dismal fate, Luoxing's future was filled with countless lives. The calls of Ancestor of the Star River resonated deeply within Luoxing. Alongside him, Ashu had similarly drained his own future, suffering damage to his life essence from shielding Luoxing, likely only to live for 300 to 400 years. Dongfang Xiao had also sustained severe injuries, impacting her foundational essence, which would require decades for full recovery. Nonetheless, their survival was sufficient. As long as they lived, hope remained. At this moment, dawn arrived, the sun gently rising on the horizon. Luoxing, Ashu, and Dongfang Xiao stood together, quietly gazing at the emerging sun, savoring the hard-won dawn. In the year 350 of the Guishu world, at the age of 25, after an entire night of battle, you have permanently eradicated the will of the Wanya Corpse immortal, rewriting the fated destruction of the Guishu world. After this battle, you were revered as the savior, and the title of the most formidable practitioner in history was bestowed upon you. You were also honored as the Extreme Law Immortal, a title reflecting your ultimate achievements in the path of Tao. At 26, after a year of recuperation, your injuries have finally healed completely, though your divine abilities, once shattered, can no longer be wielded. Just as you began to recover, a wave of causal energy struck, leaving you gravely wounded once more. You understood this as repaying debts to your past self, and for the next 200 years, you would remain in a state of perpetual injury. Ashu fared no better, permanently losing his divine ability of coercive acquisition. Moreover, it appeared Ashu had also borrowed from his future, necessitating the remainder of his life to settle his debts. As for Dongfang Xiao, her injuries had compromised her essence, requiring decades for complete restoration. Yet, all of you survived. As long as life persisted, hope remained. At 27, under your guidance, the Guishu world began to revive. You refined the Tao, making it more applicable to daily life. For instance, the spring rain technique could summon rain, and the harvest Tao accelerated agricultural growth. You introduced the principle of equality, positing that all individuals are born equal, and that practitioners do not hold any inherent superiority over ordinary people. Influenced by your ideals, many emerging practitioners embraced your philosophy. At 30, under your leadership, the lives of ordinary citizens in the Guishu world saw significant improvement. By 50, the Guishu world gradually approached prosperity under your guidance. At 100, the number of practitioners immortals reached an all-time high, yet famine was avoided. Although the populace could not enjoy abundant lives, they managed to secure sufficient sustenance. At 125, to curb excessive population growth, you initiated measures to limit childbirth. Under your stewardship, the population of the Guishu world remained within a reasonable scope. In that very year, you were hailed as the greatest leader of the Guishu world. At 150, Dongfang Xiao finally achieved the pinnacle of divine ability, becoming one of the rare top practitioners in the Guishu world. At 200, after a lengthy span of 200 years, you finally settled your previous debts. Throughout this journey, you occasionally encountered practitioners from the future. These time travelers were not there to alter the past. They simply wished to share a drink and converse with you. Through these conversations, you learned of the profound admiration future generations held for you. Even at the risk of causal repercussions, they yearned to meet you. At 225, you discerned that the Guishu world would face destruction due to conflicts among practitioners 30,000 years hence. You cast the sword of all laws into the river of time, spanning 30,000 years to reach the future, successfully rescuing the world. At 250, employing various methods, you continuously rewrote the fate of the impending destruction of the Guishu world, having saved it 9 times in total. At 276, you sensed that tomorrow morning marked your demise. Yet, you felt no fear, instead inviting Ashu and Dongfang Xiao for a drink. The three of you sat closely together, conversing through the night, and with a heart full of reflections, you laughed thrice at dawn before departing peacefully. Chapter 83. The Engraving of the Heroic Spirit. Falling Star River, gazing at the figure before him, white-haired yet youthful in appearance, who let out 3 hearty laughs before becoming still. Ashu seemed to grasp something profound. "Brother, may you journey well." He raised his wine cup and bowed to Falling Star River. "Farewell," murmured Dongfang Xiao. Her expression one of profound sorrow as she addressed the lifeless body of Falling Star River. Meanwhile, In a secret corner unnoticed by all, the ancient Wuji demon lord, the immortal lord of 10,000 laws, along with numerous other transcendent beings from the past, converged at this pivotal moment of Falling Star River's demise. These paramount figures of the world of divine powers all respectfully bowed to Falling Star River. They had no intention of altering history. They simply came to pay their final respects to this great individual. If Wan Ye's cultivation represented the utmost malevolence of the Goetia world, an entity all sought to vanquish, then Falling Star River was undoubtedly its savior. Both past and future generations held profound reverence for him. He emerged during the most perilous times, becoming the strongest of all time at the tender age of 25, ultimately slaying the corpse immortal of 10,000 businesses. Though he lived just over 200 years, his influence profoundly shaped subsequent eras. Simulation ended. Experience summary. You were born in a rural area, initiated into the 10,000 Laws sect, diligently practiced, ventured down the mountain at 10 for training, befriended a Xiao, and became acquainted with Dongfang Xiao, continuously slaying blood corpses to enhance your strength. At 19, you became the youngest transcendent cultivator in history. At 25, you participated in the final battle of 10,000 businesses and vanquished the corpse immortal. You were honored by the world as the unparalleled strongest cultivator of all time. Your mastery of talismans is unrivaled. Even transcendent cultivators can scarcely forge a few talismans in their lifetime, yet you can effortlessly conjure hundreds or even thousands. Most talisman practitioners in later generations were influenced by you. You are revered as the supreme figure of talisman arts, an idol for all talisman practitioners. Your understanding of the Tao surpasses the ordinary. You are the sole individual in the Goetia world throughout history who has wielded the laws of causality solely based on personal comprehension of the Tao. You possess the most potent, innate divine power in the history of the Goetia world, surpassing all comprehension of divine powers. You have saved the world 10 times. To the present generation, you are a savior that emerged from the heavens, and to future generations, you are a guardian from the past. Heroic spirit recorded. Do you wish to engrave it? Name, Falling Star River. Title, Savior, unparalleled strongest, extreme Tao, immortal, ancestor of talisman arts, master of time and space, guardian of the world. Quality, immortal. Awakening state. None can awaken 5 times. Skills. Mastery of all laws requires 1 awakening to unlock. Mastery of talisman arts requires 2 awakenings. Undying Shura requires 3 awakenings. Hypothetical Falling Star River requires 4 awakenings. Guardian of the World requires 5 awakenings. Treasure, Sword of 10,000 Laws, requires 3 awakenings. Sword of Salvation that traverses time and space requires 5 awakenings. Do you wish to engrave the heroic spirit within the dwelling, Subai? Having absorbed the memories of Falling Star River spanning 200 years, found it difficult to attain tranquility. The vast experiences encompass profound connections with a Xiao and the everyday moments shared with Dongfang Xiao. The span of Falling Star River's life exceeded the total of his previous incarnations, and the enormity of this recollection left Subai momentarily overwhelmed. After an extended period, Subai finally digested all of Falling Star River's memories. Sipping water to quench his thirst, he then seized his phone to swiftly peruse the history of the Goetia world. At the time of his death, it was the most prosperous era in the history of the Goetia world, with over 500 transcendent cultivators and an unprecedented flourishing of the cultivation system. The populace was tenfold greater than at any previous time, and the descendants of the Goetia world referred to this epoch as the Golden Age. Ordinary people coexisted peacefully with cultivators, and famine was virtually non-existent, supported by an established legal system that ensured any crime would be detected by the laws of causality. Yet this Golden Age did not endure long. Following Falling Star River's death, the prosperous order he established began to wane. Despite his preparations, peace lasted only about 3,000 years. Approximately 5,000 years later, a significant internal conflict erupted, shattering humanity's golden age that had thrived for millennia. Within the first 10 millennia after his demise, the order set by Falling Star River completely disintegrated, leading to the most severe civil war among cultivators ever recorded. Thousands of transcendent cultivators participated, and due to the involvement of numerous beings wielding the laws of causality, the very fabric of space-time in the Goetia world was nearly torn asunder. However, a sword from the past, the sword of 10,000 laws, abruptly halted the conflict, allowing the civilization of the Goetia world to endure. Thus, the Goetia world staggered through an additional 90,000 years, during which Falling Star River's contingency plans would surface whenever an apocalyptic crisis loomed. However, after 110,000 years, the Goetia world ultimately faced annihilation. This was not for lack of effort on Falling Star River's part. In fact, he had intervened numerous times. It was through his 10 salvations of the world that the Goetia world persisted for an additional 90,000 years, reaching the limits of his capabilities. Consequently, this extended history resulted in a substantial increase in the number of heroic spirits within the Goetia world. The ancient Wuji demon lord and the immortal lord of 10,000 laws, already exceptional heroic spirits, saw their abilities amplified through the passage of 90,000 years. Many legendary heroic spirits, such as the water-based Eastern Yu, transformed from mere legends into immortal spirits. Had the Goetia world been capable of manifesting mythical heroic spirits, Falling Star River would undoubtedly have achieved such exalted status. Su Bai then examined the life experiences of Xiao and Dongfang Xiao. Xiao, having been injured in battle, lived to approximately 400 years before passing away. Dongfang Xiao, however, lived the longest, reaching over 600 years, attaining the pinnacle of worldly power, and successfully refining her innate divine power into a treasured artifact. Her artifact, Lord of Mountains and Rivers, stands as one of the most formidable treasures in the history of the Goetia world, capable of withstanding battles involving 20,000 transcendent-level warriors simultaneously. After reviewing the life stories of his friends, Su Bai discovered that his second heroic spirit, Jiang Xian, had undergone changes in its attributes. Chapter 84. Reunion of Friends. Jiang Xian was originally limited to 4 awakenings, and his 5th skill, Sinful Roots, could only be awakened after reaching the pinnacle of 4 awakenings. However, now Jiang Xian, like Luo Xinghe, was able to awaken 5 times in total, and the skill of Sinful Roots had transformed into one that could only be utilized after the 5th awakening. The distinction between the two should not be underestimated. The former signifies the ultimate limit of immortal quality, and although possessing a 5th skill, he essentially remained an immortal spirit. Even if he could awaken a 5th skill, the quality of that skill would inevitably be constrained by the number of awakenings. Yet, achieving a 5th awakening would significantly enhance the strength of the skills enjoyed solely from that awakening quota. Exhausted, Su Bai yawned after perusing the history. Absorbing over 200 years of Luo Xinghe's memories and integrating them was no trivial task. Lying on his bed, he soon succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, at the moment Luo Xinghe was inscribed, Ashura, engaged in battle with an unknown enemy within a secret realm, suddenly widened his eyes. This causative fluctuation was unmistakable. His brother. Had he finally been contracted by someone? Ashura gazed skyward, murmuring to himself. On the other side, Dongfang Xiao, who was reading the library, seemingly sensed something and looked up at the sky. Simultaneously, in the spirit world, all spirits from the ruins world possessing causative skills noticed something amiss and looked skyward. They could feel that the guardian of the ruins world, who had saved the world 10 times and slain the source of sin within it, had arrived in this realm. Upon learning of Luo Xinghe's contract, these spirits immediately began to inform their friends. Thus, the news of Luo Xinghe's contract spread rapidly throughout the spirit world. On that day, the practitioners of the spirit world discovered with astonishment that a significant portion of mid to high-tier spirits had taken a day or even several days off, nearly disrupting the order of the spirit world. If Lu Chun was the object of faith for all low-tier spirits in the spirit world, then Luo Xinghe was the revered figure for the majority of mid to high-quality spirits. Originally, this proportion was not so exaggerated. After all, The ruins world was merely one of the 4 extraordinary realms, and the number of spirits there was only a quarter of the mid-tier spirits. However, with the emergence of the 10,000 industry corpse immortal, the ruins world was tainted and its world level elevated several tiers, beyond unlocking strength limits. The practitioners of the ruins world could awaken their own innate divine abilities, leading to a qualitative change in the strength of its powerful beings. Subsequently, Luo Xinghe's 10 rescues extended the history of the ruins world by 90,000 years, resulting in the birth of a multitude of spirits. This caused the mid-tier spirits in the spirit world to be predominantly composed of those from the ruins world. Subai, wake up. It seems our school has been surrounded. Just a few hours into his sleep, Subai was startled awake by a phone call from his friend Su Beixian. Surrounded? Subai opened the window, and what met his eyes was a dense throng of spirits. Tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of spirits had completely surrounded the high-tier Spirit Academy of Huaxia. Their sole purpose was to find Luo Xinghe. This time, the Huaxia authorities were not as resolute as they had been against the spirits from the Chosen World. After all, the spirits from the Ruins world had become the backbone of the spirit world, resolving most of its crises. In contrast, the spirits from the cultivation world were far too few and rarely intervened. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Subai chuckled and sighed. He did not conceal anything and directly summoned his 3rd spirit, Luo Xinghe from the Ruins world, and guided him towards the school entrance. When Luo Xinghe reached the entrance, he was greeted by the long-waiting Ashura, Dongfang Xiao Xiao, and his master, Xuanhe. It's been a while, my friends, Luo Xinghe said with a subtle smile, gazing at the familiar faces before him. Upon seeing the youthful Luo Xinghe, no longer shrouded in an aura of death, Ashura and Dongfang Xiao Xiao felt a wave of emotion wash over them. It's been a long time. After a moment, Ashura smiled and echoed, it's been a while. Meanwhile, on another front, no way. Dude, we're still 2nd tier. How did you jump to 3rd tier? And who did you contract? Is it that savior who vanquished all sources of sin, the architect of the prosperous era in the ruins world, the one revered throughout history as the ultimate Tao immortal, possessing the most formidable dark arts ever known, like Luo Xinghe? Su Beixian exclaimed incredulously. Hearing this string of titles, Su Bai's lips twitched, and he awkwardly nodded. I truly don't understand your luck. The most exceptional novice spirit, Lu Chun, the world-altering 10,000 industry corpse immortal, and now the world-saving spirit, Luo Xinghe. When you contract your 4th spirit, don't tell me it's going to be the Tao ancestor. Su Beixian said enviously. Does luck really? Su Bai replied with a smile, his tone casual. On Luo Xinghe's side, after reminiscing with Ashura and the others, the spirits from the ruins world gifted him 10 trillion and numerous precious resources. According to their words, these were part of the wealth they accumulated during their idle time, which they no longer needed now that they had reached their peak. Rather than keep it, they preferred to give it to Luo Xinghe as a token of gratitude for his numerous world-saving efforts. With the conversation reaching this point, Luo Xinghe found it hard to refuse and accepted. After all, for the spirits of the ruins world, 10 trillion and various resources were not particularly difficult to amass. With the newfound resources, Subai began to focus on his cultivation and elevate his spirit S level. Time flowed gently, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this year, his spirit Jiang Xian reached the pinnacle of 4 awakenings, and Luo Xinghe, just recently, broke through to 4 awakenings as well. Today, all high-tier spirit academies nationwide happen to be hosting a grand competition open to all 2nd and 3rd tier spirit practitioners. This competition was the one with the highest potential power cap among all contests in the spirit world. Subai naturally intended to participate, for the reward for 1st place was a rare item capable of enhancing mental strength. As a pinnacle 3rd tier spirit practitioner, obtaining that item would allow him to save at least 6 months of arduous training, enabling him to directly become a 4th tier spirit practitioner. The competition was designated for individual spirits, meaning both his spirit Jiang Xian and Luo Xinghe could register for the contest, effectively granting him 2 separate entries. Upon reviewing the competition rules, Su Bai's eyes sparkled. If no formidable adversaries presented themselves in the competition, It would likely culminate in yet another showdown between the 10,000 Industry Corp's Immortal and Luo Xinghe. However, should there be powerful opponents, such as immortal spirits from the cultivation world, the two extraordinary entities, the 10,000 Industry Corp's Immortal and Luo Xinghe, might even join forces against them. Nonetheless, it was unlikely that any formidable foe would compel these two spirits to ally. The skills awakened by the heroic spirits Jiang Xian and Luo Xinghe are so profound that even Su Bai is left in awe. Chapter 85. Extremely Sinister Skills. First, let us speak of the spirit Jiang Xian, also known as the Immortal Corpse of all trades. Name: Jiang Xian. Quality: Immortal. Awakening status: 4 times, can awaken 5 times. Treasure: Cloud Water Sword, fully unlocked. Skills: 1. Mastery of Dao. Effect: proficient in most Dao techniques. Physical attributes increased by 75 and all Dao effects enhanced by 150. 2. Demon Slayer. Effect: when confronting non-human entities, all attributes increase by 300. With an additional 60 boost to physical defense, and attack damage can be further increased by 60, while gaining a 20 absolute damage reduction. Upon slaying any non-human creature, one can seize 10 of their physical attributes, with a maximum enhancement of 500. Damage taken from any non-human attack is reduced by 60, an absolute reduction. Upon killing any non-human entity, one can recover 0.1 of life for every 100 of life. If vitality reaches 100, the recovered energy can be stored within the body, allowing for immediate use after injury, with a maximum storage of recovery energy corresponding to 500 of life. 3. Myriad Talismans. Effect: can amplify talisman effects by 300, and talismans can split. For every 10 splits, overall attributes decrease by 10. A single talisman may split up to 100,000 times. Skill: Immortal Corpse of all trades. Physical attributes increase by 500. After defeating an enemy, one can devour the enemy's life essence, permanently enhancing one's own attributes with no upper limit. All enemies slain will be forcibly transformed into blood corpses. Once transformed, comprehensive attributes increase by 200. And upon devouring an enemy, one can further enhance their own attributes, again with no upper limit. Upon reaching a certain level of power, blood corpses possess a minute chance of awakening a unique divine ability. Furthermore, once an enemy is transformed into a blood corpse, one can utilize any skill of the enemy. Derived skill: Sinful Immortality. Upon death, one can instantly resurrect, and upon revival, comprehensive attributes will increase. After being reborn 9 times, the skill Immortal Corpse of all trades will undergo a qualitative transformation. This is Jiang Xian's current profile. Frankly speaking, Jiang Xian, at the peak of 4 awakenings, is not excessively formidable. The true sinister aspect of the Immortal Corpse of all trades lies in its undying nature and the ability to utilize any innate divine ability. Regrettably, the spirit world is not the ruins world. While innate divine abilities can alter rules in the ruins world, they struggle to do so in the spirit world. Unless innate divine abilities are skill-activated, their potency will be significantly diminished. Su Bai speculates that Jiang Xian must undergo 5 awakenings and awaken the skill's sinful root to have a substantial chance of employing those sinister abilities. Alternatively, after 9 deaths, the Immortal Corpse of all trades may evolve. However, even with merely the initial profile, Jiang Xian's skills are undeniably extraordinary. Upon defeating enemies, one can enhance their own attributes without limit and utilize the skills of the vanquished. For an entity whose power is already locked, this ability is nothing short of an ultimate game changer. In the ruins world, the Immortal Corpse of all trades is constrained by the world's level cap. Thus, even if powerful, it can only reach the strongest limits of that world. In contrast, the spirit world possesses a much higher level cap, allowing Jiang Xian to grow indefinitely. This implies that even if Su Bai contracts a more powerful spirit later on, Jiang Xian will theoretically not be eliminated. Next, we turn to the profile of Luo Xinghe. Name: Luo Xinghe. Quality: Immortal. Awakening status: 4 times, can awaken 5 times. Skills: 1. Mastery of all laws. All Tao powers increased by 200, and comprehensive physical attributes enhanced by 50. 2. Mastery of talismans. All talisman powers increased by 500, capable of condensing talismans with mana, and the talisman consumption reduced by 80. 3. Immortal Azura. Physical defense increased by 500, gaining 85 damage immunity, and incoming damage reduced by 60. Moreover, when injured, up to 60 of the damaged body parts can be replaced by the skill. Upon slaying an enemy, one can plunder their physical attributes, with no upper limit on the plundered attributes. 4. Treasure. 10,000 laws sword. The skills of the spirit Luo Xinghe are largely straightforward, particularly the fourth skill, which is summarized in mere 2 sentences. Compared to Jiang Xian or Lu Chun, whose skill descriptions could not fit on a single sheet of paper, this simplicity is stark. Yet, despite the succinct descriptions, the numerical power is unprecedentedly formidable. The first skill, Mastery of All Laws, speaks for itself. The second skill, Mastery of Talismans, amplifies talisman power by 500 and, crucially, reduces consumption by 80. This is extraordinarily advantageous when combined with Jiang Xian's myriad talismans. Talismans can be used liberally without concern for scarcity. The third skill, Immortal Azura, is even more outrageous, offering unparalleled defense and immortality. The physical defense increase of 500 translates to a 5-fold enhancement in bodily resilience. Damage immunity of 85 signifies a high priority in damage absorption, while the 60 reduction in incoming damage ensures that even the strongest attacks are mitigated. Furthermore, Immortal Azura provides an additional layer of resilience, allowing for the reconstruction of up to 60 of the body using divine abilities, even if the upper half is completely destroyed. Importantly, this skill also possesses limitless growth potential. The final skill, the legendary divine ability of Luo Xinghe, allows for the creation of skills without cost. The more flexible the mind, the higher the potential of this skill. Although Jiang Xian and Luo Xinghe have yet to undergo their 5th awakening for a true transformation, their combat prowess is undoubtedly among the elite of immortal spirits. However, Subai harbors no absolute confidence for the upcoming spirit competition at the Academy, for he is aware that formidable immortal spirits from the ruins world will participate, representing the pinnacle of strength. The disparity in levels between worlds is far more significant than one might imagine. Chapter 86. Enrollment in the competition. The most straightforward example lies in the stark contrast between the Guishu world and the Tianxian world, where the disparity in land area exceeds tenfold. The martial prowess of Tianxian world's apex warrior, Lu Chun, merely leaves a crater of several hundred meters in diameter upon unleashing his full offensive capabilities. In contrast, the esteemed combatant of Guishu world, Luo Xinghe, delivers a strike that cleaves the moon in twain and pierces through the entirety of the Guishu world, leaving an unfathomable wound that defies measurement in width, intertwined with abstract concepts of time and causality. Despite both being legendary spirits, the legendary spirits of Guishu world can easily overpower their Tianxian counterparts in their standard states. The power system of the cultivation world is even more abstract. The power framework of the Taishu cultivation realm encompasses time, space, causality, fate, reincarnation, and the duality of yin and yang, with an upper limit that is frighteningly high. The territory of a single sect within the cultivation realm can often surpass the combined area of the entire Tianxian world. To attain the status of an immortal spirit in the cultivation realm usually signifies one of the world's foremost combatants. Of course, Subai harbors no absolute confidence in victory, yet the likelihood of triumph remains high. After all, Jiang Xian and Luo Xinghe are exceedingly formidable. While the attributes of the spirits in the cultivation realm are indeed elevated, there are deficiencies in their mechanisms. Nevertheless, the outcome hinges upon execution. With this thought in mind, Subai promptly reviewed the competition's rules. Only 4 academies are permitted to participate, each representing the pinnacle of spirit summoning in the realm. These elite institutions embody the 4 great nations. The other 3 academies pose little threat. The only potential danger comes from the senior students of his own academy. This competition is specifically tailored for spirits associated with the academies, allowing those who have not yet graduated to participate. Therefore, both Jiang Xian and Luo Xinghe are eligible, and even Lu Chun can join. The rules of the competition are refreshingly straightforward. A battle royale involving 1,000 participants. All spirits must engage directly, as they are transported into a tangible world fraught with peril. Over time, a noxious gas similar to a toxic circle will encroach upon the world's edges, gradually constricting the available space. The method of victory resembles that of survival games. The spirits will engage in fierce combat within a diminishing arena, with the last surviving spirit claiming the title of champion. Death during the competition poses no significant issue. Spirits are ethereal entities reliant on their summoners, and should they perish, they merely reset to level 1 before returning to the spirit hall. As long as the summoner remains unharmed, the spirits can be summoned anew, with a revival period of approximately 2 to 5 days. However, upon revival, a spirit's level resets, necessitating the summoner to expend valuable resources to retrain them. This 1,000-participant battle royale format, while seemingly unregulated, is inherently complex. If a spirit possesses specialized attributes, it is advisable to seek alliances with others. For instance, a spirit inclined towards support should ally with one geared for combat. However, the number of allies should not exceed 3, for only one champion can emerge, and an excess of participants could easily incite internal strife. This competition fundamentally tests the comprehensive capabilities of the spirits. Coincidentally, both Luo Xinghe and Jiang Xian boast exceptional versatility. In a flash of light, they are summoned forth by Su Bai. Luo Xinghe appears as he did during the final battle, at the age of 25. With sharp eyes and a handsome visage, clad in a long robe, his expression serious and intent, exuding a sense of reliability. Jiang Xian, in contrast, presents a more abstract form, with gray skin, flowing white hair, and an array of fearsome fangs adorned with mysterious red markings. This visage a remnant of the final battle as the Wanya Corpse Immortal. Fortunately, spirits are mere vessels, fundamentally under Su Bai's control, so this is merely a shell imbued with the abilities of the Wanya Corpse Immortal. Despite having witnessed it numerous times, I still feel a twinge of discomfort. Observing Jiang Xian, Luo Xinghe's mouth twitched in exasperation. The sight of the Wanya Corpse Immortal now unsettles him, as the entity's essence is exceedingly sinister. I share your frustration, yet this is merely the original form of this body, Jiang Xian replied, his hands raised in resignation. His once great reputation has been thoroughly tarnished by the Wanya Corpse Immortal. Before long, both Luo Xinghe and Jiang Xian registered for the grand contest. During the competition, they encountered the myriad methods of the Immortal Monarch, who had also signed up. The Immortal Monarch cast a silent, murderous glance at Jiang Xian. How intriguing, Jiang Xian remarked, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he offered a provocative grin, mimicking the tone of the Wanya Corpse Immortal. Upon hearing this, the murderous intent in the Immortal Monarch's eyes intensified. However, Jiang Xian remained unfazed, confident in his absolute strength. Due to his abilities, he is least concerned about being besieged. The more spirits that converge to attack him, the more he can vanquish, thereby increasing his own strength. Furthermore, the spirits he defeats will transform into blood corpses. Jiang Xian had previously experimented, discovering that once a spirit becomes a blood corpse, it is effectively dead. The resurrected spirit merely serves as a vessel capable of utilizing spirit skills and retaining spirit memories. These spirits return to the spirit hall, where they can be summoned once more by their summoners and retrained. Thus, the greater the number of spirits that besiege Jiang Xian, the stronger he becomes. It is conceivable that as the competition progresses, Jiang Xian may reach his 5th awakening and acquire his ultimate skill, the Root of Sin. Should fortune favor him, Su Bai could potentially secure both the 1st and 2nd positions in the contest. Even if faced with insurmountable foes, Jiang Xian and Luo Xinghe can still join forces. Su Bai's first spirit, Lu Chun from the Tianxian world, will not be participating in this competition. Unable to contend in such a high-stakes environment, Lu Chun is better suited for lower-tier battles. Not to mention, Luo Xinghe can obliterate Lu Chun with a mere fabrication of skill. Therefore, Lu Chen remains at ease. As this high-level contest necessitates the participation of the formidable Luo, Xinghe, and Jiang Xian. Chapter 87. The Undying Monster Soon. The time for the official commencement of the competition arrived. According to statistics, over 3,000 heroic spirits were participating in the event. Among the participants, even the lowest quality spirits were of epic grade, with numerous immortal spirits competing as well. It was foreseeable that this would be the largest and most spectacular tournament in the realm of heroic spirits in nearly a decade. Conventional computers were no longer capable of simulating the venue. Thus, the competition took place in a world that genuinely existed, conjured by the abilities of a heroic spirit from the realm of cultivation, whose quality approached the mythic level. This world was vast beyond measure, even larger than the realm of heroic spirits, and its terrain was incredibly resilient, with soil hardness comparable to that of alloys. Ordinary legendary-grade heroic spirits, even at full strength, could hardly leave significant traces of battle. Therefore, this world served as the fixed venue for high-end competitions within the realm of heroic spirits, hosting nearly all major events. The competition was a contest of who could slay the most foes. Just before the match began, Jiang Xian turned to Luo Xinghe, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Upon seeing that familiar grin, Jiang Xian felt a twitch at his lips. "Do as you wish." After a brief silence, Luo Xinghe spoke in a solemn tone. The competition officially begins. At the moment the competition commenced, all participating heroic spirits activated their teleportation jade pendants. With a flash of light, they were transported into the world of the competition. As Jiang Xian opened his eyes in the contest world, a dozen blue, flying swords materialized around him. With a series of slicing sounds, Jiang Xian's remarkably resilient body was brutally cleaved into countless fragments by those long swords. The instantaneous lethality of this assault, coupled with the unique patterns on the flying swords, made it evident that Jiang Xian had drawn the attention of an immortal spirit from the cultivation realm. Had it been any other heroic spirit, they might have been swiftly eliminated upon their first encounter. However, Jiang Xian was no ordinary spirit. Karma transfer. In the next instant, Jiang Xian's fragmented body reassembled perfectly in place. Among the over 3,000 heroic spirits, an immortal spirit, still days from its recent arrival in this world, found its body suddenly torn to shreds. Who? The spirit, which could barely be considered top-tier and eager to showcase its prowess, managed to utter 2 words before meeting its untimely demise. This exemplified a fundamental disparity in mechanics. Even though this spirit was formidable, and even if it was not inferior to Jiang Xian, it should not have fallen so swiftly. Yet, it suffered an unwarranted misfortune, annihilated before it could even discern the identity of its assailant. In the moment of the immortal spirit's death, the essence of life it harbored was absorbed by Jiang Xian, significantly enhancing his power. Simultaneously, the skills of this spirit emerged in Jiang Xian's mind, allowing him access to its most potent ability. This immortal spirit hailed from the realm of magic, and its most formidable skill was Elemental Sovereign, enabling it to elementalize its body, enhancing its elemental control by 1,000, boosting the power of all elemental techniques by 500, and granting immunity to conventional elemental damage. The dismembered immortal spirit's body slowly reassembled under the influence of a mysterious force, transforming into a blood corpse. Revival? I do not believe you can persistently resurrect. In a secluded corner, a blue-clad sword cultivator furrowed his brow, speaking in a low tone. Just as Jiang Xian revived, a dozen azure flying swords reappeared above him. With a series of slicing sounds, Jiang Xian was once again reduced to countless fragments. This time, however, his disintegrated form transformed into soil, falling to the ground. Subsequently, the soil that was once Jiang Xian began to frantically burrow underground, vanishing below 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Yet the next moment, a dozen invisible flying swords materialized beside him. These were the god-slaying flying swords from the cultivation realm, designed to target the spirit. A single strike could render one dazed, or, at worst, shatter their mind, leading to death and obliteration. Although Jiang Xian's physical form could elementalize, he was not immune to mental damage. Karma transfer. Despite his mind collapsing, Jiang Xian had a contingency plan, his divine ability activated autonomously, transferring his karma to another immortal spirit. Who? The traveler Dongfeng Yu widened his eyes, managing to utter a single word before blood poured from his 7 orifices, leading to his abrupt demise. The moment Jiang Xian revived, a dozen invisible flying swords reappeared around him. Karma transfer, severing the karma. Yet, just as his threads of karma emerged, they were swiftly shattered once more. In the face of absolute power disparity, no amount of cunning could avail Jiang Xian. This time he faced his death. But in the next instant, a stronger and unharmed version of Jiang Xian suddenly materialized in place. The skill Endless Corpse Immortal allowed him to revive instantaneously upon death, enhancing his overall attributes upon resurrection, with a transformation occurring after 9 rebirths. In the face of absolute power disparity, ordinary skills might falter, yet Jiang Xian's abilities were of a superior caliber. Upon resurrection, his physical prowess was augmented, and all his skills received a slight enhancement. With a series of slicing sounds, just as Jiang Xian revived, his mind was once again cleaved by the invisible long swords. Yet the next moment, a more powerful Jiang Xian manifested once again. What manner of monster is this? The blue-clad sword cultivator expressed disbelief upon sensing Jiang Xian's revival. Though he was a top-tier cultivator from the realm of cultivation, he could not fathom this bizarre creature's immortality. I refused to believe it. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept that this strange being was indeed undying. When Jiang Xian was slain for the 3rd time, he experienced his own transformation. All blood corpses established a fundamental connection with him. Upon his death, he could transfer the cause of his demise to other blood corpses without consequence. This transfer was elemental, and even the blue-clad sword cultivator could not sever this bond. However, soon, the few remaining blood corpses also fell, unable to transfer the burden of death. Once again, Jiang Xian perished, though this time, he managed to withstand the onslaught of his unknown adversary for a brief moment. On his 6th death, he underwent another transformation, enhancing his physical abilities and skills significantly. Most importantly, his skill Endless Corpse Immortal acquired an additional passive ability. Chapter 88. The 5th Awakening of Falling Star River. A new skill. This passive ability is straightforward yet formidable. Jiang Xian can resurrect all deceased blood corpses. Thus, the cycle is complete. Jiang Xian possesses the power to revive the fallen blood corpses, and upon his own death, he can forcibly transfer the causal consequences of his demise onto these corpses. This transfer is compulsory. Even the most decisive attacks aimed at severing causality cannot disrupt it. In other words, even if only a handful of blood corpses have been transformed by him, Jiang Xian can resurrect them indefinitely, as those who have taken his place in death can likewise be revived. 5 minutes later, after experiencing death over 100 times, yet reviving in the next instant, Mu Qingge fell into a deep contemplation. Isn't this a bit sinister? Mu Qingge, who considered himself somewhat knowledgeable, had lived for nearly 100,000 years in the realm of cultivation, engaging in battles with many exceedingly malevolent foes. He had encountered adversaries capable of resurrection and reincarnation. Yet in his extensive existence, he had never come across an enemy as diabolical as Jiang Xian. Although his strength was deemed top-tier compared to others from different worlds, it paled in comparison, rendering him unable to slay Jiang Xian. The rarity of resurrection skills is astonishing, and in Jiang Xian's hands, it is as if they are without cost. He can revive the moment he is slain, growing stronger with each defeat, leaving Mu Qingge questioning the essence of existence. Found you. Just as Mu Qingge was on the verge of giving up, the earth beneath him transformed into countless spikes, thrusting upward towards him. Throughout this duration, Jiang Xian had not merely been a passive target. He was in pursuit of the unknown enemy, and after such an extended period, Mu Qingge's location had inevitably been pinpointed by Jiang Xian. Meanwhile, on another front, Falling Star River had not been subjected to attack from the unknown enemy, granting him the opportunity to cultivate Mirror Talisman. With a flick of his wrist, Falling Star River conjured 10 mirror talismans using his magical energy. These talismans replicate approximately 50 of the caster's power. However, due to the skill enhancement, the attributes of the talismans were amplified by about fivefold, allowing them to replicate around 80 of the caster's strength. Despite the 80 reduction in consumption, Falling Star River's magical energy was still significantly depleted. Assuming the past incarnation of Falling Star River sought to forge divine powers to seize the future, a subtle smile graced his lips as he activated his ultimate skill, the divine power that reflects his most familiar abilities to claim the future. Unlike the limited future in the void returning world, the future of the now heroic Falling Star River is virtually limitless. If the future of Falling Star River in the void returning world is akin to a cup of water, each glimpse into the future represents a droplet taken from that cup. Conversely, in the realm of heroic spirits, his future resembles an infinite ocean. The loss of a drop or a cup bears no consequence to its vastness. Once his magical energy was fully restored, Falling Star River once again employed the mirror talismans, summoning 10 identical mirror clones. Within minutes, thousands of mirror clones emerged in this realm. These clones possessed 80 of Falling Star River's power. Even without the ability to utilize skills, their innate understanding of talismans and combat experience rendered them formidable, comparable to ordinary immortal heroes. Thus began a massacre targeting all heroic spirits. With the undying Azura skill, the more adversaries Falling Star River eliminated, the stronger he became. To vanquish the immortal heroes from the cultivation realm, he needed to bridge the numerical gap. As the number of heroic spirits slain by the clones increased, Falling Star River's power surged correspondingly. Most of the heroic spirits from the void returning world, upon witnessing Falling Star River, chose to forfeit their resistance. After all, the top spots in the competition were practically reserved for the heroes of the cultivation realm. Their participation was merely a formality, since death was inevitable. They preferred to perish at the hands of their idol, Falling Star River, the guardian of the void returning world. In mere moments, Falling Star River's attributes multiplied several times, and his awakening level ascended rapidly. From the initial 4 awakenings to mid-level 4 awakenings, he soon reached the pinnacle of the 4th awakening. In a brief moment, he shattered his limits, achieving the 5th awakening and unlocking a new skill, World Guardian. This skill significantly enhances all previous abilities and allows for the summoning of all heroic spirits from the void returning world, provided they consent to respond to the call. With this skill enhancement, Falling Star River can now manifest possibilities from his past, creating alternative versions of himself. Though the concept of skill enhancement may seem mundane, the implications are extraordinarily potent. For instance, under normal circumstances, Falling Star River could only fabricate 1 skill. But with this enhancement, he could wield 2 simultaneously. If the strength of each skill were not excessively low, he might even employ 3. For skills of particularly low rank, he could potentially utilize 5, 6, or even a dozen skills at once. As for the derived skills from his past, they too are immensely powerful. This derived skill can conjure an alternative version of Falling Star River. For example, what if Falling Star River were to become a blood corpse and join their ranks, ultimately supplanting the myriad corpse immortal? If such a possibility exists, this derived skill can materialize that version of Falling Star River, rendering it exceptionally formidable. Without hesitation, Falling Star River activated this skill, envisioning the possibility of his awakened divine power, no longer merely a hypothetical past. The divine power, endless Azura, represents the ultimate evolution of the undying Azura. However, due to its overwhelming strength, Falling Star River had never fully awakened it until he faced the myriad corpse immortal, suffering near-fatal wounds that ultimately triggered the complete awakening of the endless Azura. Harnessing this ultimate awakened divine power, Falling Star River triumphed over the myriad corpse immortal but could never fully extinguish his life. As his own life neared its conclusion, he utilized his divine power to devour the myriad corpse immortal, usurping his position and ascending as the new Blood Corpse King. He subsequently ruled the void returning world for a staggering 90,000 years, only succumbing to the ravages of time during the 70,000th year. when he began to fall from grace. After 2,000 years of decline, the falling star river ultimately destroyed the void returning world. Thus, he stands as the most powerful incarnation of falling star river among countless possibilities of the void returning world. Chapter 89. The possibility of falling star river. Assuming the existence of falling star river, though merely a fictional character derived from a skill, possesses a complete skill system. However, it lacks an awakened state and contains only 3 skills. Yet even so, they are remarkably powerful. These 3 skills are 1. Master of Blood Corpses. This ability significantly enhances physical attributes and grants the immortality characteristic of the 10,000 Arts Corpse Immortal. The essence of Falling Star River is buried in the past. Upon death, he can swiftly resurrect. 2. Devour and Possess. Falling Star River can designate a target for complete consumption. After devouring the target, he absorbs all their abilities, even their memories, and deeply merges with them, perfectly integrating their powers. 3. Fallen Savior. This skill also substantially boosts physical qualities and various attributes, enabling the summoning of loyal subject from a hypothetical time limit. This is the culmination of Falling Star River's 9,000 years of experience, yielding an almost infinite army of the undead. This army was amassed after the world level had reached its zenith and was forcibly elevated multiple levels by the Void World, embodying 9,000 years of peak strength. It is indeed astonishing, gazing at the Falling Star River before him, which bore an 8/10 resemblance to himself, yet possessed sharp teeth, grayish skin, and faintly glowing red pupils. He marveled. The assumed effects were extraordinarily potent. Beyond capabilities, even memories could manifest perfectly. Although he did not possess the memories of Falling Star River, he could grasp the general essence, providing him with a clearer understanding of the other's strength. Nearly invincible, yet still insufficient to defeat the immortal-level spirits of the cultivation world. Upon being summoned, the 10,000 Arts Corpse immortal version of Falling Star River immediately unleashed his skill, Fallen Savior, summoning his loyal subjects bound by a fictitious time limit. In an instant, an army of 100,000 divine-level warriors emerged at his command. Among them, one figure exuded an unprecedented aura of power, evoking a profound sense of danger even in Falling Star River. This was Ashura, now a blood corpse, who possessed the ability to seize and had survived for an astounding 90,000 years, nearly claiming all divine abilities of the Void World. Additionally, several other figures emanated a hint of danger, including a familiar face, Lord of 10,000 Methods, though now a blood corpse, perpetually wearing a grim expression. Brother, long time no see. Ashura, in his blood corpse form, addressed the assumed Falling Star River, his voice deep and resonant. Annihilate all living beings here. The hypothetical Falling Star River calmly surveyed the 100,000 undead army before responding with a tranquil voice. Swiftly, as his command echoed, the figures of the undead army vanished in an instant. Subsequently, all participants in this world were simultaneously ambushed. Things were becoming intriguing. A white-clad painter with waist-length hair, closed eyes, and a commanding presence seemed to sense something. A faint smile graced her lips as she spoke. The green-clad sword cultivator Mu Chinga and the white-clad painter Li Qingsong were the immortal spirits representing the cultivation world in this competition. These two spirits were the only ones capable of posing a threat to Falling Star River and Jiang Xian. With her brush in hand, the white-clad painter effortlessly sketched in the void, conjuring a massive black dragon. As she gently tapped the dragon's eye, completing her final stroke, the immortal black dragon, long deceased in the cultivation world, was brought back to life by her. With a flourish of her brush, she summoned one formidable warrior after another. Thus, the figures conjured by the white-clad painter engaged in a fierce battle against the undead army summoned by Falling Star River within the competition realm. The world, larger than the Void World, descended into chaos, with combat erupting in every corner, leaving deep scars in the earth harder than alloy. Amidst the battlefield, Ashura traversed with a prowess akin to an alternative version of the 10,000 Arts Corpse Immortal, executing various combinations of divine abilities to vanquish foes. Lord of 10,000 Methods, wielded his enormous 10,000 Methods sword, dominating the battlefield. The Eastern swordsman, Xiao managed to envelop the competition world with her divine abilities, implying she could manipulate everything within. What on earth is happening? A top-tier legendary spirit from the cultivation world surveyed the apocalyptic scene around him in disbelief. He believed his strength was formidable and anticipated at least a top 20 finish in this round. Yet, this world was teeming with powers he had never encountered before. As he scanned the surroundings, he realized that almost all present were of his caliber or even surpassed him. Just as this spirit sought refuge in the final circle, a wave of deathly causality descended upon him. With a splatter of blood, he coughed violently, yet he did not perish. The top-tier legendary spirit from the cultivation world still possessed some abilities, allowing him to withstand a portion of the deathly causality. Who is? He began to inquire. But before he could finish, a far greater force of deathly causality struck him again. Unsurprisingly, this top-tier spirit met his demise beneath this overwhelming force. Moments later, the blood corpse version of the spirit materialized at the same spot. Even though the number of blood corpses was vast and their quality terrifyingly high, the overall strength of the undead army summoned by Falling Star River remained at a disadvantage. The combat prowess conjured by the white-clad painter was excessively formidable, often requiring hundreds of divine-level blood corpses to barely contend with a single group of her warriors. Assuming the power of Falling Star River, he invoked his abilities and created a skill akin to that of a divine warlord, significantly enhancing the strength of all blood corpses. Under the influence of Falling Star River's divine abilities, the powers of both sides gradually approached equilibrium. On another front, the green-clad sword cultivator had engaged Jiang Xian directly. For every resurrection Jiang Xian underwent, the green-clad sword cultivator struck him down again. Although Jiang Xian could resurrect infinitely, the toll of repeated revivals began to weigh heavily on his spirit, indicating that he would still face death. Gradually, Jiang Xian had accumulated 9 deaths, achieving the ultimate rebirth of the 10,000 Arts Corpse Immortal. After dying 9 times, all his skills received substantial enhancement, and he regained the dream of 10,000 arts. Chapter 90. Exile. This involves entombing one's true self in the past, 5 years prior. Unless one's attacks can transcend time, even in death, the individual can swiftly return with a victorious demeanor. Due to the process of nirvana, Jiang Xian successfully broke through to his 5th awakening, unlocking his final skill, the Root of Sin. This skill increases all attributes by 10 with each resurrection. It is a simple yet pure ability befitting a being with near-infinite resurrection capabilities. Under the influence of this skill, Jiang Xian's attributes surged at an alarming rate. The azure-clad sword cultivator, Mu Qingge, clearly noticed Jiang Xian's abnormality. This undying monstrosity seemed to grow stronger with each defeat. I refused to believe it. Yet Mu Qingge, stubborn in his conviction, possessed the ability to seal Jiang Xian or utilize his immensely powerful skills. Nevertheless, he remained unconvinced that Jiang Xian could perpetually resurrect. Countless invisible sword energies pierced towards Jiang Xian once more. Due to his vastly enhanced attributes, this time he did not perish immediately. Instead, he bled from all 7 orifices, briefly losing consciousness. However, as the second wave of invisible sword energies descended, they once again claimed Jiang Xian's life. Yet with each resurrection, his attributes continued to rise, allowing him to gradually disregard the damage inflicted by the invisible sword energies. When Jiang Xian revived once again, he did not linger idly in place, but instead unleashed one of his skills, teleportation. He followed the causal fluctuations, arriving directly before the azure-clad sword cultivator. Jiang Xian slightly raised his arm, channeling his immense bodily energy into his fist. After layering over a dozen skills, his arm swelled in size, enveloped in a crimson, crystal-like aura. With a thunderous crash, he struck forth, the energy radiating from his fist creating a massive dent approximately 1,000 kilometers in diameter within this realm. Too slow. However, this blow did not connect with Mu Qingge, who had suddenly appeared behind Jiang Xian, swiftly brandishing his azure longsword. With a swift motion, Muqing's sword, exhibiting an extraordinary sharpness, effortlessly cleaved Jiang Xian's body in two. Yet, even as his form split, Jiang Xian did not succumb to death. From the severed wound, countless flesh buds emerged, intertwining and seeking to merge once more. This was the culmination of Jiang Xian's enhancements. In addition to his attributes, his regenerative speed and vitality had undergone a qualitative transformation. For adversaries of the same level, vanquishing Jiang Xian became an arduous task. Even foes several tiers above him found it exceedingly difficult to extinguish his life. This was Jiang Xian in his complete state, an undying remnant from the realm of the abyss. You shall not succeed. Muqing coldly scoffed, swiftly swinging his sword, reducing Jiang Xian's body to countless uniformly sized morsels. The dismembered flesh floated in the air, entwined yet unable to restore itself, as Muqing's prior strike seemed infused with an attribute of irreversible damage. Despite Jiang Xian's formidable regenerative abilities, he could not heal the wounds inflicted upon him. Is this what it means to be undying? Observing the suspended bits of flesh, Muqing furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, on another front, the white-clad painter recognized the formidable nature of her opponent, noting that the powerful figures she had conjured were rapidly dissipating. It appeared that a trump card was necessary. With deft strokes, the white-clad painter swiftly completed another portrait. The moment the artwork was finished, her complexion turned ghostly pale, having drained over 90% of her magical essence. The formidable being she had illustrated was a creature from the realm of cultivation, an undying monstrosity, towering at around 2 meters. It was covered in countless withered muscles that, while shriveled, emanated tremendous strength. With hair resembling a spiky hedgehog, the creature's upper body was bare, its eyes glowing a vivid red. This abomination was none other than the undying Corpse Emperor, notorious for wreaking havoc in the cultivation world and devouring numerous powerful beings. Go forth and lay waste to all, the white-clad painter murmured, her gaze fixed upon the creature. Upon hearing her command, the monstrosity vanished in an instant. In the skies above, an immortal black dragon drifted aimlessly. A careful examination of its eyes revealed that this sizable creature was being manipulated by an unknown blood corpse. The powerful figure summoned by the white-clad painter was a tangible entity, possessing real flesh and blood. Unfortunately, due to its origin from the painter's creation, the hypothetical falling star river could not convert these beings into blood corpses. It could only control them through unique means or eliminate them outright. Spotting the black dragon in the sky, the Corpse Emperor's lips curled into an excited smile. With a sudden leap, he transformed into a black blur and collided with the dragon. Before the dragon could react, the Corpse Emperor sank its teeth into the dragon's neck, beginning to drain its life essence. The black dragon writhed in a futile attempt to resist, its body rapidly withering. In mere moments, it was reduced to a desiccated husk. Having consumed the entirety of the black dragon's life force, the Corpse Emperor's muscles finally regained their former vigor. Just as it intended to feast upon other beings to further enhance its own power, the falling star river appeared before it. Dimensional slash. Destiny. Without uttering a single word, the falling star river unleashed a dimensional slash, capable of severing all, targeting the Corpse Emperor specifically. The falling star river was not the type to stand idly by while an enemy grew stronger, ultimately leading to his own defeat. Yet, when the dimensional slash struck the Corpse Emperor, it inflicted no damage whatsoever. A conceptual level physique. The falling star river mused, his voice laden with concern. The spirits of the cultivation world, or rather, those with exceptionally high level caps, had a probability of awakening conceptual level skills upon reaching immortality. For instance, the conceptual sharpness of the sword wielded by the azure-clad sword cultivator. Although the Corpse Emperor was a creation of the white-clad painter, it possessed conceptual-level defenses. With a furious roar, the Corpse Emperor advanced towards the Falling Star River in an instant. Exile. To this, the Falling Star River merely uttered 2 words. In that moment, a black vortex materialized before the Corpse Emperor, spinning rapidly as it sought to draw him into its depths. Chapter 91. Elevating to the pinnacle of resistance to banishment after a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Xinghe furrowed his brow. He sought to banish the corpse emperor into the chaotic void, a crevice within space devoid of substance, filled only with turmoil. Without spatial abilities, even the mightiest would find it impossible to escape the chaos. The corpse emperor appeared to be inextricably bound to this realm, rendering any attempts to extricate him from the world futile. Even teleportation methods were rendered ineffective against him, unless the entire world were to be transported away. As the corpse emperor, impervious to banishment, propelled himself with sudden force, he materialized before Luo Xinghe in an instant. Luo Xinghe tilted his head slightly to evade the attack, swiftly retaliating with a powerful kick that sent the corpse emperor flying thousands of meters away. In light of this, let us hypothesize that Luo Xinghe had once conjured a skill, the approach of death. Every living being must eventually face death. It is merely a matter of time. The approach of death allows one to hasten the arrival of mortality, establishing a threshold where full vitality equates to the point of execution. However, the corpse emperor remained unfazed, delivering a devastating blow to Luo Xinghe's chest, propelling him from the heart of the world to its very edge. During this backward flight, the corpse emperor quickly closed the distance again, launching another punch that drove Luo Xinghe deep into the ground. This was the nature of a creature from the immortal realms, akin to the undying corpse immortal, impervious to death, while the undying corpse immortal could resurrect after demise. The corpse emperor possessed a conceptual level of defense that rendered him unassailable. Could one not seal away that which cannot be slain? Suppose, in former times, Luo Xinghe had conjured a skill, the 9-tiered demon suppression tower. At the instant his words fell, a spectral image of a 9-tiered tower materialized above the corpse emperor. With a cacophony of clashing chains, countless ebony shackles surged forth from within the tower, swiftly ensnaring the corpse emperor. The chains then retracted with remarkable speed, drawing the corpse emperor into the 9-tiered demon suppression tower. Roars echoed as the corpse emperor struggled fiercely to break free from the confinement. With unwavering determination, Luo Xinghe propelled the skill, causing the 9-tiered demon suppression tower to emit waves of energy. Each tier of the tower possessed its own sealing capabilities, and the cumulative effect of the 9 seals forcibly contained the undying corpse emperor. Yet, this seal was but a temporary measure. Luo Xinghe could distinctly sense the corpse emperor rapidly absorbing the energy from the 9-tiered demon suppression tower, gradually augmenting his own strength. Luo Xinghe estimated that, with his current mana, he could sustain the seal for no longer than 10 minutes. After that, he would be drained entirely. Moreover, once his mana was depleted, the corpse emperor's power would undoubtedly surge to new heights. The sequence of events dictated a cause and effect, one that aspired to seize the future. However, this proved to be a daunting task. As long as Luo Xinghe remained resolute, he could draw upon his future self for mana. Although the corpse emperor could infinitely enhance himself, Luo Xinghe merely needed to contain him for a time, long enough to conclude the contest. He felt a sense of relief, having sealed the corpse emperor upon its emergence. Had the creature been allowed to mature further, it would have been far more challenging to confine. Simultaneously, the white-clad painter sensed the enemy's sealing of her created corpse emperor and frowned. The adversary she faced proved to be more formidable than anticipated. Fortunately, she concealed herself within the realm of her artwork, rendering her undetectable to the enemy. On Luo Xinghe's end, he too recognized the tenacity of his opponent. Although he had vanquished the formidable foe depicted by the artist, he remained unable to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind it. Despite employing various strategies, he could not ascertain their whereabouts. The situation had reached an impasse. Meanwhile, the green-clad swordmaster found himself in a precarious predicament. Jiang Xian unleashed another punch, triggering the effect of the green-clad swordmaster's famed blade. Beads of sweat formed on the green-clad swordmaster's brow. He, an illustrious spirit of the cultivation realm, had always suppressed entities from other worlds with sheer numerical strength, yet now found himself overwhelmed by those very spirits. A barrage of arrows pierced through. Muchinga unleashed a skill, summoning an array of azure swords that swiftly impaled Jiang Xian's form. The azure blades then radiated a pale blue light, effectively sealing Jiang Xian midair. Before Muchinga could exhale in relief, Jiang Xian suddenly bled from all 7 orifices and collapsed before him. In the next instant, Jiang Xian's aura surged once more. After repeating this cycle thrice, he forcibly broke free from Muchinga's binding. As Jiang Xian approached, Muchinga, resigned to his fate, closed his eyes and ceased his resistance. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Xian struck, reducing Muchinga to mere fragments. In the following moment, a bloodied specter resembling Muchinga materialized before Jiang Xian. His body was nearing its limits. After the battle concluded, Jiang Xian mused. Each time he perished, his power increased by 10%, and coupled with his ability to resurrect infinitely, he had nearly become a glitch in the system. However, every ability has its limits. While his strength could ascend without bounds, the amount he could endure remained finite. Jiang Xian sensed that he was nearing his threshold. Should he push beyond, his power would not strengthen but weaken, as he would be unable to harness such colossal force. Even now, he could barely manage the overwhelming energy. If the green-clad swordmaster had not surrendered and sought to evade him, there remained a chance of victory for the latter. Alas, the swordmaster had been thoroughly intimidated. In another realm, the moment arrived. At last, I found you. After experimenting with over 30 elite skills, Luo Xinghe successfully conjured one that could traverse into the painted world. As the passage opened, the hypothetical version of Luo Xinghe stepped through into the realm of the artwork. In an instant, he appeared behind the white-clad painter, reaching out in an attempt to seize her heart. Clang! Yet, his strike was deftly parried by the painter's sword. The spirits of the cultivation realm possessed no weaknesses. The disparity in mastery was evident, and the painter's level was exceedingly high, granting her well-rounded abilities. Even without her painterly skills, she could easily overwhelm otherworldly immortals. However, Luo Xinghe's combat prowess was not something an ordinary immortal could rival. Chapter 92. A frenzied buff-stacking duel between 2 mechanism beasts after a prolonged battle. The duo of Luo Xinghe finally managed to vanquish the white-clad painter. Although Luo Xinghe lacked overwhelmingly powerful skills, he wielded countless high-level abilities that, when stacked and combined, rendered him exceedingly formidable. Furthermore, Luo Xinghe's foundational attributes were substantial. He had cultivated within the Guishu world for an impressive 90,000 years. While his stats may not have surpassed those of the white-clad painter, the gap was not insurmountable. Though Luo Xinghe's base attributes were not as elevated as those of his counterpart, he possessed the unique ability to fabricate the most elite skills. There exists a distinction between ordinary skills and top-tier abilities. Regardless of quantity, mere ordinary skills can scarcely compare to the latter. Their cooperation was seamless, with Luo Xinghe taking the lead as the primary damage dealer, while his essence, Nuo Xing, and Dada provided support, enabling them to easily overpower the white-clad painter. At this juncture, all adversaries in the world had been defeated, and merely an hour and a half had elapsed since the commencement of the match. Even the poisoned circle had yet to manifest. However, the competition was far from concluded, for the criterion for declaring a champion was the presence of only one remaining contestant on the field. Presently, only 2 individuals remained, Luo Xinghe and Jiang Xian. These 2 were natural-born foes. One sought to obliterate the Guishu world, while the other aspired to safeguard it. A confrontation between them was inevitable, for the audience had come to witness such a spectacle. The spectators were left utterly speechless, astounded by the remarkable display. In the annals of the Yuling world, over a century of history and countless matches, few had matched the brilliance of this one. At this moment, the legendary confrontation loomed. Luo Xinghe and Jiang Xian, or rather, the Wanya corpse immortal, were on the cusp of a fateful clash. Suddenly, an idea sparked within the essence of Luo Xinghe. He gazed at his corporeal form, a smile curling at the corners of his lips as he spoke in a low voice. What if I were to activate the Devour skill and merge with you? With curiosity, Luo Xinghe inquired, What do you mean? The essence of Luo Xinghe grinned wider. What if I were to initiate the Devour skill and fuse with you? Upon hearing this, Luo Xinghe fell into contemplation. The essence was a derivative entity born from his skills, entirely under his control. Thus, it could never assume dominance. The essence possessed a skill known as Devour, an ability evolved from having consumed the Wanya corpse immortal. Rather than mere consumption, it was a process of fusion. Luo Xinghe could designate a target for this Devour, and, if successful, acquire everything that the target possessed, merging it with his existing power system. The two power systems could intertwine, like fertile soil, nurturing a new form of strength. However, this extraordinary skill did have limitations. The essence could choose only one target for Devour. Naturally, the essence considered its original form, Luo Xinghe. They were intrinsically linked, their power systems capable of seamless integration. Moreover, as a derivative of the original, even if the essence were to consume its source, the authority would remain with the original. Let us proceed. Luo Xinghe agreed after a brief moment of reflection. His adversary, Jiang Xian, wielded immense power. In a direct confrontation, Luo Xinghe would not stand a chance. Thus, he resolved to seek an alternate path to elevate his own power. The essence approached Luo Xinghe, transforming into countless blood-red tendrils that slowly enveloped the original. In mere moments, the fusion was complete. As the fleshly tendrils dissipated, a formidable entity emerged. Luo Xinghe, now adorned with blood-red pupils and the ghastly gray skin characteristic of the undead. At this moment, Luo Xinghe acquired 3 additional skills from his essence, while his original 5 underwent a remarkable transformation. The blood-corrupted, white-clad painter stood beside him, once again wielding his brush to conjure the undying corpse emperor. Luo Xinghe activated his skills, summoning an army of 100,000 blood corpses. With a swift gesture, he refined these 100,000 blood entities into pure essence. Consume this, he commanded, tossing a vibrant, pulsating piece of flesh to the undying corpse emperor. Without hesitation, the emperor devoured the offering. With ample vitality to nourish it, the undying corpse emperor's form began to swell rapidly, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds as it grew. Moments later, its stature reached an impressive 5 meters, adorned with a phosphorescent substance. While Luo Xinghe fervently stacked his buffs, Jiang Xian was engaged in a similar endeavor. Jiang Xian utilized a skill akin to Devour to consume the blood-corrupted Qingyi sword cultivator, Mu Qingge, acquiring the ability to slash through anything. Yet, despite his cunning, Jiang Xian could not match the intricate mechanisms employed by Luo Xinghe. In terms of spirit quality, Jiang Xian fell short when compared to Luo Xinghe. Following the demise of the Wanya corpse immortal, blood corpses ceased to manifest within the Guishu world, as their existence had been conceptually erased by Luo Xinghe. Conversely, Luo Xinghe remained a potent force in the future, having rescued that realm on multiple occasions. The disparity between a failure and a savior was stark, a chasm defined by their respective skill mechanisms. Before Jiang Xian could prepare further, Luo Xinghe, accompanied by the white-clad painter and the undying corpse emperor, charged toward him. Eliminate him, Luo Xinghe commanded the undying corpse emperor, eyeing the fearsome Jiang Xian. In an instant, the emperor vanished, reappearing before Jiang Xian, delivering a powerful punch. Jiang Xian, with over 20 skills entwined around his arm, retaliated with a punch of his own. With a resounding crash, the undying corpse emperor was sent hurtling backward, carving a vast semicircular trench into the ground that stretched to the world's edge before colliding with a spatial barrier. The impact created numerous fissures, yet the emperor remained unharmed by the ferocity of the assault. In that fleeting moment, the emperor was once again teleported by Luo Xinghe to stand before Jiang Xian, who unleashed a barrage of enhancement skills upon the emperor's form. Chapter 93. The fateful confrontation empowered once more. The corpse emperor charged towards Jiang Xian with a thunderous roar. The clash of 2 undying monstrosities ignited an extraordinarily fierce battle. The surroundings reverberated with the sounds of their confrontation, as the spatial barriers at the edge of the tournament world visibly fractured. despite the high-ranking officials from the spirit world dispatching ethereal beings to fortify the spatial defenses. They merely delayed the inevitable collapse. This realm, although significantly reinforced and remarkably resilient, could not withstand the ferocious combat between two entities whose power surpassed all known metrics. The entire world was unraveling at an observable rate. Time-space dimensional slash. Destiny. Naturally, Luo Xinghe would not remain a passive observer. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed his assault upon Jiang Xian. The time-space dimensional slash split into three, annihilating Jiang Xian across three temporal nodes, effectively eliminating him. After all, Jiang Xian existed simultaneously at three different time points. If not struck down at once, he could resurrect without limitation. Causal pursuit. In tandem, Luo Xinghe activated another skill, tracing the threads of causality to lock onto every blood corpse related to Jiang Xian. Fated death. Subsequently, he invoked a concocted skill, compelling all blood corpses to confront the causal inevitability of their demise ahead of time. In but an instant, all of Jiang Xian's trump cards were dismantled. Unless a miracle occurred, his demise was assured, as every contingency had been thwarted. Both the concepts of other time frames and the bodies of the resurrectable blood corpses were utterly destroyed. To revive, only the original body could be summoned again in the Hall of Spirits. However, Jiang Xian did not perish. From the air emerged countless flesh buds, and within 2 or 3 breaths, Jiang Xian resurrected in his prime. I am the source of the blood corpses. As long as they exist in this world, I can rise again. And you, possessing the concept of blood corpses, as long as you live, I am immortal, Jiang Xian rasped, locking eyes with Luo Xinghe. Boom, boom, boom. As his words faded, Jiang Xian found himself once again mercilessly battered by the combined might of Luo Xinghe and the Corpse Emperor. Yet, Jiang Xian was not without his own capacity for retaliation, occasionally managing to turn the tide against Luo Xinghe. Nevertheless, Luo Xinghe, too, possessed the ability to resurrect. The two remained locked in a stalemate for an extended period, until the very fabric of their world collapsed, with neither side able to claim victory. After all, both bore the concept of undying. While defeating one another was feasible, utterly obliterating the other proved nearly impossible. Perhaps one might surrender, allowing the other to seal them, or a surprise attack might unfold. Yet, both Jiang Xian and Luo Xinghe were merely avatars controlled by Su Bai, each asserting dominance over their own corporeal forms. Thus, they were intimately familiar with one another, rendering ambushes improbable. With a casual flick, Luo Xinghe unleashed a staggering 100,000 golden sword talismans. He activated them all simultaneously, filling the realm with a dense array of golden blades. These were talismans refined over 9 millennia, their power magnitudes greater than the original golden sword talismans. Under Luo Xinghe's command, the golden blades coalesced into an immense golden greatsword. Assumption of the past, skill creation, perfect replication. Luo Xinghe unleashed his skill once more, dividing the colossal golden greatsword into 3, maintaining its formidable might. Assumption of the past, skill creation, temporal division. As he executed the skill, the projections of the 3 golden greatswords from past and future converged in the present, splitting once again. Skill, fusion of origins, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. Luo Xinghe combined the 9 superlative golden greatswords into an unparalleled golden greatsword. Skill, enhancement, skill, destiny. Despite the agonizing cries of his body, he unleashed 2 more skills, amplifying the greatsword and ensuring the attack would hit its mark. Skill, mountain of corpses, sea of blood. Skill, all things shall be cleaved. Skill, essence of the swordway. As Luo Xinghe layered his buffs, Jiang Xian was not idle. He too fervently stacked enhancements, creating a blood-red greatsword. Utilizing Mu Qingge's skills combined with countless strengthening techniques, he aimed to reach the theoretical pinnacle of power in his assault. Perish, 10,000 corpse immortals. Blood oozing from his 7 orifices. Luo Xinghe directed the colossal golden sword towards Jiang Xian, declaring, "This golden strike is my ultimate blow, devoid of embellishments, is sheer raw power. Once, he had severed the moon of the returning void world with a golden sword forged from unenhanced talismans. And now, this golden greatsword was the invincible, ultimate iteration of that weapon. The one who shall perish is you, Jiang Xian proclaimed, wielding his blood-red greatsword with fervor. Boom! The golden and blood-red greatswords collided, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy. With a blinding flash of white light, the world was obliterated, space shattered, time unraveled, transforming into the most perilous of zones. Had it not been for the collective efforts of numerous ethereal beings from the immortal realm reinforcing the outer spatial barriers, the residual shockwaves might have reached the spirit world. Yet, even in the face of such ferocity, both Jiang Xian and Luo Xinghe did not perish, swiftly resurrecting once more. Skills were activated without hesitation. Wait! At that moment, a calm voice echoed beside them. Suddenly, the chaos of the world's space ceased, as if an external force had frozen the very fabric of reality. You too. If you continue this battle, it may never end. How about we call it draw? No need to worry about rewards. I shall ensure each of you receives the first place prize. An elderly man with silver hair and a long beard regarded Jiang Xian and Luo Xinghe with a warm smile. Chapter 94. Mythical spirits. The oppressive force emanating from the elder was nothing short of that of a mythical spirit. Both Jiang Xian and Luo Xinghe felt their pupils constrict. The elderly figure could instantaneously suppress them, rendering their bodies immobile and preventing them from unleashing any skills. The sheer terror of such strength, coupled with the overwhelming aura radiating from the elder, undoubtedly marked him as a mythical spirit from the realm of cultivation. Mythical spirits represent the pinnacle of combat prowess within the realm of spirit summoning, embodying the true essence of its foundation. Even Su Bai was uncertain of the exact number of mythical spirits present in the spirit summoning world, yet it was evident that their numbers were exceedingly scarce, likely not exceeding 10. This elder, known as Xian Xiao, was a mythical spirit hailing from the cultivation world and, notably, the only one publicly acknowledged in China. The disparity between the quality and rank of spirits is far greater than one might imagine. Even within the realm of immortality, the differences are astonishingly vast. Top-tier immortal spirits like Luo Xinghe and Jiang Xian could effortlessly annihilate ordinary immortal spirits, regardless of their numbers. Nevertheless, Luo Xinghe did not attain the status of a mythical spirit, for even the weakest among them could easily dispatch any immortal spirit, including Luo Xinghe. This delineates a chasm in rank, a divide between mortals and deities. After the elder spoke, both Luo Xinghe and Jiang Xian sensed the suppression dissipate. I am willing to share the top position. So, am I. They both nodded in agreement. After all, as mythical spirits, they were extending a courtesy, and it was only fitting to reciprocate. Frankly speaking, had there been no external interference, it might have taken years for Jiang Xian and Luo Xinghe to determine a victor in their battle. Thus, the confrontation reached its conclusion. Both spirits emerged victorious, amassing immense wealth that belonged solely to them, requiring no division with Su Bai. However, as the spirit summoner for both, Su Bai also received a significant share of resources, including precious items, enabling him to ascend from a peak third-tier spirit summoner to a fourth-tier one. His remarkable performance on the battlefield allowed Su Bai to touch upon the hidden truths of the spirit summoning world. In fact, Su Bai had grasped much of this information previously, albeit not in great detail. The spirit summoning world is not a singular realm. It is interconnected with myriad universes. Within this world, portals resembling instances manifest, leading to various dilapidated spaces. Each of these spaces is composed of fragments from other worlds. The relics of the spirit summoning world are gathered from these fragments, encompassing resources for spirit cultivation as well as those required by spirit summoners. At present, the majority of these fragments originate from the Tianxian realm, the foremost among the four transcendent worlds led by the Guishu realm, as well as the void cultivation realm and the interstellar world. However, these world fragments are fraught with danger. For instance, fragments from the Tianxian realm often harbor residual images of extraterritorial demons, while those from the Goetia realm contain numerous spectral remnants and various threats. Nevertheless, these remnants are merely projections of power without intelligence, instinctively attacking all living beings and unable to traverse beyond the fragments into the spirit summoning world. Yet, in certain highly ranked worlds, even after fragmentation, some beings manage to survive. These beings may be the root cause of a world's destruction or merely tenacious remnants of life. Unlike mere projections, these creatures can traverse through portals into the spirit summoning world. The primary threat faced by the spirit summoning world stems from these diverse monstrosities emerging from the world fragments. Now you understand, Subai. I hope you can send your 2 spirits to guard against those wishing to invade the spirit summoning world, spoke Yi Xian. The principal of Gaoji Yuan Academy and the sole 6th-tier spirit summoner in China, her tone somber. Of course, as a spirit summoner, it is my duty to protect the spirit summoning world, Subai replied. But are the enemies particularly formidable, given that we can summon spirits, and they possess countless skills? It stands to reason that the monsters within the fragments should be relatively easy to handle. Subai nodded before expressing his confusion. The enemies are merely monsters from the world, and theoretically, their strength cannot surpass the limits of the world's power. As spirits become more powerful, the assistance provided by their skills diminishes. At the mythical level, even fully awakened spirits cannot restore their pre-mortem strength, and their skills can only exhibit a fraction of their former prowess. Yi Xian sighed, a hint of resignation in her voice. This clarified Su Bai's long-standing confusion. The reason spirits can be summoned and possess skills is due to the power of faith combined with the unique properties of the spirit summoning world, creating various miracles. The power of faith is a force of considerable rank. Thus, its enhancement on mid-tier spirits is distinctly pronounced. After reconstructing his physical form through the power of faith, Lu Chun not only perfectly replicated his strength, but also awakened extraordinarily potent skills, multiplying his overall power by at least 10,000 times. Upon reconstructing their bodies, Jiang Xian and Luo Xinghe did not experience a decline in strength. In fact, they significantly improved, albeit only on their original foundation without a qualitative transformation. For instance, the skills once exhibited by Luo Xinghe were mere replicas of divine abilities. In a cultivation world, within these high-ranking realms, the power of faith is but a system of strength, often inferior to its own higher systems. Meanwhile, Xian Xiao engaged in discussions with Jiang Xian and Luo Xinghe, specifically requesting their guardianship over the spirit summoning world. Naturally, the 2 spirits had no reason to refuse. On Su Bai's side, he diligently trained in his dormitory, striving to become a world-class spirit summoner. Concurrently, Luo Xinghe and Jiang Xian accepted their respective guarding tasks, and considering their relationship, they ventured into different world fragments rather than guarding the same area. These 2 fragments originated from the cultivation world and the interstellar conflict, respectively. Chapter 95. The world of cultivation and the interstellar realm. Could this truly be a fragment of the world?